Check, 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 check. OCD, so he already has his like little pack folded like it's a department store. Yeah, he can fit a lot of stuff in it. He's good. It's me, I'm the problem.
I'm the problem. It's me.
They took the sheet off on zombie because you can see inside.
I saw it yesterday. Yeah, that's James. That's what James told me this morning.
Thank you.
I'm Nearly 10 minutes. Yeah. Shit.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, John, for banging the nameplate gavel. Nice to see a full room and a filling complement. There's lots going on in the Capitol today, I know, and people will be bouncing back and forth. So I want to convene the first public hearing of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee today. We welcome members who are both online and in the room and the public. That's what public hearings are for, is as we do our business, that we make sure that we hear from you, whether you're online or in the room, because your perspective matters as we craft these things that will affect everyone in the state of Connecticut. So I'm grateful for everyone signed up. That said, we have nearly 200 people who have signed up to testify, so we have a long day ahead of us. So I guess I'll go over the rules. First, ask my co-chair if he has any opening comments. No. Okay. So because we have a long list ahead of us of people who want to share their perspectives with us, and out of respect for those who pulled high numbers in that lottery, it is a random lottery. We are going to stick to our customary rules for testimony, thanks to the assistance of our administrator, Sam Clark, and our clerk, Ash Northey. Which again, as a reminder, is 3 minutes per person, 2 questions per legislator. And I also strongly encourage anyone who is here, if another member of your organization or advocacy group is also signed up, please consider becoming a panel. If there are 2 or more of you testifying at the same time, you get 5 minutes. And it is usually a better conversation when there are 2 of you at the table and you have 5 minutes to share your perspective. And it certainly helps us because it helps move things along. It really is I really encourage anyone from an advocacy group that has multiple people signed up to please consider doing that. We'll find, in addition to giving you the 5 minutes, we'll see whether we can provide you with other incentives to do that. Yes, Senator Pompeo.
Just quickly, and I know many of you prepare your testimony in advance, but it really works better and you're more effective if you cannot read and just talk to us. If you know your issue well enough, it works better and you get more eyes and ears from us than if you're just reading, but we understand if you can. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I do consider Madam an honorary, so. And on a lighter note, I am going to wish my son Max a happy birthday today, who oddly chose to spend his day in a different way than to be in Hartford with all of us. May he have a fun day. With that, let's get started. Again, we are a very small d Democratic committee in finance, which means we generally do not give priority to really almost anyone. You enter the lottery, but we do give priority to a few of our leaders, including the President of the Senate, Senator Martin Looney. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and Chair Horn, Chair Senator Fonfara, ranking members Senator Fazio, Representative Paletta, and Vice Chair Senator Cabrera, Representative Rader, other members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I'm Martin Looney, State Senator from the 11th District, representing parts of New Haven and Hamden, and it was my great honor to chair this committee for 1997 through 2002. It was one of my best experience serving in the General Assembly. The work of this committee is always significant, enlightening, and thought-producing. And I'm here today to testify in support of 5 bills that are on your agenda. Proposed Senate Bill number 738, establishing a homestead property tax exemption. Senate Bill 739, concerning the distribution of the sales and use tax imposed on meals sold by an eating establishment, caterer, grocery store. Senate Bill 740, an act establishing a refundable child tax credit. 741, an act concerning a statewide property tax on certain residential real property, so-called mansion tax bill. And 742, an act establishing a capital gains surcharge. Over the years, since the income tax was first adopted in 1991, we have made it more progressive. As people recall, it was a flat rate, 4.5% then. We have built progressivity into it by creating tiers. Most people are paying blended rates. We made a significant increase a couple of years ago by reducing the 2 lowest tiers to a lower rate. So we made our income tax more progressive, with the exception of at the higher end, where there would be room for growth in a way without being in any way punitive or putting us in a non-competitive position. But the tax that people suffer from the most in Connecticut and find the most burdensome is the local property tax, as we all know, and that's where some of the great inequities come into play. So Senate Bill 738, an act establishing a homestead property tax exemption, would exempt $50,000 of value from the assessed value of owner-occupied residential property. So if you look at now, the more valuable the property, the greater the break is, because we tax at 70% of market value. $1 million property, the assessed value is $700,000. $300,000 is excluded from that value. A $300,000 property has only $90,000 excluded, so the assessed value would be $210,000. So what this would do is provide some greater progressivity. The $50,000 off the $700,000 assessment would mean that $1 million home, its assessed value is now $650,000 or 65% of market value. And for the $300,000 home, the assessed value would be would have 50,000 reduced from the 210 would be 160, which would mean the $300,000 home would be effectively assessed at 53% of market value, and the $1 million home at 65 when you factor in. So building more progressivity instead of having the the same for everyone. And that would help us in many ways because as we know, there is just a substantial problem there because the property tax is so inequitable because we know that many people are struggling to pay it, and it also varies greatly from town to town in terms of its effective rate. We know that in many cases where the net grand list is very, very high, the effective tax rate is very, very low. For instance, in Greenwich, where the net grand list per capita is over $700,000 per person, with a mill rate of 11, we have a very, very low effective tax rate there. At the other end of the scale are towns like New Britain and Hartford, where the net grand list per capita is only $70,000, and they have to have a much higher effective tax rate on the value of the property in order to raise the revenue they need. So this would be a move toward building some greater equity in, or at least reducing the inequities in our system. Senate Bill 739 concerning the distribution of the sales and use tax. In 2019, we added a percent on the sales tax on prepared meals. This would transfer that revenue to municipalities who are often complaining, and justly so, that they are given very little flexibility in ways they can raise revenue, limited primarily to the property tax and whatever state grants they get. And according to OFA, this revenue source would generate about $107 million in fiscal year 26 to help offset local property taxes. And then 740, an act establishing a refundable child tax credit. This would phase in the tax credit beginning at $150 per child for 3 children, going up to $600 for a family of 3 over a period of years. We know that when the federal child tax credit was briefly created during the pandemic and existed only briefly, it did serve to raise many families out of poverty. And if we were to combine the child tax credit with our state earned income tax credit for the working poor, we would then be really providing substantial relief for lower income families, especially coupled with the reduction in the lower tiers of the state income tax that we passed a couple of years ago. And then the statewide property tax on certain residential real property, the so-called mansion tax. This also addresses the fact that those in the top 1% of income in Connecticut pay just about 1.2% of their income in property taxes, while those in the lowest 20% pay over 5.5% of their income in the form of property taxes. And also, we mentioned earlier in terms of value, cities like Waterbury, the property tax rates are about over 4.2% of the value of the property, whereas in Greenwich it's 0.79. So what this would do is create an effort to equalize this by creating a statewide property tax on properties with assessed values over $3 million. So the assessment, it would not apply to any property with an assessed value below $3 million. What it would mean in effect is that the market value would have to be about $4.3 million in order for the tax to apply, and going up from there, it would be about $7 million in the second tier. Would be the market value for the 5%, for the 3%, 3 mil tax rather, and property would have to be valued at about $14 million to be subject to the 4 mil tax at the top tier. So again, an effort to build in greater equity. We all know that very wealthy people are very successful in finding ways of minimizing their income tax payments. In some cases, people own homes in multiple states and don't pay Connecticut income tax at all because their principal residence is somewhere else. But as long as they own a property in Connecticut, they would be subject to this tax. And we propose that the money help fund the ECS formula in that case. So that, I think, is another way of building in greater equity. And then finally, 742, an act establishing a capital gains surcharge, would have a surcharge only on the top 2 tiers of income tax brackets in the state. Filers who would be subject to the highest marginal rate, the 6.99%, would pay a 1% capital gains surcharge, and those who are in the second highest marginal rate of 6.9 would be subject to a 0.75% capital gains surcharge. So I thank the committee for considering these bills. I think they will improve our tax structure, especially at a time when we are dealing with the crisis of a potential massive loss of federal funds, and we will be needing to provide greater support at the state level across a wide range of fronts. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Fonfara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Senator Looney. It's great to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And your continued effort on behalf of the citizens of Connecticut in finding equity in our tax code. You didn't disappoint again this year. Couple of questions. One is regarding the capital gain surcharge. You know, I don't know if there are many people who would have sympathy for a millionaire, but our current tax code treats a person who earns $1 million a year the same as someone who might earn $100 million a year. There's no differential in that regard. And I'd like your thoughts regarding that in relationship to your bill on 742.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if there was a will to create a stepped up rate for even higher levels of income, you know, I would certainly be supportive of that. So I think this is a modest proposal that might be seen as less alarming than having the rate continue to spiral upward as income spiral upward, even though it would certainly be fair and just to do so. The only argument on the other side, I think, is that some might say if we had escalating rates going beyond 1%, there might be some disincentive for people to be Connecticut residents. I think at this level, there certainly is not any incentive that would put us in a way as an outlier with neighboring states and their tax structure.
So you're suggesting a more moderate approach to addressing the inequity at the top end of our tax structure.
Yeah. I think this addresses the issue that might be raised by some that if you go higher, you're becoming more punitive and giving people incentives to evade the tax or leave the state. But
And
a 1%,
Senator
a 1% increase at the highest rate, those paying 6.99, seems to me to be very modest and not in any way making us an outlier.
With respect to Senate Bill 739 on meals, what is your thought of how that revenue should be distributed?
Well, I know that I would like to see it stay at the municipal level. There's been some consideration, I think, past versions of the bill about giving some of it to tourism districts or other things to promote certain practices in Connecticut. I'm certainly be open to that. This particular proposal would be just to keep it at the municipal level. We know it would be varying levels of help because there are some communities that are almost entirely residential that might not see a lot out of this. Others would see a substantial amount out of it if they have a significant restaurant, thriving restaurants in the community, other places of bars and clubs and entertainment. So and also, of course, places that have substantial retail or malls would see a substantial amount from this as well. I know some years ago, and it's not in this proposal, but I would invite the committee to consider that former Senator Bob Genario, who later became the budget director for Governor Rell, proposed having a revenue sharing system whereby part of the sales tax on sales generated at malls be distributed back to the towns neighboring the one where the mall is located, on the theory that while the community hosting the mall has the cost of policing and providing other services, the customer base from the mall for the mall may come from a variety of towns, and that could be recognized by a revenue sharing formula. And that's certainly something I think that's worthy of consideration as well, and gives us another move toward regionalism. And again, that came from Senator Genario, who was the Republican ranking member of the Appropriations Committee before he became budget director and later a Superior Court judge.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Senator, for your testimony. As you can see, there is not an open seat in the House, so people are clearly very excited to hear it. And I'm also appreciative of your recognition of Greenwich's shrewd, fiscally responsible leadership. And we do indeed boast the second highest mill rate in the state, and we're proud of that. Lowest. Oh, wow. I should know that. Oh, I did. No, we're not, but
highest net grand list, but. one of the
Yeah,
lowest mill rates,
we'll
right.
edit that out. The second lowest mill rate in the state. Wow. Wow, we're rapidly declining even as I speak. So I'm wondering, given the fact that people are mobile in the country, there's 50 states, given the fact that capital investment is so mobile in this country of 330 million people, of which we have 3.6 million. We see examples. California has the highest marginal tax rate in the country. New York has the third highest marginal tax rates in the country. So they have raised their top marginal rates as high as possible. In the past 5 years, they've seen a combined 1.2 million person population loss. So the high tax levels, the high levels of progressivity in their tax code have actually yielded population loss, which is shocking because historically that is really anomalous. I'm wondering if you have any concern that raising marginal tax rates at any level, raising taxes in a state with the second highest tax burden in the country, in a state that has had only the fourth lowest population growth in the country over the last 10 years, according to the census, gives you any concern that we will be shrinking the aggregate economic
Good
pie,
morning.
persuading
always
people
concerned that
to
I'm shrinking.
leave the state and to bring their
Shrinking.
elsewhere?
Well, thank you, Senator, for the question, but I don't see that as a likelihood because the proposal here, I think, is so modest in terms of just a 1% surcharge, and only on the category, only on the capital gains category of income. It would not apply to other income that persons may have, and would not. I think we would still be below the top marginal rates in most of our neighboring states, and I think they apply their top marginal rates in many cases at a lower level of income than we do. So I think it would put us in a position where we're not in any way at a disadvantage, but would be able to generate additional revenue at the high end out of our income tax.
Thank you for your testimony, Senator. We might have to agree to disagree on some of the prescriptions, but I appreciate your testimony. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Paletta.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Senator Looney. I do have a brief question on the meals tax. I know that you spoke briefly about returning some of that revenue to the municipalities. I was wondering if you were open to the idea of directing some of that money to our state tourism fund as well as workforce development. I think it's important because the generation coming up is going to need training. We have a state of Connecticut that, as the governor has mentioned numerous times, is on this marketing approach, basketball capital of the world, pizza capital of the world. Should some of those funds be directed elsewhere other than the municipalities? Can you opine on that?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, previous versions of this bill did have a carve out for tourism purposes and for some other purposes. And in the wisdom of this committee, if there's a consensus to apportion it somewhat in that way, in addition to going just to the municipality that hosted the place generating the tax, I certainly would defer to the wisdom of the committee on that.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Senator. Thanks for joining us today.
Morning.
Full audience. A couple questions for you. I know we have in front of us today both your proposal on pursuing a child tax credit and also a House bill proposal that is focused on starting at a $600 per child implementation. And I was curious if you could speak to your thoughts on what would make a meaningful difference, or your thoughts on how we can make sure that we're instituting a policy that really, again, does make a meaningful difference for families.
Yeah, well, Representative, I think given our current climate, getting a child tax credit on the books is the most important thing. And I think it necessarily will have to be phased in over a period of time, given our fiscal situation. But establishing it with a schedule to reach full implementation, I think is a realistic and pragmatic way to go.
Thank you, Senator, for explaining that. I think we've had a bunch of proposals out there, which is a good news that everyone is focused on this, and it's helpful to understand your rationale there. And then just a second question for you. I know we have certainly moved forward in the state on establishing an earned income tax credit and the hopes here of pursuing a child tax credit. And given your knowledge and history on this committee, I was hoping you could give us some insight into the piece of our thought process about how essential it is to not just put this money in families' hands, but really the economic case for it. I was wondering, for us in the state, we often try to figure out, what is the long-term return on investment that we might get from policies like this? And sometimes we think in the short term around that. And I was wondering, given your expertise, if you could speak to some of the long-term impact of having a further policy like this.
Yes, thank you. I first proposed the EITC when I was chairman of the Finance Revenue and Bonding Committee in around the year 2000, I think it was. It finally became law in 2011. But the argument from the beginning was it is something that empowers people because it is a refundable credit. Same would be true with the child tax credit, that people at the lower income level, especially with the EITC, but also to a considerable degree with the child tax credit, these are not families who are really able to save a lot. Just about everything they get goes back into the economy because they're operating on a very thin margin. They're having to buy clothing for themselves and their children, to pay to keep an old vehicle in repair so they can get to work. All of the kind of the daily costs that for upper income people are kind of marginal and sort of off on the periphery, but for lower income people are critical and keep them awake at night. And that's why I think that it is an economic generator, that the money is spent. It's not if people are not hoarding money that they get under the ITC or the child tax credit. That one of the opposition, I remember that Governor Rowland and Governor Rell raised to the ITC, and that's why it didn't pass while they were in office, was well, this is a windfall for people who don't pay taxes. Well, it is true that people at that lower level of income generally did not have under state income tax liability because of at least the somewhat progressive nature at the lower end of our income tax. But that ignores the fact that they are taxpayers. They are paying a disproportionate amount of their income in sales taxes and in property taxes if they own property, or indirect property taxes if they're renters, and their car taxes and every other tax that they pay, or certificates or licenses that they may hold. They are paying a substantial amount of taxes. And to balk at the fact that they didn't have an income tax liability and act as if the ITC or child tax credit were some kind of a gift was really a farce, just a narrow-minded view of it. And in fact, at the federal level, the ITC was broadly supported in a bipartisan way, and it first passed under President Ford, and President Reagan later on expanded and said this is something that supports work, because you are required to be employed in order to access that credit. So I think it really is an economic generator because it empowers lower income people to have more money to spend, to put back into the economy where they are in fact paying taxes.
Thank you for sharing that perspective and for you being here today, and appreciate it, and all of your expertise and longtime support for these issues. So thank you, Senator. Thank you, the chair.
Thank you, Representative. Next up, Representative Haynes, followed by Representative Butler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator, for being here today. Appreciate it very much to have your expertise in the room, so thank you. Just a couple of quick questions, just clarifying on your testimony in regards to 738, establishing the homestead property tax exemption. I serve as the first selectman for my town as well. So my question to you is that if we were to put this in place, where do we make up the revenue tax collection for the municipalities if this were to go into effect?
Well, obviously there would be some shift to more valuable properties because they would get a smaller percentage benefit from the $50,000 exemption.
Okay. Okay.
So the example I gave is that the $1 million property, their assessment would go from 700 to 650. The $300,000 property, their assessment would go from 210 to 160.
Right. So that's a loss in tax revenue for the town.
Well, it gives the town would have to set its mill rate accordingly, as it always does, to figure what it needs to raise under its property tax.
So you're suggesting we raise the mill rate to compensate for the loss of revenue?
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying if when the town decides what its needs are, it would set its mill rate accordingly. but it would then have a somewhat more progressive property tax.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you so much for that. And my second question is in regards to the mansion tax. Are you also including residential properties such as apartment buildings and that kind of residential? Because I would think that in this housing crisis that we have, if we were to raise the rates for those bigger buildings that are of those thresholds, that ultimately is going to hurt our renters and their rent.
This would apply to single family, large, valuable homes.
Only single family?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Butler.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And thank you, Senator Loney, for actually bringing forward and supporting these initiatives, especially on the property tax exemptions. I've been here a long time, and I know this has been on the top of the list in terms of priority for a long time. So whatever we could do in this area would be much appreciated. My question was to follow up with the previous question about what possible loss to municipalities this would mean. And I heard your answer speak to maybe the municipalities could adjust their mill rates or assessments accordingly. Do you have any, estimate on what this would cost across the state in terms of dollar value?
No, just that the net assessment, but it would again only apply to single family owner occupied homes. And their assessments would drop by $50,000, whatever the starting point is. So obviously there would be a net reduction in assessment value, an assessed value in that category of property. But then it's up to the municipality to set its mill rate accordingly.
Okay, and now, excuse me for not being more specific. I'm talking about both SB 738 and 741. So in both of those cases, I'd be concerned about the loss of revenue to a municipality and having municipalities have to make up the difference.
Well, there'd be no loss to municipality in 741, statewide property tax on the so-called mansion tax.
Okay.
That would be a tax that would be paid to the state, in addition to whatever tax is paid to the municipality under the property tax.
Okay.
So it would generate more state revenue, which potentially could generate more municipal aid. And that's why I think that one of the real problems we have in Connecticut is that we don't generate enough revenue through our state tax system to provide enough relief to municipalities to keep the mill rates manageable.
Okay, and my second question is about, is there any plan to actually have the state, excuse me, assist the municipalities where there may be a loss of revenue?
We do that every year as part of our budget process.
Okay, be looking forward to that, Senator. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Butler. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your work as always, Senator Looney, and thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, and as always, the work of the Finance Committee is pivotal to the success of any session of the General Assembly. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Commissioner Dan O'Keefe from the Department of Economic Community Development online, calling in from remote locations, I believe. Welcome.
As remote as it gets. Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can, yes.
Okay, great. Well, good morning, Chairs Fonfara and Horn, Ranking Members Fazio and Paletta, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. So my name is Dan O'Keefe. I serve as Commissioner of the DECD. I am dialing in remotely, but my team is there in person. I'm going to take Senator Fonfara's advice, and rather than read these prepared remarks, I'm just going to riff here. It's late, and that'll keep me a little more awake, hopefully keep you guys a little more awake. But I am here to testify in support of the governor's bond bill and revenue implementer. We're very happy to support some of the initiatives inside of it. In particular, I want to talk about two. The first is the Grayfields program. Grayfields, as its name might suggest, is modeled after the Brownfields program. Brownfields is a very successful program going after infrastructure, physical plant, for which its economic use case has moved on. These are these old mills and these old plants. It's a successful program, partially because it brings down a problem, it brings down blight, and gives us an opportunity for renewal. We have a new problem, which is what the Grayfields program is aimed to address, which is a similar challenge, which is physical infrastructure, plant, for which the economic use case has become challenged. I won't say it's completely moved on, but these are these old shopping malls that have been impacted by e-commerce trends, and then these knowledge worker buildings, older knowledge worker buildings that have become challenged by the emergence of hybrid and virtual work. So Grayfields aims to start to address those problems. I say start because it's a $50 million proposed program here. That'll address, I think, a meaningful portion of the problem, but not the entire problem. But I think it's important that we start to get in front of it and start to do the work to reimagine some of that physical plant. We also introduced a program called Strategic Supply Chains. This is a $25 million program aimed at what is expected to be rising protectionism, rising tariffs under a Trump administration. It's very hard to predict. I think we've seen this over the last few weeks, very hard to predict where a Trump administration might go. I think he views that as a feature, not a bug, but one thing we have seen and will expect to continue to see is rising protectionism. So while I am not, as someone with an economics background, not a fan of protectionism over the long term, over the short term, that does create an incentive to repatriate production capacity, and that's what this program aims to do. So repatriate production capacity offshores onto our shores, but only in supply chains that are strategic to the state of Connecticut. This is not First Five all over again. This is not corporate welfare. This is looking at industries that are logical for the state of Connecticut, where there are existing supply chains and where moving this production capacity into the state, if in fact we can get folks to take advantage of that, makes a lot of strategic sense for us. So those are the two major pillars of the bill. It also makes some statutory revisions to several of our current programs. I've outlined the details in my written testimony, as well as provide some new bond authorizations for Brownfields, the program I mentioned before, as well as the Manufacturing Innovation Fund. So with that, I'll stop. I know you've got a long day, so I'm going to keep that brief. Happy birthday, Max. And I and the team are here to answer any questions you might have.
Max says thank you. I'm sure my.
I went from brownfields to brown nosing, Representative.
There you go. Well played, sir. My co-chair and I both will have plenty of conversation with you going forward, but out of deference to our long agenda today, we'll look to see if others have questions for the good commissioner. Seeing none, we will let you return to your travels, sir.
Great to see you all. Thank you so much.
It wasn't easy, so we appreciate it.
You bet. Thanks again.
I'm sure the panel here are disappointed after all their night's long preparation, but as you say, we'll have time.
We will have plenty of time to use that for long-term preparation, sir. Next up, we have the House Minority Leader, Representative Vinnie Candelora, joined by a friend, I believe. No? I thought you were going to be an early leader in the panel, exemplifying the benefits of becoming a panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Horn, Chairman Fonfara, Ranking Members Fazio and Paletta. I am joined, we are combining our time for the purposes on testifying on this legislation with Representative Gresco here. The first couple bills I just want to briefly speak to, and with Representative Gresco sitting here, he by no way endorses these, although I'll work on them.
I do know
Yeah.
one chair's worth of distance.
I noticed he we have a few proposals on the agenda, and I appreciate you putting them on. The first one was advocating for putting back a child tax exemption for clothing for children under the age of 10. This was removed in 2008 when we had the Great Recession, and I think we just should keep reminding ourselves where we can, we should try to restore those exemptions because sales tax is regressive. It's roughly costs 8.4 million in 26 and 8.6 million in 27. OFA does have that information. We're also putting on the table advocating for charging for electric vehicles for use of charging stations. Right now, Connecticut has about, I think, 2%. There's 56,000 vehicles on the road. Those numbers continue to rise, albeit not as quickly as was anticipated with the California standards. But as the trajectory increases with hybrids and electric vehicles, it's going to impact our STF because we get the money, as you know, from the gas tax. And we are putting this on the table to say we should look at addressing it. 39 other states have put some sort of fee into place for those purposes. And the last piece we put on the proposal is looking at the past serenity tax. I think the SALT deduction, that was passed for the purposes of the SALT deduction. The credit was adjusted, I think, in 2019. We are advocating to restore that back to its original number, which was to make our businesses whole. It may expire in 2025 or it may be doubled. But I think it's something in our budget process we should be looking at. Obviously, if the SALT tax expires at the federal level, this issue does go away. But if it is extended in its current form, I think we should look at increasing that threshold back up. And with that, I will turn it over to Representative Gresco to speak on a bill that we both support.
Please
Thank you.
proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill referenced is HB 5026. Make it quick, based on the electronic testimony that I have submitted. I will make it quick. No other state in the Northeast implements this sales and use tax on aircraft under 6,000 pounds, which puts the state of Connecticut at a distinct disadvantage. Never mind the making that tax code uniform. It would benefit our flight schools. It would benefit our municipal airports. The concept has been before us before. We've done this with the sales and use tax for boats with a good positive influx of jobs and business here in the state. And lastly, on this one, it's a valid point to say that every special interest group wants to not have to pay sales and use tax, which is a valid argument. But in my view, this bill is not exempting a certain group from paying state sales and use tax that everyone else is paying. It's removing the sales and use tax this singled out group pays when Connecticut owners of aircraft over 6,000 pounds are exempt, and surrounding states do not levy this as well. Quickly segue to the film tax credit. We have a industry that provides 14,000 jobs. I think any idea of cutting the percentage of the incentive would have a detrimental effect to the state of Connecticut. I was just saying outside that watching Tulsa Kings, and at the very end, it says, "Hey, we filmed this in Georgia." I'm like, Georgia? So I think if we want to remain competitive, we should keep that going forward. And then lastly, of course, we should keep the $10 million annually that is paid, is bonded for open space preservation. That was also not included in the governor's budget. And I will finish there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative, and thanks for sticking in that last plug for the OSWA grants, the open space grants. So, Representative Napoli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Representative Gresco regarding item 11. So we've seen this bill before. Just wondering how long you've been working on this and what have been some of the roadblocks.
Well, I kind of took the gauntlet from our former colleague, Buddy Altabello and Linda Orange. Buddy sat in, we go over there because Buddy sat in that corner for many, many years. And when he left, he turned his gauntlet over to me. And I have to say that I haven't done a very good job in getting it passed. But that's how long we've been working on this. And I have the luxury of sitting next to someone that could explain this better than I. Go ahead. Give your name and
Sure. My name is Sean Collins, and I'm the Eastern Regional Manager for the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association. Very quickly, in 2014, the Connecticut Airport Authority approached my organization to understand some ways they could help improve economic development at the airports across the state. And for sake of tax parity across the region, we propose that the state remove a 6,000-pound gross weight limitations on aircraft. The problem here is that there are not many aircraft transactions taking place because this is aggressive tax to aircraft owners. So aircraft are not renewing at our airports and therefore generating the economic impact that we need. There's some members on this committee who have criticized their airports for not doing more. This is an opportunity specifically to help that situation. Our challenge has been the state is not able to quantify the impact this will have. The reason is that the aircraft registrations happen at the municipal level. The tax is then reported up to the state at the aggregate level, and there was no way to classify what the tax collection is. So as a way around that, I reviewed the FAA's registration data. They do not post it on an annual basis, but they do post recent registrations for the last 30 days. As of Monday night, there were 12 reported in the previous 30 days. Only 9 of those would qualify under the 6,000-pound weight limitation. In total, those 9 aircraft, if we used average values for those aircraft, they would have represented about 730,000 in aircraft sales. That equates to 61,000 in revenue in 1 month. If we extrapolate that over 12 months, you end up with about 730,000 in tax revenue in total. Now, I'll triple that. I'll say that there's as many as 30 aircraft transactions a month. That still results in less than 2.2 million in this tax. And I can guarantee you it's only a fraction of that. But as far as the universe of potential tax revenue, that's the absolute most that it could be. The other part of this, the reason why I know that is because the FAA doesn't just track new aircraft registrations, they track renewed registrations. So the only aircraft that would be responsible, the only owners that would be responsible for that tax are the new, and there's no way to designate between the two. So we already know it's a much smaller fraction of that. So happy to answer any additional questions that you may have.
Thank you. Representative Paletta, followed by Representative Savastowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question for Representative Candelora focuses around the earned income tax credit. As many of you know, the earned income tax credit is designed to reduce the tax burden on eligible income workers and to supplement their wages. Here in the state of Connecticut, we do have many folks taking advantage of that. I know families with 1 child who earn less than $49,000 a year are eligible for pretty large benefit amount. And there was a proposal in this committee, and I'm wondering if the good representative could just chat about it briefly regarding the $2,000 per child tax deduction against state income tax and how it relates to the EITC and how it could help working families. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I guess put this issue on the table. We have before us today the child tax credit that's being proposed. Our caucus had pushed for a child tax deduction. And the reason being, if you look at the earned income tax credit, we are already giving families of 4, families of 3, families of 2, a graduated rebate, and it's non-refund, it's refundable. So whether if you have 0 tax liability, you're still receiving money. It amounts for 3 children, they're getting upward of $11,000. For 2 children, it's almost $10,000. And for 1 child, it's over $6,000 per child. So we already have a system through the EITC that recognizes families that are in poverty. But what we don't recognize in the state of Connecticut is our working poor. And so a child tax deduction would recognize that. Our surrounding states all have that. And it would be an offset to the income tax that you earn as opposed to essentially a welfare benefit. And so I would just say we should be redirecting ourselves and staying focused on the earned income tax credit. And if we want to hit our middle class working families, we should be looking at a child tax deduction.
Thank you, Representative Candelora. And I will note that while we don't have an official bill or language around that, it was brought up in the past, and I think it's a worthy proposal, should be explored. Thank you for expounding on it.
Thank you, Representative, and for remembering that we're focusing on the bills in front of us today. Representative Zawistowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Representative Gresco. When you first started speaking, I think I kind of missed a little bit of what you said about the aircraft tax exemptions. Did you say that our surrounding states are not subject to that?
Correct. Our surrounding states in our region in New England do not have a sales and use tax on aircraft under 6,000 pounds. So we are at a competitive disadvantage. So for example, in my district, I have Sikorsky Memorial Airport. I know people that purposefully put their planes in Long Island. And the idea being that if this tax was removed, they would come back. Individuals that house their planes in Westchester would come to Danbury. Individuals that house their planes in Rhode Island would come back to Groton, and so on. So, and I said, we've done something similar to this with the sales and use tax on boats. And, you know, there's a gigantic boat show now in Bridgeport. So it brings economic vitality and activity back to the state. And in a question I posed to OFA, after we did the boat tax, what's the difference? We lost X in sales and use tax, but was it made up for in income tax and use? And it was a wash. So there's the precedent for that.
Thank you for that answer. And I appreciate you bringing this forward because this would be very helpful to even to some of the smaller airports in our state, some of the general aviation airports, as well as at Bradley Airport, which is in my district. The other thing is that we tell our state as being at the air shows saying, you can't fly without Connecticut. And this would be a nice addition to that, to be able to attract people to register their smaller aircraft here as well. So I want to thank you for bringing this forward, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Butler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to Representative Candelora. You mentioned supporting House Bill 5544. This is related to the tax of electric vehicles. My question is, was the purpose of this to actually hopefully remove the electric charging stations from our utility bills, or could it be used to actually make up the revenue to remove it from our utility bills? Because the people of the state of Connecticut, anything we could do to reduce those utility costs would be welcome. So that's my question to you, sir.
Yeah, I appreciate the question, and through you, Madam Chair, that's exactly what it's getting at. Right now we do subsidize the program, through the cheaper program. There's rebates that are given out upward of $4,500 for the purchase of the vehicles. And we are also subsidizing the construction of the electric vehicles through people's electric bills, as well as the charging stations that are even here around the Capitol campus. Those are all subsidized by ratepayers. This would allow for the electric vehicle market to stand alone on its own, the same way that the gas-powered vehicles are meant to stand alone. The revenue goes into the Special Transportation Fund, and it would allow for those charging stations to be constructed out of that fund as opposed to through our electric bills. That would be my hope.
Well, thank you for that. With the amen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Butler. Seeing no further questions, thank the panel for showing an early model of how to do that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could just, Representative Gresco recognized former Representative Buddy Altobello, who did sit at the very end and had we lost Buddy Altobello this past week, and he was a longtime member of this committee, and he would invariably ask a question that I dare say not a single person here on this side or that side would ever think about. And he didn't do it in any way to confuse us or to just delay the process. He was a very thoughtful person, and we were very lucky to have him. He contributed mightily to this committee, and we remember him today and going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for remembering that, Mr. Co-Chair. So we move next to another panel, Jonathan and Lauren Black. And I will note as we begin this part of the speaker list, another time limit that I neglected to mention before, which is a 5-minute time limit, 2 questions per legislator, and also a 5-minute time limit on that Q&A between legislators. And let's try to stick to that as much as possible. Thank you. The floor belongs to the Blacks.
So thank you so much to Chairwoman Horn, Chairman Fonfara, and esteemed members of the committee. We are here testifying on the governor's budget bill, SB number 1246, specifically the item regarding the film tax credit.
You know, it's great to be here, obviously, again and again. And I want to say thank you for all of your time. But one thing that I want to really stress, and this is really important, is that you're talking about an industry that really is a manufacturer. We manufacture entertainment, meaning every time you walk the halls of Netflix or you walk the halls of Paramount Plus, or any of you guys watch Yellowstone or anything else, you're consuming a product. If you go to ESPN and you're watching, college sports, UConn basketball on ESPN, you're consuming that sport. That sport and that production is actually being manufactured right here in the state. And so that's the thing that is really interesting to look at it from perspective of creating jobs. So with Chair 10 Productions last year, we had a banner year. Our year was fantastic. We actually hired over 350 people. We actually spent over $10 million in the state. And on top of that, we actually were able to create a strong economic impact in the Danbury area region. And a lot of the small businesses, restaurants, and hotels. In fact, Ethan Allen, we actually booked over 80 hotel rooms for several months. And the great news about that is that we were able to also pay into the taxes into the state, not only with employee taxes, but gas tax, hotel tax. We're talking about, vehicle rental tax. We rented over 100 cars and trucks, and we paid taxes into that. But the beauty of that is that for some of you might not understand the way this credit, it's an earned credit. I know you know that, but the thing that you might not know is that production credit, that tax credit we get, is actually put back into the budgets. It allows us to hire more people, hire more shooting days. For example, if a producer comes to me and says, hey, we got $5 million to spend in the state, and then I'm like, well, with that tax credit, we're actually at 7 million. So now we're able to hire, instead of 120 people, now we're able to hire 160. Instead of shooting 20 days, we can shoot 25 days. So I think that knowing that the credit is actually integrated into the production budgets, and this goes from film to television, also to major studios. And the one point then, and I know my wife and partner has got a lot to say about our little kids, because I tell you what, a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old are like, Daddy, are we going to shoot in our backyard? And I'm like, yes, we're doing that. But one thing we don't want to do, guys, is we don't want to make this credit, lower this credit by 5%. And all of a sudden we lose all that work that we just did last year, and come up this year. We have potential of having close to $20 million in production, and we're going to hire 450 people this year. And guess what? The proposed legislation that the governor has proposed, that it would make this reduction actually, and this is really going to be sad to say, is it's going to be retroactive, which means all of that work will go to New York. That means I will be spending days and nights in New York, spending my time away from my kids. And I employ a large amount of skilled blue collar workers. These are blue collar parents. These are single moms and dads. These are people that are skilled laborers that work in a manufacturing setting. And that's important. But the last thing I want to put in your pockets to really think about is so many people this money goes to Hollywood. This goes to big producers. And let me tell you, producers do not put this money back in their pocket and look at it as a profit. They actually put it back into production. I can guarantee you that Bob Yari that came here, he did the Yellowstone TV series. You know, he said the one reason he wanted to be here was because he could maximize what he can spend in the state. And I have countless numbers of people that have asking me for jobs. And I can tell you there's a lot of moms and dads that are doing the same thing we're doing to support kids and to make sure that we can actually have these great jobs in our state. And I know, Warren, you have a few things to say about that.
Yes. So speaking of Bob Yari, so Representative Gresco mentioned Tulsa Kings, which filmed in Georgia. Well, Bob Yari is an executive producer on that, and he was here in Connecticut last year shooting a project. He had a specific amount of money that he wanted to spend, and shooting here let him maximize that money and spend more money in the state. So that money does get reinvested in the state. But yes, so I'm from Connecticut. I grew up in Newtown. We lived in LA for 15 years, and we decided to come back here to raise our kids. We live about 1.5 miles from my parents, which is very helpful. We have a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old. They were actually able to come to set last year when we shot in an ice cream shop. They were in the car on the way back yelling, "Quiet on set." Action.
You've reached 5 minutes. Please summarize.
Really quickly, and sorry to cut you off. I want to mention one thing. Over $331,000 in additional taxes were done by gas tax, hotel tax, sales tax, and other taxes. So would love to hear your questions if you have any.
Thank you. I'm sure there will be some, starting with the ranking member, Representative Paletta.
Thank you. I was actually out to dinner last night in New Haven with 2 individual freelance videographers that work for different film companies in New England. And I got thinking about this bill, and I saw the proposal. I knew it was on the docket for today. I just have one brief question. Many times we pass bills up here in Hartford that, you know, might sound great, but, you know, then they have the adverse impact maybe in our districts or around the state. Could you just speak briefly about, you know, the amount of revenue that we collect, but how much is actually put back into the communities? And, you know, should we lose some business off this, it could actually end up hurting us in the long run. Could you just touch on that briefly? I know you reached your 5 minutes and we're trying to move the day along, but I think it's important to hear because it was brought up to me last night and I just wanted to get that on the record.
That's a great question. Terry Wild and Danbury, you know, is owned by the city of Danbury. They do a lot of weddings and everything else. We were actually to rent that entire facility for over a month during their downtime. We gave them thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars that were not going to be felt because they would have been, you know, not booked. I can tell you that the Ethan Allen Hotel was also, because they're going through remodels, we're not getting the input, but we actually rented so many hotel rooms that they were just in awe of how much money that we were able to provide and provide jobs for them as well.
Yeah, and then to speak to the other part of your question, it might look like a small reduction, 5%, but what happens is these film tax credits, they're very competitive. As we said, they're baked into the budgets. So a Bob Yari comes in, he has X amount of dollars to spend. He's going to go to the place where he can spend that money and maximize it and get the best film on tape. And so what happens is if you cut this credit to 25%, like we had a conversation a couple of weeks ago with Apple TV Plus. They're very interested in shooting here. They were asking about the tax credit for TV shows. So an Apple TV show, even if it's just one season, that's $50 million, 8 to 10 months of filming. If it goes multiple seasons, it goes into multiple years. Their first question when we talked to them was about the tax credit. Tell us about this tax incentive. If we said to them, it's actually 25%, they would have been like, thank you so much. We're going to go look at other places. We're just going to lose that business. 25%, it might seem like, oh, it's just a 5% reduction. But to these production companies and producers, it's enough of a difference that they will go someplace else. And we have 2 projects lined up for this year. This tax credit right now, this proposal from the governor is retroactive to January 1st of this year, meaning productions that are shooting right now are not going to get the tax credit they were expecting. We have a project lined up for the summer. We have another one lined up for October, and we are going to lose those projects. Like, I mean, that's just going to happen. They will not be able to film in Connecticut. And we're looking at about $20 million between the 2 of them. And that's not counting like an Apple TV show or anything like that.
Thank you, Representative Paletta. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Welcome, great Newtown residents. We're addressing the governor's proposed cut in this budget, which is obviously not finalized, and we're going to have many conversations, which is encouraging. Talk to me about losing potential business in Connecticut. We're not just talking about Massachusetts or New York, but we're losing them to Georgia. We're losing them to Vancouver. Can you talk about how in the past years when we've had tax credit reductions, how that's impacted the momentum that you built and lost, and what impact it has in Georgia being a real destination point, affecting jobs and the industry as a whole within Connecticut.
It's a great question because here's the thing. It's really devastating. I can tell you right now that the talk of eliminating the credit was last year. And between now having the reduction this year, it scared a lot of the major clients. We're talking about Paramount. We're talking about Apple Plus. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars that are on the line right now. And they're looking at us like, well, they don't trust the state. They don't trust the stability of building infrastructure. For example, Apple suggested that maybe we can look at building sound stages here. Okay, with the Grayfields turning old retail into sound stages. Let's talk about that. We would lose that opportunity. So the thing is that I really just cannot stress that if $100 million is sitting at the state, going to the film tax credit, if you actually eliminate some of these productions, then that $100 million goes way down. Why? Because we're feeding into that. It's an earned tax credit. And so the tax base gets smaller because we're all going to move out of state. I mean, not physically move, but our business will move. And right now across the state line, it's 45% in Newburgh, 45%. And so we're competing against that. So, you know, we went from 2006, 2007 to being one of the best tax credits in the East Coast. If we go to 25%, we'll be one of the worst tax credits on the East Coast. So, you know, I don't know what it's going to be like when you see Bristol campus a ghost town. It's going to be very devastating to the Bristol. And I would hope that all those parents and all those single moms and those people that are, you know, working really diligently hard, that they would have somewhere to go to work. So my thoughts.
Thank you. And I think predictability is critical in the business that it's looking at a long-term cycle.
Yeah.
It's not a mercurial decision because competition out there and predictability is critical. And that's where restoring this fund is important. If I may, through you, Madam Chair, a second question.
As long as you can do it in 5 minutes, Senator.
I'll do it real quick. The economic impact, you cite it, but we don't have a lot of the businesses that are positive impact come and testify. We don't have real data points in regards to the economic benefits of industry or businesses, lunch and hotels. Do you have any data points that you could share? And number two, I think, can you talk quickly within 5 minutes about the benefit of our designation of the Christmas movie trails that occur? I know we chuckle at it, but the reality is we are defined by the rest of the country and the world as a bucolic place to settle and to come to and visit. So within 5 minutes, talk about the economic impact that's not measured. And have you all considered the idea of being able to do an economic analysis and getting local businesses to come and testify in your support?
Yes, and one of the things in my testimony, and to respect the 5 minutes here, is that I did break down actually what we consume in goods and services, hotel spends, car rental spends. But I really want to talk about one particular, if you guys know Sandy Hook and the Foundry. The Foundry is a wonderful restaurant. We went there on a non-busy day, and we actually shot in their restaurant, gave them thousands of dollars that they would not have gotten. And then we actually had them feed our 95 plus crew members for lunch. So we gave them thousands upon thousands of dollars that they would not have received if we had not have shot there. On top of that, the bakery.
So yeah, so the Sandy Hook Cafe is right next door. We fed our crew breakfast from there. So that's an extra couple of $1,000s. And they actually posted on their social media page that we were filming there and invited people to come down. So they got an extra boost out of business from people who wanted to watch the filming. And that's just one day of filming and, you know, a couple businesses. But if you multiply that by multiple projects, multiple days of filming, multiple productions that last over months and years, those numbers really start to add up. I mean, we had crew stay at the Ethan Allen Inn. These crew, we give them a per diem, $60 a day. They go spend that. They go drink at the bar down the street. I don't know which bar they were. There was one bar that the crew was there every night. So.
Right. And one other point that I think that I wanted to stress too is that there's infrastructure. It takes 4 to 6 years to build solid infrastructure. And right now we are currently working with 2 major players. One is Sunny Lace. Sunny Lace is based on
5 minutes has been reached.
Okay. Sorry about that. I'll respect that. Any other questions?
Thank you very, very much. And thank you for your testimony. And I think one thing I will add is the fact that not only are we talking economics, you being residents of Newtown and being part of the community and its philanthropy and its community involvement, those aren't measured in dollars. So I'm very grateful and appreciative that you've chosen Newtown to settle and build your business.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to note, it's, of course, the time limits here are not because we don't want to hear from you. It's because we also respect the
Yes.
people who drew, 196 in the lottery, and we want to hear from them too. So,
Right.
want to
So
hear from them
respect-
too.
And listen, I'm willing to meet with anyone else. And
seeing no further questions, I appreciate you being here and your advocacy.
Thank you so
and
much.
We will move to our next panel.
thank you.
Which is number 5, Amari Brantley, and Dr. Katz, who is appearing with him online, or I don't know. In the room. Okay, in the room. Great. Welcome. Floor is yours, sirs.
Good evening, or sorry, good afternoon.
Does kind of feel like that.
Good afternoon. My name is Amari Brantley, and I serve as the policy coordinator for End Hunger Connecticut. Today, I am here to speak about Senate Bill. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Hello. Today, I'm here to speak about Senate Bill number 740, establishing a refundable child tax credit, and Senate proposed bill number 920, which seeks to impose a tax on sugar sweetened beverages to dedicate that revenue to fund school breakfast and lunch programs. Connecticut has the opportunity to join a growing number of states that recognizes the direct connection between childhood nutrition, academic success, and long-term health outcomes. The implementation of a sugary drink tax would not only discourage the consumption of beverages linked to obesity, diabetes, and other diet-related diseases, but also provide a dedicated funding stream to support universal school meals, a policy proven to reduce stigma, increase participation, and improve overall student success. Several states and localities have already implemented this tax, such as Berkeley, California, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and Boulder, Colorado. With Berkeley's tax, we've seen the data shows that it resulted in 52% decrease in sugary drink consumption in low-income neighborhoods while generating millions in revenue for public health and nutrition programs. We found that Philadelphia's tax raised over $250 million in its first 3 years, which was then used to fund supporting pre-K education and community-based nutrition incentives. With our study done by the Rudd Center, it was proposed that this tax could bring over $168 million to the state of Connecticut. School Meals for All would only use 90 million of that. Statistics also coming from that show that currently over 30% of Connecticut students experience food insecurity, and many do not qualify for free or reduced price meals under federal guidelines. We want to eliminate the stigma associated with the free and reduced price meals, improve academic performance, and reduce long-term health. As I close, or as I pass it over, in addition to ensuring children have access to nutritious meals, we also want to address the financial instability that puts so many Connecticut families at risk of hunger and poverty. That is why we support SB number 740, which would establish a refundable tax credit. I ask you, please put money directly into the hands of families like mine who need it most from Waterbury, Connecticut. Please reduce child poverty and food insecurity by helping to ensure that more children grow up in stable and healthy environments. Please help stimulate local communities like mine, as families will spend their tax credit in their communities and with small businesses, and it will create local jobs. I ask that you please put the children first, because they are the children of today and the leaders of tomorrow.
All right, I'll take the baton. Co-chairs, leadership, senators, representatives, I appreciate the opportunity. For starters, what he said. I'm here to support Senate Bill 921. It's a tax on sugar, sweetened beverages, and allocation of revenue to support lunch and breakfast programming for children in Connecticut schools.
Sir, could you say your name for the record?
Yes,
Because
I'm
we're-
Dr. David Katz. I'm an internist, preventive medicine specialist, longtime director of the Prevention Research Center at Yale. So as a physician, a nutrition expert, a public health practitioner, and a father who raised 5 children to adulthood here in Connecticut, I support this bill. Diet quality measured objectively is the single leading determinant of premature death from all causes in the United States today. More than 500,000 people die in our country prematurely every year because of poor diet quality, not hunger, but too much junk where food ought to be. There are many liabilities contributing to poor overall diet quality, but salient among them is added sugar. Sugar is a particularly bad actor because it's empty calories. It elevates blood sugar. It elevates blood insulin. It elevates inflammation. It contributes to all major chronic disease. It contributes to obesity and type 2 diabetes directly. But in addition to all of that, sugar is a goad to appetite, and it has addictive properties. We actually all know this. We refer in the vernacular to a sweet tooth. We're actually making a veiled reference to the fact that the more sugar you get, the more you need to feel satisfied. In that context, sugar-sweetened beverages are particularly pernicious. A 12-ounce soda, Coke or Pepsi, delivers 10 teaspoons of sugar, more than a child should get in an entire day. In fact, it's almost more than an adult should get in an entire day. And
You
that sugar
reached 5
does not,
minutes. Please summarize.
that sugar does not contribute to satiety. I'll end by saying I'm not a nanny state guy. I support this tax anyway, because I don't think fences around pools are a nanny state intervention. They don't tell children you can't swim. They just say, we don't want you to drown. And we don't want our children drowning in excess sugar in a population awash in childhood obesity and diabetes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Rader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Amari. You did a great job testifying, and thank you, Dr. Katz, for making yourself available today. It's no secret that I've been a huge advocate around universal school meals since the minute I stepped in here, and actually for many years before on my Board of Education. And so I really appreciate you speaking to the medicine and science behind it. Could you also speak to the value, and I know the value, but I think it's really important to speak to the value of properly feeding our kids in schools and how much that impacts the trajectory of their lives in terms of their educational success and just their overall health and wellness.
Thank you very much. So there's strong and consistent evidence that higher quality nutrition means higher quality learning, better attention span, more focus in school, higher academic performance. And obviously, if 1 or even 2 meals a day are being obtained in school, then the distribution of high quality food in school has a major impact on overall diet quality. As goes diet quality, so goes health. Actually, every metric of health. And it's very clear from the epidemiology that this tracks over a lifetime. One other critical thing to consider, and again, this is probably familiar to everyone, just like the sweet tooth is, one of the more potent determinants of dietary preference is familiarity. So if we feed our kids junk, if we let them drink copious amounts of soda, if we don't offer them high quality nutrition in school, chances are they will acclimate to the prevailing diet where 70% of the average child's calories come from what we used to call junk food, we now call ultra processed food. That cultivates a familiarity with and a preference for poor quality nutrition, and that can track through a lifetime. And the ramifications of that are expressed in the rates of heart disease, diabetes, cancer, dementia, stroke, all the things we don't want to have happen in a lifetime to anybody we love. So absolutely massive epidemiologic implications of getting nutrition right every which way we can in childhood.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up to that, I always like to give voice to the counter argument because I like to kind of defeat the counter argument in this case. And there's a lot of counter arguments. I've gotten a lot of emails from, grocery store owners and bodega owners and others saying that, you're going to damage our ability to have a thriving business, to have that income. And I know all the studies, I've looked at the CWC SEO's report on food insecurity, And all the cities, states, Tennessee, Arkansas, Virginia, and then Philadelphia, San Francisco, Seattle, Oakland, Boulder, the Navajo Nation, they've all taken attempts, the country of Colombia and Mexico have all taken steps to remove this, create some sort of sugary drink tax. And besides the financial benefit, we've also seen, as you spoke to, the health benefit. But what do you say to those counter arguments? Because we're going to get them. And, I understand that this is and rightfully so, the history around sugary products and processed foods has targeted certain demographics of our society. And so could you help me create a counter argument to their argument? Because we're going to hear that. And I would just love for everyone to understand that better.
We are going to hear that. Well, first, I think we should lead with the human cost of doing nothing. When I went to medical school, we talked about adult onset diabetes. We renamed that type 2 because on our watch, it became a pediatric scourge. And that's been driven by ultra processed food, poor diet quality, and copious additions to the average American child's diet of added sugar, especially in the form of sugar sweetened beverages, but many other culprits there as well. So I think we have to address this one way or another. I've actually looked at the evidence from those locations that have imposed and typically an excise tax on sugar sweetened beverages, and net sales of food and drink have not changed. And that shouldn't surprise us because hungry people are going to eat and thirsty people are going to drink. It's just better if thirsty kids not drink candy in liquid form. So they drink something else. They buy bottled water, they'll buy seltzer, they'll buy alternatives. But this basically nudges behavior in a favorable direction and does not have deleterious financial impacts on the communities that have taken this action. That's what I've seen consistently in the literature. So I think it's a spurious argument. I think we can achieve the public health benefit of this, both on the excise tax side and supporting healthy nutrition in school for children. And I don't think there's any detrimental impact on the overall economy of a locale that takes this action.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Representative Carney.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you both for your testimony. So my first question is regarding how healthy school meals are. So I would say in your estimation, how much healthier are school meals now, and has that made any difference in terms of childhood obesity?
We've yet to do enough to bend the childhood obesity curve. The trends have been undesirable for as long as I've been working on the issue, better part of 40 years now. We've seen some plateauing with dedicated interventions in isolated instances, but no, we've not done enough. And frankly, I don't think the quality of meals in schools is as high as it could be. And my hope is that if there were an excise tax on sugar sweetened beverages with dedicated revenue directed at school nutrition, we would look closely at the meals we're producing there and use this opportunity to elevate the quality. We have means of measuring the overall quality of a diet, the overall quality of a meal as it relates to health outcomes. And I'd love to see those applied in schools throughout Connecticut. So certainly better to feed children than to leave them hungry. Certainly better to feed them meals rather than to let them source food from vending machines, if that would be the alternative. But should we raise the bar? Yeah, we should raise the bar. And when that's done, when people eat optimally, the evidence is massive reductions in the lifetime risk of all major chronic disease. And just to be clear of the value proposition, if we were to optimize diet quality in Connecticut, we could achieve as much as an 80% reduction in the risk of and incidence of all major chronic disease across a lifespan. So we're talking about helping kids now to live better lives in the future.
Representative Carney, if you don't mind me sharing. So on a daily basis, I work with school nutrition directors in the School Nutrition Association of Connecticut. And so within my work in that, in putting school meals on the table, I've learned the stress that they have to deal with when it comes to finances, right? If you have $1.80 to put a meal on the table, how healthy would it be? We live in an economy today, so I ask, if you have $1.80, what can you buy in this building today? And so with that being said, recognizing the work that they do, universal school meals, the finances that come from the tax would be imported into making sure that we can make those school meals healthier, right? The first thing is getting access. The next thing is making sure that the access to the food that they have is healthier, nutritious, right? Like we call those the pillars at my organization. And so making universal school meals free is only one step into a long variety of issues. And that's one of the very issues that we're downstairs talking about today.
Okay, no, I appreciate both of your responses. And because it is something, because we've, the governor has talked about universal preschool breakfasts and lunches, and I certainly agree with the concept. My concern has always been, though, how healthy is that? And I think part of that is, and I'm not necessarily blaming the schools, I think part of that is certainly there has not been enough focus on obesity and junk food. The only thing we seem to really focus on is cigarettes, which is fine, but alcohol, those sorts of things that are harmful to our bodies. So I do appreciate you coming here today.
Thank you and agreed.
Thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Moshinsky, I believe you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Katz, I'm happy to see you again. When I was chair of the Children's Committee, we worked on a bill to have more recess and less sugar for the kids. And as you remember, it was quite a fight. And even the schools, some schools betrayed the cause by telling us they needed the sugary beverages to support the school nutrition funding, which is ass backwards, but
Yes, I recall. Good to see you again, too.
but anyway, I had, so my two questions are, how do we get the schools on board with this new revised version? And so that they are not fighting with us, but actually cooperating with us. And the other question is related. How do we protect these funds? Because every time I've written a special fund to do a specific good deed, it gets raided. Every single one I ever wrote got raided, a couple of years later. So so if you check with other members of your alliance to see if there's a way we could protect these funds so they cannot be touched and they go directly to the children's nutrition and health.
I'm inclined to defer to your colleagues in the legislature. It's a
They're
little outside my
laughing 'cause they know
wheelhouse.
It's true.
Yeah, I'm sure it is true. And so you're really talking politics, right? And horse trading. And no, I don't have a magic wand to wave at that. What I can say is that I honor today the intentions of this bill, which link an excise tax, which basically says there should be a barrier between something that has toxic potential in the population. This is not imposing a burden on the consumer. This is, you are profiting off of the compromise of public health. There should be a barrier there. I support that, and I support dedicating the revenue generated to elevating the health of children. That's how the bill is currently written. Will that be torn apart by people with other intentions? I can't say, but I honor the intention of the bill, and I hope you have means of protecting its integrity, or others in this room do. As far as the schools are concerned, I suspect the trends in obesity and diabetes have probably softened any resistance you might encounter. And obviously, if schools can offer high-quality nutrition to children, there is a rich literature indicating that the children behave better, fewer behavioral problems, and better learning. So it's very much in the interest of schools doing what schools primarily do. In my own work over the years, we did a number of school interventions, and I always respected that the business of schools was education. That yes, they had a role to play in making kids healthy, but they were not primarily part of the clinical enterprise, the health promotion enterprise. That's my wheelhouse. They're primarily about education. If we can translate what we do into elevating the health of children, into a better opportunity to educate children in a successful way that's rewarding to the kids and their families and the teachers and everybody who looks at schools as a work site, everybody wins. And I would say that's the case to make here, because all of that is true.
Thank you for coming in again, and thank you, Mr. Brantley, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Zupkis, followed by Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm over here. Thank you for coming. I apologize. I missed really most of this conversation, but I just wanted to make a comment, I guess, and a suggestion. I agree. My kids, my oldest daughter would go trick or treating and turn down candy. The Easter Bunny brought grape tomatoes, right? That's a fact. I understand sugar causes cancer. It's very bad for you. I do indulge sometimes, I admit, but I'm very strict about sugar with my kids. And I agree how it makes them learn better. It's better health, all the things you said. What I don't agree with is a tax. And so how can we educate, not teachers, because they need to do their own educating of science and math and reading, but how can we educate our kids? Is it a science project that they do on sugar? I think we've all seen a soda has this bag of sugar and, Kool-Aid has this bag of sugar, whatever it is. And so I'm really curious, because I agree with you on the whole sugar issue without a tax, but how can we educate or help our children? Because every kid doesn't want grape tomatoes from
Right.
the Easter Bunny.
Absolutely. So good for you that you've cultivated that, the healthy eating as part of your family culture. So I didn't know that I would have the privilege of being on a panel, and originally thought I would begin my testimony by noting that I'm an equestrian and that my horses and I much prefer carrots to sticks. So I'm not a big fan of taxes either. But if any legislator had a carrot-based approach to solve this problem, I've not seen it in 40 years of working in public health in Connecticut. We should recognize that education may be necessary to change behavior, but is not sufficient, particularly since there is massive marketing of sugar-sweetened beverages and sugar-sweetened foods directly to children, a largely unregulated space. And so that massive exposure is going to be countervailing to any education we do. That said, I do think education should be part of the proposition here. At the Yale Prevention Research Center, we developed just such a program called Nutrition Detectives. We made it freely available. It taught food label literacy to elementary school kids, how they could make better choices, how their families could afford better choices, and why they should care. And it was highly effective. I would certainly conjoin that to the use of an excise tax, but the evidence we have is that education alone, while helpful, is insufficient. And a difference, to be a difference, must make a difference. So we could align philosophically on preferring alternative means to these ends, but if they don't achieve the ends of helping to defend kids against the harms of excess sugar, it's just idle gestures. So we need, on the carrot side of the equation, something sufficiently potent to achieve the desired ends: less consumption of sugar, better overall diet quality. Frankly, I have not seen that happen. If I did, I'd support it.
Thank you. And to the young man's point about the $1.80 will buy you nothing nowadays. And unfortunately, nothing to McDonald's because they make the best French fries. But, McDonald's is much cheaper than an organic apple. I mean, let's just face it. So I think there's work to be done and some things to do. I just know our taxpayers are really overburdened. at this
Yes.
point.
One quick comment, if I may. We actually did a study years ago and published it in the peer-reviewed literature on the relative cost of more and less nutritious food. And the notion that more nutritious food invariably costs more is wrong. Yes, you're right. The organic apple is pricey. And yes, you're right. Fast food tends to be inexpensive. But it's a problem actually of culinary literacy, if you will. And that's an opportunity for education because beans and lentils are very versatile in cooking. They feature in many of the world's great cuisines. They're incredibly nutritious and incredibly inexpensive. Cooking grains similarly. People just don't know what to do with those kinds of foods. But if they did, they could elevate the quality of their family's nutrition and save money doing it. There is an opportunity there.
Thank you. I was going to say maybe there's a parental education component here too. Thank you,
Agreed.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your testimony. What level do you think a tax like this should be set at? And do you have a sense for how much revenue that would generate? Would it be sufficient to pay for the cost of the school meal program?
So I believe it was at a 2% tax, and with that being estimated to make the 168 million that I spoke about earlier in my testimony, within that 168 million, approximately 90 million is needed to fund universal school meals overall. So within that funds, the rest we believe should be invested in, cradle to career incentives that was spoken on earlier. But those are the specific diameters of the percentage, the estimated revenue amount, and the approximate amount of what we're looking for.
So for those who are concerned about a tax, if you had a 1 cent tax, that would cover most of that 90 million costs. If 160, 168.
Yes, about that.
The only thing I would add, channeling some of the other questions and comments, is if you think in terms of behavioral economics, carrot and stick, right? You incentivize the better choice, the healthy choice, the safer choice. You disincentivize the less healthy choice. The more we're able to look on both sides of the equation at once and think in terms of effective educational programming for parents and for kids, the lower the burden on the tax side and the less taxation is required to nudge a change in behavior that improves public health in Connecticut. So again, I do think we should be looking on both sides of the divide.
Representative Winter, if you don't mind, with proposing the move to 1 cent, right? Even we talked about it, we have to put more of an investment in the universal school meals, program to make it healthier, to make it better for our students. And so with that, you have to have a little bit of wiggle room. And so I think that's why the 2% tax would be a bit better than the 1, because we just be hitting the market where we're at today. How do we be better for tomorrow? How do we prepare to win the war for tomorrow and not just fight the battles that we're fighting today?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Winter. I just wanted to add myself, I think in sort of follow up to some of Rep. Zupka's questions. I represent a district. I have several regional schools. All of them have excellent ag science programs that are doing a lot of the work in terms of studying nutrition, farm to table programs. I know we also have other legislation that we're looking at this year. And so I want to just commend that work. And then I just wanted to ask, I believe you mentioned this before, but basically if you could comment a little bit on the costs that we, the state, are already paying in terms of in the public health context for the adverse health outcomes that excess sugar is imposing on our kids in particular.
Yeah, well, first of all, Madam Chair, thank you for your good efforts in supporting those kinds of programs. I'm delighted to hear about them. So again, there are many liabilities in the prevailing American diet adversely affecting the health of adults and children alike. There have been studies populating the peer-reviewed literature for over 30 years, indicating that if we didn't smoke, if we ate optimally, and if we were physically active on a regular basis, 80% of all major chronic disease and 80% of premature death would go away. If we had optimal diets in childhood, type 2 diabetes wouldn't exist, because remember, when I went to medical school, it didn't. We had juvenile onset diabetes, which is an autoimmune disease not related directly to diet, and we had adult onset diabetes. That condition did not occur in children. In the span of the last 2 generations, we have witnessed a migration of what used to be adult onset diabetes into the pediatric ranks. Optimizing diet would defend against that and reverse those trends. So we have an excess in Connecticut, as we do in the United States and as we do in developed countries all around the world, of preventable heart disease, preventable cancer, preventable diabetes, preventable obesity, and a whole host of other conditions, all related to overall diet quality. And again, that trifecta, bad use of feet, forks, and fingers, lack of physical activity, poor diet quality, tobacco, 80% of all major chronic disease. But the #1 predictor variable for total risk of all major chronic disease in the United States and Connecticut today is poor diet quality. If we are going to fix just one thing to elevate public health here, that would be it. One final comment, if I may, just to make this a bit more intimate and acute and a little less longitudinal. We've all been through a pandemic together, an indelible part of our personal histories and our collective lives. It's been estimated in scientific literature that if only America and Connecticut had come into the pandemic with better cardiometabolic health, So if we had not done anything with vaccines, if we had not done anything with masks, if we had not done any specific protection against SARS-CoV-2, but we had done something about diet quality and overall health, the nation would have experienced 60% less hospitalization, 60% less death. And we could have done even better when conjoining that general health promotion to specific protection against SARS-CoV-2. But 60% of the burden of the pandemic we all lived through together was attributable to the prior pandemic of chronic cardiometabolic disease that hides in plain sight and about which we do far too little.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Seeing no further questions, again, I appreciate you both being with us today. Oh, I'm sorry, Rep. Butler, I'm sorry, Rep. Butler, I crossed you off the list by mistake. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Definitely don't want to be crossed off any list.
I'll put you on the
But-
next list already.
Thank you both for your testimony, and thank you, Amari, from Waterbury, actually speaking up. Good to see you here testifying. And the focus of this, the primary focus has been on health initiatives. But Dr. Katz, you actually spoke briefly on the disciplinarian and the educational learning aspect of this. Can you just speak a little bit more about when children eat, they tend to behave or and actually learn better?
Absolutely. And so it may be when I talk about the outsized importance of nutrition to every aspect of a child's health and behavior that some people in the room are dubious about it. But think about it, if you will, for a minute. First of all, food is the fuel for every function of this extraordinary machine, the human body. But in addition, food is also the construction material for the growing body of a child. Every day they are building themselves, they're building cells, they're building enzymes, they're building hormones, they're replacing spent material, they are growing their brain capacity, and they're using the available construction material. So just as if you delivered a load of rotten wood to build a house, you would have a house that stands up less well when it's stressed. Similarly, if kids eat junk, they're building their cells out of an imbalance of materials. Their brains function less well, their attention spans are shorter, they're more subject to behavioral outbursts. This is very clear in the literature. So it makes sense with food as both fuel and construction material that effectively we are what we eat, we behave as we eat, our health goes as we eat. It has an outsized importance. It just does. It's true. But yes, absolutely, Representative, there is literature indicating that when you shift the quality of meals and food in schools, behavioral disruptions go down. And by the way, just to refer to testimony I made some years ago, the same is also true with introducing episodic physical activity into a child's day. I think all too often what we used to call rambunctiousness in child, we now pathologize and label attention deficit and prescribe medication. Kids need to move. We need to allow for that. That can be done as well. But both of those things, better use of feet and forks, if you will, translates into better behavior. And there are various ways of measuring that: fewer disruptions to teaching, better performance on standardized tests, fewer kids sent to the principal for disciplinary action, on and on it goes. So there are a number of studies in the literature that indicate feed kids better, they learn better, which is why this should not be a difficult argument to have with school districts around the state, because the primary business of those institutions is to teach our children, and feeding our kids better will help them do that.
If I could make a brief comment, I for a fact know that Representative Napoli was an educator at one point in the time. And so to use a brief example, if 1/3 of this room was starving, which I'm sure we may be because it's lunchtime, how would you be able to focus and behave in the classroom? I, for one, can't focus on what's in front of me if I'm starving, per the Snickers commercial that we all know about, I'm sure. So I'd ask that you think about that in relation to what's going on in our daily classrooms. Educators are already having to deal with so many different issues on a so dynamic range. Why should hunger have to be one?
And I would just comment, all my colleagues here, I don't think any of us really, love, taxes. Matter of fact, it's just our job to do the heavy lifting to provide the revenue to support the state, running the state and all of the programs in the state. So, having said that, I think that for the bills that you're talking about and every other initiative here in the state of Connecticut, you, sir, have spoken about the carrot or the stick. Nobody's mentioned the trap door of where the federal government is talking about disbanding the Department of Education, okay? And all the funding that we get for everything coming from the federal government, that we better have a mechanism in place to actually generate the funds to operate, because we're in for not only Connecticut, the whole country's in for a rude awakening with the federal government talking about transferring the responsibilities to the state. So nobody's mentioned that. So I just want to mention that we better keep that in mind with everything we do here going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Constantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Katz, thank you so much for your testimony. I could listen to you all day. I've been an early follower since I had little kids of Dr. Lustig and his writings. I'm very happy to have read yours too. This is a question for Amari, mainly because you're within Hunger, Connecticut. And what does this bill want to do? One, it wants to address the health issues that we see of obesity, diabetes, hypertension in our society, which go towards medical costs. I mean, we are going to pay for it one way or the other. Would you just be able to tell us a little bit about kind of the end goal of this bill to help provide no-cost lunch, maybe breakfast for children? Like, what is the hunger and food insecurity need that you see on the ground?
A research study done by the Yukon Rudge Center showed that prior to the pandemic, 1 in every 4 students or children in relation were food insecure. Now we see that it's gone from 1 in 4 to 1 in 6. But we also have to look at the rates to where is that food insecurity going? You mentioned that you were a parent. And so when we talk about the inspiration of or the implementation of school meals, it's not only for the student, but it's for the family. When we look at what's gone on since the pandemic, we've seen that 1 in 6 students are food insecure, but yet now 1 in 3 adults are food insecure that have children. We look at what the financial index is for parents when they're trying to feed a family of 4 or even a family of 2. We see that with universal school meals, it has a greater impact not just on the classroom, but on the economic environment to which families live on. It provides that average economic relief that some families need. On average, $1,800 is spent per child to provide school breakfast or school lunch. If you think about that for families of 3, families of 4, families that have multiple children, that can be the difference between paying your rent, paying your light bill. And so why should parents and families have to suffer by borrowing from Peter to pay Paul? Right? We have to invest, and we understand that at End Hunger. And so we believe with the end goal of this tax being economic relief, not only for families, but for students, economic prosperity to be able to have the food that they deserve.
Great, thank you so much. I mean, would you also agree with the statement that hungry kids cannot learn? We spend so much money in our schools. And if it goes to waste, if we have hungry kids who can only think about the hunger in their stomach.
The prevailing notion that breakfast is so important actually comes from studies among hungry kids who perform poorly in school because they didn't get a breakfast they wanted. We don't all need to eat breakfast the minute our feet hit the floor in the morning. By the way, if you're not hungry, then don't eat. But we're talking about kids who are hungry and can't eat, and they do very poorly in school. No surprise.
I'd like to say one more thing. Statistics have shown since we've moved on from breakfast, which was free when we had ARPA funds from federal funding, that since then 3 million less breakfast have been served. And when we look at the the respect of what that can do to child nutrition and what that shows to our educational standpoints, we can see why we're seeing a declining race within health, within education, and within what's going on within the education system as a whole. And if I could just take 10 seconds to reference what you spoke about, if with the loss of the community eligibility program, we're going to be in trouble. Our students are going to be in trouble. So we have to think about what would come with the loss of the Department of Education and how we can invest not only just in those students. It'd be a pick-me-up to just look at investing in the students that lost what they've already had, but to acknowledge the students that need and still continue to need once that happens, or if that happens.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, I thank you both for sharing your perspectives and knowledge with us today.
We appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Next up, we have another panel, number 6, Melissa Brooks, along with number Carice Villaruel. And please correct me on the mispronunciation of your name.
Good morning. You pronounced it correctly.
Good morning, greetings, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, all members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Melissa Brooke Ward, and I am in opposition of SB number 1246, reducing the film tax credit from 30 to 25%. I'm an actress who lives in Wethersfield. I am 45 years old and have had certain years throughout my 30s when I was working almost full-time in the entertainment industry. I'm a member of SAG-AFTRA, and these jobs were mostly in New York City when I was commuting from Montclair, New Jersey. And then there was COVID. I came to Connecticut to be with my immediate family because it was a very uncertain time, and I was too nervous to be separated from them. My younger brother and his wife and children are in Rocky Hill, my parents, Wethersfield. After about a year, 2021, I decided to stay in Connecticut and live here because it was a better quality of life for me. And I was very excited for some of the opportunities to work right here in Connecticut. I commuted to Stamford to stand in for the actress Zoe Renee, who played Christy in Chang Can Dunk. I was a SAG extra in several Hallmark movies. I stood in on the feature film Midnight, earning almost $1.5 grand in 3 days. We will lose future opportunities like these and more if you don't vote no on lowering the film tax credit. Please save our tax credit. I literally just wrapped on a web series called The Newlyweds on Sunday, February 16th, 2025. It wasn't a drive to Hartford or a train ride to Stamford. I took the train from New Haven to Grand Central, the shuttle from Grand Central to Times Square, New York, the subway from Times Square to Penn Station. I was going to hop on a train from Penn Station to New Jersey, where the shoot was, but all trains to New Jersey were suspended. I shared a very expensive Uber to New Jersey with 3 strangers. My time on set here in Connecticut, whether it was for the student film I did for UNH or standing in for the feature film Midnight, have been so incredibly rewarding. And for so many of us, this is my personal journey, but many of my new friends in the business feel the exact same way. Every set I've ever been on in Connecticut, even a student short film, attracts so many people because of all the different jobs that have to be filled. Producers, production assistants, location managers, camera operators, editors, the directors, set designers, I could go on and on. We are invaluable to the economy, which is why the tax credit should not be reduced. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carice Villaruel. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Horn and Chairman Farah. My name is Carice Villaruel. I'm an actress and I live in Torrington, Connecticut. I've been an actress for over 15 years. I got my start in New York City and have done several movies in New York and Massachusetts. I actually did a movie in Massachusetts where I was on set for 7 days, so I had to stay in Massachusetts and pay for hotel and spend my money in Massachusetts. Since having kids and starting a family, I decided to relocate and just settle back in Connecticut where my roots are, and back in the wonderful town of Torrington, where I have 2 kids, 14 and 4. My 14-year-old has followed in my footsteps, and he has also acted in all the Hallmark movies alongside me, which has been great to be able to act with my son and share that moment and spend time with him. as we all know, when you're on set for 10 to 14 hours. So to be able to see him on those long days is heartwarming and just, beneficial for him and for myself. I have done several movies here in Connecticut and stood in for actresses here in Connecticut. And since then, for the last 10 to 14 years, to be able to act right here in Connecticut and make a living here in Connecticut has been a wonderful and just, great feeling to not have to spend hours on the train or driving to New York or Massachusetts, where you can sometimes be on set till 2 a.m. and then trying to drive home at 2 a.m., risking your life to stay awake to get back home to your darling kids. That has not been a fun time. I've gone through that and realized how detrimental it is to myself, putting myself in that risk and in harm's way. And I just want to be able to continue to work here in Connecticut. The introduction of the Hallmark movie trail, I saw as a positive step in recognizing what the industry has done for Connecticut and will continue to do for Connecticut. And I hope that we do not lower this tax credit to 25%. It will definitely hurt any production wanting to come
You've
to
reached
Connecticut.
5 minutes. Please summarize.
Keeping it at 30% will be more beneficial. All the surrounding states are at a higher rate, and we need to be just as competitive as all the other states. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your important perspective and testimony. Seeing no questions, thanks again for being with us.
Thank you.
Next up, number 7, Sean Williams.
Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Fazio, and Representative Paletta. My name is Sean Williams. I am with Airlines for America. We are the trade association of the major passenger and cargo carriers here in the United States, passenger and cargo airlines here in the United States. I will heed Senator Fonfara's warning and summarize my written comments, but you do have them. 2 years ago, when I first came before you to testify on the issue that I'm here to talk about today, I was in Houston at the Final Four supporting the Yukon Huskies, and I'm hoping that we'll be back there again this April when the Final Four comes around. So God willing. A couple of weeks ago, the Wall Street Journal had an article entitled "Why Airlines Are Racing to Connecticut." And in that article, they basically described that Connecticut is the hottest aviation market in the United States. And a lot of that is due to the leadership that you all on this committee showed a few years ago when you zeroed out the tax on commercial jet fuel. We have seen extraordinary growth at both of our 2 commercial service airports here in Connecticut. And really, Connecticut's story is a growth story since that has happened. Of the 920, I think, flights that have been added to the Northeast region in the last 2 years, about a third of those have come to Connecticut. Of the 130,000 domestic seats that have been added to the same region, about 40% of those have come to Connecticut. And we've outpaced here in Connecticut the average domestic seat growth, the national domestic seat growth by 5.5%. The average domestic seat growth is about 3.5%. And here in Connecticut, we've added 8.5 seats since that has happened. And so we're extremely grateful for the leadership that you all showed in doing that a few years ago. I will note that you don't even need a jet fuel tax at all in order to fund the commercial service airports that we have here in Connecticut. Airports are financed, commercial service airports are financed through what we consider a closed loop system, where the passengers and the airlines and the other tenants at the airport and federal grants pay for the airports that we have here in Connecticut and throughout the country. And all of the users of those airports pay fees to use those airports through that closed loop system. Airlines, for example, contributed last year about $46.7 million. It's actually 2023 numbers are the most recent that are available. Airlines contributed about $46.7 million alone to the airports that we have here in Connecticut through a whole litany of taxes and fees that are assessed directly on us. And then you have rental car revenue, you have parking revenue, concession revenue, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that helps to fund the rest of that operation. And so we don't need a jet fuel tax in Connecticut. Connecticut joined several other states that don't have a tax at all. when you passed that a few years ago. In fact, you followed the lead of North Carolina, who got rid of their tax altogether in 2015, and also saw extraordinary growth in the air service market down there. So we're very appreciative of what you did. I understand that there is a concern among some that the general aviation airports, which I think it's fair to say, operate at a deficit, would not have.
Please summarize.
Sure. That they may lack funding if there's not a tax on commercial aviation. I will say we don't support the idea of paying for airports that we don't use, but we would certainly support some other funding mechanism to make up that gap, either through a transaction or transfer from the Special Transportation Fund or some other mechanism. And we'd be pleased to meet with you to discuss that as we move forward. So I thank you for your time and for your support in the last 2 years on this topic.
Thank you. Representative Paletta.
Boy, do I have some tough questions for you.
You have something in common?
Thank you, Mr. Williams, for being here, for shedding some light on this important topic. I know there's been stakeholders on both sides. There's been so much discussion. If you could just finish your thought and talk briefly about this jet fuel tax and what it might do to consumers, ticket prices, et cetera, should this be reinstated?
Yeah, so, that's a great question. Connecticut put itself in the best possible competitive position it could a few years ago when it got rid of this tax. We've seen explosive growth, as I said, in the Connecticut air service market from all sorts of different carriers that have added flights and seats here to all sorts of different destinations. The airline industry as a whole is a highly competitive market, and airfares, as a result, in the last 30 to 40 years, in real dollars and inflation adjusted dollars, have plummeted. Airfares have not even kept pace with inflation. We've talked about inflation here in this committee for years. Airfares haven't even kept pace with inflation. That's because of the intense competition that we have in this industry. Attracting more service to different routes from different carriers helps to drive down those fares and make air travel more accessible for more customers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thanks for joining us today. Oh, I'm sorry, Rep. Butler, again. Excuse me. I'm gonna get a bad reputation with you.
Almost got away.
I did. Representative Cheeseman used to accuse me of looking to my right always here and never to my left. Apparently I'm doing it again.
I'm just gonna
So
bend
my
forward
apologies.
a little bit more. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Sean. It's always great to see you, especially, I miss you from your days here. You know what it's all about and the responsibility of this body. So I could respect you coming here and actually advocating for this initiative. What my question is related to is the direct correlation between the tax and the cost of a ticket. I know that the airlines we have here actually have been expanding flights. And I don't want to do anything to disrupt the service all over the world, but all over the nation that is being expanded to this point today. And I find myself flying very often now to North Carolina on a Velo to see my grandson. So, and the flights have been really, really, I'd say it really makes it worthwhile to fly, thinking that the reduced price of tickets versus some other method. I just want to know your thoughts on this initiative relative to the price of tickets.
Sure. I mean, air travel as a whole has become a lot more affordable, as I said, over the last 30 to 40 years. Ultimately, since the airline industry was deregulated in 1978, which spawned more competition for more airlines on more routes. But look, the bottom line is that airlines, despite what a lot of people may think, are operating on much thinner profit margins than the average U.S. corporation, and yet we have really high capital costs, right? We have aircraft that we have to buy. We have high labor costs. There's a lot of costs associated with running an airline, and because of that competition, it continues to drive prices down. There's a much thinner profit margin that's available, and so you have some carriers, and I think some of them are going to testify today, that offer extremely low fares, which enables people to get on a plane without even thinking about it and go from Hartford or New Haven to North Carolina or Florida. And so you want to create the most attractive environment possible to get those airlines here. And again, the more competition you have, the more fair impact the customer has.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your question.
And thank you, Representative Butler. Now seeing for real, no further questions. Next up, we have Carol Williams and Lisa Tepper Bates.
Good afternoon, esteemed chairs. Good afternoon, esteemed chairs and- Yeah, sorry. Good afternoon, chairs and committee members. It's wonderful to be partnered with Lisa, and I'm going to be succinct so that she can get as much time as possible. My name is Carol Williams, and I'm here as a trustee of the Community Foundation of Eastern Connecticut. And I'm here to testify in support of HB 5896 and SB 740, two of the 5 bills that are recommending a refundable child tax credit for Connecticut. The Community Foundation of Eastern Connecticut is generating a movement to end child poverty over the next 10 years. And if you haven't heard about it, I hope you will. A collaboration of over 110 organizations, including universities, hospitals, family foundations, and many of the nonprofit advocates in the room today, including Lisa Tepper Bates, have pledged to champion this cause. And I do want to add that we also are supporting universal school meals, and that testimony was awesome this afternoon. So Dr. Katz talked about some of the negatives of the pandemic, but something actually very positive happened. We learned how quickly child poverty could be changed. It was unbelievable. And I'm sure Lisa will tell you more about that, but that was amazing. Nobody expected it. I will say Governor Lamont is wisely, I think, positioning Connecticut as a family-friendly state, which is great. But right now, the number of families in Connecticut is declining. And just personally, in the last month, 2 people with good jobs have told me, I don't think I can afford to have kids if I stay in the state. So that's not a good situation. One thing I wonder if you do know, the current $2,000 per child federal tax credit, which was passed by both Democrats and Republicans in 2017, is set to expire on December 31st of this year. And that means that if Congress doesn't act to renew it in 2026, the federal tax credit will change from the $2,000 that it is for our residents now back to $1,000. So with that, I want to say, I want to echo what Tamara said about our children. I know you have many, many important bills in front of you this session, and I know, as Representative Butler indicated, there's a lot of uncertainty about what the federal government's going to do, but what could be more important than our children, our future? Lisa.
Hi there. Thank you so much, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, members of the committee. Just to be, again, brief, we are so pleased to be here representing more than 60 nonprofits, professional associations, and philanthropies across the state of Connecticut who have joined together to lift up the need for a child tax credit. We're so pleased that there are 2 bills, in fact, before you, SB 740 and HB 5986, which would create a permanent and refundable child tax credit. I know my time is short, so I'll cut to the chase. 40% of households in this state are barely making ends meet every month. And that's a 13% increase in those households in just the last couple of years. So our request to you is to advance an effort to create a child tax credit to provide that extra support in the way of flexible income for Connecticut families raising children who most need it. And important that you know that about 74% of voters do support a child tax credit. That includes those who are not currently raising children. So I think a lot of our folks in the state of Connecticut acknowledge that raising children carries with it costs that our families are struggling to bear. Thanks so much. I'll conclude there and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, and thank you for your advocacy on this issue. Seeing no further questions, again, thanks for being with us this morning. So next up, we have, excuse me, that we're having a little bit of shuffling the list because we had some students that had a technical issue signing up, so we're going to try to elevate them. But next up, I believe we have Alessandro Andrulli.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I thank you for this time and privilege to speak to you. I am representing the Connecticut Film and Television Alliance. I'm opposing Governor's Bill 1246 in regards to reducing the tax credit from 30% to 25% for the film and television industry. So once again, my name is Alessandro Andrulli. I am the, actually we just recently voted in the co-chair of the events committee for the Connecticut Film and Television Alliance. I met them just over a year ago, and I was ready to leave like a lot of folks because there wasn't enough industry here after over 20 years of working here in film and television in Connecticut, and also co-running the former film industry mixer that we used to have for about 8 years, that myself and Neil Thomason, personally invested thousands of dollars and thousands of hours into to put a big spotlight on what the state had to offer. As anybody on the board of the Alliance will know, that when they met me and we finally got things moving, I was really shot out of a cannon out of all the ideas that I wanted to bring, all the wonderful grassroots things that I could do to help build our community for film and television, to make connections with various organizations, to draw awareness to the state. I regularly go around doing unsolicited mini TED Talks about how amazing our state is to film in, and all the things that the wonderful things that the Alliance does for our members. And first and foremost, that really is a sense of community and support. If I could speak quickly to the financial end, I've also spoken to a lot of producers over the past few months as I've been ramping up to take on this position at the events committee co-chair. And the main thing that we've really all agreed upon is that, much like a stock, when you go to invest in stocks, if you see a stock that's constantly fluctuating up and down, you're less likely to invest in that stock. And much like all of the production work that is on the verge of coming here and has come here, when you have spent a good amount of time, maybe 2 years, pitching Connecticut and pitching specifically your project to be filmed here in Connecticut, and then the tax incentive goes from one rate to another rate, you also look foolish. As the producer of that production, you also look foolish that you are now saying how amazing it is to be here and how strong our tax incentives are. And then when those tax incentives go down and you go from 30% to 25%, you see a stark drop off of enthusiasm. And those investments have a tangential connection to other organizations. Back in I think it was like 2013, when we severely cut our tax incentives in our film training program, a lot of organizations that ran here for many years, cultivating the indie level and those wishing to get into the union level of film and television production, a lot of us disbanded. A lot of, as I spoke to last year, there's a lack of enthusiasm or a lack of just confidence.
Excuse me, sir, heads up, 3 minutes.
There's a lack of confidence in our folks that want to stay here and continue to work here when we have a constant fluctuation of up and down in our investments. But just to make it brief, everybody I get to work with really loves my positive attitude and the energy that I bring to various organizations. And Jonathan Black from Chair 10 Productions in our Alliance, head of our Alliance board, was saying that he would literally chain me to the ground to keep me to Connecticut because he doesn't want to lose that enthusiasm. Like, I just don't want you to go. And it does speak highly to people's, confidence.
Excuse me, sir, once again, 3 minutes.
That is wonderful to hear, but that enthusiasm is finite. When we see that constant fluctuation and we see our we see our industry in jeopardy of losing a lot of jobs and opportunities. Eventually you just have to pick up sticks and leave if there's not enough support from our state. So that's what we really require. I open to questions if necessary.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Seeing no questions, again, I thank you for sharing your perspective.
I thank you all for your time in this moment to be able to speak, and I hope you will stand with me and be brave. Let us stand together to ensure stability and support for our industry and all those that
Thank
lovely
you. I'm
people that
going to
work
have
for
to
us.
go on to the next
Thank you.
speaker,
Thank
however.
you so much.
Next up, we have Tim Phelan. Oh, okay, sorry. Some confusion about the.
You want me to, you want someone else? I can go.
Do you mind? I have promised to.
Yeah,
Students that they would go next. Excuse me, that was my fault.
Yeah.
We have next, students from Bemin Middle School in Middletown.
Hello, my name is Evira Shokobi. I'm a sixth grader at Beeman Middle School, and I am here to testify in favor of SB 921, a bill that would place a tax on sugar-sweetened beverages to fund free school meals for all students in Connecticut. I believe that the 2-cent tax. I believe in the 2-cent tax because families and students who don't have financial support to buy food won't have to worry about one meal a
Please
day.
proceed to your next period class.
If we had to pay for every meal, there would be some kids who wouldn't be able to afford it, leading to a loss of energy, and that may affect their focus in class. These are my reasons why I believe the 2-cent tax will be better for all students in Connecticut. My name is Anila Shokumbi, and I support this bill because if we had to pay for school lunches, people without financial support would not be able to eat, and watching others pay for their lunches when they aren't able to may affect their mental health and how they see themselves. Free lunches is just another way for schools to show their support for students. It shows that when we support them and that they matter, And if there is a way to support students with free lunches and an easy and effective 2-cent tax that could positively impact students, and we don't take it, what does that say about us? What does that say about us as a state? It says that we don't care about our students, and I refuse to believe that. I know some people may think that we waste food or that the food is disgusting, but I can tell you from experience that this food is not disgusting, and so many people rely on this food. Sometimes this food is what stands between students starving or going to bed hungry and being able to have a healthy and efficient meal. We want to support our students, so let's make that happen. Giving students free, healthy, nutritious lunches they may not have access to at home shows students that they not only does the state of Connecticut want to support them and make sure that they are healthy, it shows that the state of Connecticut cares about each and every one of them as a person, regardless of their financial status. Please, let's make sure that every student has access to a free, healthy meal by passing this bill. Let's support students, the future of America.
Hi.
At this time, all students should be in your classroom.
Hi, I'm Addison. I'm a 7th grader here at Beeman Middle School. I support this bill because lots of families cannot afford the $4 that we'd have to pay for food. And if you look and do a little math about how much it would cost for one kid to have to pay $4 for their whole school from kindergarten to through high school, it'd be over $9,000. And for a single parent that makes minimum wage, that is not a lot. Also, lots of kids rely on this food to support them in their daily life, and without this they go hungry and have to just wait till their next meal. And it's very important that students know where their next meal is coming from. Hi, my name is Jessica Street, and Some kids, their only food is school lunch and breakfast. A lot of times, the kids are very grateful for the food they are able to get. This improves their mental health by not having to worry when their next meal will come from. Also knowing that they will be healthy and well fed. That's why I support Bill SB 921.
Yes, no?
Yeah. Well, they have more. I mean,
This is the end of the first panel?
yes, this is the end of the first panel. Sorry.
Thank you. So I just first want to say, this is a perfect example of why students make such great advocates here and how we value it, really value it when they show up. What grade are these students in?
From 6th to 8th.
Sorry?
6th to 8th grade.
6th to 8th grade. Well, I really, and also the announcements, the queued up announcements overhead reminded us why we elevated you so that you make sure we get time to put you back in school. So I do really want to thank you for coming here today and for speaking up for your fellow students and who may be hungry. And my co-chair, Senator Fonfara, has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm violating my rule that I would not ask questions given the enormity of our list today. But I would like to ask the students, and they were all of you very thoughtful remarks. You know, when my daughter was 4, 5, 6 years old, she would not let me start the car until I put my seatbelt on. And she was taught that in school. And it was a very effective way of getting adults to change their behavior. I think the environmental community has done that similarly about litter and whatnot. And I'm wondering if this is something that you students have thought about in terms of strategy to get, because you're not going to the supermarket and buying food, your parents are, or your caregivers are. And I've wondered if that's something in your school that has been a conversation of encouraging, getting students to educate their parents. It should be the other way around, but sadly, sometimes it isn't. So I just wondering if that's been part of the discussion in your preparation on your testimony.
Definitely in educating all of the adults in our life of how some kids aren't as fortunate to have the ability to get the food, and definitely a talk that we've had, that most of us have had with an adult or a parent.
Right.
And definitely the healthy choices of, because when we're given the option of healthy choices at school, it helps us make healthier choices outside of school too, and keep our families healthy and everyone that we might live with in a better state of mind.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. And now we have a second panel, also from Beeman. Middle School, which first time around. I learned too.
There you go, Es.
All right. Hello, my name is Esther Correo. I am an 8th grader here at Beeman, and I am testifying in the favor of SB 921. It is a bill that is proposing to do a 2-cent tax on sugar-sweetened beverages to help get free lunches for everyone in schools in Connecticut. So knowing that there's many kids in schools, for example, Beeman has about 1,000 students, we know that there's going to be some people that do not have a stable family income. So having them know that they have a free breakfast and lunch at school, plus having a shared table filled with healthy choices, they know that they don't have to work as hard and they can see their family at the end of the day. If we didn't have free lunches, then imagine what that would do to the family. It would break them apart. We would also see a decrease in test scores, grades,
physical and mental health as well. Plus, imagine you're the kid having to wait for your mom or dad to get home or your caregiver to get home after them working for who knows, maybe 2 or 3 jobs. And you also know that it's also very important for us to not have food insecurity. If we had food insecurity, then you would feel like you don't feel good enough. You don't feel like you belong in that place. You want to feel like you belong in the place that you go to every single day for 6 hours or more. You also want to know that, like, in general, having free lunches actually helps a lot with test scores, grades, and just everything in general. You see a lot of happy people here at Beeman. You see a lot of happy people here at Beeman, and you just want to you want to know that you made a difference in keeping the free lunches here. And that's all I have to say.
Go ahead.
My name is Amelia Houston. I'm here to testify in favor of SB 921. Free food is important because for some kids, breakfast and lunch foods here at Beeman are the only nutrients kids are receiving throughout the day. If the kids' families can't afford the expenses and the kids can't eat the food, it can cause problems for the kids' health, like physically, mentally, and their ability to focus in school. This bill can help all kids maintain a healthy diet and state of mind to help our future generations' ability to grow. Thank you. Hi, my name is Jaden Livermore, and I'm here today to testify in favor of SB 921. I think that we should keep our school lunches free for all schools, for all the kids, to give them a good education. School lunches are important because they keep their energy sustainable. The reason why I don't think we should get rid of school lunches is because a lot of kids out there don't have anything to eat at home, and probably their parents are juggling a lot of jobs to support them and their family. I think we should all keep our school lunches free for all those kids in need who need food to eat and to get all that energy they need to get to the whole school day. Thank you.
Pack a punch, kid.
Hi, my name is Autumn Mierzieski. I'm a 6th grader here at Beeman Middle School, and I'm here to testify SB 921. So I consider myself lucky because my parents are able to afford 3 meals every day for themselves, my younger sister, and me. Some students aren't in this situation, and a free lunch and breakfast at school may be their only meals. Without free lunch, they wouldn't have any meals some days, and they would be even hungrier. 2 more cents on soda is so much more than a tax. It's an opportunity for these students, another meal for their health and well-being. No food is wasted because our share table allows students to give food they don't want to others in need. It not only benefits these students at school, but every Friday they can bring some uneaten food bank food home in a bag to eat that weekend. This is the importance of free meals at our schools, and I hope that you pass Bill 921.
Thank you all again, and I want to reemphasize that you are all very fine representatives, not only for your school but for Middletown, both in terms of your focus on this particular policy and also your modeling of thinking about not just yourselves and your own particular family, but the families around you and the other children in your community and what their needs might be, and in order to keep them happy. As others said, someone said there are a lot of happy students here, and definitely being fed healthy food is a part of that. So I'm really grateful that you all took the time out of your schedule and with your teachers to testify today. I don't see any questions for you. Evidently, you've closed the issue. You are so clear that there are no questions. So I really, really deeply grateful for you showing up today and making your case. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, next up is Tim.
I would just say, Representative Horn, that was a little unfair. I was gonna
Follow, Tim.
I was going to testify against that bill, but now I think I'll shift my testimony to another bill. But Representative Horn and Senator Fonfara Senator Fazio, Representative Paoletto, and all the other of my friends here on the Finance Committee. I appreciate you giving me a couple minutes to talk about a bill that you have on your agenda today, House Bill 5546, an act exempting certain children's clothing from sales and use tax. And I know I'm going to heed Senator Fonfara's request to just summarize and have more of a conversation. I know as this committee deliberates the tax package, which you annually report out, that you keep this particular issue in front of you, the issue around giving consumers and by extension retailers some relief, and whether it's in the form of this bill or whether it's in the form of another type of a break for consumers at the point of sale, which would be a welcome relief to consumers and to retailers. And I would just say that, you know, retailers continue to operate in highly, highly competitive marketplaces. We're still surrounded by states that have lower sales tax and higher exemption levels. Consumers have a whole bunch of different places they can go and do shopping now, but bills like this and other types of ways that we can help consumers stay here in Connecticut, give our retailers some relief and give consumers some relief, I would hope. And I appreciate you considering all that as you do your tax package deliberations. And that's it.
Thank you. Seeing no questions?
Okay, I just had one other thing. I'm the next speaker, Mr. Burns, is here to talk about tourism. Connecticut Retail Network is a member of the Tourism Council, so we also support his
Endorsing
effort
testimony.
as
Very good.
well.
Very good.
So, thank you.
Thank you. As previewed, next up is Frank Burns.
I'd like to thank Tim for the introduction and Chair People, if I could get the students to come and make my presentation, I would be extremely appreciative. My name is Frank Burns. I'm the Executive Director for the Connecticut Tourism Coalition. Coalition is a statewide advocacy group whose members consist of the major attractions, trade associations such as TIMS. We also have members of the art and culture community as part of our membership. I am here today to talk a little bit about ways in which this committee here can maximize revenues, which is obviously going to be a key concern in this legislative session. We heard earlier from Senator Looney and his bill, 739. Senator Austin also has a bill in here, 731, to take a percentage of the meal tax to fund arts, culture, and tourism. Some of you have also heard from Scott Dulch, who's the President and CEO of the Connecticut Restaurant Association, and his plan to take the percent of the meal tax. 50% would go to the municipalities, 30% to the Office of Tourism, 20% to workforce development. We would like to see this committee come up with a bill that kind of takes those component parts and comes up with a committee bill that would kind of meet the needs of the arts, culture, and tourism community. What we've done over the summer, some of you may remember from previous sessions, we submitted a funding roadmap to you, which Arts, Culture, and Tourism put together. We were asking for X amount of dollars. And obviously that didn't go as far as we'd like to over the course of this summer. We met with the members of DECD, we've met with members of the administration, members of the legislature here to come up with a more reasonable funding request. So out of that 30% of the 1%, we would like to have $5 million go to the fund arts, $5 million for culture, $12 million for tourism. And there's data out there that would support that this is a worthwhile investment in terms of what you would get back. Some of you might remember back in 2012 when the state raised the hotel occupancy tax from 12 to 15%. That generated, a 3% generated $15 million that was supposed to go to fund tourism. It lasted 1 year and then got swept into the general fund. And since that time, that number has gone down to its current level of $4.5 million. This study here was done back then was the justification for every dollar that the state spent, they'd get $3 back. We were able over the course of the summer to get Commissioner O'Keefe to agree to update this study. This new study that's done by Longwoods will be available towards the end or middle of the end of March. The preliminary results are showing that the return for every dollar that we spend on promoting tourism will now be in the $7 to $8 range. So again, in terms of trying to maximize revenue, this is something that we hope that the committee will consider. One other thing that I would like to mention that I'd like the committee to consider as part of this 1% is the funding of America
You
250.
reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Right. America 250, currently there is no funding or support. We'd like to request that over the course of the next 3 years, that $5 million be spent in the next 3 years, similar to what other states are doing. So with that, my time is up and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thanks for being here and seeing no questions. We do read your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Next up is Gary Cohen. Gary Cohen online? Nope. Next up is Samantha Daly. Samantha Daly, not online?
Gary and Samantha are both in the, have accepted the panelist link and are online.
Okay. There we go. I see Gary Cohen online. The floor is yours, sir. You are on mute, however.
How's that?
There you go. Much better.
Apologies. I am in South Carolina at a shoot. I wanted to testify on behalf of the proposed amendment to the Connecticut tax credit and reducing it from 30% to 25%, which, echoing some of the earlier people, is way more pronounced than it appears. It feels like it's an incremental decrease, but the truth is it would be devastating to industry in the state. I moved to Connecticut and live in Connecticut now because of this tax credit. I moved my business here first in 2006 from Harlem to take advantage of the tax credit, and it's been a game changer for me. My employees have followed. I have launched the career of 20 plus Connecticut residents new into the industry out of Connecticut universities to get production jobs. And as such, I'm very acutely aware that the credit is not just for the big production companies that are playing a different game, that there are also small companies like mine that are benefit and that need this tax credit to compete with all of the other entities in the production universe. So please keep the tax credit at 30% and know that this is a critical ingredient in the success of award-winning production companies like mine. We've won 6 Emmy Awards, a Peabody Award, and we do good work and bring good business to the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Sir. We actually need you to reassure us that you're not driving.
I am not driving.
Okay, thank you. little PSA.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for sharing your testimony with us. Seeing no questions. Happy travels to you.
Safe travel.
Safe travels to you. Next up is Samantha Daly, online.
Hi, thank you so much, everybody, for coming today. I was just, I wanted to come here and speak on behalf of keeping the child tax credit. I have been working with the Alice Partnership and United CT about the importance of the child tax credit and how it personally has impacted and helped my family. We have had a lot go on. I am a mom of 3 boys now, and an educator. And with both of those experiences, I definitely have a firsthand seat in how important being able to give our kids as many opportunities as possible is. I think that being able to expand our children's worldviews, being able to do things like extra tutoring, being able to have them go to different summer camps, and being able to bring them to different places where they otherwise wouldn't be able to have that exposure is incredibly important. I also know that keeping our kids, active and healthy has been a big trend of today's meetings, and all of those things definitely do cost. Right now, for my son to play soccer, it's at least $200. For my older son to play football, $200. So families out there with multiple kids who are trying to give them those experiences of just playing in a town league are spending that much for 4 to 6 weeks of their kids being able to be a part of a team. And this is where I believe, the importance of that child tax credit, where it comes into. It is definitely benefiting families like mine that have two really hardworking adults who have definitely sacrificed a lot so that our children are able to get those experiences that ultimately change them into well-rounded people. It also allows for us to be able to have some cushion for unexpected things. I have a middle schooler now who needs braces, and so that comes at a different cost, something that we originally didn't need to kind of factor into our bills. I also just gave birth to our third son in November, and needed to take some extended time and, not paid time off. And so, a child tax credit would really help with the cushioning of me being able to spend more time with my youngest son and just be able to bond with him more. Last year, we experienced an unfortunate loss. I had a miscarriage, and I wasn't able to take the time that I needed to heal and give back to my family during that time, just because financially we could not swing it. And so I think what's unique about a lot of our, middle working class families is that we're on this fence of, doing pretty well, but also, just a few circumstances away from being in.
3 minutes. You have reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Yep. So basically, I just wanted to say that, there are lots of families like mine that are, on that fence of being okay, and also being on the other side of, an extreme, a circumstance that can get them into an extreme financial position. So I just want to say thank you for having me today and allowing me to share my story.
And thank you for sharing the specifics of what this means to you and what your family is facing. That's really important to us. So thank you, Ms. Daly. Seeing no questions, we'll let you go on with your day.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Jennifer Zarilli and Elizabeth Fisher, who I believe are in the room. And I'm given all this talk about activity. I'm going to suggest that everybody in the room just stand up for 20 seconds. Just 20 seconds. Stretch.
More than 20 seconds.
Yes, we'll do it again.
Everyone seems to look. That's real weird.
How about that? Okay, thank you. The floor is now yours.
Good afternoon, committee members. We also added Randall Mell to our panel for the sake of, keeping our time as quick as possible.
And thank you.
Yeah. So my name is Elizabeth Fisher, and I'm a mother and registered dietitian licensed to practice in the state of Connecticut. I am also a school nutrition director for a district in Connecticut, although I do want to note I'm here today representing my personal views. So we are in support of SB 921, the sugar sweetened beverage tax, with the money going to fund universal free meals. So with this one bill, we can really tackle two issues. We're addressing the obesity epidemic and also equitable access to school meals. So Dr. Katz did a great job in a previous testimony, kind of digging into some of the medical science and obesity statistics. So we're not going to spend too much time on that, but there are a few things we wanted to reiterate. According to the CDC, sugar sweetened beverages represent the single largest source of added dietary sugars in the US, and they are associated with diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and early mortality. So the Childhood Obesity Report through Connecticut in 2018 showed us that 29% of Connecticut children ages 5 to 17 are overweight or obese. And that same report estimated that 25% of Connecticut children drink at least one 12-ounce soda or sugar sweetened beverage per day. One 12-ounce soda might not seem like much, but it does contain 39 grams of sugar, or as Dr. Kat mentioned, 10 teaspoons of sugar. That's over 150% of the maximum recommended daily intake for a child, according to the American Academy of Pediatrics. So Connecticut families are consuming far too much sugar. There's no disputing that fact. By marketing and serving sugar-sweetened beverages to children, we are failing them. Taxing of sugar-sweetened beverages is a proven strategy to reduce the consumption and has been deployed by local municipalities across the country. The money collected by the tax will go towards lowering family grocery bills ultimately because the children will receive free breakfast and lunch at school. School cafeterias serve as our largest classrooms, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that. A place where we can teach kids what a healthy, balanced meal looks like, how different and new foods taste, smell, and feel. Just the same way we teach our kids in school how to sign their names, how to read and comprehend books, and how to figure out math problems, we must teach our kids how to eat food that will help them succeed. And I'm going to pass it over to my colleagues to talk more about school meals.
So my name's Jen Zerilli. I'm from Wallingford, Connecticut, and I'm a pediatric registered dietitian. I'm a school food service director for Wilkin and Thomaston schools, and I'm a proud mom of 3 children, school-age children. So being a pediatric registered dietitian for nearly 17 years, I've seen firsthand the health struggles associated with childhood obesity, food insecurity, and undernutrition. I'm really honored to be a school food service director, and I wanted to paint a picture of what it looks like to be a child going through the lunch line in both of my districts. So when a child first comes in, they'll take their tray. They have a choice of low fat or fat-free chocolate milk, which meets strict sugar standards that we have to follow in the state of Connecticut. They'll go through our hotline, which they have an option for a whole grain, carbohydrate option that pairs with a lean protein and a hot vegetable. They'll further carry on, and we have to meet the USDA regulations regarding options for fruits and vegetables. We actually offer to meet all the color vegetables and legumes we need to offer. We'll do a rainbow tray of 5 different vegetables that kids have the option to choose from, and they could take up to 2 on top of their hot vegetable. And then there's a fruit tray that we have 2 canned and 2 fresh fruits that they could pick from each day for lunch. And at breakfast, they also have, they could choose up to a cup of fruits at breakfast time as well, in addition to their whole grain entree. So I just wanted to paint a picture of what that looks like for a child, because I feel like that immersion and exposure to healthy foods really truly increases intake of healthy foods and fruits and vegetables that last into adulthood. I know as a mom, I saw my own child when he just started school and meals were free. And it was really a social immersion of eating for him. He was always a sensory picky eater, but through school meals, I saw his food repertoire it really explode and eat all different types of foods. He was receiving them at school and saw his friends eating them. And even now, he continues to eat more fruits and vegetables through school meals, and has even tried salad. So, which was a great breakthrough for me. So, I'm really, as a registered dietitian, I think the food exposure.
You've reached 5 minutes. Please summarize.
Okay, then I will take 30 seconds. My name is Randall Mell. I'm the Director of Food Nutrition and Wellness Services for Middletown Public School, and I am the very proud food service director of those students that just spoke a few moments ago. I feel those students did a very good job in representing my points of view on this bill, the amount that we do for our students from farm to school, scratch cooking, and we want to expand that to all Connecticut students, expand that access to all Connecticut students, and we see this as a vehicle to do that. So I thank you, and we open up to any questions that you may have.
Thank you. You should rightly be proud of those students. They are, did a great job. Representative Rader.
Thank you. And thank you. I'm so glad I found you in the hallway and you told us about your students. So that was really valuable information. It seemed anecdotal, but was really important because they're the people who are trying to help. Just really quickly and briefly, how do you see, how do we incorporate, you spoke to the healthy foods in our cafeterias. and you were just mentioning that in your 30 seconds, what are some of the relationships you have in communities to make sure that you're kind of using locally sourced foods and vegetables and all of that?
Yes, so myself and my colleagues here have been real champions in the realm of farm to school. So we have been working with a variety of farmers, growers, even in my own district, and I know in many others, we're growing a lot of our own foods now and expanding on that access for our students. We want the students to have those experiences directly with where their food is coming from. One thing that we know in Connecticut is that a lot of our smaller growers and farmers are actually growing organic food. So we're using funds that have come from the local Food for Schools incentive program and other initiatives to help support bringing healthier, more nutritious options into our schools. And if turn it over.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your testimony. It's really valuable to have the folks serving the food to our kids here present testifying. Thank you.
Yeah, I thank you as well. And I want to just add particularly the anecdote about the colorful food. That was definitely what my daughter, when she was about 3 or 4 years old, because the dietitian in her school had like 6 colored peppers. Suddenly, all those raw peppers were interesting to her because they had multiple colors. So whatever works. Thank you. Next up, we have Greg Schwartz.
Your time so that we can participate in this forum. My name is Greg Schwartz. I'm the founder and president of Mighty Fox Productions, which is a narrative film production company. I'm also the writer, director, and one of the producers on an upcoming feature film product in the state of Connecticut. I am joined by our executive assistant on that project. I'll let her introduce herself.
And I am the executive assistant, and I am here to support Mr. Schwartz's statement.
Thank you. We are here to speak with regards to the governor's bill, SB number 1246, specifically lines 171 through 173, which would reduce the tax credit from 30% to 25% for productions incurring expenses of over $1 million within the state of Connecticut. Now, last year, there was another meeting very similar to this one, wherein many of your constituents spent their time during those 9.5 hours of marathon relating in great detail why it would be a terrible idea to remove the lone economic incentive, which makes Connecticut barely viable for major productions. And I was one of those people. I made a plea to your hearts, asking you to understand that the value of art is so much more than what economic analysts say it is worth. That I'm a filmmaker and intend to build not just my legacy, but my home in the Constitution state. And that was March 20th, 2024. And here we are, not even 1 year later, and we're having the exact same discussion. So now I'm going to make it about the money. 30% is the minimum amount required to make any given territory competitive in the current industry. There is no difference between 25% and 0%. When New York City is at 30%, New Jersey is at 35% with bonuses that enable it to go higher, and certain regions in upstate New York reached 40%, and that is just locally. Internationally, Italy and Malta are at 40%, Belgium is up to 45%, and Poland and China are at a baseline of 50%, where you can even reach 70% in Poland. And that's just some examples. So I would like to address the most direct consequence for our production should this bill be signed into law with those lines included. We are in the process of finalizing and will imminently file, as in this week, our digital media and motion picture tax credit eligibility application, wherein we are estimating our total in-state expenditure to be $4,695,196.67. I would like to note that this number does not yet include major scale salaries for star talent above the line, which in this instance may include Oscar-winning talent, which has the potential to add millions of dollars to that number. As it stands today, however, our production's resulting tax credit, once properly audited and approved, would be for the amount of $1,408,559. However, this bill passes, that number drops by $234,759, which isn't even $250,000. So why am I making a stink about it? Well,
You've reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
I thought we had 5 as a panel.
Is the second person signed up to testify? That's if there are 2 people, if the 2 of you had signed up to
I'll
testify, you
summarize.
get 5.
I'll go fast. We are planning to shoot 67 of the 68 scenes in state. The story takes place in Connecticut. There will be local landmarks, scenery, and regional culture, not just implied or indirectly referenced, but on display, front and center for the world to see. That $250,000 is not money I hope to keep for myself or to give to investors. I want that money so we can have a proper and professional pre-production. Sorry, I just lost my place here. Pay the dozens of local crew that we'll be hiring for that 6-week period and our month-long shoot the professional wage they are due. And I want that money to spend on getting those same crew members and background actors quality meals from locally owned businesses, especially 1 or 2 in Wallingford that I personally frequent all the time. Not for nothing, I want that money so we can portray Connecticut in all of her grand glory and splendor in beautiful high dynamic range 4K high definition with professional quality glass. This is a prosperous state. It is vibrant and diverse in its nature. Its culture is historic, and its people are hardworking and decent. That is why I have made this state my home, why all of you have made this state your home. If you don't want me here, if you
Excuse
don't
me,
want,
sir, you're
Sorry,
past your 3
could you
minutes.
please summarize.
if you don't want us here, fine. But we're here to brag to the rest of the world about Connecticut. We're the people who want to show everyone how cool it is to live here, but none of that happens if SB 1246 hamstrings the tax credit. So,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm sure you can appreciate that the film tax credit is among our largest tax expenditures in the state. And I think that indicates it's an
Sure.
important industry to us, but that it's also our job to think about it every year. So,
Absolutely.
seeing no questions, thank you for being with us.
All right. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Sean Lesser and Brendan, I didn't write, sorry? Schwane. Yeah. Thank you for bailing me out.
By the way. Why don't you go first? Good afternoon. We've decided to team up just to expedite the process a little bit.
We thank you for that.
Thank you. Honorable members of the committee, my name is Sean Lesser, and I'm here today to speak in opposition of Bill SB 1246, specifically targeting the film and television tax credits. I am a longtime resident of the state of Connecticut and a proud working member of SAG-AFTRA. This is my 3rd time addressing this committee in the last 2 years, and it has always been an honor and a privilege to do so. Honestly, a lot has happened since I first spoke to this body. Time truly does fly. When I first talked to you guys in the spring of 2023, the film business was in kind of a dark place. We were still recovering from the global pandemic. We were heading straight into the 2 biggest union strikes in entertainment history, and the rise of AI had us all a little bit on edge. But if there's one thing we know how to do in show business, it's learn how to adapt and improvise. And I can honestly say over the last few years, we've made some tremendous progress. Last year alone, Chair 10 Productions brought 2 multi-million-dollar films to Western Connecticut. Independent filmmakers Eric Bloomquist and TJ Noel Sullivan had their feature films play in multiple movie theaters across the country. 2 seasons of Emmy-nominated series Hell's Kitchen were filmed at Foxwoods Resort and Casino. Independent film Ricky, which was shot in and takes place here in Hartford, just headlined the Sundance Film Festival. Limited streaming series The Artist, starring Mandy Patinkin and Zachary Quinto, filmed in locations all over central Connecticut for over 2 months. And last but certainly not least, Rocky Hill-based production company Synthetic Cinema International added 2 more movies to Connecticut's already illustrious catalog of holiday Hallmark films. These holiday Hallmark films have become so popular that, as mentioned before, the state officially christened the Connecticut Christmas Movie Trail this past December. This trail provides tourists with a guided tour of filming locations all over the state from all of their favorite holiday classics. We've been busy. No Tulsa King yet, but we're getting there. I've honestly been doing this since I was 17 years old, and I haven't seen the film and television market here in Connecticut be this alive and well in a very, very long time, which is why I do not think that now is the time to be cutting our film and television tax credits. I think that we're really building something special here, and with your continued support, I know that we can continue to build something here in Connecticut for all of us. And with that, I'll turn the rest of my time over to my colleague.
Hi, my name is Brendan. I run Plywood Pictures. It's a production company that is 20 years old, but only 3 years in the state of Connecticut, specifically because of your efforts with this tax credit. So I thank you to date for that. I know there's a lot of passion around this, and so I know you're going to get different levels of heartfelt expressions, but I will summarize from my testimony what I think is most important, which is a couple of things that have already been touched on, but just to clarify, one, this is a manufacturing type of credit, right? The money that goes from the tax credit. I'm someone who I use tax credit. I welcome you guys to ask me any questions about how it actually functionally works and how that money actually goes back in the pockets of the working class people I employ, as well as all the wonderful restaurants in downtown Guilford and Brantford. Representative Rayner, that's where I'm at as well. I live in downtown Guilford. I will say that the biggest challenge, I think, with the current bill, in addition to everything that already has been said, that the current bill would actually change in progress commitments that we as business owners have made to our investors, right? There are productions that are underway right now. There are projects that are in post-production as written. Money that has already been spent, the entire cap table of how our investors have invested in our movie goes out the window. And quite frankly, I don't understand how that's going to have a effect on individual productions right now. It's going to be major, as well as the canceling of several productions. As has been testified today, they have to leave. If you promise a certain financial incentive and investment, and then it changes on the fly, that's not great. It's not great for the projects that are in place. It's not great for the projects that are about to happen, and it's also not great for the future of the film business in Connecticut. What I can say is, the film business has changed, and it's changed actually.
Excuse me, sir, you're at your 5 minutes.
To summarize, it's changed in a very important way in the state, globally, that it's not just centralized in Hollywood and a few other places now. Connecticut has an opportunity to be a cottage industry. It's growing. It has happened. It is happening. Your support has actually led to this growth. It is exponential what is happening, and it will continue to happen if we continue to have your support. And I appreciate the support you've given to the state, and hopefully you can continue to do so, and welcome any questions.
Thank you. It is really important to us to hear and understand how this works on the ground for the people making these kinds of investment decisions. So I thank you for being here and for helping us out by putting the two of you together in a panel. Representative Rader.
Hi, guys. Thank you for testifying. And Brendan, it's good to meet you. I
Yes,
didn't
good
know
to
that
meet
we
you
are
too.
community members. So I'm really glad to know that we have that industry right here in my home district. But thank you for coming up and testifying in person. I got your testimony, so we'll definitely take it under consideration. Thank you.
Great. Thank
Madam
you so
Chair.
much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Stephen Tomczak.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator from Farrar, Representative Horn, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of SB 740 and HB 5986, establishing a refundable child tax credit here in Connecticut. I am Stephen Monroe Tomczak, a resident of Wallingford and a faculty member at Southern Connecticut State University Department of Social Work. I am a member of our faculty union, CSU-AUP, and the Social Welfare Action Alliance Connecticut chapter, a group of progressive professional social workers, allies, and community activists working in partnership with those communities that are most negatively impacted by current societal inequities. As a progressive social worker, I support these bills on grounds of equity and justice. Research shows the income and wealth gaps in Connecticut are widening, making the lives of the majority of our residents more precarious than ever. As a recent report from Connecticut Voices for Children establishes, Connecticut's tax system is unfair because it disproportionately burdens low and middle income families, which increases post-tax income inequality and offsets in part the recent important reduction in pre-tax income inequality. As a result, despite the reductions in pre-tax inequity, the report shows that our state has an extremely high level of overall income inequality, with the top 1% of taxpayers making $3.4 million a year equal to nearly 182 times the income for households in the 10th percentile. And as the Connecticut Voices for Children report demonstrates, child poverty in Connecticut increased notably between 2021 and 2022 and has remained high since this time. SB 740 and HB 5986, by enacting a refundable child tax credit in Connecticut, will help reduce poverty and economic insecurity for families in the state. These bills are more than just policy. They are a lifeline for Connecticut's working families and a boost to our state's economy. That's why the Connecticut Child Tax Credit Coalition is committed to establishing a fully refundable state-level tax credit of $600 per child. This would benefit 550,000 children and 75% of families, returning tax dollars to parents for essential household expenses that other programs don't cover. This policy would also benefit Connecticut's economy more broadly. Families use these credits immediately, boosting local businesses and generating a positive return on investment for the statewide economy. Unlike a deduction, a refundable credit benefits families who don't owe income tax but still contribute a significant share of their paychecks in sales taxes. This is a popular proposal. In a recent
Excuse me, sir, you're at 3 minutes. If you could summarize.
Sure. In a recent poll, 73% of residents in Connecticut support establishing a child tax credit. By supporting these bills, we invest in a future where no child grows up in unnecessary financial hardship. I urge you to enact this legislation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you, sir, for taking the time to be with us today. Seeing no questions, I will call the next person, Rob Barrel, and I am going to pass the baton briefly to one of my vice chairs, Representative Rader. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and distinguished members of the Finance Committee. My name is Rob Baril. I am president of the SEIU State Council and District 1199 New England, the Healthcare Employees Union. Collectively, the SEIU locals represent 70,000 workers across Connecticut. Many of them low-wage workers between the wages of $18 and $22 an hour. So people who are very much struggling on a day-to-day basis just to pay the bills. I'm here today to support Senate Bill 742, Senate Bill 740, Senate Bill 741, and House Bill 5986 with some additions. We all are, I think, aware as we woke up today that the federal government is taking very aggressive steps to slash Medicaid funding. Connecticut could be threatened for literally billions of dollars worth of federal funding that would gut services to many uninsured people across the state and also cost Connecticut significant numbers of jobs. We're here today in part in response to that federal threat. We cannot sit back and hope for the best. We have to raise revenue and do that again quite aggressively. But it's not just about the federal threats. It's actually about the last almost 20 years where working class people across the state, those who are dependent on state funding based on budget dollars, either for services or for jobs themselves, have really been sinking deeper and deeper into a hole. What do I mean by that? 2 years ago, we struck 1,500 group home workers that are almost entirely funded through Medicaid. They received a wage increase with the support of the legislature and the governor that got them $150 million that equaled about $1.25 in their wages. They're now making $18.50. I just an hour ago left a meeting of 40 of our leaders in that sector. I asked the question, how many of you in this room have worked a 100-hour week? With the exception of 2 or 3 people, every hand went up. I then asked the question, how many of you have coworkers, people working full-time, providing care for folks with developmental disabilities, know a coworker who's experienced homelessness? Half the hands in the room went up. We testified to the Appropriations Committee last Friday. People talked about losing children who decided to move away because the parent is working 7 days a week, often 16-hour shifts. People talked about living homeless in their cars with their children. Again, these are folks who are working full-time. Organizers on our staff have told us about, workers in nursing homes, 83 years old, 86 years old, people who just cannot get by on the wages that are provided by their employers and, in industries that are fully state funded. So we are at a place where, the House is really on fire for working class people that are dependent on state funding. Things are getting more and more challenging. In 35 years as an organizer, I have never seen people stretched as far economically as they are today. I would say worse than in the most difficult moments of the Great Recession in terms of the amount of stress
You've
and
reached 3
difficulty
minutes.
that
Please summarize.
people are carrying. So we would ask that that the legislature would support raising the capital gains surcharge in Senate Bill 742, implement worldwide combined reporting, expand unitary combined reporting, and go further than the governor's proposals. And so we certainly would support fully funding the support for children and families without delay. Senate Bill 740 and House Bill 5986 would make a real difference. We are asking for you to take action now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. It's really valuable. Thank you.
Up next, we have Nick Fondles with SAG-AFTRA.
Thank you very much. Thank you, chairs, esteemed representatives. Hi, I'm Nick Fondoulis. I'm an actor, a SAG-AFTRA member, local board member, a Bridgeport resident, and number one on my list, I'm a father of an awesome 4-year-old. I'm here to speak against the proposed reduction in film tax incentives, and I will add that my union supports sensible tax incentives and does not support this reduction either. In Connecticut, I've worked for Lifetime. I've done national commercials, both on camera and recorded in my home VO studio right here. And as an actor, I don't get much say in where I work. I go where the production is. And as other people have mentioned, even having this conversation, it spooks production. It creates instability, which threatens the infrastructure that is here and is hoping to be built here. Recently, I spent a few weeks in Chicago guest starring on 3 shows. And when I came back, I had to do some ADR, which is automated dialogue replacement. And I worked with their team in Chicago to find a great studio here in Connecticut, Factory Underground in Norwalk. If you haven't gone there, check it out. They're great. And I was able to record dialogue for 2 of those episodes right here in Connecticut. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to go somewhere else to work at all. But I just want to highlight what other people have mentioned too, that every time I have to get on a plane or get on a train to go to another state to work, it's time spent away from my family, from my 4-year-old, which in turn is time and money not spent at the wonderful places in our communities like Harborview Market, Black Rock Books, and the Drowsy Whaler in Stratford, just to name a few. Also, I know it was asked earlier to talk about hearing from some of the local businesses that benefit from production being here. And I agree, that's good information to know. But even if you were able to calculate all of that information, it's not just the money that production itself spends, which can be calculated. There's also the money that the actors and the crew and all the people that are brought into the area spend without anyone knowing that it has anything to do with the production. So, businesses I was going into in Chicago, they didn't necessarily know why I was there. They didn't know I was an actor. And for me, I was spending my money, my per diem there on deep dish pizza mostly, instead of on delicious New Haven style pizza if we had been shooting here. So like I said, as an actor, I don't necessarily have the power to say where production goes, but luckily for all of us, that's what we're here to discuss today, and you guys do have the power. We don't want to make Connecticut less competitive to the point where it doesn't make sense to work here, because as we all know, 25% of zero is zero. So the so-called haircut that the governor is proposing, in reality, it's a buzz cut for an industry that puts food on the table for me and for my little one. So I thank you again, and do you have any questions for me?
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions in the room? We appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Up next, we have Esther Jiboyu of Awesome Advocate.
And I apologize if I said your last name incorrectly. Thank you. Okay, good.
Okay. Greetings, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and esteemed members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Esther Jiboyu, and I live in West Hartford. I am a leader of Awesome Advocate, an organization with a mission to advocate for the special needs community. I'm here to urgently request your support for the robust and expansive child tax credit. I humbly ask that you support HB 5986, SB 740, to establish a child tax credit that is $600 per child. It is permanent, refundable, and effective immediately, and available to low-income and middle-class families. As a mother and a public school special education advocate, I also urge you to support SB 742 to establish capital gains surtax. We need funding for our schools and special education services. Our children's education is suffering, and the wealthiest residents of Connecticut are not paying what they owe in taxes, and somehow that is justified. SB 742 will guarantee that Connecticut millionaires and billionaires pay what they owe in taxes so that we can fund our public schools and support our students and teachers. Beyond advocating for the neurodivergent community and special education, I'm here to advocate for my own family. I am a mother of a 7-year-old autistic son named August. Our family is part of this vulnerable population. When my son was diagnosed, I had a distinguished career and was forced to quit. Because between 2 positions, I still was unable to afford additional options for childcare independently and could not manage both my career and my son's needs without neglecting the latter. Due to this, we experienced budgetary crisis, leading to bankruptcy and the risk of homelessness, all in exchange for his neurological well-being. Many families still face similar challenges. Despite Connecticut's wealth, 39% of families can't afford food or basic necessities. Our tax system burdens the working class. The gap between the rich and the poor continues to grow. Working families need more support that costs money that billionaires have sitting around on their yachts collecting dust. We're talking about teachers that educate our future population, the first responders who risk their lives without looking at your finances, the parents that insist morals that uphold humanitarian values, the disabled children who already have the odds against them. Aren't you tired? Because we are. I sat here today and listened to the testimony of many different organizations, and this is going off of my written petition, different industries, and I would like to provide a connection because I know as a finance committee, it is important for you to hear a connection between all of these different perspectives. And in support of the bills that I just mentioned, I am also in support of this SB Bill 921 that Dr. David Katz was talking about, and SB 741, the tax on mansion taxes. The connection that all of these bills make, the contribution you would make to the low income and middle class families are directly linked to the tax that the wealthy need to be taxed. It's an appropriate tax to be made. Between I sat here and I listened to the airline committee, the film industry, the touring industry, and the more money you put into the low income families and the middle class families, that trickles into the tourism, that trickles into flights being made, and that trickles into the film industry. Most families can't even afford to go to a movie. Most families haven't even went on vacation. Okay, the special education is crucial. How you educate our children will influence the adults you have in the future. The less funding you do for the low income population is the more funding you're going to do for them as they get older. I think it's important that we make that connection. And I think it's important to ask, isn't Connecticut tired of footing the bill for billionaires? Aren't you tired of looking for additional resources to fund options to finance programs that Connecticut residents need and depend on when approximately 15% of the wealthiest people in this country live here in our backyard? You're looking for funds and know where to find them, but yet you insist that the population of people who can't afford eggs and gas cough up money to fund the gap. In Connecticut, is Connecticut going to aim to align its financial strategies with other leading states by implementing more precise tactics and milking the cow? Will Connecticut consider and prioritize the financial stability of low-income and working-class families by voting in support of House Bill 5986, Senate Bill 740, Senate Bill 742? I appreciate your time to consider this testimony and a new strategic financial approach to supporting our low-income and working families. Your efforts in changing the narrative are appreciated in advance.
Thank you. And if you could just identify yourself and hopefully you'll have a few minutes to talk. If you could put on your microphone, please. It's down on the desk. There you go.
Okay, now it's on. Hi, my name is Sasha O'Connor. Thank you, members of Revenue, Finance, and the Bonding Community. My name is Sasha O'Connor. I live in Waterbury and I run a 24-hour daycare. I give children a safe place where they can learn about themselves and the environment. I'm here testifying about hardworking parents. Parents that work first, second, and third shift. And parents that work 40, 50, 60 hours a day. But in the end, they look forward to that tax break. That tax break that they look at end of January to make up for their bill, their credit card, their car payment, and their rent. A lot of eviction. I listen and I hear a lot of people talking about it. My thing, I want to summarize it. I'm not going over everything. I want to know, when is this going to stop? When are we going to put American kids first? When are we going to stop being here testifying about food for the children? Tax break for parents that work, that can't even afford to provide food on the table for the children. When are we we know that the children are the future. So today I ask you, in support of Bill 5986 and Senate Bill 740 and Bill 542, support those bills for our future, our children.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Don't see any questions here in the room. Is there any questions? No. Thank you both for your testimony. I really appreciate it. Up next, we have on the list James Murray. No, okay. We're going to move on then to David Warren, who is also joined by John Colangelo.
Members of the committee, can you hear me? Yes, good. My name is David Warren, and I'm here to testify on behalf of the Jewish Federation of Greater Hartford in support of the reauthorization of bond funding for security for nonprofits. Over the past years, we've witnessed an alarming explosion in hate crimes, bigotry, and bias, including record high anti-Semitic incidents as reported by the ADL and others. The FBI confirms that houses of worship, synagogues, mosques, churches, Sikh temples continue to be, and we've seen in the news, unfortunately, almost week in and week out, prime targets for bias-motivated threats and attacks. And the reality has directly affected community members here in Connecticut, Jewish community members, Christians, Muslims, and others, where religious centers and nonprofits have experienced threatening messages, vandalism, and harassment. If we're not safe engaging as people of faith in our religious life and in our institutions, the rest of our work, our social service work, our cultural work, our education work is meaningless. People have to feel safe, especially in their houses of worship. The state's nonprofit security grant program has literally been a lifeline for many faith-based and community organizations, enabling them to install security cameras, reinforce entryways. One of the most important elements of security is access control, conduct emergency preparedness trainings, and prevent disruptive closures. And we've seen that, by the way, here as well. Bomb threats targeting our community all too regularly. As you may know, the existing bond funding is soon to be depleted. There's $5 million left for authorization. So this request is for $20 million, which will then serve these communities over the next 4 years. I would add, by the way, that there's even greater impetus now, given what's happening in Washington, where the nonprofit security grant program, which always acted in parallel with the state funding, is, like a lot of other things, really potentially imperiled. And so even more so, these houses of worship that don't have the resources, can barely keep their doors open in many cases, certainly don't have the $50,000 to reinforce security. This is such a crucial piece. We must act now. This allocation will empower nonprofits, congregants, and staff delivering essential services to stave off the escalation of hate-fueled violence. When I started this job, and I was with the ADL for 25 years, I've been in this role for 5 years, and around the time that I assumed this role, we saw the shooting in Squirrel Hill where my grandchildren live, 11 who were murdered. We then saw, and we thought, well, that's a one-off. Then we saw in San Diego, in Poway, the same thing, a gunman come in. And then we saw Muncie and Jersey City. And since then, an explosion of anti-Semitism and targeting of other faith groups. And so I would argue that Connecticut has, and it's already demonstrated in the funding until now, a moral and civic responsibility to ensure that every resident, regardless of faith or background, can worship safely and securely. And by including this funding, you will be safeguarding the diversity and the inclusion, which is really a pride of our state and will make our state even stronger. So I appreciate what you've done so far as a committee and a legislature. This funding has literally been crucial, as John will testify in a moment. And we're very much appreciative of your consideration of extending the funding again.
Thank you. My name is John Colangelo. I'm the Security Director for the Jewish Federation of Greater Hartford. I've held this position since May of 2021 after completing almost 30 years as a career in law enforcement. When I started this role, I quickly realized the vulnerabilities to many of our facilities in the community. It became apparent that the organizations knew they needed to increase their security stance, but could not do so due to lack of funding. The nonprofit security grant was the only way most facilities could begin to harden themselves from attack. In this day and age of attending synagogue, church, or school, we all have concerns about our safety. Day in and day out, we see the news about attacks on people just trying to go about their daily lives. It's no longer an option to make a building safe. It's imperative. Undoubtedly, there'll be another attack, and we won't be able to predict when it's going to occur or where it's going to occur. We can only choose our preparation. We must prepare everywhere. I often explain that security of a building relies on two things: funding and inconvenience. The inconvenient part, like leaving a door, not leaving a door unlocked, we can overcome.
Excuse me, sir, you're both at the 5 minutes. Please summarize.
Without the funding of proper doors, locks, and security systems, we have no option to put our protocols in place to keep ourselves secure. The climate we live in, the fear of threat of attack is always on people's minds. We need facilities where we can learn, pray, and congregate without fear. We need to send our children to places where we know they will be protected. Without funding to make improvements, that could be the difference between life-saving measures and the will of an attacker.
Thank you so much. Senator from Farah, would you like to? Okay. Is there any other questions?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Would you be able to tell us anything about how many communities, organizations have already taken part in the funding? Whether it's a continuous need for upgrading technology or if it goes to security guards, and also kind of an idea as to how many organizations, like what is the ongoing need? Like how many organizations was there no funding for, or they're just hearing about it and would like to partake it in order to secure their buildings?
So since I started, the visibility of the program has grown. In 2024, there were 550 applications for funding and only 126 grants could be given. So 4/5 of our nonprofits were left without funding to protect themselves.
Thank you. You're good?
I don't have a question for you gentlemen. We're good with I'm done. I don't think there's any other questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your
Thank you very much.
testimony.
Madam Chair, my reasons for being recognized is that I think this was an example of it. When we give 5 minutes, it's because we're saying you can testify together. That means generally somebody comes up on the list that they'd have to wait. So that's a courtesy we're extending. However, I want to say this as politely as I can, if the first speaker uses 4.5 minutes, doesn't leave the second speaker very much time, or they seek to go beyond the 5 minutes, which I can tell you, we are not even through the first page of this, and we have 4.5 pages to go. I hope you brought your sleeping bag. So we understand that you wait all day, you prepare your testimony. It's important what you have to say. We want to hear it, but it's in fairness to everyone, the person who's number 200 on this list, and we're at 23. It'll probably be 3 or 4 of us remaining at that point. We give great credit to those who endure not the agony, but the long process that we go through here. But most states don't do it the way we do it. They do not have the residents, the citizens of our state, to come up and testify either now in person or online. So we're fairly unique in that regard. But we hope you'll understand that we want to hear from everyone and get their fair shot at talking to us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator.
Up next, we have Desi Nesmith with CREC.
Thank you very much, honorable chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I'm Desi Nesmith. I'm here with my colleague, Dr. Sasha Douglas. We are going to combine our testimony this afternoon. I'm number 23. She is number 28. So we're going to go ahead, Senator Fanfare, and combine. I'm the Assistant Executive Director of the Capital Region Education Council. For over 20 years, CREC has worked closely with the Connecticut State Department of Education and the Sheff versus O'Neill plaintiffs in supporting integrated education through our 16 magnet schools and 2 programs. We're before you today to respectfully urge your support for the $20 million in bonding proposed by Governor Lamont in SB 1247. This critical funding is essential to meet the state's obligation under Sheff versus O'Neill and ensuring that students attending CREC magnet schools have access to safe, modern, and well-maintained learning environments. As you know, the state asked CREC to develop and operate a system of 16 inter-district magnet schools to support integration and expansion and expand educational opportunities. However, unlike traditional public schools, CREC, as a regional education service center, RESC, does not have the authority to issue bonds for necessary capital improvements. This makes state bonding the only viable mechanism to fund essential facility upgrades.
Currently, 5 of CREC's magnet schools are approaching 25 years of operation. Without the requested investment, these aging buildings will continue to deteriorate, potentially compromising safety, security, and the overall learning experience for the over 9,000 CREC magnet school students. The proposed funding will support critical infrastructure improvements, including repaving and repairing parking lots to ensure safe access for students, staff, and families, upgrading security systems to enhance school safety, including fire panels, replacing worn flooring to maintain clean and healthy learning spaces, and repairing and replacing aging rooftops to prevent structural damage and costly emergency repairs. CREC's magnet schools have played a vital role in advancing the state's commitment to educational equity and excellence. However, maintaining high-quality facilities requires an ongoing investment. I urge you to support this funding to properly protect the integrity of our schools and the opportunities that they provide for students across the state of Connecticut. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No questions in the room. I hope you have a good day. Thank you.
Up next, we have Christopher Trombley with Southern Connecticut State University.
Good afternoon. I appreciate this opportunity to urge this committee to advance the establishment of a refundable child tax credit. Such a measure jibes entirely with a recommendation that has been made for 4 years now by the legislature's task force to study the comprehensive needs of children in the state, which I've had the honor of co-chairing with Dr. Alicia Roy, and whose final report was transmitted to the Children's Committee in December. Since 2021, the task force has recommended the creation of a child tax credit. In so doing, we cited a 2019 report from the CDC in which that agency concluded, quote, "The evidence tells us that adverse childhood experiences can be prevented by, among other things, strengthening household financial security, end quote. The genuine need for a child tax credit at the state level was further underscored by research that the task force undertook to fulfill the two charges that the General Assembly assigned to us most recently. The first of which was to conduct a needs assessment for children, identifying gaps between existing conditions and desired outcomes, and the extent to which those gaps were attributable to COVID. And second, to review and analyze the efficacy of programs that the General Assembly had allocated federal COVID relief monies to, and to make recommendations about which of those should receive more permanent funding from the state. In our latest report, the task force addressed both of those charges. Having reviewed the just over $2.8 billion worth of programs that had been funded with federal monies, the task force recommended that just under half of those be continued with permanent funding from the state. The programs whose continuation we recommended were chosen because the problems that they address are ones that predated the pandemic, but which had gone inadequately addressed for far too long. Indeed, in meeting its other charge, the task force heard unambiguously from school counselors and community leaders whom we'd surveyed that although the pandemic hadn't caused the gaps between kids and families' existing conditions and desired outcomes, it had unquestionably exacerbated them. Cognizant that funding, the just over $1.3 billion in programming whose continuation we're advocating, or for the other recommendations that we've been making for 4 years, won't be possible until the existing fiscal guardrails are re-engineered. The task force concluded our report asking the state's policymakers to do just that, lest entirely preventable hardships that have been endured by our state's most vulnerable children, adolescents, seniors, and families be needlessly perpetuated. As Chair Horn has cogently expressed, a brick wall does not make a good guardrail. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Not seeing any questions. Thank you again and have a good day.
Up next, we have Chris DiPentima from CBIA.
Good morning to the chairs and rankings and all members of the committee. I'm Chris DiPentima, the president and CEO of CBIA, the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. CBIA represents thousands of businesses across the state of Connecticut, 95% of which are small businesses. And I appreciate the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 1246, as well as House Bill 5549. Connecticut has made great strides in recent years thanks to the fiscal guardrails established by the bipartisan 2017 budget. These reforms have brought stability after a lost decade of budget deficits, tax hikes, and draconian spending cuts. I vividly recall the pain that I felt leading my family's manufacturing business during that decade, when we had to constantly debate between investments, laying off staff who were like family, or considering leaving the great state of Connecticut for brighter horizons in the Midwest and Southeast, because of that uncertainty that had defined Connecticut during that time. While the last 6 years of surpluses are certainly promising, we must keep in mind that the S&P 500 has seen 3 years with returns exceeding 25% during that same period, an extraordinary concentration of high-performing market years. In addition, Connecticut remains one of the most indebted states in the country, and we have the highest spending per capita in the country, nearly twice the US average. Meanwhile, the rising cost of living, especially in energy, housing, healthcare, and childcare, is fueling a labor shortage with 74,000 job openings and 19,000 fewer workers than we had pre-pandemic. I can tell you businesses are now questioning the future in Connecticut. We support many aspects of the governor's budget, including expanding childcare, eliminating licensing fees for high demand trade, and specific tax reforms in SB 1246, like increasing the bioscience research tax credit, accelerating the elimination of the capital base tax, and of course, the proposal on HB 5549, restoring the pass-through entity tax to its original level, returning $60 million to small businesses. However, the business community has serious concerns about how these initiatives are proposed to be funded. The tax increases in SB 1246, including eliminated the cap on the unitary combined tax liability, extending the corporate tax surcharge, cutting net operating loss carry forward, reducing the film production tax credit, restructuring the hospital provider tax, represents $348 million in tax hikes. This would be the largest business tax increase in over a decade in Connecticut, straining our economic competitiveness. Instead of raising taxes and weakening the fiscal guardrails, we urge policymakers to look at the 2021 Creates report, which identified over 200 opportunities to reform state government operations, generating up to $900 million in annual savings. HB 5574 offers a promising start to implementing these reforms. I close by reminding you all what the governor said in his budget address in the State of the State. This session is about getting better results, not just finding more revenue and spending. While it's not sexy, we urge you and encourage you to prioritize affordability and economic growth through the fiscal guardrails so that businesses can continue investing in Connecticut's future. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Representative Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Chris. Thank you for being here. Do you have an estimate of how many businesses the pass-through entity tax fix would affect?
I believe it's about 60,000 businesses.
60,000
Yeah.
would help. And then on the flip side, on the governor's budget, how many businesses would be hurt by some of the tax cuts we've seen?
Would be hurt by the tax increases?
Yes.
Well, several hundred. I haven't done the analysis. And we have about 100,000 pass-through entities in the state of Connecticut, and that pass-through entity tax is about $60 million right there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Paulette.
Chris, thank you for being here. My question surrounding the fiscal guardrails, or is around, is about surrounding, excuse me, sorry, it's already a long day. Surrounding the fiscal guardrails. You mentioned the $900 million in savings. And potentially we heard about this when Pew came in and talked about it, but is that in freed up spending? Is that the same as freed up spending? Yes.
Yeah, the
correct.
recommendations in the Creates report, which the legislator commissioned $2 million to spend on that report, would free up $900 million in spending that can be redeployed.
Great. And I think that's an important note because, you know, again, I'll reiterate it. I think we've heard time and time again that the fiscal guardrails have been constraining. And I understand advocates and legislators that have said that. But at the same time, what we would neglect to mention in that same breath is that we freed up real money, and it's been beneficial to us. We've been able to use that money for programs. We've been able to use that money for tax relief. We've been able to use that money for our operating budget. And had we not enacted these fiscal guardrails, I think you would agree, not only would Connecticut not be in its fine fiscal shape that it's in, although we still have a long way to go, I think it's also important to note that we may not even have had any of that revenue, and we may today be talking about a tax increase on everyday working families across Connecticut. So thank you for bringing that to light. And I think it's important to note the amount of money that we're realizing and saving, but it's a tough discussion to have, but it's true. We're saving this money, but at the same time, it's put back into the budget and being used for our operating expense. And it's not always stated, but I think it's important to note. Thank you.
It's being used to make critical investments, and it's not a handcuff at all. If you look at Connecticut's budget, it's almost the same size as North Carolina. Yet we have a third of the population and 1/10 the landmass of North Carolina. There's significant spending in our budget. It's about redeploying and reprioritize that spending to lower the cost of living in Connecticut.
Thank you, Representative Paletta. Not seeing any other questions. Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Nate Simpson with the City of New Britain. thought we had Nate Simpson here. I guess not. Okay, we will move on. The next we have is Myra Spence with Myra Spence Consulting. Okay. Don't see anyone in the room. Okay, we will move on, and if they're out in the hallway and come back, we can queue them back up later. We have Erica Suarez with Waterbury Police Activity League. Okay, we're gonna keep going. We have next on the list is Liz DuPont Deal of CCAG. Yes, okay, online. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon. I apologize, my camera's acting up. Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, and members of the committee. I am Liz DuPont Deal, Associate Director of the Connecticut Citizen Action Group, or CCAG, which has worked for more than 50 years to bring about a more fair and just Connecticut. Today we speak in support of 740, 741, 742, 921, and 5986. Connecticut's income inequality and child poverty rates are appallingly and unacceptably high for a state with the wealth and resources that many of us enjoy. We also are the second richest state in the country and the second most unequal. We currently have the 21st most regressive taxation system in the country. Many of the proposals before you today would begin to lay a structural foundation for a more equitable and just society in which a child's fate would not be so easily determined by their zip code, as is now shamefully the case. SB 740, a refundable child tax credit, and HB 5986, establishing a refundable child tax credit against the personal income tax. We support the testimony of Connecticut Voices for Children and other partners in support of this common sense and pragmatic measure, which will immediately benefit working families and be a positive contributor to our local economies. SB 741, statewide property tax on certain residential real estate property. We are in strong support of Senator Looney's proposed tax on homes worth more than $3 million and dedicating the proceeds to fully funding education. Similarly, SB 742, an act concerning a capital gains surcharge, is common sense and a badly needed step towards overall tax fairness. We know that in Connecticut, the 10% of residents with the lowest incomes are spending some 40% of their income on taxes, which is 5 times the rate paid by Connecticut's highest earners and 2.5 times the statewide average. Such structural inequality leads to inevitable child and family poverty. It is long past time we begin asking Connecticut's wealthiest to contribute more. In addition, my colleague Natasha Karenko is submitting testimony in favor of SB 921, imposing a tax on sugar-sweetened beverages and dedicating the revenue generated to fund school breakfast and lunch programs. Thank you for considering my testimony today and for hearing these important bills, which can have a profound impact on many families in our state. Connecticut is extreme, but not alone in seeing the income gap between rich and poor accelerate in recent decades into our current state. I am proud to live in Connecticut where we are taking meaningful steps to stand up to billionaires and oligarchs who are attempting to take over our government and to turn people against each other. CCAG urges you to vote favorably on these bills and to make progress towards a Connecticut that truly offers equality and opportunity for all our people. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for being with us today, camera or no camera. Seeing no questions, I thank you again for being with us and wish you a good rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Stuart Savalcool.
Excellent.
Did I do okay, or?
You got it just fine, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Stuart Savicle, and I am the Chief of Staff for AFT Connecticut, a diverse state federation of roughly 30,000 public and private sector employees, which includes state workers, healthcare workers, public school teachers, paraeducators, and higher education faculty and staff. By most metrics, we live in one of the wealthiest, if not the wealthiest state in the country, and the wealthiest country in the world. Despite this, we do not fund education in our state in a manner that could possibly be considered equitable. Unfortunately, as long as we continue to rely on local property taxes to be the primary source of funding for our public schools, the resources available to our students will still depend heavily upon the zip code in which they live. In order to achieve greater funding at the state level, Connecticut must consider options that will increase its revenue. A surcharge on capital gains would accomplish exactly that. If passed, this bill would enhance our state's fiscal health, promote tax equity, and address the growing income disparity that our state faces. In addition to the revenue that would be generated by this proposal, it would also promote tax fairness in our state. The current tax system taxes labor income and investment income at similar rates, despite the fact that wealthier individuals disproportionately benefit from capital gains. Implementing this surcharge would align tax obligations more closely with taxpayers' ability to pay, ensuring a fair distribution of the tax burden. Income inequality has been a persistent issue in Connecticut. By taxing capital gains at a higher rate for the wealthiest individuals, the state can take a step toward reducing this disparity, fostering a more equitable society. Several states have recognized the benefits of taxing capital gains more progressively. For example, Washington and Massachusetts have both instituted taxes on capital gains that have yielded positive results and favorable reviews from economists and tax policy experts. As the wealthiest state in the country, Connecticut should be a shining example for the nation, a place where every family has what we need to live a good life. But we have a state where hundreds of thousands of working people are struggling to raise families here, even while a handful of wealthy corporations and wealthy residents are getting even wealthier. Thank you for your attention and consideration of this important initiative.
Thank you for joining us today. Seeing no questions, again, thank you again and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Ken Kohlmeyer, along with Jan Kritzman.
We are going to share the 5 minutes. So
Thank
here
you
we
for
go.
that.
Madam Chair and committee members, my name is Ken Kohlmeyer. I am a resident of Farmington. My wife and I purchased long-term care insurance policies in 2004 from Transamerica with a premium of $3,000 per year. For the first 14 years, rate increases averaged 3.5%, which was 50% over the first 14 years up through 2018. By the end of 2027, another 9 years into the future, our premium will be a collective $9,000 a year, which will be a 200% increase since the inception of our policy. Well, with this bill, which I do support, HB 5144, I do not believe that the fact that the insurers are causing this problem, and yet this bill allows the burden of the problem to be transferred over to Connecticut taxpayers. I do not think that is right. However, for the sake of the people who are desperate, who are policyholders, who are usually elderly and fixed income, I do believe that if they seek and need some relief by way of a tax deduction, it makes sense, and I support it. Now, as I said, they've been battered. We've all been battered by rate increases over the last 5 to 7 years with double and triple digit increases, and there's no end in sight. And some of the folks can no longer afford these increases, and they're going to have to take away, heat, taxes, whatever it is. The pressure's on. Now, I do know that the Real Estate and Insurance Committee is working very diligently on addressing the root cause of this problem, and they hopefully will come up with some resolution. So their offers are meager. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of takers. I don't have a crystal ball, but I think that because they are so meager, people are just going to try to gut it out and hold on to their insurance because there's a lot of dollars at the end of the rainbow. Dan?
My name is Jan Kritzman. I live in Newington. A little history. My husband and I bought long-term care insurance in 2004, junk insurance. at a cost of about $1,000 per policy or $2,000 for both from a company, Trans-America Life. Premiums were stable for about 10 years and then boom, the premiums doubled. And about 5 years ago, they doubled again. I'm talking about a 350% increase overall. And this year we'll be paying $6,000 to $7,000 a year. And then what? And then for the past 5 years, Trans-America Life has asked for and been granted by the Connecticut Insurance Department some sweetheart rate increases. Why? Well, the excuse is always that the actuaries at Transamerica were clueless about future inflation, and they never expected policyholders to live so long. Well, excuse me, I didn't mean to live so long. Now, here's the interesting part. Transamerica last month sent me a buyout offer of about $95,000 combined, $71,000 from me, because I'm a girl, and $23,500 from my husband. He's a boy. So I said, why is there such gender inequality? And the robot that I was talking to on the telephone, I think it was AI, said, well, you're a girl and he's a boy, and girls live longer than boys. And I said, not in my family. Well, so much for gender equality. So $95,000 combined. Sounds pretty good, huh? Not so fast. Personally, we're on the fence as to whether to accept this buyout offer or not. But if we accept it, we have no more long-term care insurance. And after paying $70,000 combined in premiums for the past 21 years, that's okay. So after taxes, if I take the $95,000 buyout, after taxes, that's Connecticut income tax. So that's why I'm here, House Bill 5144. And combined, it would probably leave us with about $50,000 after federal and state income taxes are taken out, which leaves us with about 3.5 months for one of us in a nursing home at $15,000 a month. So the only way I'm going to turn $50,000 into $1 million that would take care of two of us for maybe a couple of years is if I buy the lucky Powerball ticket. Here's the ticket. I bought it this morning. Or I could always invest in Bitcoin. Maybe it'll go up to $1 million. Who knows? So at least let the buyouts be Connecticut income tax free, like House Bill 5144.
Excuse me, ma'am, just a heads up, you're both at the 5 minutes.
I'm not quite done yet. I only have maybe another minute, okay? So this would be doing a favor to Connecticut taxpayers in general, as the policyholders wouldn't be hitting up Title 19 Medicaid, and we all know what's going on with Medicaid down in Washington, to pay about $100,000 plus a year for a bed in a nursing home. Now, lately, I've been doing a casual survey as I go about my day, so I'll do it here, okay? I ask you, what happens if you really end up in a nursing home? Answer, oh, I think I'm all set. Really? You must be a multimillionaire. Or answer, I don't know. Here's my 2 cents for what it's worth. Initiate a payroll tax fund, much like paid family leave, whereby a tiny percentage of paychecks would be directed to fund the cost of long-term care. 50% of it, that's you, not you, not you, are going to need long-term care. Investigate why, this is a real good question, the Connecticut Insurance Department.
Excuse me, ma'am, just again, you passed the 5 minutes.
Care insurance companies' annual requests for outrageous rate requests. Why? Do we really need Elon Musk and the Doge boys to dive into this and figure it out?
Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for bringing, I'm glad that I do know that the insurance committee is also addressing this, as you acknowledged, which I'm glad they are, and very glad that you were able to share your perspective with us today. I think Rep. Farrar has a question for you.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here. Thank you, Jan. As everyone now in this committee hopefully can tell about you, when you are an advocate, you will not let anyone off the hook about something that matters to you. And you've done that so effectively for us in the past with passing important breast cancer screening legislation. So I appreciate you taking on this cause around long-term care insurance. And I just wanted to ask you to follow up on, I had a sense of kind of where you might be headed or trying to capture at the end of your statement, a little more detail about why you think this particular proposal would be meaningful for policyholders. You know, why do you think that, you know, are you seeing and hearing more of these buyouts being proposed to people?
Some companies are offering some policyholders buyouts, but not others. Some companies are offering the man the buyout because that's less money out and not the woman, okay? Some companies are offering no buyouts at all right? I thought the buyout that they offered me was really cute.
Yeah, and thank you, Ken. Go, please,
You know, you
please go
can't,
ahead.
I said to the robot, I said, you know, you can't really insult me by offering me money, but you just
have.
did. Yeah, we've got $70,000 in premiums combined into this and they're offering me 95,000. Now, my policies together with my husband's would be a little over $1 million. A $95,000 buyout is 9% of what the face values of our policy is combined. Boy, they're real generous, okay? I take the buyout, I pay the taxes, Connecticut and federal. The Connecticut, House Bill 5144 would be somewhat of a help to some people who are really hanging on to this, not eating 3 meals a day, maybe only a half a meal a day, so that they can pay for this. This is outrageous, the increase. And when we were sold this policy, well, you know, how long do you want me to go on about this? You probably already know. They had a look back period of like 20 years. This was in 2004. Oh, we've never raised the rates. Oh, would you be comfortable if we did raise the rates in the next million years of 20%? So, you know, you say, okay, paying $1,000, you pay $1,200. Okay, okay. Ha, they lied, cheat, and steal from us. Long-term care, okay? Should I start going into what the CEOs make? The CEO of Transamerica Life has a net worth of $20.3 million. He doesn't have to worry about his long-term care insurance premiums. Okay, he probably gets that in his benefit package.
Thank you, Jan. And I know, Ken, did you want to comment on our knowledge around the buyout option and
Yes,
how
I just
prevalent it
want-
is?
I wanted to say, we both have the same company.
Okay,
And likewise, my wife and I did receive, the last few years, we've received buyouts. And quite frankly, the reason you get a buyout offers is they want you gone. They want you gone because you're nearing a point in time when you're going to cost them, you potentially could cost them money. My wife and I are both 75 years of age. I've outlived my shelf life on a life expectancy basis. So, you know, they're expecting that I might not be around. I'm, you know, the 74 is, I think, the life expectancy for a male in this country. I don't say hoping, they're expecting that I might not be around. My wife, who is same age, life expectancy 79. She also had to declare a morbidity on her application. So they know that she might have health issues that might cause this to kick in earlier than, you know, and as Jan said a few times, that women live longer than men. So they don't want that liability. They don't want that money to have to be paid out. So they offered me $28,000. I paid in $42,000. And you know, if I took the CPI index and multiplied it times the money I put in, based on how long it's been in there, it should be worth about $60,000. However, my wife received a buyout offer of $103,000. She's paid in the same amount of money. They want her gone. You know, and I keep saying to her, no, we're not going to do this because they're manipulating. That's what they do with the carrot and the stick. Okay, the carrot is the buyout. When do we bring the carrot into play? The stick is when do we raise the premiums to drive you out from the other end?
right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you both. No, and I appreciate you bringing this issue to the Finance Committee. As you both noted, this is an issue I think that has been addressed and continues to be addressed by several other committees, but you all bringing your experience and sharing, as you said, how outrageous this is to our attention on the Finance Committee with this bill is much appreciated. So thank you for that, and thank you to the chair.
Thank you. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, Representative Farrar. Seeing no other questions, again, thanks for being with us. Next up, we have Amy Blaymore Patterson.
Yeah.
Thank you, co-chairs Horn and Fonfara, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Commission. For the committee, for the record, my name is Amy Blamer Patterson. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Land Conservation Council, which is the umbrella organization for Connecticut's 117 or so land trusts. I am also honored to chair the state's Natural Heritage, Open Space, and Watershed Land Acquisition Review Board. I have submitted comments on SB 1247, the bond package, and I'm just going to highlight our ask to support DEEP's request for $10 million for the Open Space and Watershed Land Acquisition Grant Program, which includes the Urban Green and Community Garden Program in 2026 and 2027. These two programs are probably the most important land conservation programs for land trusts, municipalities, and water companies. When I say land trusts, I am collectively referring to those other two user groups. We were really alarmed to see that the continuation of the $10 million a year had been halted, and I want to address, or it's not in the governor's proposed budget, and I wanted to address the 42 million unallocated authorizations that's shown on the spreadsheet. That balance gives the impression that the program is underutilized. And that is absolutely not the case. In fact, it's quite the contrary. When you apply those available funds to the projects that have already been approved, the money has been committed, but they have not yet closed. And the projects that are pending award, which will be announced very soon, there will not be enough money to fully fund projects in the next two biennial, in the next two grant rounds in the next biennium. Omitting authorizations for this funding will set back the program to where it will be underutilized again as it was years ago. So I want to just share a little bit of perspective on that because I have the benefit of being familiar with this program almost since its inception. I remember in the early days of the program, it was offered twice a year, which is required by statute. It was a game changer in order to help the land trusts meet their share of the state's land conservation goals. Then it fell into a state of insecurity and unreliability. It went to one time a year, and in 2 years, there was no money offered at all. And its impacts on land conservation were monumental. Now, thanks to at least 4 years of consistent funding, as well as the work of the Land Acquisition Management Office, as well as changes that have been made in the statute over the last 2 sessions that have expanded accessibility to the program, especially for the urban communities, for the Urban Green and Community Garden Program. Demand for this program has never been higher. We ask that you just continue the funding that has been put in the budget for the last at least 4 years on a consistent basis to allow the land trusts and the communities that they serve to move forward at a time when land conservation has never been more important. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, but thank you for your time, and I hope that you will consider my written testimony.
Thank you. As you know, these grants have made a big impact on the state of Connecticut and certainly on the district that I represent. And I was also surprised to see that funding not continue. So we'll have conversations about that. Seeing no questions, thanks.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Kelly Marie Valieres. No? Okay. Then we have Sarah Ganong.
Good afternoon. Good to see everyone.
Glad to have you.
So my name is Sarah Ganong. I'm a Hartford resident, and I'm also the state director of Connecticut Working Families Power. We're an independent political organization fighting for an economy that works for everyone. And we're also proud members of the Connecticut Recovery for All Coalition. I'm here supporting several bills today, like many others that have and will be testifying, including the child tax credit bills, the capital gains surcharge bill, and Senator Looney's mansion tax. Also just want to take a second and thank the legislature for your work this week on the eCert bills. I think that's a really important step forward and just kind of acknowledging what we're anticipating is going to be coming from Washington, Donald Trump, and Elon Musk over the next months and years, and beginning to sort of take those things into consideration in our state, I think is a really exciting step. So appreciate that as well. And that's exactly why I'm here today, right? I think these policies before the committee would support working in middle-class families in our state, particularly folks with children, and create a lot more equity. Our current upside-down tax structure can begin to be addressed with these policies, particularly the child tax credit. We know a permanent child tax credit will do exactly what happened during the pandemic when we had one nationally, immediately and substantially reduce child poverty and bolster economic stability for our families, particularly again as we continue to see instability coming from the federal government. Over 75% of the families in our state would benefit immediately, and it's really hard to think of other policies that are kind of so simple on the surface and make such a big and immediate impact. Particularly for folks that are sort of raising children in our cities, right? I'm a Hartford resident and I see every day the struggles that my neighbors face. I think this is a really important policy. The ability to infuse a family with flexible revenue is also incredibly important, right? Folks can spend this money on what they need to do and what they need in their communities. And that freedom and autonomy, I think, is really important for our communities. When we're investing in families, they're investing in paying their rent, buying local goods, anything that's helping in their wider community. It's not just sort of money that's going in and out of their own pockets only. And sending checks in the mail is good policy. And I think you all have to continue getting reelected, right? I think it's good politics as well. Also want to just speak briefly in support of two other bills, Senate Bill 742, the capital gains surcharge. WFP strongly supports this, as does Connecticut for All, and would in fact encourage the committee to raise the rates to 5% and include penalties for noncompliance. Ensuring the wealthiest in our state are paying their fair share, particularly from unearned profits like investments or the sale of vacation property, is really important. As written, this bill right now is only targeting the ultra wealthy. And I think as we're anticipating Congress expanding Trump's tax cuts for the wealthy from the first term, it's actually even more important we're capturing some of that revenue here in Connecticut to be able to support our budget and services. Connecticut also needs to be thinking about how we can reform our fiscal guardrails in order to spend that money as we're bringing it in. We'll just close quickly with support for Senator Looney's mansion tax as well, SB 741, to raise money from homes that are valued over $3 million. Again, increasing the taxes on the highest income and wealthiest families has the potential to generate substantial revenue for our state to do things like protect renters from rising costs.
3 minutes, please summarize.
Great, thank you so much. Invest in childcare and healthcare and much more. And happy to take any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Seeing none of those questions, thanks for your advocacy and thanks for joining us today. Next up, we have Mark Contreras.
Dear chairpersons, ranking members, and distinguished members of this committee, my name is Mark Contreras. I'm here to comment on the effects of the reduction in film tax credit, SB 1236, an act concerning revenue items implementing the governor's budget. I serve as the president of Connecticut Public, which is a nonprofit media organization dedicated to providing high-quality public media to the people of Connecticut. We're the member station of both PBS and NPR and serve all residents of Connecticut through 3 over-the-air broadcast television stations, Connecticut Public Television, CPTV, Spirit, and PBS Kids 24/7, as well as Connecticut Public Radio, WNPR. Each week, we reach more than 1.2 million people across television, radio, and more than 60 digital platforms. We employ more than 100 people who work toward creating local Connecticut-focused content throughout the state. I am here today to respectfully request that nonprofit production companies like Connecticut Public be exempted from the proposed reduction of the film tax credit. The 30% film tax credit has been a key tool in supporting the sustainability of our productions, most of which are focused on education, culture, and public service. We are one of the last remaining locally owned and operated television broadcasters and providers of local information in the state. At this very important moment in time, we take our role in providing Connecticut-focused content to all residents of Connecticut very seriously. Over the past 5 years, we've made continued investments in local content and have found the existing tax credit structure of enormous help to allow us to continue our mission into the future. It's for these reasons that we would respectfully ask the committee for your consideration of exempting from the proposed legislation nonprofit organizations like ours moving forward. Thank you for your time, consideration, and for the service that you play in your roles as legislators. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for being with us. Mr. Co-Chair, Senator Fonfara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Last year. Thank you for your testimony today. And I have one very, very important question for you. How did I miss the first 4 seasons of Miss Scarlet? I need to understand that.
After I leave this hearing, we're going to have something figured out for you immediately. And to try to answer that question for you, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Adding us to a list of binge TV coming up. Thanks for being with us.
Okay. Thank you all.
Next up, we have Brian Donahue. Online? Nope. Russ Martin?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Start the timer. When you start talking.
Good afternoon. Thank you for affording us this time. My name's Russ Martin. I'm with Enormity Pictures. This is Mike Furman. He's with Mike Film Media. We're 2 of the most important filmmakers in Connecticut these days. Basically, we wanted to come here, just take a moment of your time, talk a little bit about the tax credit and the proposals for it. And my version of it is basically, I buy my clothes at Burlington Coat Factory in Hamden, Connecticut. I buy my groceries at Amity, at the Amity Stop and Shop. I bought my last 2 cars, a brand phone Honda. I pay for my heat in my house through Southern Connecticut Gas. So last year was a fantastic year for me. I was able to do 5 projects in Connecticut, which is the first time since I moved to Connecticut and started working in the Connecticut film industry. The film industry has grown so much, we were able to do 5, 3 of them were back to back. That means every dime that I made through the Connecticut tax credit program, which pays my salary partway, every dime was spent in Connecticut. I didn't have to go to another state. I didn't have to pay for hotel rooms in another state, didn't have to pay for gas in another state, didn't have to pay for restaurants in another state. Every dime that I made through this tax credit gets spent in this state. And what I've been noticing is, as we've been growing and the industry's been growing, more and more of the crew members that I hire are also from this state. So every dime going out gets spent in the state. It stays in our economy. And I think Mike can attest to what we're trying to do is we're on the verge. We're still in our infancy. We're trying to grow the film industry to the point where it's large enough to support basically rental houses and studio space, which if we can get those things, those are full-time middle-class jobs, blue-collar jobs that you can raise families on. And that's just a support industry to us making the films that we make. And if we can get to that point, then almost every dime that goes out to make a movie in Connecticut will stay in there, because we're not going to a rental house in New York. We're not going to a rental house in Boston. We can do it in Connecticut. We can hire Connecticut crews. And so the amount of money that comes out through the tax credit that encourages people to come in to make Connecticut competitive against Massachusetts and New Jersey, which are my 2 main things that I try to go. Most of my projects are either in one of those 3 states. And I try to bring them to Connecticut. And the only time I do it is because we have a relatively competitive tax option here. And if that gets cut, then so my legs get cut out from underneath me. It's harder to try to pitch Connecticut versus one of the 2 other states if you're going to film on the East Coast. And all I could do is work with my connections and say, you know, I get to work with people like Mike Furman who will, jump in and make your movie better just by being there. And sometimes that works. And sometimes, we lose it to Jersey. And I think if we do anything to make the tax credit go down just visually on paper, when you try to send your pitch deck out to please come film this in Connecticut, anything that hinders us is going to be a huge loss. And as Jonathan Black had mentioned earlier, I mean, we have a lot of bigger projects. We have been growing. We are steps away from being at the size where we can bring in these support industries, full-time, full careers, full investments into dozens and dozens of jobs. Not to mention just the sheer amount of money that these projects will bring in. We need to stay competitive for that to happen. And I don't want to cut off any of your mics.
Yeah, I got like 30 seconds left. So look, I'm from Gaylordsville, Connecticut, right on the outskirts of the illustrious 64th district, right in between Kent and New Milford. I went to Georgia for film school. I went to LA, learned everything I did about the industry there. We wanted to have a family closer to home, my wife and I, which, led us to New York. I worked in New York for a little bit, wanted to buy a home in Connecticut. So we did. And I was doing that commute for what seemed like ever. And eventually met a couple of people and they said, we're bringing movies to Connecticut. I said, well, gosh, I didn't know you could do that. Ever since Mr. Deeds, I thought that was the only one. Over the last 4 or 5 years, I've become exclusively working in Connecticut, having a short commute. While it's great financially in my testimony and everyone else's testimony, they talk about all the dollars and cents and all the jobs and the supplementary income to small businesses, et cetera. And I am a small business owner. I'm a freelancer, LLC, sole proprietor. I think the biggest impact is I can work close to home, meaning I can be home. I have 2 young kids. First couple of years of their life, I couldn't put them on the bus. I couldn't put them to bed. And over the last couple of years, that has become a part of the norm, even though I am still able to work. And getting rid of, or even just reducing the credit by what is not a haircut, it brings me farther away from home, and it brings my business out of Connecticut and back to New York or back to Jersey, which is something I don't want to do. I'm a Connecticut guy through and through.
Please summarize.
Connecticut guy through and through. I love working from home. I love doing what I do at home. Everyone thinks it's really cool when they see a film crew on Bank Street in New Milford, right? I think that any sort of reduction to this credit would be absolutely detrimental, not just to our industry, but to municipalities and small businesses across the state. Happy birthday, Max.
Good pandering, geographical and familial. You had 2 points. I have a quick question for you.
Yes.
Which is that when you are hiring crew in Connecticut, are you able to find adequate numbers of people who have the appropriate skill set?
I first moved back to Connecticut about 12, 14 years ago. I started my company 12 years ago in Bridgeport. Back then, I would hire maybe 2 or 3 Connecticut people, and everybody else was coming out of New York or out of Boston. Last year, I think I was looking at a couple of the projects we were on. I think there was 3 or 4 people out of New York, and everybody else was Connecticut native. Well, we've been growing. We exist here. We're able to work, and if we can keep the work within the borders, we can get more people working, and it could be a full-on Connecticut crew.
Yeah.
But we're close. We're very, very close, and this seems like probably one of the worst times to say, hey, maybe we should give a haircut to this thing, because once Jersey and Massachusetts get the edge, we're out. Because as someone said, you can go to upstate New York and get 45%. If you want to go to Buffalo and film a movie, the only thing is nobody wants to film in Buffalo. They do want to film here. And as long as we're competitive with places in Jersey that look like here and places like Massachusetts that look like here, we can do it. And we've been doing it. There's been so many people behind me that have been working very hard on this, and we've made great progress, and we're so close. We're still in its infancy, but once we get to that next step, when we have studios, when we have rental houses that are competitive, that are in state, then almost every dime going into making the movie stays in the state.
And if I can follow up on that, why is it that either setting aside the tax credit situation, why do you want to make it in Connecticut as opposed to Buffalo?
For one, I live in New Haven, and I got a daughter that goes to school in New Haven. We have the same problem. I drive my daughter to school every morning if I'm allowed to. If I'm working in Connecticut, I can generally get around that. If I'm working in Alabama for 3 weeks on a movie, that's not happening. Not only that, but I was born in Connecticut before I moved out to California. And it's one of the things, the best way to say it is Connecticut offers darn near every geographical type that you would need to film a movie in the United States. I found deserts outside of the casinos to shoot movies of people coming over the border. I've shot London and New Haven. You could shoot anything in Connecticut, and we have it here. And especially once you get on that coast from Brantford on north, everybody is so giving and so loving that you can come into their neighborhoods. And as long as you are respectful, you know, you can film at a higher budget, higher value, because you have the access that Connecticut gives you that you don't get when you're going into places that are, another problem with Buffalo is it's so far away from anything that the rental houses and everything else. At least in Connecticut, for the time being, we can get stuff from New York, we can get stuff from Boston, and it's a half a day ride. You send a couple PAs in a van, and you know, that's time, that's money, and that's what you save.
Yeah, if I could just real quickly just piggyback off of what he's saying. And you've heard it through all of our testimony, and you will continue to do so. We are all beyond passionate and love our state and where we live, and absolutely love showcasing everything that we have to offer on the big screen, right? And you know, my office based in New Milford, we have beautiful Bank Street, which is essentially a Hollywood backlot. People pay a lot of money to be able to build that on a stage, on a backlot, but we already have it. So it is an asset that we should be leveraging, and beyond just Christmas movies. But you know, we did a horror film in October on Bank Street. We did a Vietnam War era period piece, a biopic this past summer, also on Bank Street.
We did
You know,
two
that
movies last year on the Thimble Islands.
there you go.
That's something
It's-
that you can't find, especially not in upstate Buffalo, but yeah.
So that's the thing. We have it. These are assets. We should be utilizing those, and we have been, and hope to continue to do so, because there's so much here. You know, we've got deserts, we've got forests, we've got coastline, we've got farms, everything that a movie could want. Our locations are unmatched. Yeah.
Senator Paul Ferris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Didn't you just make a case for why going to 25 wouldn't be a problem? I mean, we have everything you said. We have, I see a lot
Yes,
of
we
shaking head,
have
but I
all
just-
of that. But Massachusetts has a lot of it too. New Jersey has the rest of it. And if someone can justify making a movie knowing that you're going to get 30% back filming in Connecticut, or you're going to get 30%, because as others have said before, that 30% doesn't go back. It's not, that's put into your budget. So I can film knowing I'll have 30% more to film in Connecticut. And that allows me to do more. That allows me to get the one day of helicopter shots. That allows those other things. If I could do something comparable in the state that's going to give me a little bit more, and I still get all the benefits, then I'm going to go to the state that goes more. Because what you're trying to do, especially in us, we do mostly independent films. You're trying to convince investors, well, where are you going to get the most bang for your buck? And if I have to argue that, yes, but Connecticut's better, when someone's saying, well, I'll get more money, I'll get to make more of my movie the way I want to make it if I do it in Jersey.
Lastly, you said we're almost there.
Mhm.
What is there?
There is having support industries like more studio space, but mainly competitive rental houses. We have some small rental houses in Connecticut for cameras and for lighting, but they're done mostly for corporate events. For most part, we need, and we've been working, several of us have been working on it for the last couple of years, trying to get investors to come in to start rental houses. And once you see a fully established rental house that can compare with the places in Boston and places in New York, where we can make actual full Hollywood movies using internal rental houses that we can keep. To do that, we need to have enough movies going that we can keep renting from them year round. So we need to have 15, 20 movies or 20 productions going throughout a year to justify a 15, 20-man crew working at a rental house. And that's, for me, that's my benchmark. Once we get that point, we're great.
Yeah, we have locations. Is this thing on?
Nope.
There we go. We have locations, we have crew, we don't have sound stages, we don't have the big rental houses. So we are not at a point just yet that we are Connecticut is a fully sustainable market without supplementing from gear houses from New York, or having to go over to Newport with their 45% tax credit and using their stages over there. So, you know, this this is really not the time at all to be considering something like this because we're still growing, but it would mitigate that growth by giving us that haircut as people are calling it. Right now, the 30% tax credit is something that we can leverage in our negotiations. And it's something that producers and studios from outside of the state are looking towards as, I mean, that's the carrot we can dangle, and that's the carrot that they're biting. And you know, there are locations, there's lakes in New York, right? There's deserts elsewhere. So yes, we have that stuff here, and it's really great, and we can utilize it, but we don't have everything. And with, you know, going from the 30 to the 25, it would be just as easy to go to Newburgh, just as far as Danbury is from New York City, with crew, with locations, but also with stages and equipment.
Oh, and at a time when we're trying to get more productions in to justify to the investors for the smaller companies, for the more hotels, for the rental houses, for the studio space, we're trying to get those investors to come here. But we need to have enough movies being made, enough productions happening in Connecticut to say, yeah, that is a smart bet. Set it up here in the center of Connecticut.
Thank you.
For us to have to lose some leverage in saying film in Connecticut versus Jersey or Massachusetts or New York, it's completely setting us back. Even having this conversation scares us. It scares everybody here. That's why so many of us has shown up. We got 200 plus people on the docket, and a lot of them are here because they're scared about just the discussion of losing some of this tax credit.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And thank you both.
All right.
No further
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
For the rest of your afternoon.
You too.
What's left of it. Next up, we have Sarah Renzulli online, I believe.
Wait just a second.
Oh.
Can we make an announcement?
Oh, yes, thank you.
There was a wallet found by Capitol Police, so if you're missing a wallet, I don't want to say the person's name, just I don't want anybody to impersonate somebody, but if you're missing your wallet, go see Capitol Police downstairs. It's somebody who is signed
Somebody
up to
who's signed up on our
testify.
list, Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Okay. Thank you, Ash, for that reminder. Now, Sarah, Renzulli,
Yes.
the floor is now yours.
Thank
Unless
you.
have a wallet, in which case you need to get come to Capitol.
No, thankfully it's not mine. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify today before the committee. I really appreciate all you do for the state and for you taking the time to listen. I'm Dr. Sarah Renzulli. I'm a co-chair of the Public Policy and Legislative Committee for the Connecticut Counseling Association, and I'm also an assistant professor in residence at the University of Connecticut. And I'm here to offer my support for SB 1246, specifically the removal of licensure fees for licensed professional counselors and licensed counselor associates. And if you take nothing else from my testimony today, please remember this, that the behavioral health workforce and counselors are struggling in the state right now. There's not enough of us, and it's hard to persist and sustain in the profession. And this bill, removing the licensure fees, is something that we can do that will help counselors. And it's very, very feasible and can be enacted quickly. And as I said, counselors in the state need help right now. The Kaiser Foundation just recently released some updated data that said right now, Connecticut is only meeting the needs of 20%, meeting the mental health needs of 20% of the state. And that says we need more counselors. We need more mental health professionals. And as a trainer of counselors and as legislators in the state, I think that what this bill does is it allows us to do something that can give back to these individuals who are giving a lot, and it will help them stay in the profession. A second point that I'd like to offer is about the financial struggles that many counselors encounter. I submitted written testimony with this as well, but the average starting salary for licensed professional counselors in Connecticut is just over $61,000. And according to the Census Bureau, the average salary for individuals with a master's degree level education in Connecticut is $92,000. Many counselors are entering the profession with student loans from both undergraduate and graduate school. In addition, they have had to complete a full-time internship, unpaid internship for a full year. So they're entering the profession many times in a state of financial worry. And then they're oftentimes not making a salary that can pay all their bills. So the ability to remove licensure fees is going to help them. It's going to encourage them, and it's going to show that we value what they do. And it's going to be a small way that we can give back and, again, help them sustain in this profession. I'd ask you to really consider this. It's such a feasible thing that we can implement quickly that will help counselors. And again, we're a profession that needs a little bit of help right now. Thank you for listening, and I'd welcome any questions.
Thank you for joining us on this issue. I do hear a lot from others in your position, and certainly the need for additional behavioral health workers is clear. I wondered whether one of the concerns that I have looking at the list of licensure fees in the governor's proposal is that it doesn't really include all behavioral health workers. There are others who are kind of significantly off the list. I wondered whether you had any observations about whether there ought to be more people included on that list.
I think anyone in behavioral health who could be included should be included. Again, everybody in this profession is stressed right now, and I think any way that we can help all of them should be. Here specifically for the Connecticut Counseling Association representing LPCs. Of course, we're appreciative that LPCs are on the list, but we do think that the more behavioral health professions that this could be extended to would be a benefit.
Thank you. And thank you for your work. We need you.
And we need you as well. So thank you.
Seeing no other questions, have a good rest of your afternoon.
You too.
Next up, we have Dennis Oporowski. Joined by Matthew Dyer.
Yes, I brought number 47 with me.
I'm attacking.
Wear jerseys, yeah.
Thank you. I'll speak to you as Senator Fonfara was talking about earlier. Both of us are in support of House Bill 5026, which is the reduction of the sales and use tax for aircraft under 6,000 pounds. A couple of key points that I won't read from, but as I said, I'll speak to you. One of the things that I've taken away from today is most everyone here is talking about being competitive, and that's what this bill is kind of about. The optics aren't that great because it's aircraft, but it is still the same. Senator Fonfara, the very first speaker, Senator Looney, he congratulated him about bringing tax inequity, forward, and that's what this is. We already have a no tax for aircraft above 6,000 pounds. This isn't a special category that we're asking for. We're just asking to be part of the party. General aviation is an industry. We're just spread out over 20 or so airports throughout the state. We support a lot of things, but with Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and New York, as you've already heard, having no tax on any aircraft, they're just picking our pockets. We lose aircraft, we lose associated jobs with that, and once they're gone, just as you just heard from the industry of film, once it's gone, it's gone. So again, Representative Kresko said it better than anybody earlier on. It's not a special category. We're just wanting to be part of the same party and make it equitable. Those airplanes that are above 6,000 pounds are the large twin engine King Airs that you may hear of, the jets and everything else. They do not pay any tax, and we would not advocate for you to include them in a tax because they will, no pun intended, fly away as quickly as they flew in. So so that's all I have. I hope you'll remember that when you talk amongst yourselves after this is all over. So thank you, and I'll turn it over to Matt.
Thank you. And I want to thank the committee for taking time. I know it's a long day, so I don't want to belabor this. I'm sure I don't need to tell anybody on the committee that everything that is done here with the finance and revenue involves balancing revenue generated from whatever tax we're talking about and whatever revenue is then lost from whatever state action we're taking at the same time. So I'm going to give a couple of brief examples about some of the peripheral things that are lost financially. One of them is professional, one of them is personal. I'll start with the professional. As an attorney, I'm a plan attorney for the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association. I get referrals from the AOPA for aviators in the Connecticut area who have legal issues. Typically, they involve things like purchasing airplanes. And when I recently this year got a client who wanted to purchase an airplane, they found out that New York does not have sales tax, and they then left my office, went and found a New York attorney who prepared all of the business plans for them, the LLC documentation, the purchase and sale order, all of that. That money would have come into me, and it would have been money that would have been subject to the income tax as a result of me getting income. It's gone now. They also now are housing their plane, I believe, out of state, even though they may be using it in state, because they can still do all of the housing in either Westchester or Stewart or Poughkeepsie. Fly the plane in, use it for what they need to, fly it back to their home base, fuel it up over there, tie it down over there. So all of their peripheral economic engine is elsewhere. It's in either New York, Massachusetts, or Rhode Island. That's a loss that peripherally doesn't just affect them and us as a community. It affects people like me who are offering services that could be used by people who would stay in state. Second, and this is the more personal one, I'm a member of the Flying 20 Club out of Danbury. It's a club of 50 members that each pay a certain monthly fee to have access to 3 planes that we can use. There's a scheduling program that we put together that allows us to access it and fly it at various ways. I spoke to the president of the Flying Club. They are prepared to buy a 4th plane right now, which would allow for an expansion of the club, probably by at least 10 members. I'm speculating on that number, but that's my guess, which would increase not only the costs that they would then spend back into the community in terms of tie downs, that would be another plane, in terms of maintenance, again, another plane, in terms of adding 10 people into that community that's down at Danbury on a regular basis. They throw, essentially, we have a wash and wax every month in the summer months. We have an enormous social group. In fact, we're having our spring social next week, which is something that it kind of impacts the fundamental communal value of what we do. If we don't have access to those things, well, maybe it'll happen later, but in this moment, that could happen now. As it is, they can't afford to basically stop and hold an extra $6,000, $7,000, $8,000.
5 minutes, please summarize.
Thank you. An extra $6,000, $7,000 out that would be better used for safety features, avionics, upgrades, things like that. Thank you.
I have one question. I wonder whether you could just draw it for all of us, the kind of planes we're talking about that are subject to this tax.
Yeah, sure. So the exemption goes specifically to planes that have a gross weight of less than 6,000 pounds. Primarily, that's going to be single engine aircraft. Almost exclusively. Anything beyond that is going to be multi-engine is going to be 6,000 pounds. Jets are going to be way over 6,000 pounds for the most part. So this is single engine small aircraft, and a bulk of those are planes that were built in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Things like Piper Archer single engine planes, 4-seaters, things like the Cessna 172, things like Moonies. You're probably talking on an average price of maybe $100,000. Some of the planes like a Cirrus SR-22, which is a new composite plane, they can sell on the used market for $600,000, $700,000. But again, they're a smaller sliver of the sales that are being done. My flight club would be looking for a plane that's around $100,000 probably. And those are the types of planes that we're seeing move on the marketplace for the most part right now. It's all single engines.
So just to be clear, this is primarily, these are recreational aircraft. These are not private jets or corporate aircraft.
No.
Correct. I just so happens to be one of those aircraft owners. I kind of, it's a 1976 4-seater. It's like having a Volkswagen Bug with wings. That's about the size of it. And that's the way I kind of describe it. Goes about 150 miles an hour. But, like I said, those are subject to the sales tax. Mr. Williams talked about the removal of a tax that actually expanded the industry. But like I said, general aviation is an industry. We're just spread out farther. And I mean, we're the low ones on the totem pole, and those aircraft are being taxed where the high-end aircraft are not being taxed. So we're not asking for anything special, just to be part of that same party.
Can I address one word that,
Quickly.
yes, you mentioned recreational, and yes, to a certain extent, they are recreational, but oftentimes they're used in business aspects, flight clubs, flight schools, flight training, things like that. So those are all still subject to this. If a flight school like Aero Aviation at Danbury wants to buy a new plane, they have to pay the sales tax for this as well, which impacts what they can then offer their students going forward.
And in 2009, my aircraft was $29,000, and I did pay the sales tax, but that's irrelevant to
They
the
have very good
scenario.
things.
I'm sure they do. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, again, thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Next up, Rafael Rosario. Nope. Sean Gio. Melinda Longton. There she is.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I deeply appreciate the opportunity to share testimony today. Thank you for offering this. My name is Melinda Longton. I'm a constituent of Stafford Springs, and I would like to testify today in support of SB 740 and HB 5986 regarding the child tax credit. It's both really personal to me with my situation, how things have changed, as well as professionally. I previously was working as a social worker, more specifically a mental health clinician for children experiencing mental health crises. And, you know, at the time I was really also trying to prepare to be able to start my family. And I really felt like I had everything set up for myself. And I got, you know, shortly into the end of my maternity leave, and life situations changed with my husband's job and therefore my job, given mandated overtime and you know, all these different kinds of rotating shifts and things that come with crisis work. And suddenly I was out of work. And you know, so I ended up in a situation very similar to many of the people that I have serviced, given how many people who came in with children experiencing mental health crises, who were experiencing poverty factors that were severely exacerbating their mental health symptoms and led them to being in that center to begin with. And, you know, things like the child tax credit give families like they could myself and those that I've served the money they need to cover things that you don't normally think of. You know, when you're thinking about these safety net services, a lot of times you're thinking, like, oh, SNAP benefits for food, and oh, you know, there's the housing rental assistance and things. But as your child grows, there are so many things that they need that you don't necessarily think about off the top of your head immediately that wouldn't be covered by the general safety net services that sometimes can be very expensive. And all of a sudden, you know, I, having the social work background, I was, you know, to some extent able to try to rely on, you know, asking mutual aid groups and other nonprofits I know and relatives and whatnot for things. You know, I have a little more resources to try to do things than most of the people that I've serviced. And even I'm struggling, you know, to pay my bills and things, or, you know, your child meets a milestone early, suddenly you need an expensive item. So it's like, for example, my 10-month-old has decided she knows how to climb out of the crib now. It's like, okay, well, that's a whole bed situation that's very expensive to make safe now. You know, and things like the child tax credit, because normally, you know, a toddler bed or something isn't, you know, part of your regular safety net things that can be very expensive when you're trying to get something that's, you know, safe and well regulated. That's the type of thing a child tax credit can help pay for. You know, and most other people experiencing this aren't, you know, necessarily already in a situation where they could ask other resources like I could to try to help with some of those things. They're just struggling and don't have their toddler bed, you know, things of that nature. So I don't want to take up, you know, too much time. I know I'm kind of limited here, but that's kind of my experience professionally and personally on this matter. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you for joining us. We appreciate hearing, you know, about your experiences and those of the people you serve. So thanks for being with us here tonight, and I wish you a good rest of your evening. Next up, we have Georgina Fuentes. Georgina Fuentes? Nope. Christina Barman. Christina Barman, I believe, is online. Ms. Barman, the floor is yours whenever you're ready. Can you hear me? You're still on mute.
Yes.
There you
Sorry.
go. You know, that's all right. Please go. Please, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, Senator from FAR, Representative Horn, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Christina Barman. I live in Hartford, and I'm a member of CSU AUP and part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I support SB 742, an act establishing a capital gains surcharge, SB 740, establishing a refundable child tax credit, and HB 5986, an act establishing a refundable child tax credit against personal income tax. I'm sure you've heard a few times today about how unequal Connecticut is and how it's one of the most unequal states in the country. So I just want to talk a little bit about why that matters, how we're making it worse, and how we could reverse it. We know that the inequality is extreme here, with the median household income in Hartford, $29,000, and the median household income in Weston is $229,000. But many people don't necessarily think that in and of itself is a problem. And I am, as a sociology professor at Central, I'd like to talk a little bit about the problems with inequality. Unequal societies have a whole host of social problems that are not merely the result of poverty, and mitigating poverty without addressing the inequality will not solve these problems. Regardless of how wealthy or poor a society might be, highly unequal societies have lower life expectancies, higher infant mortality, higher crime rates, more violence, lower literacy rates, increased political polarization, which we've seen rise with rising inequality. And in addition, for the people that argue that inequality in and of itself is not a problem, highly unequal societies have decreased social mobility. So in other words, it's more difficult to pull oneself up by their proverbial bootstraps in Connecticut than in many other states. The citizens of our state deserve better. My students, who are continually facing tuition hikes, greater student loan debt, and larger class sizes, deserve better. And this inequality is exacerbated by our tax structure. Income disparities in Connecticut are larger after state and local taxes are collected than beforehand. This means that our tax structure is actually making the inequality worse, increasing the social problems that are caused by inequality. Trump's last tax plan, which is still in effect, lowered the tax rate for the wealthiest Americans, but increased it for the rest of us. His proposed tax plan is looking to expand on this. This means that the wealthiest Connecticut citizens will be spending the least they ever have on both federal and state taxes, while the working people of the state pay more, thus increasing our inequality. And it also means we are going to have to make up the difference and reduce federal funding. The only responsible choice is to raise revenues and modify the roadblocks. Both a capital gains tax and a child tax credit would be a start towards a progressive, fair tax.
Excuse me, ma'am, just a heads up. You're at the 3 minutes. You could summarize.
Thank you. That reduces inequality. I strongly support SB 742, although I think it should be with 5% with penalties for noncompliance. A child tax credit would benefit the majority of the state, but I believe HB 5986 is stronger with faster implementation. Thank you for listening.
And thank you for being with us today and for lasting so far. Seeing no questions, I wish you a good evening.
Thank you, you too.
Next up, we have Gage Smith. Online, I believe. Yes. Waiting for the invitation to be accepted. There we go.
All right. Can you hear me? See me?
Can't see you.
We're good. All right. Oh, no. Sorry about that. All right. Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and honorable members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Gage Smith, and I'm from Brooklyn, Connecticut. I've been a personal care attendant for about a year and a half. I'm here today to say you must help Connecticut workers such as myself by increasing funding and revenue in our state, supporting Senate Bill 742, Senate Bill 740, and HB 5986. I am one of hundreds struggling to make ends meet. By supporting these bills, you will be investing in the hard workers here in our state like me. I became a PCA in order to care for a family friend with a disability. When it began, I was excited by the idea of having the opportunity to care for a friend and go back to school. Unfortunately, my aspirations for higher education were cut short my first semester back when in May of 2024, out of nowhere, my mother was diagnosed with stage 3 cancer. By October, we were told the chemo wasn't working and it had metastasized to her lungs, making it stage 4. When I'm not on the clock as a PCA, I'm helping my mom. Since becoming a PCA, it's been a struggle to keep up with the cost of living. I've often been put in the position where I had to choose between paying the mortgage on time or paying for my medications, the utilities, or groceries. All these things I'd considered to be non-negotiables, yet at this point, I often find myself in the incredibly difficult position of having to decide which necessity to prioritize. As a home care worker, I am proud to take care of vulnerable members of our community and help provide them with a better quality of life. I believe the care that we provide as PCAs should not come at the expense of our own quality of life, though. That's no way to live. The state also must make difficult decisions when it comes to budgeting, but we've made those decisions even harder by restricting ourselves with unnecessary fiscal roadblocks. By modifying the fiscal roadblocks and raising revenue through things like capital gains tax, we could fund important services like mine. The only way to change the system, which is broken beyond belief, is for you to support bills like SB 742, SB 740, and HB 5986. Not only does the state need to bring in more money, but you have to make sure that the money gets where it is most urgently needed, and that's into agencies that employ healthcare workers like me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being with us this evening and sharing your perspective on this. It matters a great deal. Seeing no questions, I wish you a good rest of your evening.
You too.
Next up, we have Molly Markowitz, who is, I believe, online.
Afternoon. Thank you to the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dr. Molly Markowitz. I am a pediatrician who works in New Haven, and I'm also the chair of the Advocacy Committee for the Connecticut American Academy of Pediatrics chapter, which represents over 600 pediatricians in Connecticut. You'll be hearing from one of my colleagues later today about our support of Senate Bill 921, but I'm going to be speaking today in support of Senate Bill 740 and House Bill 5986. So as a pediatrician, every day I see how poverty impacts and harms children. Children who grow up experiencing the impacts of poverty, such as food insecurity and unstable housing, family violence, parental mental health diseases, are more likely to develop significant lifelong and debilitating conditions such as obesity, asthma, learning difficulties, as well as emotional and behavioral challenges. Poverty, unfortunately, does not affect all families equally, with 23% of Black children and 27% of Hispanic children living in poverty in Connecticut, compared with 6% of white non-Hispanic children. Research has shown that tax credits are a really powerful anti-poverty tool. Back in 2021, when the federal, we had the expanded federal tax credit, we saw poverty be incredibly reduced. And we saw families affording basic needs and buying healthier food for their families, paying off utility bills, affording childcare, really paying for those basic necessities that help their family survive and hopefully thrive. A $600 child tax credit would be a really impactful anti-poverty measure and really help families in Connecticut. Some people may argue that, we have a lot of things to consider. However, as a pediatrician, I know that investing in children and their health and their future means that they can grow up to be healthier, more productive adults, and that in turn also leads to lower healthcare costs long term and fewer demands on social services and increased earnings for adults. So a Connecticut specific child tax credit really would be an incredible anti-poverty measure that would benefit so many children and families in Connecticut and address really important racial and ethnic disparities. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for being with us and providing that perspective. I don't think we've had that particular one yet, so we're certainly getting a lot of testimony on the child tax credit, but from someone who cares for kids, that's really important. So thank you for your work, and thank you for being with us tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Next up, we have Greta Blau.
Hello,
Hello.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, ranking members, vice chairs, and esteemed members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Greta Blau, and I live in Hamden. I'm a leader at the Hamden Tenant Union, and our mission is to advocate for dignity and fair treatment for tenants. I urge you to support a robust and expansive child tax credit. Please support HB 5986 and SB 740 and support a child tax credit that is at least $600 per child, permanent, refundable, and effective immediately, and available to low-income and middle-class families. I grew up with financial insecurities, and at times we were homeless. We once lived in a tent when I was 7 or 8 years old. My mother did not receive any financial support from my father. She worked hard, but as a young mom, she had 2 kids to take care of on her own. This is the case for many mothers in Connecticut today. They work hard, they do their best, but there just isn't enough to feed the kids or get the car fixed if they have a car, or buy birthday presents, or just get by. My mother did have a safety net in my grandmother, but many people do not have this. The way that poverty affects me now is I'm the person in my apartment complex where the kids come to get snacks after school or at night because they don't have enough at home. There's a joy in giving a child a snack after school, and the smiles on their faces are beautiful. We also found a need for regular food to prepare meals with in our complex. We have a partnership with Havens Harvest Food Rescue, and I could rescue food all day long and there would still be a need for more. The stress caused to mothers and fathers when they can't provide for their children is unbearable at times. We work hard and the price of everything goes up. I'm asking you to provide a few minutes of relief to these parents and families. We have not been able to take a breath since COVID, and we're still feeling the effects. Connecticut is the only state that taxes personal income without adjusting for family size, making it even harder to afford our already high cost of living. A robust tax credit would benefit 550,000 children and 75% of Connecticut families. My children are all adults now, but I'm asking you to please give a relief to those who are still raising children in Connecticut. I also strongly support SB 742, but I believe the rate should be 5%. And there should be penalties for non-compliance. I hope this committee will meet our current moment and take this important step forward. Funding is being slashed and people I know are losing their jobs due to loss of government contracts. We will need to take care of our own in Connecticut for the foreseeable future. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for joining us and for speaking for people beyond ourselves. That's an important perspective. So thanks again. Seeing no questions, I wish you a good evening.
Thank you.
Next up, Leslie Blatteau.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and members of this committee. My name is Leslie Blatteau. I'm a teacher and parent in New Haven, a resident of New Haven. I'm the president of New Haven Federation of Teachers, divisional VP for AFT Connecticut, and steering committee chair for the Connecticut for All Coalition. I'm going to testify on 3 bills today. 4. First, I'll try to make it brief for each one. We're here to express our support for SB 740 and HB 5986, both about the refundable child tax credit. Establishing this child tax credit, we know will reduce child poverty, mitigate wealth disparities, particularly among racial and ethnic groups, and bolster economic stability for families with children. This proposal will benefit 550,000 children and 75% of families. Its broad and well-documented impact is part of the reason why 73% of Connecticut residents support this tax credit, even if they're not raising children. We know how expensive raising a child is. And in addition, the members that I represent in New Haven know the impact that poverty can have on the stability that students need to thrive in schools. A cost-effective tool like this tax credit is an antidote to the obstacles that low-income families face, and it will improve our students' attendance, engagement, social, emotional, and academic development. Not only that, but it puts resources right back into local communities as families are more likely to spend that money in their own neighborhoods. While we support both bills, we must note that HB 5986 is stronger. And again, as the wealthiest state in the country, Connecticut should be the example. We can use the child tax credit as one way to address the divide of the two Connecticut's. Second, I'm here to support SB 742, capital gains surcharge, and SB 741, an act concerning a statewide property tax on certain residential property. Hardworking members of my union witness firsthand every day the reality of a broken economic system in our state. Our schools, which have been underfunded for decades, are understaffed and undermaintained. Our students deserve access to a world-class education, but instead they arrive to cold classrooms with leaks, substitute teachers, part-time social workers and school nurses, and threats of cuts to federal programs like Title I, IDEA, and career tech ed training programs that are lifelines for children and families. And I want to clarify, the state of our schools is not the fault of the educators, the students, or the families. Our students are brilliant and our educators are compassionate and creative, but we're stuck in an underfunded system. So what does this have to do with capital gains surcharge and a statewide property tax? In the words of my senator, Gary Winfield, equity requires revenue. So if we're going to ensure equitable experiences and outcomes for all children in our state, we have to be bolder and more progressive with our approach to revenue generation. These approaches are necessary. We can do the tax on unearned income, and we can do the mansion tax. And ultimately, these are even more important now, given the looming cuts by the Trump administration. We can respond and save programs and support working families in Connecticut. A strong Connecticut is an economy that works for everyone and must contain a strong safety net. A capital gains surcharge and a mansion tax are two ways that we can build our social safety net, fully fund our schools, and protect the promise of public education for every child in our state. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for being with us this evening. I appreciate your perspectives. Seeing no question, I wish you a nice rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Edward Cohen, who swapped positions earlier. Very generous of you, sir.
Thank you. My name is Edward Cohen. I am a proud native of Connecticut and proud graduate of UConn. I am also a location scout, and I'm here to testify regarding opposing the portion of the governor's proposal on Bill 1246, where he wishes to cut the tax incentive. I am changing my what I planned to say. I just received a letter, and I'd like to read that letter into the record. It is from the Honorable Mayor of Middletown, Benjamin Florsheim. The letter goes: Dear Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and honorable members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee, I am writing to express my opposition to the proposed reduction of the film and television tax incentive outlined in Governor's Bill SB 1246. As mayor of Middletown, I have witnessed firsthand the economic benefits of this incentive that it brings to our communities. Reducing or altering this program would have negative consequences for businesses, workers, and the overall economic and cultural vibrancy of our state. The film and television industry in Connecticut is not a financial burden. It is a powerful economic driver.
The tax incentive is an earned incentive, meaning that productions must first inject substantial funds into our economy before receiving any benefit. Each production operates as an independent entity, generating significant revenue that supports local hotels, restaurants, and a wide range of other businesses and service providers. Additionally, the industry provides well-paying jobs for thousands of Connecticut residents in various trades, from set construction to digital media, all of whom rely on a stable and competitive incentive program to maintain their livelihood. Over the past 2 years, organizations like the Connecticut Film and TV Alliance have worked to make Connecticut a premier destination for film production. This has resulted in major film projects choosing our state, which in turn has boosted tourism, strengthened partnerships with educational institutions, and made new workforce development opportunities possible. Reducing the tax credit percentage would immediately make Connecticut non-competitive, forcing productions to relocate to neighboring states with favorable incentives and eliminating the economic benefits we now enjoy. As you hear from us regularly, mayors and other local government officials need more tools and partnership from state lawmakers, not less, when it comes to raising revenue and attracting economic activity to our communities. The math is clear. For every dollar spent on film production in Connecticut, a substantial portion is reinvested into the state economy through taxable activities such as hotel stays, car rentals, equipment leasing, payroll, and municipal fees. Under the current structure.
Excuse me, sir, you're past your 3 minutes. If you could please summarize.
Okay. Essentially, I just want to say that I apologize, I can't get the rest of this in. However, we are not part of the problem of state funding. We are part of the solution. I entertain any questions. I thank you for the time.
Well, thank you for joining us. As you know, we've gotten lots of testimony on this today, so I'm happy to add you to that list. We are hearing a great deal of the impact of that program on the state of Connecticut and its economy. Seeing no further questions, thanks again.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Cynthia Lettieri. She online or?
Hello, good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Cynthia Lettieri. I live in Clinton, Connecticut. I'm here to strongly support SB number 740, the proposed legislation to establish a refundable child tax credit in our state. And I urge you to consider the positive impact it would have on families like mine and so many others across Connecticut. As a mother raising a 3-year-old in this state, I'm very aware of the financial challenges that young families face. The cost of living in Connecticut is staggering, particularly when it comes to housing and childcare. In addition, inflation has made the prices of groceries, gas, and everyday necessities rise at an alarming rate. While these financial pressures seem to increase by the day, wages have not kept pace. The result is that many of us are struggling to make ends meet, even with dual incomes, and are finding it increasingly difficult to save for our future or provide our children with the opportunities they deserve. A refundable child tax credit will help alleviate some of the burden. Connecticut families, particularly those with modest to middle-class incomes, need targeted support to navigate these rising costs. This credit, which begins at $150 per child in 2025 and phases up to $600 per child over the following 3 years, is exactly the kind of relief we need. It's not just a tax break. It's a lifeline for families who are doing their best to stay afloat amidst these challenging economic times. The proposal to make this credit refundable ensures that even families who don't owe enough in taxes to claim the full amount will still benefit. This is crucial, as many working families fall into that category and are often left out of the traditional tax breaks. By giving parents direct financial support, we allow them to invest in the immediate needs of their children, whether it's paying for a daycare bill, buying school supplies, or simply covering the rising costs of groceries and gas. I want to highlight states like California, New York, and Colorado, who have already implemented similar child tax credits with great success. These states have seen significant reductions in child poverty, increased financial security for families, and positive impacts on children's well-being. California's approach, for instance, has provided vital support to families across the state, especially during difficult economic times. New York's efforts have allowed parents to have more flexibility in how they allocate resources, which in turn leads to more stability with households. These examples show that when states invest in their children and families, it results in stronger communities and a more robust economy. In conclusion, the proposed SB number 740 is a much needed step toward providing Connecticut families with the relief they deserve. It will help families cope with the rising cost of living, support children by making childcare more affordable, and create a stronger economy for everyone. As a mother, a taxpayer, and an advocate for families, I strongly encourage you to pass this bill. By doing so, you will be sending a clear message that Connecticut cares about its children and the futures of its families. Thank you so much.
And thank you for being here with us today and sharing your passionate testimony. I believe Representative Menapace has a question for you.
Yes, hello. I know from this one that you were also testified for the Education Commission earlier today. So I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what you thought this effect would have on your students and about, well, I suppose students in general.
Yeah, so a lot of our students, when they have to go without, say, food or clothing or coats or really any resources, it's so much harder to come into a classroom and focus and get the education that they so much need, but also that they so much deserve. And so when you have families who are struggling across Connecticut, anything that we can do, anything that the state legislature can do to help these struggling families better prepares the child in a very holistic way. And so, you know, maybe it's an extra $5, $10, 150. You think maybe that's not a lot, but to some families, it's everything.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, I just had one follow-up for that one. I'm an educator myself, and I can definitely say that I've seen the profound effects when students are, I mean, we talked about this for other bills, when they are well-fed and when they are, we see that tremendous, better, well, I suppose everything, the better performance in school as well as better behaviors as well. And I had one more question for you on that, which was simply, do you think this would positively impact your students academically as well?
Absolutely. We have students who might need extra resources or, you know, if they come in and they are fed, we don't know what programs are going to be cut. We don't know if free food is still going to be around or free lunches are still going to be around for our children. You know, Title I, we're not really sure what's happening or what's going to happen with that. I work at a Title I school, and I know that my students, some of them don't even have internet access in their homes. And so when we're talking about an educational gap, especially in a state like Connecticut, where there is a huge disparities and huge opportunity gaps, any extra amount of money that we can put back in the parents' pocket to help support their children better prepares them to come to school, whether that's having heat in their home, electricity. We take for granted a lot of the things that we have in our households, but I've seen kids that go without, who don't have winter coats, and they walk to school in 10-degree weather. It's unconscionable. And so we need to do something about that. And any relief that we can give these struggling families across the state, I think, is extremely imperative, not only for their mental and social well-being, but also for their educational well-being.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Cinzia, for your incredible testimony. Just a quick question regarding why we should move forward with a refundable tax credit as opposed to a deduction, for example, why that direct cash assistance to families is so critical.
It's so critical to have it be refundable because I'll give you an example. Right now, they're saying the comfortable living wage for a single person in the state of Connecticut is $100,000. I am a teacher. I make $58,000 a year. If you have a child and a spouse, they're saying that a comfortable livable wage for 2 incomes with children is around $240,000 a year in the state of Connecticut. There are a lot of families who are not meeting those expectations. Housing prices, if you were to go out and get a house right now with a 7% interest rate in my town, you're looking at an average cost of a house at $400,000, $500,000, $500,000 in Clinton. Then you add in the cost of childcare, daycare. You have 1, 2 children. The money needs to go directly back into the pockets of these hardworking families. These are not families who are taking advantage of the system. These are families who are doing everything they can to stay afloat. And so having that go directly back into their pockets to utilize it to provide for their children, I think is something we should be advocating for and that we should be doing as a state.
Well stated. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thanks for being with us tonight.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and honorable members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Corey Geisman. I live in Manchester, Connecticut, and I am the Executive Director of the SEIU State Council. Collectively, SEIU represent 5 locals in Connecticut, 1199 New England, 32 BJ, CSEA, CEUI, and the 4 Cs. Collectively, we represent over 70,000 workers in the state. We are healthcare workers, educators, janitors, childcare providers, paraeducators, state and municipal employees, and more. I come before you today in support of Senate Bill 740, 741, 742, and House Bill 5986 with some amendments. SEIU members, like many Connecticut residents, are struggling. We have healthcare workers who are working over 100 hours a week due to short staffing in our long-term care facilities, group home workers experiencing homelessness due to poverty wages they receive. Paraeducators are asked to do more and more while being left behind when we have conversations about higher wages and benefits for our educators. We have our professors being laid off. We have our courses being cut, and we are closing schools at the higher education level. Meanwhile, we continuously talk about tuition hikes. Our state employees are mandated to double and triple shifts and experiencing increasingly dangerous work sites due to lack of resources. We have and will continue to raise our concerns around funding to your colleagues on the Appropriations Committee. However, as we all know, funding requires revenue. This is where this legislative body can lead the way. We know what we are dealing with at the federal level. We are dealing with a hostile federal administration. We know they're actively looking to cut the legs out from working families by slashing funding to Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, and more. We know they are looking to continue to enrich the likes of Elon Musk and his ilk through the extension of federal tax cuts. So the question is, what are we going to do about it? Before you today are a number of bills that would seek to raise revenue from the richest amongst us while providing much needed relief for families and children. And when I say the wealthiest amongst us, I'm not talking about the vast majority of residents in Connecticut. I'm talking about the billionaires, who some of which have doubled their wealth since the onset of the pandemic in 2020. They can afford to pay what they owe. Billionaires and corporations have made billions shipping goods on publicly maintained roads. Their companies are full of publicly educated workers, and they benefit from a tax structure that allows them to evade paying the taxes they owe while balancing the budget on the backs of Black, brown, and white working class people. Since 2021, Connecticut has been tied with Wyoming as the most unequal state in the nation.
You've reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Bills like Senate Bill 741 and 742 would begin to address this inequality. Furthermore, we can't stop there. We must modify the fiscal guardrails. We will not be able to spend any revenue we raise if we do not modify these guardrails. This is the volatility cap, the spending cap, and we absolutely cannot extend the bond lock. And so I'll finish with this. Right now, Connecticut has a flush rainy day fund due to massive surpluses in recent years. Well, it is raining right now. We are not eating with the idea that we will feast tomorrow. Well, right now, Connecticut residents are starving. Please support Senate Bill 741, 740, 742, and House Bill 5986. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Rep. Paletta.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I just have a brief question. You mentioned loosening the guardrails. It's something that has been talked about a lot up here in the last couple of weeks since the governor's address. You mentioned the spending cap. How would you alter the spending cap? What's your opinion on that?
Well, when the spending cap was, when we made amendments to it in 2017, it goes all the way back to the 90s. It was fixed in at that point in time based on the sort of economic realities we were facing then. I would encourage the state to look at, perhaps indexing that spending cap based on the a 5-year of previous years or something along those lines, something that's going to allow us to be more flexible in the way in which we are determining that level. At this point right now, we don't have enough breathing room. You all don't have enough breathing room. I hear time and time again about important programs or initiatives in your districts that you can't fund due to the spending cap. Your hands have been tied by a previous legislature. And so I would encourage you to modify those fiscal guardrails, modify the spending cap, empower yourselves to fund the things that your constituents need.
Thank you. And I think on the spending cap, you mentioned that it was tied to household income and inflation for 5 years. I believe that's current law.
Yes.
So you wouldn't modify it then?
I apologize. I misunderstood your question. Can you ask that one more time? Sorry, Joe.
No, my question was, would you modify it? Because your idea of modifying it is what is current law.
I think what I would do is I would tie it to cost of living adjustments is how I would rather see it based.
I believe that's what it's in, the inflation or household income, whichever is greater. So I think that's current law, but thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And thank you, Corey, for being with us tonight.
Thank you,
Good
Representative
rest of
Horn.
your evening.
Have a good evening.
Next up, we have Jacob Hoodlin.
Hi, can you hear me? Yes, can you hear me?
Online? No. Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Oh, good. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Jacob Pudlin of New Britain. I'm here in support of SB 742, as well as SB 740 and HB 5986. I'm on the board of the New Britain Racial Justice Coalition, a member of the Connecticut for All Coalition, which brought these bills to my attention. Where I live in New Britain, our education system is underfunded when compared to almost all of the rest of the state. The low test scores and graduation rate reflect this. We also have issues with infrastructure, public housing, public health, and a million other things. And when we ask why, it always seems to come back to we don't have the money. Wealth disparity is the worst it's been in recent history. What makes this so frustrating is that we live in one of the wealthiest states in the country, if not the wealthiest, and that is the wealthiest nation in all of human history. So how do our conversations so often end in how unaffordable solutions are? I think we all know that a big part of the answer is that we have an unjust tax system. Decades of tax loopholes and tax cuts on the wealthiest 0.1% at the state and federal level have worsened the problem. Working families are always absurdly close to poverty, and things like child tax credits in a state funded by fair taxation can alleviate that burden tremendously. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being with us this evening. Seeing no questions, I wish you a good afternoon/evening. Next up, we have Eitan Ehrlich. Okay. Are the other people seated with you also signed up to testify?
Yeah, this is Eitan. We are 147, 151. We submitted it, but we know there are at least a couple UConn fans on this committee, and I wanted to get you guys out before.
I'm watching the clock, believe me.
Well, good afternoon. My name's TJ Noel Sullivan. I'm joined by my colleagues Eitan Ehrlich and Sophie Morgenstern from the Hartford Film Company. And I started the Hartford Film Company 3 years ago, really because of a belief that Connecticut could be a hub for filmmaking. And my colleagues joined me here because they share that belief. And so we wanted to just share some stories. I know you guys have heard an incredible amount of statistics today about the film tax credit, but I wanted to share some stories related to it. And I think the first one really goes to the impact of 25 versus 30%, because they may just seem like numbers. So I wanted to share a real story. About a year ago, I got a call from a friend of mine who's a filmmaker, and he said, TJ, I have this script that's been fully financed. It is set in Hartford, and my producers are telling me that we're going to shoot it in Albany, New York, and pretend that Albany, New York is Hartford because they think it's cheaper. And so I said, whoa, 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 pause the brakes. And I got on a month worth of meetings with those producers, and we went line by line through the budget and showed how the cost of shooting that movie called Ricky here in Hartford would be the same as shooting it in Albany, New York. And eventually we were able to win them over. That movie shot here in Hartford this summer. And for those of you that kept up with the news, that movie was at Sundance, the biggest film festival in the world, this January, where it won Best US Director. Now, if the current bill in front of you had been in place a year ago, that conversation would have been much different. I would have had to sit down with them and say, you know, in New York, you might get to film for 35 days. If you do it in Connecticut, you'd have to cut down to 32 because of the lower tax credit. And that would have been an uphill climb that probably would not have happened. And instead, the headlines would have been about how a movie in Albany, New York pretended that it was Hartford and went to Sundance and won an award. And so what I want to get across, and I think all of our stories share, is that this isn't just going to be a small haircut. This is going to have a major impact, because every single project that comes through here looks at where else they can film. And if the answer is they can film for an extra 3 days or hire an extra 20 crew members if they just cross the state line, most producers are going to feel the need to do that. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Sophie to share a story as well.
Yeah, so my story is going to be about my first job in film and how I was able to get in the door. There was this film that shot about 3 years ago now, called Call Jane. And it too, like Ricky, went to Sundance. However, the difference was it was set in Chicago and in the 1960s. But Connecticut is a great filmmaking state, and we had the architecture and the wonderfully talented crew to accommodate this production. And it was because it filmed in Connecticut, I was able to work on it. It was only because of this 30% tax credit that Connecticut was even considered as an option for this production. Yes, we have our timeless scenery and incredible local talent, but without the credit, we wouldn't have even been thought of and wouldn't be the next time. We're still that same local talent, that next aspiring filmmaker like I was, may find themselves working, living, and paying taxes in another state in order to find the opportunities that they need. I'll turn it over to Eitan.
Cool. Thank you to both of my coworkers, and thank you to the whole committee for hosting this hearing. My story is pretty recent. How many of you think back to your college graduation with fond memories? Well, I just graduated college at Emerson College's satellite campus in Los Angeles. Now, I was considering all of the options, all of the various ways my career could have gone, and the network that I had slowly been able to build over my summers away from Boston in Hartford, Connecticut, working in the local film industry on Midas in 2022 with Mike Furman in 2023 on an ESPN ad helped me believe in Connecticut's film industry and believe that it could grow and that I could be part of something larger than myself. And sure enough, this January, I joined the Hartford Film Company full time, and I'm really grateful for that experience. Now, this investment that I'm making personally and that my coworkers are making with the state and with the city of Hartford especially, I mainly call on our representatives and our local leaders to make that same investment and spend the time needed to continue investing in Connecticut's future by maintaining the 30% tax credit for film productions over $1 million and to maintain the existing film tax credits for films and production companies that are eligible underneath those certain benchmarks. It's a very simple story. If you see people, all of the folks who have testified here today, making those investments, those personal investments and economic, you should make the same investment and maintain the film tax credit for years to come. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. One quick question. What part of Connecticut passes for Chicago in 1960?
A mixture. I'm a proud first district resident, and a lot of it was shot in the first district. Also West Hartford. But yeah, Charter Oak Place we think we filmed there for about a week on Call Jane. And all over the Hartford, and there was I think we were in Bristol for a hospital scene, all over the place.
Thank you. Seeing no other more important questions. Thank you also for being here and sharing the perspective. It does matter to hear how this plays out for various people.
Thank you so much.
very much.
Thank you.
And for pulling together. Next up, we have Connie Manis. Sorry, Connie's from my district, so welcome, Connie.
Hi, it's a little hard for me to hear you guys in the room. So I think that
We can hear you
ready
just
to
fine.
go.
If you can hear us.
Okay, good, thanks. So good afternoon, committee chairs, Senator Fonfara and Representative Horn, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to come before you. My name is Connie Manis. I live in Kent, Connecticut, where I also work as the executive director of the Kent Land Trust. On behalf of our board and staff, I respectfully request that you include as part of SB 1247, 10 million per year in bond authorizations for the Open Space and Watershed Land Acquisition Program, which we abbreviate as OSWA. Consistent and full funding of this program is essential to meet the growing demand for outdoor recreation and to safeguard Connecticut's natural resources. The Kent Land Trust is an accredited nonprofit serving the Kent, Connecticut community. We protect over 3,000 acres of conservation land, including 12 properties with public trails and other recreational opportunities. 4 of those 12 were purchased with the help of the OSWA program, the earliest in 2003. Representative Horn, as you noted, my town is in your district, and I'm really grateful that you've personally joined me on several of those properties. The Kent Land Trust's OSWA properties and trails are used all of the time by all types of people and for tremendous public benefit. Residents, the recreational tourists who drive Kent's economy, families, seniors, scouts, students, researchers, dog walkers, the list goes on and on. In fact, just this morning, we joined our NGO partner Project SAGE in hosting a hike for teens in the Skiff Mountain South Preserve to raise awareness of domestic violence and the local services that are available for help. Late last year, the Kent Land Trust again applied for OSWA funding, about which we expect to hear this year. Our project will protect vital watershed land, core forest, and ridgeline wildlife corridors, while greatly enhancing Kent's recreational opportunities. The project is contiguous to 64 previously protected acres with an existing trail, and that will easily connect to make a longer network, greatly expanding the resources in our town. Our municipal leaders and community partners enthusiastically support our application. If that application is successful, we plan to leverage OSWA funding with federal funding through the Highlands Act and additionally from community donors and local foundations, which really shows the powerful collaboration OSWA makes possible. Our OSWA projects are the large, high market value properties that are unlikely to be donated, out of our reach to purchase without pulling together funding from multiple sources. It's really clear that absent OSWA funding, properties of significant conservation and recreational value would be impossible for land trusts.
You've reached
to
3
protect.
minutes. You've reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
I'm wrapping. Looking ahead, the Kent Land Trust has identified further properties for conservation and public recreation, the protection of which would depend on OSWA support. But as you heard from Amy Patterson at the Connecticut Land Conservation Council today, inconsistency with the OSWA program in terms of the timing and the funding available means these projects will not happen. The projects require years of relationship building and planning, and so insecurity in this program has a chilling effect, which none of us want to see. Once again, I urge you to ensure that OSWA receives full and consistent funding, and I really thank you so much for your attention today.
Thank you, Connie. I can attest to the Kent Land Trust, among others, really deep connection with the community and with public recreation and creating all kinds of events and inviting people into the woods. That's a really healthy thing. Well, I wanted to ask you just quickly if you could just expand a little bit on how long it takes. We had some testimony earlier. I think Amy Blimmer Patterson referred to the fact that don't be sort of confused by the fact that there's still money left in this bucket that hasn't been spent. It's, because these projects take so long to complete. And I wonder whether you could flesh that out a little bit.
Sure. Well, I mean, as you might imagine, there's quite a lot that goes into the OSWA application itself, all kinds of due diligence so that the state can be assured that it is making a safe and sound investment. There are appraisals that can attest to the fair market value. They are a special kind of appraisal that can take some time to get. There is an appraisal review. There is some, there's title investigation. There's a lot of review on the state side of the contracts that have to go into place. It's not as simple as just a regular straight sale. The state retains a conservation easement over the property, and so those agreements need to be carefully gone through by legal and negotiated. Generally, when we start working with a donor and we know it's going to be in OSWA, we really have to build the trust of the donor because we're talking about a sale that's not going to be completed for, at least 2 years, often longer. So, in terms of the way that the funding works, of course, Amy Patterson knows this so much better than I do. But it's true to say that the money that is there now is for the projects that have already been approved, and that what we need that consistent funding for is for these projects that are coming down the pipeline. Mine, like the ones that, so projects that are part of applications that were just made this past fall, but also the projects that we're working on right now that might be possible applications in the next year.
Thank you. And thank you for your work. Seeing no further questions, have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Elza Libert.
You have to green button. Okay, it says red. Okay. Hi, I'm Elza Libhart. I am a Connecticut resident. I live in Ridgefield. I am a proud mother of twin daughters, and I've been lucky enough to write custom music for ABC, Disney, Netflix. I've been doing this for a long time. And just recently, when they won back the tax credit, it went back up, I got the most amazing job offer to music supervise a feature-length film. This is a very high budget film from LA looking at shooting in Connecticut because the tax credit was 30%. I just got the email this week. They're looking elsewhere because they got nervous when they saw that it might go down to 25%. So I went from having this job that might make it possible so I can send my girls to college without having massive debt to, possibly not even having this job. So this is impacting us on a small, as a mom, but also think about the millions of dollars from other states that these big productions could bring here long-term. So that's why at this particular moment, this is not a great idea for business. It's not good for Connecticut because it really does bring in a lot of income to the state, money to the state from other places. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. We appreciate that perspective.
You're welcome.
Thank you for sticking around. I know you've been here for, I think, most of the day.
Yeah.
Seeing no questions, have a good rest of your evening. Next up, we have Michael Shanbrom.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Shambrom. I'm a Connecticut resident, and I currently serve as a regional security advisor for the Jewish communities of Greater New Haven and Western and Eastern Connecticut. I've served in this role since September of 2021 after completing 20 years in law enforcement. I'm here today to speak to SB 1247, specifically advocating for the authorization of $20 million in bond funds for the Connecticut Nonprofit Security Grant Program. Week after week, we learn of another incident involving targeted acts of violence directed against Americans because of their religious, ethnic, or racial affiliations. Because of this, many of our Connecticut residents don't feel safe attending religious services or sending their children to religious school or summer enrichment programs. In 2024, we experienced a record number of hate-motivated incidents across the state and across our nation. In just my Connecticut catchment area alone, I'm aware of in excess of 138 hate-related incidents since October of 2023. These incidents included harassment, intimidation, vandalism, hateful flyering incidents in neighborhoods, anti-Semitic rallies in our towns and cities, as well as directed threats of violence, specifically including bomb threats and physical assaults. Although our law enforcement and Homeland Security partners work diligently on our behalf to prevent the next attack from occurring, we know that it's just a matter of time until a threat goes undetected. When this happens, we must be ready. Our community readiness is accomplished through planning and preparation. For many Connecticut nonprofit organizations, the dollar cost of this preparation is unmanageable. Connecticut's Nonprofit Security Grant Program provides that critical funding mechanism to ensure our nonprofits have access to the funding necessary to ensure their organizations are secure. The program has been critical in providing funding for proper access controls, reinforced doors and windows, security cameras to deter and detect an attack, bowlers to prevent vehicle-borne attacks, emergency communications to alert individuals of pending attacks, and security trainings to ensure our community's preparedness and resiliency. We do know that there has been a return on investment of government-funded NSG programs. During July of 2023 in Memphis, Tennessee, an individual attempted to enter the Margolin Hebrew Academy, a school that is virtually identical to many Connecticut religious schools. He had a firearm and he had the intent to harm the teachers and staff inside that building. It was NSGP-funded doors and access control devices that prevented that attacker from gaining entry that day, undoubtedly saving lives of those inside the building. During October of 2024, when individuals attacked an elderly congregant as he attempted to enter his New Haven area synagogue for morning services, it was NSGP-funded security cameras which captured that assault and aided law enforcement in identifying those responsible. Without continued funding for Connecticut's Nonprofit Security Grant Program, especially in light of the current uncertainty as it relates to future nonprofit security grant funding at the federal level, Connecticut's extensive network of nonprofits will remain vulnerable to attack.
You have reached 3 minutes. You have reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Continued funding of this program is an investment Connecticut must continue to make in order to keep its community safe. I thank you for your time today.
Thank you for being with us. Having worked on some of this hate crimes legislation and some of the things that you're experiencing, I can attest to the scary times we're living in. Seeing no further questions, thank you for being with us this evening.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next up, we have Seth Freeman online.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Seth Freeman. I'm the president of Congress of Connecticut Community Colleges, 4Cs, SIU Local 1973, and I have served as a faculty member at CT State Capital Community College for over 20 years. In my time as an educator, I've had the privilege of teaching some of Connecticut's most disadvantaged students, and every year I see these students work tirelessly to overcome systemic barriers in pursuit of a better future for themselves and their families. I'm here today to testify in strong support of Senate Bill 742, Senate Bill 740, and House Bill 5986. Senate Bill 742 establishes a capital gains surcharge on unearned income for the ultra-wealthy in our state. This measure is crucial to ensuring a fairer tax system that will allow Connecticut to invest in the services that our communities rely on. Connecticut is the wealthiest state in the nation, yet two very different Connecticut's exist. While a small percentage of residents see extraordinary gains from investments, dividends, and the sale of vacation properties, working families are struggling to afford basic needs. This inequity is felt most acutely by women, people of color, and their children, who are facing record inflation and stagnant wages. At our community colleges, we see firsthand the impact of this disparity. Students are balancing multiple jobs, supporting families, and struggling to afford housing and food. Our programs are stretched at the colleges to the breaking point. And without adequate funding, we risk failing these students who will soon be the future workforce of our state. With the uncertainty of the federal funding and the likely continuation of the Trump tax cuts, Connecticut must act to capture capital gains revenue to protect critical services. States like Washington have demonstrated that a capital gains tax can fund essential investments in childcare and early learning, stimulating the economy while making the tax code more equitable. Connecticut can do the same. I'm also here to speak in support of Senate Bill 742 and House Bill 5986, both of which would establish a permanent child tax credit, Connecticut child tax credit. This would reduce child poverty, close income and wealth gaps, and strengthen economic stability for families, all while boosting our state's economy. With the cost of raising a child in Connecticut averaging $18,400 a year, families are feeling the impact of the largest cost of living increase in decades. A refundable child tax credit provides flexible and immediate financial relief, helping families make ends meet and invest in their children's future. Financial stability is a key factor in the retention and persistence of our community college students. 1 in 5 students at CT State is a parent. A permanent child tax credit can help cover childcare costs, allowing student parents to attend classes, complete their degrees at a faster rate, and improve their career prospects. We are the wealthiest state in the nation. We have the resources to create a state where opportunity and security are not privileges, but guarantees for everyone. This isn't just about helping families today, it's about securing Connecticut's future. When families thrive, communities grow stronger. Let's make Connecticut a place where every child has the opportunity to succeed. I urge you to support Senate Bill 742, Senate Bill 740, and House Bill 5986. And thank you very much for your time, consideration, and your hard work.
Thank you for being with us tonight and for your work with teaching young people. It makes a difference. Seeing no questions, enjoy the rest of your evening. Next up, we have a panel of 3, I believe. Hamish McPhail, Jeanette Bailey Spence, and Tanisha Signore. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And Meryl Gay, okay.
Good day, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Hamish McPhail, and I am the Deputy Director of CONCAN, a statewide advocacy organization that ensures each child in Connecticut has access to an equitable and high-quality public education. I'm here today with colleagues of the Child Tax Credit Coalition, Meryl Gay, of the Early Childhood Alliance, and Tanisha Signore of She Leads Justice. All of us have different perspectives and work on different issues, but we share in the same goal here. Since the 1980s, the wealthiest families in our country have nearly tripled their per-child spending on enrichment programming, as we call it, from around $3,000 per child to $9,000 per child. Over that same period, low-income families have increased their spending by $150, now spending $1,500 per child. This gap in spending directly contributes to the opportunity gap. Students who do not participate or do not have opportunity to go on class trips, participate in music lessons, play sports, or receive tutoring services simply miss out. And as a result, they miss critical developmental opportunities. Frankly, I believe the term enrichment is actually a misnomer. These programs are not nice to haves at this point in time. They are core to the growth and development of our children, and we should consider lack of access to enrichment, as we call it, as simply unacceptable. Enter the child tax credit. Families spend marginal dollars efficiently. They invest in more of what they know they need: food, shelter, transportation, and experiences in education opportunity. While this is just a piece of the puzzle, the proposed child tax credit would allow families to participate in these vital programs and activities, and thus having the opportunity to narrow the opportunity gap. The value of children possessing these skills and experiences to thrive in the world goes well beyond financial. It has lasting societal and personal impacts that will put a wind at our backs for our young people for generations to come. I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Meryl Gay now.
Good afternoon. I'm Meryl Gay with the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance. And I want to add our voice to the chorus of organizations supporting the child tax credit. I hear from our members, many of whom are child care providers, about the struggles of families who, because the car broke down, the refrigerator broke, or whatever it was, the unexpected expense, they find themselves unable to meet their basic needs. And one of those is obviously their childcare bill. So we have childcare providers who are in the situation of, do I give them a break this week because they can't pay? Because I know they've got to get the car fixed to go to work so that they can pay me next week. We need to think about how we can make our tax system fairer, particularly as at the federal level, it is getting even less fair. We are looking at a national government that is about to give enormous tax breaks for the ultra wealthy. And this is an opportunity to help families who really need it. Families with young children are at their very lowest net worth in the 5 years after they have their first child. This tax credit will be enormously helpful for that group of families who are struggling with the basic needs. And now I'll turn it over to Tanisha.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Tanisha Signor, and I am the policy director at She Leads Justice. We're a statewide nonprofit that focuses on advocating for marginalized women and girls in the state. I know you guys have heard a lot of information today. I am sending in a written testimony with a lot of numbers and a lot of statistics, but I just want to talk to you primarily today about the disparities in the financial hardships on people of color and on women in the state. We know from the numbers that people of color are disproportionately impacted by financial hardships. Latino and Black families are almost 60%. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna lose out on you. Are almost 60% of Latino and Black households in the family in the state qualify for the child tax credit as proposed in these two policies, and 87% of single female-led households would be eligible. This number is especially important because women are still recovering at higher rates from the COVID pandemic, in which we had to leave the workforce in much higher rates than men due to childcare needs, almost more than 4 times as much. So I think that's really critical when we talk about recovery and when we talk about equity in the state. Women and people of color need to have policies like this.
You've reached 5 minutes. Please summarize.
That help us help them make every day a little bit easier.
Thank you for being with us this evening. And Meryl, my apologies for reading the wrong name off the list. I should have just looked up and seen your face. Seeing no questions, again, thanks for your advocacy, for your work, and for joining forces this evening.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Next up, we have Jennifer Perez Caraballo. Caraballo. No? How about Bruce Putterman?
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, members of the committee. I'm the publisher and CEO of the Connecticut Mirror, the largest public policy focused news organization here in Connecticut. I'm here to support HB 5978, a bill offering refundable tax credits to news organizations that cover local communities in the state. I'm not asking you to support journalism per se. I'm asking you to support the things that journalism impacts. Stronger communities, better informed constituents, less public corruption, greater government accountability. We understand the challenges of the fiscal challenges that the state faces. We report on them all the time. We also understand that you support communities in informing the public in lots of other ways. But we're also familiar with the research that says that less local news can lead to more government corruption, less civic engagement, increased polarization, lower voter turnout, more misinformation, higher costs for local government, and less knowledge about local and federal candidates. You're no doubt familiar with the trends that have affected local journalism over the last 20 years. Newsrooms are shrinking all around the country. Newsrooms are shrinking here in Connecticut. In fact, Connecticut newsroom employment has declined 65% from 2013 to 2023. The objective of a refundable tax credit for newsrooms that engage in local journalism would be to retain current staffing levels so that there's not even further erosion. Ideally, it might be even to increase staffing levels to some degree. We know that elected officials, all of you, your colleagues, support the goals of local journalism, the concept of a robust journalism ecosystem. Many of your colleagues have, personally told me that. The question then is how to provide that support. New York State and Illinois both passed refundable tax credit bills last year. The basic concept is for-profit news organizations get some kind of a tax credit for some number of employees that they hire or retain up to a cap, and nonprofits, kind of much like the refundable child tax credit, nonprofits would get some sort of grant or subsidy for similar behaviors in terms of sustaining or adding to employment here in the state. One concern that comes up in conversations that I have about government funding journalism is the idea that government funding of journalism will somehow compromise our editorial independence. I assure you that while additional funding support from the state would be valuable to journalism organizations, you'll find that nothing is more valuable to us than our integrity. And so I would like to just kind of put concerns about compromising editorial independence to rest. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I have a quick question. I'm in my little neck of the woods. We are experiencing these are very, very local, small. There's a little, rebirth is perhaps too strong a word, but becoming nonprofits and enjoying a more community support. And I wonder whether that's something you're observing statewide.
Absolutely. There are what we call them hyperlocals. They are focused just on a community. They're typically, one or two people operating out of a home office, burning the midnight oil. There are probably close to 24 hyperlocals around the state. A lot of them are clustered in wealthier towns, clustered in Fairfield County. We have one in West Hartford. I know you have one in Goshen, in Kent now, both brand new in the last few years. So yes, they are proliferating. The question is, how long can they sustain themselves because of the kind of one or two person nature of that work? Many of them are not really taking salaries. They're retired journalists who love the work and they love their community, and it's a kind of a nice retirement project. Whether it's sustainable in the long run is the open question.
Representative Rader.
Thank you. Guilford is one of them as well. We have the Guilford
Sorry.
Courier. No,
Right.
that's absolutely fine. That was just my question to you is I really worry about these small local publications going away because honestly, I find with my constituents, and I'm not categorically saying this, but typically our seniors who aren't on social media, might not be checking their email. The way they get news and information is honestly our local newspaper. And so I appreciate your testimony around that. And if you have any creative ideas beyond what you've spoken to today, because I really think to your point of what we said about how media is consumed right now and how restrictions are happening at the federal level, even in press events, that it's really important that we value and cherish those smaller publications and outlets. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Petterman, for your testimony. I appreciate a lot of the work that the Mirror does and other journalists across the state do. I was, earlier when we were hearing testimony on the film tax credit, I was reading the Mirror's coverage of the film tax credit. So your ears must have been ringing. And I, as you mentioned, share your goals to revive local journalism. As you mentioned, there is still a good amount of local journalism in Lower Fairfield County, and I see that in my district, and I do find it very, very important to us as a community. It's an asset, but as you mentioned, I do get concerned that it's not a conscious problem, but it could often be a subconscious problem, inevitably, if the government state government or any other government is actively subsidizing an industry or organizations, that there is just going to be a subconsciously different attitude towards covering the person who is providing them with funding. Inevitably, there will be people in that government who support providing that funding, and there will be people in that government who oppose it. And, you know, it's just kind of human nature that that could affect not reporters at your organization, but, you know, but journalists, reporters, personnel at some organization, who, you know, when that policy is up for question or in effect. And, you know, but so could you imagine that kind of trade-off, that challenge that we're dealing with and thinking of as policymakers?
So there's an advocacy group called Rebuild Local News, and they have several principles to address exactly that issue. And they're all basically built around kind of broad allocation of funding that is news organization neutral, is platform neutral, so that there can't be any kind of a pressure point on any given individual news organization. Maybe the best example of that is, you know, we have never accepted a dime of government money other than the occasional, you know, Department of Public Health awareness advertising sort of thing. The one exception we made was during PPP, during COVID, Payroll Protection Program, where it was just such a broad, general, sweeping program that no one was going to single us out for any kind of, you know, any kind of quid pro quo in terms of coverage. The other thing I would say is that, I mean, the state already is subsidizing some journalism. You know, legal notices the state engages in legal notices. The state, if you look at Open Checkbook, the state is spending a lot of money on subscriptions to certain newspapers, but not to others. There's plenty of advertising. There's a separate bill Representative Farrar introduced in GAE that's focused on reallocating some states' advertising spending away from where the advertising is currently concentrated to be, you know, kind of more equitable. So the state does already, maybe unconsciously, to your point, pick winners and losers in supporting local journalism. But I think that's manageable with kind of a neutrality, with legislation that ultimately is rooted in neutrality as best as possible.
No, this proposal strikes me as a little bit more significant in its scope. And I did find it, I mean, you did mention before that you were very careful about accepting as an organization government monies. But you do think that this is different than the fact that internally you take that very admirable kind of position.
We do. We've turned away six-figure offers of gifts for when there were strings attached. So we do take it seriously. I think I like to believe that all of our peers are also taking it seriously, but, you know, I guess again, if they're like on this bill in particular, if there is some kind of a tax credit that applies to a broad category of news organizations, only the legislature ultimately could withhold that funding through a vote of the legislature. So I understand what you're saying. Does it eliminate that risk entirely? Maybe not, but I think it mitigates it.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your work at the Mirror. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bruce, thanks for being here. Following up a little bit on Senator Fazio's question, I was hoping you could give a little historical context because my understanding is that we actually have had a history in our country of supporting media and media outlets, namely ones that I tend to think of are our community television outlets or our public television entities. So can you kind of speak to even the history that we've had in our country around supporting access to media?
Sure. I mean, even at the founding of the country in the colonial era and at the time of the Constitution, government was carving out funding for whatever the equivalent of the postal service was back then. So the idea of supporting informed citizenry and building community is as rooted in our country's history as, you know, the Bill of Rights. As I see, right, public media, which was established in the 60s, is another example of that. As I said earlier, government supports media through advertising. And, you know, I can't offer, you know, an exhaustive, I guess, history lesson, but I do think it's important to understand that the values, the founding fathers embodied the values of an informed public by, in fact, making it less expensive to send pamphlets, I guess, at the time, to their constituents all around the country.
Thank you. And you mentioned that New York and Illinois have pursued this type of legislation. I believe in those cases, there was, you know, kind of a broad group of supporters to pursue both of those efforts in those states. Are you familiar with that legislation and if there's similar levels of tax credit that was provided in those states, similar to what Connecticut's trying to provide?
Well, so I'm familiar with the legislation in the broadest strokes. You know, the New York State and Illinois, actually, run it with me. They operated at a different scale than we do here in Connecticut. So the numbers would presumably be different here in Connecticut. I'm not aware that that you all have actually talked about specific numbers yet. But in Illinois, $15,000 for current journalists, $25,000 tax credit for new journalists, a tax credit for both commercial news organizations and nonprofit news organizations. Interestingly, a slightly lower benefit for hedge fund owned newspapers in Illinois. In New York, tax credits of up to so a pool of $30 million in New York State for similar sort of thing, new journalists or sustaining journalists. And amount of funding paid to any specific news organization capped at $300,000. So I suspect here we're not dealing in those kinds of numbers, but it provides a framework for how you all could conceptualize a statute.
Thank you, Bruce. Thanks for that information and for just, again, kind of illuminating the need, having seen just the shrinkage of local news coverage across our state already and what other states are doing and how we can step up. So I appreciate your time and thank you to the chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Thanks for your
So
time.
before I pass the gavel to my vice chair, Representative Constantine, it's that time of the day again. I'm going to ask everybody to stand up. And have a little bit of help.
Your leg.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, back to business. Well, I have heard if one conducts standing meetings, they go more quickly, so perhaps we should switch to that. Yeah, standing desks. You want to, you want to sit here?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So next up, we have Joshua Kasky. Is he in the room or on Zoom? No? Okay, we will go to Eric Fletcher from Breeze Airways.
Hello, good evening.
Hi, how are you? Go ahead. Thank you.
Doing quite well. So I'm Eric Fletcher, Vice President of Government Affairs with Breeze Airways. And I was hoping to quickly discuss the jet fuel tax abatement and urge all of you to not let it expire in the middle of this year. So if you're not familiar with Breeze, Breeze is a relatively new airline that began flying in 2021. We are now flying to 69 different cities across the country, and 2 of those cities are Hartford and New Haven. Last year, we flew 8 million total passengers, and this year we're on track to fly about 12 million passengers. So we've been growing really fast, and lots of that growth has been in Connecticut, very much due to this, the last 2 years of having the fuel tax abatement. Pre-abatement in Connecticut, we flew about 300,000 passengers the year before. And this year, or what will be July of this year, going back to July of last year, it is on track to be just about 900,000 passengers. We're very excited about that growth, but it's not just airline passengers, it's also been jobs. We now have 262 jobs out of Connecticut, and we look forward to, hopefully continuing to grow that employee count in the state. Of those 900,000 passengers that we're looking to fly, that's 22 different and unique nonstop routes coming out of Connecticut airports on Breeze Airways. But this growth, as one of my colleagues with the big airline trade association, Airlines for America, said earlier today, it's not just a Breeze story. It's been a microcosm of what's happened in the state as a whole. So the things we would urge everyone to remember is that airports are economic engines. These are getting, not just people to visit grandma or vacation to or to a vacation, but this is also letting new business connections be established and driving the economy in many other ways. And a couple quick things just wanted to point out before I turn over the time. Our base average fare for all Connecticut flights is $85. This tax, if it comes, if the abatement ends, it would then be about $3 that every passenger would have to pay, or $3 of expense that would have to go into every single ticket. And so if you take that into our average fare in and out of Connecticut of $85, that's about 3.5% right there. And it may seem like a small amount, but when you consider airline profit margins, lots of times are right in that exact same vicinity. You're looking at a very dangerous place to be. And, not saying Breeze Airways would leave the state of Connecticut at all, but it really would lead to tighter flight margins, probably less flights in general, and definitely not as much growth. You may hear later from the Hartford Airport Administration. They're actually fantastic. We love them, even though we disagree on this issue, that the funding is essential for general aviation airports, and it has been utilized for that in the state, is my understanding. But if anyone would love to discuss, we can talk about alternative methods that other states use to cover these fundings and the way a number of other states.
You've reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
I wanted to be under, but that was my last sentence. We could say the way other states have done it and covered these methods of funding. Anyways, thank you, and I'm available if anyone has any follow-up questions.
Great, thank you. Is anyone with questions? Well, I will just say first, thank you for expanding to the Connecticut airports, New Haven. I'm sure plenty of people here in Connecticut really appreciate it. Thank you. So the next is Vincent Wren from Freelines Creative. Pardon?
Vincent has not accepted the panelist promotion.
And I do apologize. I meant to read Greg Florio from CREC. Greg's not in the room. Is he on Zoom? No? Okay. We'll wait for Vincent if he comes on. So the next would be Ed Hawthorne from CT AFL-CIO. Welcome.
Good evening, Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee.
My name is Ed Hawthorne. I'm proud to represent the Connecticut AFL-CIO as its president, a federation of unions representing approximately 250,000 working men, women, and siblings here in the state of Connecticut. It's on their behalf I testify to 3 different bills today. We'll start out and group 2 of them together, SB 740 and SB 5986 regarding the child tax credit. Child poverty rate in Connecticut increased from 6.8% in 2021 to 11.6% in 2022. This child tax credit could potentially touch 82 or 81.2% of all children in the state. Now, the cost of raising a child is estimated to be $18,400 per year in Connecticut. As a proud father of 2 beautiful daughters, I can definitely attest to that. The cost of living increase that we've seen in the past 3 years has been the highest since the 1980s. The impact of this child tax credit to bring flexible, immediate dollars to families that we desperately need to meet everyday expenses, and it also stimulates local economies, the mom and pop shops we see lining our main streets in each one of our towns. We would favor HB 5986 over the other bill because it offers a stronger approach by not having that long phase-in period, and also would provide immediate and full support to working families. Next on to SB 742, an act establishing capital gains surcharge. We're once again in support. The economic disparity in Connecticut is hard to miss. If you drive down I-95, you see extreme poverty followed by extreme wealth that we sometimes are unable to comprehend. 39% of Connecticut families fall under the United Way ALICE threshold. 37% of households cannot cover a $400 unexpected expense. Connecticut is home to 13 billionaires, 5 of which were listed in the Forbes wealthiest people in America. And to put $1 billion in perspective, if you make $45,000 a year, it would take you 22,000 years to amass $1 billion. What we're asking for is that those benefiting most from the state's prosperity contribute fairly. A capital gain surcharge isn't a tax on working people, but rather a tax on those who profit and live off of passive income. They live off of their own wealth. We're asking to capture a fair portion of capital gains from the wealthiest individuals and corporations here in the state to fund community investments, funds that could be used to invest in programs that reduce child poverty, boost our local economies, create a more equitable Connecticut, and support our working communities. I thank you all for being here. I know it's been a long night, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Seeing none, I will thank you for testifying. And when you said good evening, wow, we've been here till evening. Thank you so much.
Time
And
flies when you're having fun.
it does, it does. Vincent, Ren, I know you're online. If you could just accept the panelist link, and then we can get to you next once you accept it. But for now, we will go to Linnea Moore, also SEIU 1199. So Vincent, if you just accept the panelist link, and then we'll get to you next. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, all honorable members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Linnea Moore, and I am from Torrington, and I am a residential program worker for Oak Hill. We are a group home setting, and we help care for residents with a variety of disabilities. I'm here to tell you how important it is for you to support Senate Bill 742, Senate Bill 740, and House Bill 5986. Our work sites are struggling. They're struggling very badly and need additional funding from the Department of Social Services, and that requires revenue. I've been working in the group home setting for over 35 years, and I love this job. I began this line of work while raising my young family. At first, I assisted transportation at a home and then began filling in, providing direct care when needed, and eventually joined the direct care staff full-time. Our residents are loving, friendly, and fun to work with. We get the chance to see them grow, prosper, and enjoy life. However, we also face challenges on the job. We struggle to provide the wraparound care that these individuals so deserve. This can be a difficult population to care for, and consistency is key. Unfortunately, our employer has started bringing in more and more temporary staff to provide direct care. These temporary staff do not know our individuals or how to care for them. They have not built relationships with the individuals, making the administration of care more difficult and less effective. Additionally, many of the temps are not trained or able to do a number of the tasks, from documentation to medication dispersion or driving residents. It leaves employees like me to pick up extra work, but with no extra compensation. Instead of hiring staff, our group homes need to hire more permanent staff and pay those staff a living wage. Many of my coworkers work 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet. They spend nearly every waking hour so that they can support their families and give their children a chance at a better life than they had. Sadly, our group home setting has become a business more than someone's home, and that is the truth. I've never seen it this bad. Our individuals are treated like a paycheck, and caregivers are treated as expendable equipment to be overused and overrun and run down. In order for our community programs like Oak Hill to be fully funded, we must start taxing billionaires more fairly. Working people are being crushed while the richest in our state's wealth continues to skyrocket. That's why we need an increased capital gains tax. We also need you to adjust the fiscal roadblocks so the state can spend the revenue we raise on important services these residents need. We need to fund agencies
You've reached 3 minutes.
like
Please
mine
summarize.
so we can continue to provide the best care possible for the people who rely on us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I'll start with one question.
Yes.
Could you explain why, what the roadblock is to you and, other members of the staff providing wraparound services?
Well, as far as the wages that are being, given to, say, entry-level people that come into Oak Hill, it's just a little above, minimum wage. And people don't want to work in group homes for a little above minimum wage. They need to be paid more. There's a lot, I work in a behavioral house. And there's a lot of responsibility. And people need to be, paid accordingly to that. You don't pay somebody $20 to, disperse medication, to, be in restraints. You know, we have some pretty aggressive people in some of these group homes, and nobody wants to work there if they're only going to be paid $18 an hour. And quite frankly, I can't blame them. I've been doing it for 25 years. So, you know, this is where I am, but we don't have a consistent workforce anymore because they don't get paid enough to do this work. And I think that our residents deserve a lot better than this. We need to raise the standard. You know, if our, you know, the people of Connecticut deserve to have their children who are in group homes or parents that are in convalescent homes, they need to have, you know, higher standards than what we're doing now.
Thank you. I've heard the same concern across multiple committees and hearings. Representative Rader, you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Lenny, it's good to see you. Thank you. I had a question for you about a comment you made that it's become a business and a paycheck, meaning that the residents they're looking at that as they're just a number. I just want to really understand that you feel like it's become more of a business model than, obviously you've been in it for 25 years.
35. Well, I've been in the field.
Right.
That's for 35 years, but I worked at Oak Hill for 25.
So if you had a magic wand to make it better, and I understand this is what we have across a lot of professions. We were talking about paraeducators and education committee today about the same issue. It's such an important integral role, especially for our most, you know, special needs students. And so I'm curious, what would be the thing to fix it beyond increasing pay that these group homes? I mean, I understand you're saying it's like a business, but what has made it a business and how could that be corrected? If you had you've been in it for a long time. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, I think, better, training, whether it be for the staff, training for the supervisors, right across the board. We have people that come in that don't know how to do half the stuff they're supposed to do. And, you know, a lot of it we blame on supervisors because when I first started to work at Oak Hill, we were the number one. People loved our training and, they said we were the top. And now I don't believe, I think we're more towards the bottom, because they don't spend the money on the training. They don't spend the time on the training. These are human beings that we're taking care of, the most vulnerable. I have parents that are crying on the phone when they call because they don't know who's going to take care of their child that night because we have so many temporary workers coming in because nobody can be recruited to Oak Hill. They don't want to work there, not for that pay and not for the conditions that are going on in the group homes. So something, you know, we need the funding for better training. You know, it's a human services field. People need to learn that these are people and that they need to take care of them like they were their family members.
Thank you. And thank you for your dedication to this field of work.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Linnea.
All
Have a
right.
good evening.
Thank you.
We are going to go to sorry. Jennifer Perez Caraballo. I believe you're on Zoom.
Can everyone hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Perfect. All right. Dear Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, and esteemed members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee, my name is Jennifer Perez Caraballo, and I live in Hartford, Connecticut. And I am one of those 84,000 women in Connecticut who mark single and head of households on my taxes because I alone carry the full weight of providing for my home and my child, which is why I'm here to support the creation of a child tax credit. Let me be clear when I say this, parents are the backbones of Connecticut's economy. We work, we invest, and we raise the next generation of leaders, educators, and innovators. In the process, we create jobs and contribute immensely to the economy, no matter how much money we make a year. But we cannot do it alone. A robust, permanent, and refundable child tax credit is not just financial relief, it is an investment in the future of the state. It ensures that parents have the resources to raise children who will grow into the workforce, the electorate, and the very people who will keep Connecticut strong. As one of those parents who often struggles to pay for the basic necessities, it's like, I'd like for this body to hear me loudly when I say parenting isn't just about survival. It's about nurturing a child's potential. My 8-year-old is a prolific artist, and I know the investing in their creativity now will benefit not just them, but all of us in the long run. Encouraging a child's growth takes more than love. It takes financial resources for art supplies, lessons, and enrichment opportunities. And for parents raising differently abled children, those costs can be even higher, with expenses for therapy, specialized education, and essential care services. Raising a child who will thrive and contribute to our community requires far more than just covering rent and food. It requires real sustained investment. However, please make sure that we can cover those basics. And I'd like to remind folks that the average rent in Hartford, Connecticut, according to Zillow, is around $1,500. And so it would seem that $600 child tax credit is not enough, especially when cities like Hartford are amongst the most expensive places to live in the entire country. But I recognize it as a first step. It is a necessary acknowledgement that raising children requires support and appreciate the efforts of those who are working to make it happen. There have certainly been months when I've come up short by $200 or $400. And when that happens, the penalties and late fees send me into a financial hole, and that's really hard to climb out of. Every dollar matters when you're living on the edge. And still, we must go further, right? A flat rate tax credit does not reflect the vastly different costs of raising a child in different parts of the state. We need a tax credit that is fair, meaningful, and truly meets the needs of working families. And until we get there, let's take this first step, as I could really use those $600 right about now. And so I urge every legislator in this room listening to actually honor the contribution parents make to our society. We are literally everywhere. And to prioritize supporting our endeavors by pouring money into our pockets. pockets. We truly keep Connecticut running. And let's not forget that when women achieve economic security, our communities are able to deliver on the promise of safety and wellness that we all deserve. So thank you so much for your time and consideration. And I hope we get this done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer, for your eloquent delivery. Does anyone have any questions? So we will move on next to Sean Gio, if I've pronounced your name right, from Partnership for Strong Communities.
Good evening, and thank you for taking me out of turn. I missed when I was originally called. I appreciate the courtesy. I'm Sean Gio. I'm the Policy Director at Partnership for Strong Communities, affordable housing policy research and advocacy organization here in Hartford. And I'm here to speak on SB 1247, request the committee support for governor's bond recommendations. With a few comments. Pardon me. The greatest need remains among renters earning less than 30% of the state's area median income in housing. Connecticut's Housing Finance Authority's needs assessment shows there are about 92,000 homes missing that are not affordable to this population. We'd like ask the committee to amend the bond package to allocate $150 million annually within the Flex Fund for homes that are affordable to these extremely low income renters to ensure a comprehensive housing strategy. The governor's budget proposes $800 million it's included in our written testimony. We asked to have across Housing Trust Fund and the Flex Fund $900 million across the biennium. And as I mentioned, Connecticut faces a shortfall of 63,918 affordable homes for extremely low income renters. And that's led to a crisis where working individuals remain unhoused. Rental assistance vouchers expire before recipients can secure homes, and homelessness has increased by 13% over the last year, and that disproportionately affecting children and older adults. The urgent demand for deeply affordable housing can't be ignored. And I also asked the committee to support HB 5986, an act establishing a refundable child tax credit against a personal income tax. A child tax credit would improve families' financial stability, helping them to maintain their homes, avoid evictions, and give a more stable, safer home environment to their family. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
again.
Sean. And next we will go to Jennifer Chadukowicz from SCAD. So if you want to pronounce your name correctly.
Chadukowicz.
Chadukowicz. Okay,
Once you
great.
hear it and see it at the same
Yeah,
time.
exactly. Thank you.
Senator Fanfara, Madam Chair, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Jennifer Chadukowicz. I'm a citizen of Cromwell, Connecticut, and I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at the Southeastern Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence, known to most of you by the name SCAD. For 58 years, SCAD has provided a full continuum of care for substance use disorder, from our front door, the withdrawal management or detox in New London, residential treatment programs with programs located in New London, Norwich, and Lebanon, Connecticut. We also offer outpatient services, IOP, primary care services, hepatitis C treatment, MAT services at every level of care, and we have recovery housing. We are a DEMAS-funded agency, licensed by the Department of Public Health, funded through payments via DSS, Medicaid, and other funding streams. We have 213 employees living in Southeastern Connecticut and serve 5,000 Connecticut citizens a year. An equally important hat that I wear here today is that of a woman in long-term recovery, and I'm in my 36th year of recovery due to attending a long-term treatment program just like the one that SCAD has at Lebanon Pines. As a nonprofit agency, we thank you for the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 1247 and Senate Bill 1246. We're at SCAD. We urge you to provide $25 million for grants and aid each year of the biennium for the nonprofit grant program. I'm here to ask that you update the fiscal guardrails to meet the urgent needs of nonprofits. Vital nonprofit programs like SCAD need an increase of $264 million in the coming fiscal year, including a 6% increase in our funding, the Medicaid rate, as well as annualizing the full amount of the fiscal year 25 ARPA funding that was appropriated by the legislature. In addition, we ask that the legislator provide an 8% increase in fiscal year 27. In 2023, SCAD applied for 3 nonprofit grant program grants. Those were unfunded. The applications met the rubric, were well qualified, worthy projects. However, we were informed that the nonprofit grant program simply did not have enough dollars to fund all of the qualified projects. These projects were all minimal ADA compliant upgrades to some of our most important buildings in the SCAD continuum. A lobby ADA renovations for the lobby and an elevator at our detox in New London, primary care counselor offices and programs on the 2nd floor, the Deb Mirsky Medical Center at Lebanon Pines, ADA accessibility to the medical center, ramp and renovations to include additional private spaces for patient care. And then lastly, one of our buildings at Lebanon Pines, Sugden Hall, which has bedrooms on the top floor, counselors on the middle floor, and group rooms on the lower floor. We applied for an elevator in that building, a very efficient approach to getting the most bang for all of our buck. Many of the clients that need treatment services are disproportionately experience comorbidity and are considered non-ambulatory, which means that there is an undue burden of helping those vulnerable clients in the state's continuum because large programs like ours don't have appropriate access for those clients.
You've reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
The nonprofit grant program is the mechanism which the state has put forward for programs like ours, and we are discouraged at the lack of financial support for the program, which prevents capital projects which would expand the ability to care for our clients. As one of the largest DEMIS-funded providers of residential substance use treatment in the state, we have other extremely exorbitant costs related to protecting HIPAA compliancy, paying staff. To summarize, we would say that substance use disorder impacts 1 in 4 people, and we care for your fathers, mothers, children, grandchildren, employees, neighbors, and loved ones. These are individuals who are trying to save their lives. Let us remain the experts on treating substance use disorder, caring for your family and loved ones, and the good citizens of Connecticut. And we ask you to please update the guardrails and fund nonprofits.
You've reached your 3 minutes.
Thank
Please
you for the
summarize.
opportunity to share my testimony and examples. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you for outlining all the programs that you have and that you offer. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. Have a really good evening.
Thank you.
And next will be Randy Collins from the CCM.
Hi, good afternoon or good evening. I apologize for not being able to be there in person. My name is Randy Collins. I'm Associate Director of Public Policy for the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. Wanted to speak quickly on a few bills. The first I want to speak on is in support of Senate Bill 739, an act concerning the distribution of the sales and use tax imposed on meals and beverages. I don't feel like I often get to speak in favor of bills. This is a bill that we support as a measure of revenue diversification, which our towns certainly need. It would provide 1% of the meal and beverage tax back to the municipalities at the point of origin. We're happy to work with the committee to look at different uses of that 1%. I know there's been talk of half going to tourism and supporting the restaurant industry, half going to our towns and looking at distribution, because certain towns would benefit higher than others based on the proliferation of restaurants. But anything that we can do to get away from always talking about the property tax and looking to see how much we can get out of the property tax and preserving the property tax is certainly a needed step forward that our towns and cities would welcome. We do oppose Senate Bill 738, homestead exemption, which would exempt the first 50,000 of residential homes. This is simply going to shift that tax burden. Towns will have to make that revenue up. It will be shifted to renters, to commercial payers. While it would seem, obviously, anything we can do to reduce property taxes would be beneficial to our residents. Simply creating an exemption is just shifting that burden. It's not reducing the liabilities and the costs that towns are incurring. We do oppose 741, a statewide mill rate for higher value homes. Again, we don't want to see things added on to the property tax, making that burden more regressive. We'd like to see how we can work together through revenue diversification means like the meal and restaurant bill so that we can reduce the property taxes for all our residents. And finally, I want to make one comment on Senate Bill 1247. CCM has concerns with the governor's proposal. Right now, in regards to STEEP, there are guidelines that would work against municipalities preserving or banking STEEP grants to build to save towards a larger project. This would codify those guidelines into law. Given the small amount of some of these STEEP grants, no more than $1 million, often towns will bank a couple of them to save for a larger infrastructure improvement project. We think that is a more effective use than a kind of use it or lose it mentality. So happy to take any questions and appreciate your time this evening.
Any questions? So I will ask one question on SB 738 on the $50,000 exemption on the homestead properties. How will towns actually lose money from that, given the fact that it just pushes the assessment values to 50,000 and over?
It would push by exempting the 50,000, the first 50,000 of assessed value. Towns they're not going to lose money. They're going to have to increase their mill rates on non-exempt, properties that don't enjoy that exemption or that abatement. So what it's going to see is a shift from the single family homes to multifamily homes, which renters have, commercial properties. So towns aren't going to lose money. They're just going to have to put a higher bill onto somebody else to cover the costs. I mean, our budgets are tight. 60 to 70% of every town budget is education. Then we look police, fire, infrastructure. Those are bills that we have to pay. So if you reduce it on one person, it's just going to be shifted onto a different taxpayer.
That would be assuming that the mill rates would be staying the same. Otherwise, mill rates would just change to account for that. But that way, 50,000, correct, regarding mill rates changing, the towns wouldn't lose anything?
I believe, as I said, if you took a significant portion, if you took every single family household and reduced the value of them by $50,000, that you're reducing your grand list. So to offset that grand list, you're going to see an increase in the mill rate. So, but those other properties, you're going to see a higher end, you're going to see other properties are going to have to pick up more of that slack. So even if you increase that, because it's a house or a property that doesn't have the exemption, we'll assume a higher portion of that mill rate increase.
Great, thank you. I knew you would have an answer, so. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much, Randy. And we will go to Megan Fountain. She leads Justice. I believe in person.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. And you're joined by two others, right?
Yes.
Leslie Gonzalez and
yes.
Thank you.
And Corinne Prescott. So good evening, everyone. I'm Megan Fountain. I'm a New Haven resident, and I'm a community organizer with She Leads Justice. I have two women who are going to give their testimony. They're part of our Women's Wisdom Circles at She Leads Justice. And we are here today to support the child tax credit bills, as well as the capital gains surcharge and the mansion tax. And so I will turn it over to Corinne Prescott.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Corinne Prescott. I live in Manchester. I am a member of She Leads Justice. Um, I originally wrote something with a lot of numbers and statistics, but I decided to just talk to you as a mother, as resident of Connecticut. I am struggling. I want to put a face to poverty. I want people to understand that even if you do things right, meaning I got the degree, I got the job, I work at Hartford Public Library, I got the good job, and I work in management, and I'm struggling to care for my family. I'm a differently able body. I have multiple sclerosis, and I have a child also with chronic health issues and struggling to make ends meet in the state of Connecticut. It is very important that I urge you to support a robust and expansive child tax credit to help families who look just like me, to help the single mothers like me, to help the two-parent household, to help the guardians who are going to work every day and trying to put food on their table and trying to make rent. This is not just an investment in the parents and the households. This is also investment in the youth and their future. This is an investment in humanity. Again, I thank you for this time, and I hope that you do support the child tax credit. Thank you.
And if it's okay, I will invite Juana to give her testimony, Juana will give her testimony in Spanish, and then I will say it in English. So, Juana, le invito a encender su micrófono y dar su testimonio. Juana López. Juana, no te escuchamos.
They are on mute, so could you ask them to unmute?
Juana, hay que activar tu micrófono en la pantalla, en la parte de abajo de la pantalla. Toca la pantalla y
Sí,
hay un
eso sí.
micrófono.
Gracias, era que le daba y no funcionaba. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Juana López de González. Estimado presidente y miembro del Comité de Finanzas, hoy doy testimonio para apoyar la justicia fiscal para la familia trabajadora. Por favor, apoyen los proyectos de ley para establecer un crédito fiscal por niño y un impuesto sobre la ganancia del capital. Soy residente de Waterbury desde hace 19 años. Soy madre y abuela. Pertenezco a la directiva del Comité de Vivienda de Nagato Valley Project. Muchos miembros de la comunidad me llaman para resolver los problemas de vivienda. Unos no tienen dónde vivir. Otros están siendo desalojados y a otros le han aumentado el alquiler por cantidades escandalosas. Señores legisladores, esta legislación es de suma importancia para la comunidad. La familia se siente estrangulado, sofocado, yo también, con incremento de todo servicio, los alimentos, la vivienda y además teniendo un crédito fiscal por niño, aliviaría un poquito estos momentos difíciles que estamos viviendo. Yo soy abuela de 3 niñas. Tengo que ayudar a veces a mi hijo para que salga de camino con sustento de su familia, para que pague muchísimo de impuestos su familia para que muchísimo de impuestos y prácticamente nos reciba desde el regreso de todo lo que pagamos. El crédito fiscal por niño nos ayudaría porque aún aumentaría el crecimiento económico al devolvernos una parte de nuestro impuesto. Familia como la mía podría comprar más alimento, comprar ropa, llevar a nuestros hijos actividades sociales y proyectos de la ley propuesto es para un máximo de 3 niños, pero debería de ser para todos los niños.
You've reached your time limit. Megan, I'm going to give you the opportunity to translate fully what Ms. Lopez said.
Desgraciadamente el tiempo se ha acabado, pero está bien si yo traduzco lo que usted ha dicho. Ok, muchas gracias, Juana. ¿O quieres decir una frase para terminar? La última frase.
Ok, por favor, apóyennos para tener una vida alegre y feliz para la comunidad y la gente más pobre.
Please tell her thank you. And if you would be able to give a good overview of what she said for us.
Yes. Juana Lopez says, I have been a resident of Waterbury for 19 years. I am a mother and grandmother. I serve on the board of Naugatuck Valley Project Housing Committee. Community members call us to solve housing problems. Some have no place to live. Others are being evicted. Others have had their rent raised by outrageous amounts. Dear lawmakers, this legislation, the child tax credit, is gravely important for our communities. Families feel strangled, suffocated with the increase in cost of utilities, food, housing, and more. I am a grandmother of 3 girls. I have to help my son pay for some things so that he can make ends meet for his family. He pays a lot of taxes and practically receives nothing in return for all that he pays. The child tax credit would help the community because economic growth would increase. By giving us back a part of our taxes, families like mine could buy more food, clothes, and take out our children for social activities. And the proposed bill is for up to 3 children, but it should be for every child. I also support the bills to establish a capital gains tax and mansion tax. It's not fair that those of us who are in the middle class pay more of our income in taxes than the rich. We must unite to achieve equality so there are equal opportunities, whether you are rich or humble and poor. Please support us so we can have a happier and more joyful life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for translating. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, we will move on to Philip Yauker, if I pronounce his name correctly. And we are on number 82 of 205. So just kind of a not even a mid reminder. If you could keep your remarks to no more than 3 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Philip Euchre. I'm here today as a resident of Wallingford, Connecticut. I'm speaking in support of House Bill 6804. I don't think that has come up yet. It's an act to remove property tax exemptions from staff housing at private schools. I would like to especially thank Representative Mary Mashinsky for bringing this concept. I'm a teacher, brought my red pen, been teaching in Connecticut for 33 years, both in private school and in public school. So let me frame it this way. The objective for today is to consider whether the possibility of placing a limited property tax on private high schools has merit. Or to put it another way, has the blanket exemption afforded to private schools run its course. The content of our current exemption statute was written in 1925. Connecticut is not the same today. Towns are not the same today. Public education is not the same. Private education is not the same. The dynamic has changed, and so too should the law. This bill raises a discussion about how private schools can pay into their communities in a new way, in a way they're fully capable of, but they would have you believe they are not. It comes as no surprise that private school after private school has come out in opposition to this concept. Several of them will speak here later today. There's a common refrain that if this bill is enacted, community involvement will suffer. I don't think so. I'm confident that they will continue to support town culture and enrich our communities. Private schools will not withdraw. Local businesses will not suffer. These schools are integrated into our communities with school administrators sitting on the boards and commissions of many institutions like the United Way, Chamber of Commerce, and so forth. It's fairly easy for them to come out in opposition to this bill as well. However, our communities need more than in-kind contributions. Every year, our towns become more expensive to support. Our schools suffer. My local private school owns 75 tax-free homes with an average assessed value of $370,000. That would generate around $500,000 in revenue for Wallingford. We're talking about $600 per enrolled student, or less than 1% of the school's tuition. I see this bill as having a positive impact on towns across the state, however. Finally, private schools enroll a significant number of international and out-of-state students. Tax exemptions were granted by the state to acknowledge the burden on the state is lifted by a service provided. The law is outdated. This is 2025, not 1925. The dynamics have changed. Finally, this will not be a slippery slope, as some would have you believe. There should be no apprehension that this concept will be extended to churches or other nonprofits. This bill is a sensible and reasonable approach to balance the economic dynamic. I support the lifting of property tax exemptions from faculty residences at private secondary schools in Connecticut. Thank you for your time. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Seeing no questions? Have a good evening. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Rajan Mehta. WWE, is he in the room? Oh, or remote. Perfect. Go ahead. Thank you for joining us.
Great, thank you. Honorable co-chairs, ranking members, vice chairs, and distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Rajan Mehta, and I am the Executive Vice President and Chief Product and Technology Officer at World Wrestling Entertainment, commonly known as WWE. WWE respectfully offers this statement in opposition to SB 1246, an act to reduce the digital media tax credit from 30% to 25%. Thank you for the opportunity to highlight the importance of the digital media tax credit to our organization, our Connecticut-based vendors, and our other companies in the digital media industry. WWE is an integrated media organization and recognized global leader in sports and entertainment. Headquartered in Stamford, Connecticut, our company creates and delivers original content 52 weeks a year to a global audience. We are committed to a family-friendly entertainment for our live events, our premium live events, our television shows, digital media, and publishing platforms. Our programming can be seen in over 1 billion homes worldwide in 25 languages through world-class distribution partners, including Netflix, NBC Universal, the CW, and Sony India. When we opened our office in Stamford, Connecticut in 1983, the company had 13 employees. Today, WWE has more than 550 base employees in Connecticut, including a high percentage of highly skilled and well-paid positions. Most recently, we have spent hundreds of millions of dollars in capital expenditures on our new headquarters located in Stamford, Connecticut, at the old UBS building. Finally, WWE and our employees have paid millions of dollars in a variety of local, state, and federal taxes, as well as engages numerous local vendors. WWE is a testament to how the digital media tax credit program is a very important economic development tool for the state, as it has not only enabled us to create, and grow our production presence here. We are not alone in calling our Connecticut our corporate home. We hope you understand the depth and importance of that statement and consider it when making your decision. I will now pass the rest of my time to my colleague, Dan Keene, who will speak about the significant portion of WWE's content created and produced in Stamford. Thank you.
Thanks, Rajan. My name is Dan Keene. I am Senior Vice President of Technical Operations and Engineering for WWE. Nearly every show that WWE creates, including Monday Night Raw, Friday Night SmackDown, NXT, and our PLEs are produced, edited, and supported from Stamford. All media packages that are aired before a match are created and produced here. All backstage interviews and vignettes are edited here. All graphics that appear in our programming are created here. All WWE promos, commercials, and ads are created here, and we are not slowing our growth. In April 2024, we launched the studios at WWE, a 30,000 square foot full-service, state-of-the-art studio facility within our headquarters. It boasts end-to-end production capabilities and cutting-edge technology that can serve a broad spectrum of prospective clientele. As a result of that investment, Major League Soccer recently announced a multi-year partnership with WWE to bring their production to our headquarters. This brings over 75 new jobs to the state, along with dozens of indirect jobs, including catering, transportation, hair and makeup, and professional services. WWE is an example of the many companies investing and growing in Connecticut because of the digital media tax credit. Reducing the digital media tax credit will not only affect the digital media industry in the state, but will cause a chilling effect on any media companies considering a relocation to Connecticut. As other states in the Northeast look to increase their tax credit programs to attract media and production businesses to their state, now is not the time for Connecticut to cut its own program. If passed, the digital media tax credit provisions of SB 1246 will jeopardize not only the digital media companies operating all over Connecticut, but also other Connecticut-based vendors and partners that media companies like WWE rely on. Thank you for your time. Be happy to answer any questions you have.
Seeing no questions, thank you so much for your testimony. Much appreciated. Next is Stephanie Delgado with the Southeastern Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence. Is she on Zoom?
Yes, hello. Good evening, senators, representatives, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Stephanie Delgado. I'm the employment specialist with the SORMAT program at the Southeastern Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence, otherwise known as SCAD. I am also a single mother of a 15-year-old honor student at Norwich Free Academy, who I am soon to be sending off to Disney for a band trip at the end of the year. So I want to appreciate you for taking the time and giving us this hearing. I want to testify for Senate Bill 1246, 1247, 740, and House Bill 5986. I work with individuals recovering from opioid use disorders. I do resume building, career aptitude exploration, vocational support, help them navigating the application process, and find gainful employment. We are requesting that I'm requesting that you grant nonprofit organizations like ours the increase needed of $264 million for the fiscal year 26, including the 6% increase, as well as an 8% increase in the fiscal year 27. Sorry, my cat wants to go outside. Upon walking into work, my office is located at the Withdrawal Management Building, so it's on the second floor. When I go in, I am often walking right through somebody's admission process at one of the most vulnerable times of their life, as they are finally seeking treatment. It's a disturbance, it's a violation of privacy. Our organization wants to do an update for the building so that way our clients have more privacy and the respect that they deserve during, during this time while they have finally reached out to seek treatment. We often have wait lists. Folks are not able to go to our treatment programs. We have residential treatment, residential houses, most of them being for men, as a lot of women are working, supporting families, and not able to seek services to the same magnitude as men are. So another reason that we should be granting this child tax credit for so many people are not able to get the services or the resources that they deserve, just based off of the extreme.
3 minutes, if you could please summarize.
Okay, thank you. Based off of the extreme strain financially. So using this, we would be able to renovate our facilities, provide services to the underserved communities, and also be able to fix our economy by getting more revenue for tax with additional contracts, additional outsource of purchased goods, and things along those lines for the organization. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, we will move on to the next person, Jameen Davis. Is he remote?
Yes, I am remote. Thank you so much. Good evening, Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Jameen Davis. I am the co-director of Bridgeport Generation Now, a grassroots civic engagement organization with over 300 members in Bridgeport, and we are fighting for a more just, equitable, democratic, and livable city. I'm here to testify today in support of SB 741 and SB 742. Connecticut's tax system unfairly burdens low and middle income tax filers, which creates high levels of income inequality in our state. But it doesn't have to be this way. Our tax system can be both fairer and provide all the critical investments needed for children to live free from poverty and for families to live with economic security. Enacting more revenue sources, like a capital gains surcharge and a tax on mansions, increases taxes on those who can afford it most, rather than those who are barely making ends meet. This revenue can be used for critical investments that we all say we want and value: universal access to early childhood education, equitable and high quality public K through 12 and higher education, more affordable housing and healthcare. As governmental chaos emanates from DC, with the Trump administration threatening to withhold federal funding from our state, the time is now for Connecticut to act. That requires that we take the bold and necessary steps to raise revenue to ensure people have access to the services they need. That means every one of us must pay our fair share. It is a responsibility and, quite frankly, a privilege to contribute to our collective society with our voices and our dollars. Increasing taxes on the state's most wealthy, those individuals that can most afford to pay their fair share, would generate a substantial amount of new tax revenue. Again, this tax revenue can be used to protect renters from rising housing costs, educate our children in public schools, increase affordable housing options. We can use it for healthcare, childcare, and investing in our communities so that we can thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and keeping it under 3 minutes. Everyone here appreciates that.
You're welcome.
Seeing no questions, we'll go next to Danielle Bibo, ITV America.
Hello and good evening. My name is Danielle Bibo, and I currently serve as the Chief Business Officer at ITV America. You may remember me because I sat before you less than 1 year ago to testify in support of the digital media tax credit, and I respectfully offer testimony again today opposing the proposal in SB 1246 to reduce the credits from 30% to 25%. To you, a 5% reduction may seem inconsequential, but I can assure you it will absolutely cause irreparable damage to the current and future media industry in the state. It is not only about the impact on dollars and cents. It is about the message that it sends to the creative community who are looking to either expand or relocate to Connecticut. Today, I ask the committee to reflect on one simple question. Do you wish to adopt policies that serve to grow business in the state or to shrink it? That is the fundamental question that needs to be considered as we debate this change, because a reduction of the credit will undoubtedly result in job loss, tax revenue loss, and a decline in the overall media collective in Connecticut. Now, I understand that the change to the credit in SB 1246 was proposed by Governor Lamont rather than the members of this committee, and that the thinking behind the reduction is to focus the credits only on new job growth. It's also been said by other policymakers that the credits are just too rich and should not be awarded to companies like mine who are already established in the state. I believe that thinking is very flawed. To start, I can assure you, no digital media company will choose to relocate to a state that is actually rolling back its support of the industry, especially with our neighbors in New York and New Jersey ramping up their efforts to attract new media business. On the second point, what message are we sending with a bill whose purpose is to punish those of us who are the foundation of this industry, the pioneers who grew roots here, built offices and infrastructure in Connecticut? ITV and others like us continue to drive significant value through the state and serve as a beacon. We steer new business and new jobs here constantly. Look at NBCU, they brought the Olympics to Connecticut. As WWE just said, they brought Major League Soccer to the Stamford offices. ITV, we relocated Hell's Kitchen from Los Angeles to Connecticut. These additions would not have been possible without the support of the tax credits. And frankly, if the incentive is reduced to 25%, the decision to bring Hell's Kitchen back to Connecticut next year becomes much more difficult for me, especially with New Jersey now heavily courting us to bring the show there with a minimum of incentive of 30%. I want you to know that's over 300 jobs and $35 million in revenue to the economy lost, wiped out, if just that one show moves out of the state. So I go back to that one simple fundamental question. Do you intend to grow business in the state or shrink it? Like it or not, media companies will make their decisions based on the strength of the tax credits offered, whether that's in Connecticut or Georgia, New York, New Jersey, Canada, or overseas. Look at California. The governor is pushing to boost their tax credit program.
You have 3 minutes. If you please summarize.
Will do. In California, the governor is pushing to boost their tax credit program because so many companies have moved out of LA in favor of cities with more competitive incentives. I would hate to see that happen here in Connecticut. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Senator Fanfara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do remember you, Ms. Bibbo,
I remember you too, Senator.
and I recall your testimony a year ago, more on the honey side than the vinegar side. And I suggest that that applies here now. I understand, well, I don't understand your frustration because you know this is a process.
Of course.
And we're in the middle of that process. This committee has been very supportive of the film industry. And I don't know if your admonition is justified.
I would say I would agree, and I hope that support will continue.
Right, but an ounce of appreciation would be greatly appreciated.
We very much appreciate the state of Connecticut and everything that we've gotten here. You know, I think the frustration comes from we're seeing more states come aggressively towards us and courting us to come there. And our home state, where we've all built our businesses, is looking at potentially reducing the credit, that the reason why we came. And so, you know, it took a lot for ITV to move their business from New York to Connecticut. We didn't do that easily. And so, you know, we did that because the state made a commitment to us that these credits would be around for many years. And we hope that that's, you know, they stay with their word.
I'll speak for myself. Your approach today is not helpful.
Well, I didn't mean any disrespect. I want you to know that. We love Connecticut. We love being here. And as you said, you specifically have been very supportive of us. So I hope it didn't come across. That is not the way I wanted it to come across, of course.
I'll take your word for it.
Yes.
Can you tell us, in the year since you last testified before this committee, what has your company done to expand or enhance your presence here?
Sure. Well, we have a small office still in New York City, and we are now in the process of transitioning that entire office, all the people there, to the state of Connecticut. So that's one thing we've done. As I mentioned earlier, we brought Hell's Kitchen with Gordon Ramsay to the state. We shot in New London, and that was about 300 to 350 jobs during the shoot. We really used that show to highlight the state of Connecticut. It was almost the backdrop of the entire series. It was 32 episodes, was the state of Connecticut. The state of Connecticut was almost a character within that series. And it really, I call it a 32-hour commercial for the state because it highlighted the towns, the attractions, the activities, the culture, the restaurant. And it's really an incredible marketing tool for the state of Connecticut.
And you have how many employees here now?
So we fluctuate depending on how busy we are. But I would say we usually go between, on average, 250 to 350 employees. And at times, like when we're shooting something big like Hell's Kitchen, it could be 600 employees.
And have some of them moved to Connecticut permanently?
Yes, we have. In fact, we've had a handful over the years. And then just recently, we had somebody just move from Los Angeles to Connecticut. He was originally from the East Coast. And we have another person in process who's moving this summer to Connecticut. So we have had success in moving people here.
But those 350 you just referred to there, most of those are not here permanently?
There's a mix. We have people who live in Connecticut and work here. And then we have people who come from out of state that are here, wouldn't be in state if not for ITV being here. So commuters from New York, from New Jersey.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
One more question.
Sure.
Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for your testimony. First off, you have great taste in music. Check your heads.
Thank you very much.
But I really appreciate that Hell's Kitchen was filmed here in Connecticut. I'm a big Gordon fan. But I guess what I'm wondering is if you know the type of economic impact or prospective economic impact that show had, knowing that people are going to go to Foxwoods. A lot of people are going to come into Connecticut, go to Foxwoods specifically because of that restaurant and because of that show.
Well, I can find out the numbers and share. I'm happy to do that. I do know that we ran about $35 million through the state with a number of local vendors, restaurants. We highlighted, as I mentioned early, Mystic Seaport, the U.S. Coast Guard Academy. We highlighted a number of chefs that are local to Connecticut. We also highlighted cultural institutions, and the Yale was highlighted, or the singers from Yale. So we did, I think, a really nice job of using Connecticut as the backdrop of the state, which of course, we hope as that show is seen by millions of people every week, drives, new business into the state.
Yeah, so
it would be hard to quantify that, because a lot of the things are not out in our control, like people going to the restaurants that were highlighted on Hell's Kitchen.
No, I really appreciate that, and I think one other thing that needs to be mentioned is the fact that it was at Foxwoods, and the people who Foxwoods and the economy, the economic activity that Foxwoods brings directly impacts our state, and this will do nothing but improve folks' lives or employees there. It will generate business there. So again, I really appreciate you coming here, and definitely thankful that you and Chef Ramsay decided to film this season in
Gordon really loved being in Connecticut, and I have to say Foxwoods was wonderful as well, and we would go back there in a heartbeat. And, you know, I just think that it's funny. My daughter and I, she's 11. We just started binge watching Gilmore Girls on Netflix. And the other night she asked me, Mommy, where do Lorelai and Rory live? And I said, oh, they live in Connecticut. And she said, I want to live there too. And I just thought it was so timely and fitting, given, you know, the testimony today, that, you know, never underestimate the magic of TV and what it can do for Connecticut. And I think that, you know, that shows a testament. I believe that these 2 seasons we shot of Hell's Kitchen in Connecticut will be a testament to that, and really just be more than, you know, it did bring jobs, it did all of that, but hopefully it also shares the beauty and magic of Connecticut with the rest of the world.
Oh, all right. Well, thank you very much for that. And I believe, Madam Chairwoman, maybe one of your towns is the Stars Hollow.
Yeah, well, is it Washington, right?
At least we host the Stars, the annual sort of Gilmore Girls.
Love it. Love it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Vice Chair, for stepping in for a while there. I believe we are now on Carmen Lanche or Lanche. Online.
Buenas tardes. Ahorita va a entrar Ove para traducirme. Yo voy a hablar en español. Estimado senador Fonfara, representante Hon y miembros del Comité de Finanzas, Ingresos y Bonos de la Asamblea General de Connecticut. Mi nombre es Carmen Lanche, vivo en Norwalk y soy la directora ejecutiva de la organización Comunidades Sin Fronteras y parte de la coalición Connecticut para Todos. Estoy aquí para apoyar la SB 740, establecimiento de un crédito tributario por hijo reembolsable, la HB 5986 y la SB 742, una ley que establece un recargo por ganancias de capital. Un crédito tributario por hijos de Connecticut ayuda a que nuestra economía crezca al brindarles a las familias dólares flexibles e inmediatos. Crear un niño en Connecticut cuesta aproximadamente $18,400 al año. Y nuestras familias enfrentan el mayor aumento en el costo de vida en 3 años desde la década de 1980. Las políticas favorables a la familia, como el crédito tributario por hijo en Connecticut, muestran a las familias por qué deberían arraigarse y crecer aquí, en este estado. Juntos tenemos los recursos para crear un estado donde cada niño tenga lo que necesita para tener el mejor comienzo en su vida. Un lugar donde todos tengan buena atención médica para llevar una vida saludable. Un buen trabajo para mantener a sus familias y un lugar seguro al que llamar hogar. Establecer un crédito tributario por hijo permanentemente en Connecticut reducirá la pobreza infantil, mitigará las disparidades de ingresos y riqueza, particularmente entre grupos raciales y étnicos, y reforzará la estabilidad económica para las familias con niños, todo lo cual ayuda a nuestra economía. El 1% de los declarantes de impuestos de Connecticut gana un promedio de 3.4 millones por año, más de 180 veces lo que gana el 10% inferior, y es aún peor para los hogares de color. Un crédito tributario por hijos de CT ayuda a cerrar estas brechas y hace que Connecticut sea más equitativo. Apoyen, por favor, ustedes como representantes de nuestro estado y que han sido elegidos por las familias trabajadoras, apoyen a los padres, apoyen a la clase trabajadora para impulsar nuestra economía. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a ti, Carmen.
Sorry.
¿Hay alguien aquí que puede?
Me, I'm going to, I don't, can you hear me? Oh, okay. Dear Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and members of the Finance and Revenue and Bonding Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Carmen Lanche, and I live in Norwalk. I'm the Executive Director of Comunidades Sin Fronteras, Connecticut, and part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I'm here today to support Senate Bill 740, establishing a refundable child tax credit, and HB 5986, an act establishing a refundable child tax credit against personal income tax, and SB 742, an act establishing a capital gains surcharge. Yes, a Connecticut child tax credit helps our economy grow by providing families with a flexible and immediate dollars. Raising a child in Connecticut costs $6,400 a year, and families are facing the largest 3-year cost of living increases since the 1980s. Family-friendly policies like a Connecticut child tax credit show families what they should root and grow here. Together, we have the resources to create a state where every single kid has what they need to get their best start in their life. A place where everyone has good healthcare to lead healthy lives and good job to support their families, and a safe place to call home. Establishing a permanent Connecticut child tax credit will reduce child poverty, mitigate income and health disparities, particularly among racial and ethnic groups, and bolster economic stability for families with children, all of which help our economy. Connecticut's top 1% of filers earn an average of $3.4 million per year, more than 180 times what the bottom 10 earn. And it's even worse for households of color. A Connecticut child tax credit helps close these gaps and makes Connecticut more equitable, support working class parents to boost our economy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sierra, and muchas gracias, Carmen. Any questions for Carmen? Creo que no hay más preguntas. Buen día.
Thank you.
Next, we have James Krieger.
Yes, good evening, Madam Chairwoman Horan and the committee members. And thank you for this opportunity to speak with you in favor of SB 921, which is a tax on sweetened beverages. It's been a long day for you, I imagine. I'm Jim Krieger. I'm a physician and professor emeritus at University of Washington. I lead efforts to adopt and implement Seattle's sweetened beverage tax. I've advised over 20 other jurisdictions on similar taxes and participated in multiple tax evaluations. A sweetened beverage tax makes sense for Connecticut. First, it will raise critical revenue for school meals. Second, it will reduce sales and consumption of sweetened beverages, which are linked to poor weight gain, poor oral health, type 2 diabetes, and heart and liver disease. And finally, taxes are already producing multiple health benefits, including improvements in oral health, weight, and birth outcomes. That's why the World Health Organization, the World Bank, and the American Medical Association, among others, recommend taxes. More than 130 countries globally and 8 jurisdictions in the US have adopted them, and at least 5 states are considering tax bills this legislative session. I've seen the benefits firsthand in Seattle. Sales of sweetened beverages have dropped 22%. Tax revenues give low-income families vouchers there to buy fruits and vegetables, and this turns soda sales into sales of healthy foods, and that boosts income for local farmers and store owners. Taxes are a progressive policy. My research in Seattle shows that $6.4 million is transferred annually from high-income families to low-income families. Higher-income individuals pay more of the tax, while low-income residents benefit more from the programs they fund. Same story in San Francisco and Philadelphia. Additionally, lower-income residents reduce consumption of tax beverages more than twice as much as high-income residents in Seattle. This saves them money, reduces exposure to harmful products, and improves health. So I recommend you consider 2 key elements as you design a tax. First, a 2-cent per ounce tax, because this rate raises beverages that average a price by about 25 to 30%, which research shows is optimal for public health. Second, the tax should apply to both sugar-sweetened beverages, but also artificially sweetened ones. This comprehensive approach, as used in Philadelphia, broadens and stabilizes the tax base as industry shifts to non-sugar sweeteners. It's also more equitable because higher-income individuals purchase more diet beverages and lower-income individuals buy more sugary drinks. And it's healthier because diet beverages are associated with the same bad health outcomes as sugary drinks. Despite industry claims, taxes don't reduce business sales and revenues. When people buy less taxed beverages, they buy more untaxed products like juice, water, and milk. We have studies to show that. In Seattle, there were no negative impacts on revenues or business closures in small independent stores. Industry also claims, citing an industry-funded modeling study, but not real-world evidence, that taxes kill jobs. On the contrary, Philadelphia experienced no job losses up to 2.5 years after the tax took effect. In Seattle, $1.5 million was set aside for job retraining for anyone whose job was
You have the
affected
3
by the
minutes. If you could please summarize.
Yeah, but no person used the funds. So in conclusion, a sweetened beverage tax is a progressive evidence-based policy, and I urge you to support SB 921. Happy to answer any questions or provide any additional information. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Krieger, and thank you for your testimony this evening and anything you may have submitted online. I see no questions, so I wish you a good evening. Next up, we have Brendan Cunningham. Brendan Cunningham with us? Nope. Okay, Carol Platt-Liebau. There she is. Of the Yankee Institute. I should announce that as well. Thank you to the vice chairs for nursing it.
Good afternoon. Well, good evening. My name is Carol Platt-Liebau. I'm the president of Yankee Institute, the eyes, ears, and voice of hardworking people who want a prosperous Connecticut. I'm here to testify in opposition to elements of SB 1246, the governor's budget bill. One of Yankee Institute's primary objections centers on the budget's reclassification of $300 million in revenue. Originally subject to the volatility cap, a critical component of Connecticut's fiscal guardrails, this revenue would be reclassified so that, poof, it's no longer constrained by those limits. There's been no explanation of why $300 million is suddenly deemed non-volatile. Is there data supporting this specific figure, or is $300 million simply needed to fund a desired program? Certainly, the guardrails impose spending limits that are restrictive, but that's their purpose, to serve as a long-term safeguard against overspending. If we can simply reclassify money and move it out from under the cap whenever we want it, then the guardrails aren't really guardrails. They're mere guard suggestions that will be violated again and again. Leaders on this committee are known for their clear-eyed vision when it comes to fiscal realities. And because we haven't always agreed, I'm really rather crushed that Senator Fonfara isn't here to hear me say that he's played a pivotal role in crafting and passing the fiscal guardrails, as he knew these measures would improve Connecticut's financial stability and credit ratings while protecting taxpayers from future tax increases. We all remember why the guardrails were necessary. The pre-2017 financial crises that resulted from over-reliance on volatile revenue, especially capital gains taxes, led to budget deficits, unstable funding, and serial tax increases. The guardrails prevent this cycle from continuing by directing unpredictable revenues into the budget reserve fund. In the past, a lack of fiscal discipline led to significant pension debt and credit downgrades for Connecticut. Since then, we've improved our pension funding from the third worst in the nation to sixth worst. We must keep moving forward. There are positive elements in the budget. It extends the bond lock to 2038. It reduces the film tax credit. It provides property tax relief, and it eliminates some occupational licensing fees. But eroding the guardrails would be a mistake. They help families stay together in Connecticut without fearing future tax hikes or drastic cuts to essential services. They provide the fiscal stability and predictability that let our businesses innovate and thrive. To conclude, we ask that you honor the bipartisan agreement that was forged in 2017 and unanimously affirmed just 2 years ago, and respect the volatility cap along with the rest of Connecticut's fiscal guardrails. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your concise testimony. You're always on time. I will note that with respect to the governor's proposal on changing the guardrails, there is data behind it. So if you read his, you may disagree with the proposal, but there's definitely data behind the number that he picked. It was not picked out of thin air. And Senator Fauci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Carol, for your cogent testimony. One of the data points that I do think is very clear is that the governor and members of both parties in the legislature over the last several years have been extolling the virtues and the usefulness of the fiscal guardrails. And I think it would be a very surprising about face to significantly alter two of them in principle. And, I think that, the investment community, that workers, that taxpayers in the state and outside of the state would be unpleasantly surprised by the about face. And I think there would be consequences. The fact of the matter is there is data that shows that Connecticut's economy has sped up a little bit in the past few years compared to where it was in the previous 15 during the cycle of tax increases, borrowing, and constant fiscal crisis. It sometimes takes time for spending, budget discipline, fiscal responsibility to work its way through, but it slowly might be showing signs of doing so. And so, I'm wondering if you think that this will be taken, this significant change as it's proposed, would be taken as a signal from employers, from taxpayers, both inside and outside of the state.
Well, that's one of the things that troubles me is that, one of the things that has given growing confidence to employers and to some of the credit rating agencies and everything is the idea that Connecticut has been getting serious about putting its fiscal house in order. And if they start to detect signs that there is going to be a reconsideration of some of the discipline that in a bipartisan way, our legislature has very wisely imposed, there is a concern that perhaps some of the progress that we've made will slip away, and that would be tragic.
Stay the course. And I also wanted to ask you, you didn't submit testimony, but there's a couple proposals to increase capital gains taxes to create a state property tax. Is there a disposition for you or your group on some of those proposals?
Yes, I'm sure you will not be stunned to hear that we would oppose this. We have opposed quite vociferously in the past also, for example, the corporate surcharge, because, there may be always a temptation to try to pluck Connecticut's golden geese, but we don't want to make them fly the coop. We already in Connecticut are the only state with a gift tax. We already have a mansion tax. We have a luxury tax. We're one of only 16 states with an estate tax. And our state already has 64,000 part-time residents. We don't want to create more part-time residents where people just decide, you know what, I'll make my primary residence Florida or South Carolina or somewhere else. And in the 2024 tax incidence report, the top 2% of filers paid fully 40% of state income tax. And 13.2% of income tax came from just 478 people. Very rich people are very mobile. And we don't want to give them a reason to just decide, you know what, I thought things were getting better. I thought there was more fiscal discipline, but if they're going to do all this, I'm throwing in the towel. Florida, here I come. I can keep my house. Or if there's a property tax, maybe I won't even do that. There's just no reason for it. And, especially things like a capital gains surcharge, it really does make our state particularly unattractive because it just creates a stronger incentive for people to keep underperforming investments, even though better opportunities exist. And it encourages investors to avoid businesses that are worthier of investment and to hold on to poorly performing businesses that they've already invested in. That creates slower economic growth, and it reinforces a popular, but I hope increasingly untrue image of Connecticut as being unfriendly toward good businesses and growing businesses. And we wouldn't want that.
Well, I appreciate those points. Appreciate your testimony and your advocacy for the taxpayers of the state. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fazio. Representative Paletta.
Thank you. And Carol, thank you for being here. I recently had read some of your support for some of the bills, and one of which is was talked about previously by our House Republican leader. It dealt with the EV issue here in Connecticut. And I know that you have some opinions on that. I think that we've all kind of struggled with it. We've read about it, we've talked about it, but at the end of the day, nothing really has gotten done in terms of, folks that are using our roads. And I know that you have kind of opined on it, and I was wondering if you had an opinion to share. I know that bill is on the docket today, and we've been hearing some testimony on it.
Well, we have said in the past that we're against, obviously, we're vociferously opposed to any kind of electric vehicle mandate. There is no reason for that. In addition, we disagree with subsidizing electric chargers just because people who tend to buy electric vehicles tend to be people who can afford them. And those are, if we're going to talk about equity, those are people who have the kind of income where they probably don't need to have electric chargers subsidized. They can pay for their own electric chargers.
Thank you. And I think it was one of my colleagues recently or earlier from Waterbury that had talked a little bit about how some of us through our electric bills are paying for that. And it's a matter of fairness and it's a matter of priorities. I always say a budget's about a priority.
Yeah.
So I think we're kind of speaking the same language when we say that we shouldn't have our electric ratepayers paying for or subsidizing those charging stations.
And I think Representative Paletta, you're right. Budgets always are about priorities, and it's important to be mindful of the people who are struggling to pay an electric bill when we are trying to force choices on our citizens that perhaps are not the choices they would make for themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Rader.
Thank you for your testimony. I just had two quick questions for you. One is that I am part of the Select Committee on Special Education this year, as well as I'm a member of the Education Committee. And I just wanted to ask you, we can discuss and argue like the $300 million, but not once did you mention what it was for. And I wonder if that was intentional or you were aware of what the intention was behind that money, and your opinion of beyond how the mechanisms at work and how, we might disagree about how that is going to come into play. What is your position though on that investment? This is going to be on an early childhood, fund. What is your opinion on that?
On special education?
Sorry, I meant to say early childhood because this is specifically hopefully going to be utilized to build upon the desperate need to invest in our early childhood programming around the state.
Oh, I believe in early childhood education. I'm not sure about government subsidized preschool, because I think there are plenty of problems in our state, some of our state schools as they are that need to be addressed. But I certainly believe there are problems in state in special education that absolutely need resources and need to be addressed.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
I would just add, I think the question is where we find those resources and how the money for them is allocated.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you for sticking it out today and being here.
Absolutely, and good luck to all of you.
Thank you. Next, we have Margaret Farrell Savage.
Hi, my name is Molly Farrell Savage. I'm a member of IATSE United Scenic Artists Local 829 and IATSE Theatrical Wardrobe Local Union 764. I'm here today to oppose SB 1246 because cutting Connecticut's film tax incentive from 30 to 25% would not be a good idea. I know that people think of the film industry and imagine celebrities, but this industry is filled of skilled laborers, grips, electricians, scenic painters, set medics, and unlike many industries right now, we actually have solid labor protections. As an IATSE member, I have a pension, 401k, annuity, and healthcare, benefits that are disappearing as federal jobs are cut and traditional jobs are being replaced with automation and AI. Why would we want to push out an industry that actually employs people and protects its workers? Film is more than entertainment. It has a real social impact too. I worked on Pose, a New York show which highlighted Black and brown trans women during the AIDS crisis in the 1980s and 90s. I also worked on Call Jane, which filmed in Hartford, which told the story of the Jane Collective, which helped women access safe abortions in the 1960s. Storytelling is so important. It starts conversations, preserves history, and educates people. Beyond that, productions spend money locally, hotels, restaurants, niche gift shops. I live in Washington, Connecticut, the Gilmore Girls town. The show wasn't even filmed here, but we still get tourists stimulating our local economy. I just came off a job in Buffalo, New York, and honestly, Buffalo is really showing us up. Buffalo has 2 new sound stages. Hallmark, which used to film here, is apparently planning to make 60 movies there. Buffalo even has a special incentive for indie films, and these incentives will likely get locked in through 2036. New Jersey offers up to a 35% tax credit with diversity hiring bonuses. Connecticut used to be the up-and-coming hotspot. We had Disney and Netflix and Hallmark, but productions that want to film here are going elsewhere because our tax incentive isn't stable. If we keep threatening it, we're telling productions that Connecticut isn't serious about production. To summarize, we need to stay competitive. Cutting the tax credit will hurt workers. I'm not here to defend my creative endeavors or aspirations. I'm fighting for my union health insurance and pension. If anything, we should be expanding the tax credit to be truly competitive with other Northeast film communities. I love this state, and I really believe that a thriving film community and industry is a net positive for Connecticut as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us today. Seeing no questions, I wish you a good rest of your evening. Next, we have Mackenzie Hill.
Hi.
Go.
Hi there. Thank you guys so much for taking the time out today and for your previous support of the Connecticut Film Tax Credit. I know you've heard a lot from us today, so I'll try and do something a little different than a lot of. I fully agree with we need to be competitive with the states around us, but I know we all know what those states look like based on what we've heard today. I am somebody who's worked in the industry for over 15 years. I worked in LA for 10. I moved to Connecticut knowing I was going to work in New York for the last 5. I'm a homeowner in Stamford, Connecticut. I am a business owner. I started my production company here in Stamford last year. Seeing the potential in the Stamford community and Stamford studios and the resources available, I started to get to know the local community instead of just commuting into New York for every networking event and job that I had. And I truly believe there is a thriving industry here, that it's well on its way. That I echo others today who said, I think we could be part of the money solution here and part of diversifying an already business-friendly state. I want to say there's kind of a 2-prong approach for a production company like mine. One is the large narrative projects and larger documentary projects that this tax credit massively affects. And those are kind of the golden goose of what production companies do. The second tier of what production companies like mine do is bolster local business owners and their companies. And our state has over 15 Fortune 500 companies headquartered here. I'd like to say we are production companies that could be in-house marketing for Connecticut. Like, we are here to keep money in this state, marketing our businesses nationally. Why take all that business to New York or New Jersey? I think it's a missed opportunity. I think in Stamford, I talk to business owners all the time who are looking for local production companies for their advertising. And I would hate to feel like I need to move where I'm building my business because there's a ceiling on the type of project I can make due to the tax credit cut. Yeah, that's my big concern, I guess, with this credit cut. So thank you guys so much for listening, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. We appreciate the different perspectives that we hear. So thanks for being with us tonight.
Yeah.
Seeing no questions, we will.
Senator Miller has her hand up.
I am so sorry, Senator Miller.
That's okay.
I haven't had to
Thank
look
you.
online in a long time, so excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, I hope you don't mind me calling you by your first name, Mackenzie. I'm Senator Miller. I am from Stamford. I live in Stamford, and I want to thank you for moving to Stamford. Do you know how many production companies are in Stamford?
I honestly haven't seen any in Stamford that are doing the services I'm offering. So no, I don't know of any here in Stamford right now.
Okay. Are you aware that NBC Universal is in Stamford?
Yes.
And do you think Stamford, the proximity to New York would make a difference, or could have been a decision maker for NBC or companies like yourself moving to Stanford? Let me ask you, why did you choose Stanford?
Honestly, I was working in New York and we needed to be as close to the city as we could be to make it work for me to work every day. But now my wife is literally 9 months pregnant and having our baby in 3 weeks. And I don't want to be working such late, long shoot days out in the city away from my family, basically. But Stanford was a proximity to the city and the industry there was the choice.
Thank you for that. And if I may, Madam Chair, one more question.
Please.
Thank you. So I really do appreciate you choosing Stanford. My concern in the tax credits and the young lady who testified before you, Ms. Savage, she hit it home, right? It's making sure that we're competitive with the other states. And what my concern is, if we do reduce it to 25%, that companies like you and NBC would lose Stanford. I mean, Stanford is booming. We're the second largest city in the state. And I think that we're probably the first because the count got cut off after COVID. But I really do appreciate you moving here. And I agree with you that it would hurt the industry. But coming from representing Stanford, I think it would hurt us, and it would hurt not only the city, but the state in attracting more business, because our proximity to New York has always been a plus.
Absolutely.
To the growing community in Stanford. And even during COVID, individuals were locating here from Stanford. So I do agree with you, and I thank you for testifying. I hope that we do reconsider increasing, at least letting it, I'm for increasing it to 35-40%,
Yes.
but at least keeping it at 30.
To your point, it just really quickly, I'll keep this super short, but in my experience with people, because I've been working in New York for so long on so many productions, I have watched people start to build their families and try and decide whether they're going to live in Connecticut or live in New Jersey. And the choice, I would say, is 90% New Jersey, because we are an unstable film and TV industry market. And I really think we're leaving money and opportunity on the table, because I think a lot of people would choose Connecticut if we were pouring into our film and tax incentives a little bit more.
All right. Well, thank you very much for those comments, and congratulations on the new baby that's coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator Miller. Seeing no further questions, actually, this time, looking in all the various places, we will, Frank Avallero.
I'm here. How are you? Thank you very much. My name is Frank Valero. I'm a member of the Screen Actors Guild, and I've lived in Connecticut all my life. I'm going to be very brief because much of what I had to say was already said, and I'm sure you all want to get home. So, we have to recognize the undeniable relationship between tourism and films made in Connecticut. Sure, we could spend more money on marketing to develop tourism, but honestly, no commercial you can make will ever bring as many tourists to Connecticut as a Hallmark Christmas movie set in one of our enchanting towns, or one of our historic inns, or one of our festive town greens for that matter. I ask you, are we richer because we saved a few dollars, or are we richer because we invested in the arts, our culture, our tourism, and our local businesses? I urge you not just to preserve the film tax credit, but to expand it, especially for the larger budget films. Show the world Connecticut, and let's keep the movie magic alive right here at home. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Have a good day.
Thank you, same to you. Next up, I believe we have Chris Herb, who I do not see in the room. Anupama Joshi online. Yep.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please proceed, and please correct me on the pronunciation of your name.
Good, that's good. You're good. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity. Dear members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Anupama Joshi. I'm the Vice President of Programs at the Center for Science in the Public Interest, which is a nonprofit consumer education and advocacy organization that focuses on nutrition, food safety, and health. I'm here to strongly support SB 921, which is a legislation that has the potential for dual benefits for promoting healthy school meals for all children and reducing consumption of disease-causing sugar-sweetened beverages. Similar bills have been passed in various localities across the country, but a state bill has not passed yet. So if SB 921 passes in Connecticut, Connecticut would become one of the first states in the country to adopt a statewide SSB tax. There are three key reasons why funding healthy school meals for all is a critical public health issue. First, for families who qualify for free meals, school meals, stigma and shame associated with qualifying prevents some students from participating. And so nowhere else during the school day do we require proof of income like we do in the cafeteria. Schools provide books and transportation to all students regardless of family income. School meals, however, which are an invaluable opportunity to instill healthy eating habits for life and support student learning, should be treated no differently and should not be requiring income eligibility consideration. Second, healthy school meals for all promote nutrition, food security, and academic performance. A systematic review examining free school meals for all policies found that they are positively associated with school meal participation, diet quality, food security, and academic performance. Research also shows that in 2017-2018 school year, school food was the highest quality source of food for children. Third, healthy school meals for all advance equity. Healthy school meals for all ensure that children who might be on the edges of eligibility or children who are experiencing homelessness, have recently immigrated, have caregivers who may struggle with administrative paperwork, or are in foster care do not fall through the cracks. Sugar-sweetened beverages are the #1 source of added sugars in our diet and are linked to increased risk of chronic and deadly diet-related diseases. You've heard this over and over again today. Research also shows that SSB taxes are effective at reducing sales of sugary beverages and raise millions of dollars for community health priorities with no impact on jobs. The past speaker, Jim Krieger, specifically mentioned a study from Philadelphia that mentioned this as well. One potential advantage of a statewide SSB tax, which is what is being considered here, is that compared to a local tax, it would be expected to reduce any tendency of residents to shop for SSBs in adjacent areas. Revenue from this tax has the potential to generate millions of dollars for healthy
Zoom, just a heads up, get the 3 minutes. You could please
a similar
summarize.
tax that was introduced in 2019 was estimated to generate 163 million annually, enough to fully fund the Healthy School Meals program and then some. So in closing, I will just say that, and please ensure that children in Connecticut have the nourishment and the dignity they need to learn and thrive by passing SB 921. Thank you for your consideration. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Anupanama? Seeing none, thank you, ma'am. Bill Claffey.
Good evening, Chairman Fanfara and Horn, ranking members Fazio and Paletta, and distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name's Bill Claffey. I'm a partner at the tax and accounting firm of Fiandella, Milone, and La Saracena. We're a homegrown regional firm. Here, all 120 employees in Connecticut. I'm also a member of the Bio-Connecticut Legislative Action Committee and presented at the legislative breakfast on January 27th, where Governor Lamont and Commissioner O'Keefe were keynote speakers and announced their support of Section 11 of Senate Bill 1246, which is related to the R&D tax credit exchange and increasing that percentage from 65 to 90%. It's something that I've testified on in the past, and I'm very happy to testify on it here tonight. I'd like to thank the committee who, for historically been supportive of our efforts over the last several years on the R&D tax credits in the bioscience industry. And again, very appreciative of Governor Lamont for recognizing what we've recognized all along, which was including this very important change to the budget. The R&D tax credit generates a substantial return on investment. The Connecticut's own data shows a $1.32 to $2.36 return on investment to the state of Connecticut for every dollar on the R&D exchange. Helps create jobs in the technology sector, which in turn generates income tax dollars to the state of Connecticut. The credits also help to build an ecosystem of companies in Connecticut that provide goods and services. So that's the script. I'm going to go a little off script here, but why do we need to go from 65 to 90%? It's similar to I've kind of had this on for a while. It's competition. Our bordering states, Massachusetts to the north and New York to the southwest, they have R&D refund exchanges of 90% for Mass and 100% for New York. We're at 65%. It's a great incentive, but let's be competitive with our neighbors. Who does it impact? Your largest biotechs in the state are not going to benefit from this. It's going to be small business, under 70 million in revenue and not profitable. My firm works with a lot of startups coming out of our great universities here in Connecticut. They need this money to invest back into the company. Life science is a very competitive industry, right? It's a competition for employees. It's one of the highest paid wages in the STEM sector. It's very competitive for founders, for investors, for countries, right? Our U.S. policy incentivizes R&D in the U.S. and disincentivizes putting it overseas. Well, it's very competitive for the states, and why is that? High-paying wages.
Summarize.
Yep. Higher property taxes based on those wages, higher sales tax. The life science ecosystem, once it flourishes, you've got direct service providers, you've got indirect service providers, you've got the life science sector is known to have a lot of conferences. You've got a lot of people coming in and out of the state. So in summary, Connecticut, they need to kind of make a decision of do they want to aggressively pursue this industry, and if they do, then I think the fruits of those provisions, like in the Senate bill, are going to be rewarded to the state of Connecticut. State of Massachusetts invested $1 billion in 2008.
Sir, once again, you're past your 3 minutes.
Okay, sorry. One more comment. They're getting $1 billion annually in payroll taxes. So I'll stop there and answer any questions that anyone has.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Claffey? Seeing none. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Only 1,700 more to go. Making progress. Jeanette Bailey Spence. Good evening, Miss Bailey Spence.
Good evening, good evening.
You have the floor, madam.
Senator from Farrow, Representative Horn, and honorable members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Jeanette Bailey Spence, but most people call me JBS. I live in Manchester, and I am a residential program worker, which is also called RPW at Oak Hill, and a direct care specialist at Journey Farm Group Homes. I come before you today to testify in support of Senate Bill 742, Senate Bill 740, and HB 5986. These bills will level the playing field a little for families and help provide critical funding to agencies across our state, including DSS, which oversees facilities. I have been running this race since 1988, when I started at Oak Hill and joined Journey Farm in 1999. I was motivated to become an RPW to help those who could not help themselves, and I am blessed that for 37 years now, have been able to do just that, while also providing for my two daughters. My daughters are adults now, with children and even a grandchild of their own. Yet some issues persist in my line of work and my life. We are underfunded, overworked, and undercompensated, all of which has adversely affected those that we serve. As an RPW, I do all-around care for individuals. We clothe them, bathe them, transport them, I administer their medication, prepare food for them, and feed them. Alongside this, we are responsible for providing clear and concise documentation of their day-to-day lives. As you can see, this is challenging work, and unfortunately, understaffing puts a strain on it all. We accomplish our work, but staffing could lift the burden we often face and improve the quality of care we give. Those we serve are some of the most vulnerable in the state, and we must recognize that if we don't care for them, no one will. The only way to fulfill the needs of the facilities like ours is to increase the revenue our state is bringing in by establishing SB 742. This extra money will provide a lifeline to so many in need within our group homes and across numerous other sectors. However, in order for it to get to this properly, we also need you to adjust the fiscal guardrails that are currently in place, reduce the limitation of funds, and provide it to those who need it now, not when it's too late. Please support SB 742 and tell the governor to adjust the guardrails now. Again, this is JBS, and I'm still running this race. Thank you very much.
You are running this race as well, and we're grateful that you are here to share your personal experiences with us and that of so many members of 1199. My mother is 100 years old, and she still gets a pension from 1199. And grateful for that and for all the work that you do, as you correctly stated, work that really a lot of people don't want to do. And we'll do our best to support the issues that you brought here for us. Thank you. And thank you for waiting all this time to be here. Anyone have any questions for Ms. Bailey Spence? Seeing none, thank you very much. Is my dear friend Tracy McDougal here anywhere?
Yes, I am.
Oh, there you are, Tracy.
Am I next?
You are.
Okay. I'm Tracy McDougal. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Farm Bureau. And I'd like to just propose an idea that this bill that I'm talking about tonight, which is 921, dealing with sugar-sweetened beverages, that would be a special tax to fund school breakfast and lunch programs. I'm wondering if maybe there was a little mistake when that bill was drafted, and that's what I'm here to talk about tonight. So we're concerned that this would cover chocolate milk and strawberry milk, and we're hoping that there would be an amendment or a small change to this, which would exempt chocolate or strawberry flavored milk from this tax. As you all know, milk is a healthy and nutritious beverage, and almost all of the milk that we drink here in the state of Connecticut comes from Connecticut dairy farmers, and they're working very hard to make sure that you have fresh and healthy milk, and we want to increase their opportunities for selling milk, not decrease them. So that's an important point. And then the final point I'd like to make on this bill is that the state of Connecticut and all of our ag partner organizations spend a lot of time and energy promoting dairy and promoting agriculture. And we feel as though this bill, trying to reduce milk consumption, is really kind of at cross purposes with all of the really great work we do to promote agriculture. So we respectfully request that there's an exemption for flavored milk, strawberry chocolate, and thank you for your time tonight.
Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President, and nice to see you, Tracy. This was drafted by someone who doesn't sit on the committee, so I don't want to get into someone's headspace. But to be clear, if this proposal were to carve out milk, I don't believe milk was the intended target of this proposed legislation. Would you have any objection to it?
No, that would be great.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Tracy, it's been a while. I hope you're
I
well.
know. I'm good. It's nice to see you.
My personal expressions of appreciation to her longtime friend. And we thank you for testifying here tonight.
Thank you.
Jonathan Berger. Have you been asleep? No, the other way. You were on. There you go.
Good evening. It's good to be here. And I confess that until today, I had no idea how late you worked and what this process was like. So I'm going to go home telling everybody what you're doing for our citizens.
We
Thank you
could
so
call
much.
you around 11 o'clock if you'd like. We'll be here.
So I came to urge the members of this committee regarding the state bond issue to reauthorize 20 million in state bond funds for the nonprofit security grant program. I come here as the head of a small independent Jewish day school in West Hartford, and we are a piece of the region's vibrant and vital Jewish community. Our school has close to 150 students coming from around 90 families. It's a small community, but we're deeply engaged in the broader community. Our students volunteer with local organizations in Hartford, like House of Bread, regional organizations like Dignity Grows. Our students go on to attend local high schools and make an impact in the region. And I can say we've seen families choose to move to Connecticut, to this Hartford region, solely because they live in a smaller Jewish community somewhere else in the country without Jewish day schools. They want to come to what this region has to offer. We're proud of our status as an independent school. Our budget depends primarily on just tuition revenues and on the generosity of donors. So ever since Columbine and Sandy Hook, all schools face expensive security concerns that just didn't exist only a few decades ago. And as a Jewish day school, we have the additional threat of being a potential target in a time of escalating threats due to rising anti-Semitism. Across the country, hate crimes that target religious institutions have surged, and our school's ability to play our small but important role in our region, it's threatened by these urgent security needs. We have only been able to slowly but steadily upgrade our security with the help of government security grants. Those grants have allowed us to upgrade surveillance and monitoring and strengthen door security and building access, protect against different kinds of assaults, and conduct essential safety training. Without the funds from these grants, our children would be incredibly vulnerable. So I see this bond issue to authorize more money for the security grant program as a way to help small organizations that play a vital role that can't afford it without these bond funds. I think from a moral and civic perspective, we want Connecticut to continue to be a state where all children can go to school safely, where all parents don't have to fear their kids won't come home. The grants that result from these state bonds are the primary way we can ensure safety and security. So I came to ask you to please increase the bond allocation by 20 million to meet the current demands and protect the vulnerable organizations around the state.
Thank you, sir. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to do my best. Carice Bellarulo. Oh, I didn't get a chance to ask him or her how she got away with that as an actress. 30 years ago, they would have made her Corey Villa or something like that. A better world today, I think. Norma Martinez Hosang.
Hi,
There she is. Hi, Norma.
there. Hi.
Dear Senator from Farah, Representative Horn, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee, my name is Norma Martinez Hosang, and I live in Hamden. I'm the director of the Connecticut for All Coalition, and we are a coalition of about 60 labor community advocacy and faith organizations. And I'm here today to speak in support of SB 742, an act establishing capital gain surcharge, SB 741, an act concerning a statewide property tax on certain residential real property, and HB 5986 and SB 740, an act establishing refundable tax credit against personal income tax. Our coalition's vision is that our families are able to live a life where they have secure and affordable housing, healthcare, public education, and jobs that pay a living wage. We think that passing these bills would move us closer to making this a reality, because in order to transform and fund our systems of care in Connecticut, we think that we need to increase revenue, modify fiscal policies, and provide relief to families. And that in our view, that's what these bills do, which then would move us to more appropriately funding childcare, public K through 12, higher education, healthcare, and housing, and other critical services and programs that our communities need. We can add revenue by increasing the surcharge on capital gains. I know that the bill in front of you is not asking for a 5% surcharge, but Connecticut for All is advocating for that because we think that this would move us closer to a more permanent funding streams to adequately fund the needs. For example, increasing the top tax rate on income made from buying and selling stocks and other investments by about 5%. Single tax filers and married tax filers making more than $500,000 and $1 million respectively would raise an estimated amount of over $500 million per year. And I know you know that this bill would only tax unearned income for ultra wealthy individuals in two of the highest income brackets. So unearned income like profits from investments, dividends, and selling of vacation property. SB 741 would establish a statewide property tax on residential real property with assessed value of more than $3 million. And again, this kind of money coming into Connecticut would help fund some of these critical needs. As we know, we're facing.
Hey, ma'am, it's up. You're at your 3 minutes. If you could please summarize.
Thank you. Yeah, so we need all these things. We need to relieve the tax burden and give more to families with children through the Connecticut Child Tax Credit. As our state prepares for the negative consequences of a Trump administration's unstable and pro-billionaire policies, we must create a new sustainable revenue resources that are equitable and stable. So this means passing progressive taxes and adjusting the fiscal roadblocks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Norma. Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Kara Studensky.
Hello, I'm here. Like you said, my name is Kara Studensky. Thank you to the senators, representatives, and the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee for hearing me today. I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 740, an act establishing a refundable child tax credit, and House Bill 5986, an act establishing a refundable child tax credit against the personal income tax. I live in Wethersfield, Connecticut, and I'm a parent in our community. I've always been a hard worker, believing that if I worked, I'd be doing well. However, as a
could you speak up a little bit? We're having some challenges hearing you. If you could speak up a little bit.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep. I'll get closer. Is this a little better?
It is. Thank you.
Okay. As a former teacher, it was not the case that I was doing well financially after going to college and getting a job in my major. Since the moment I graduated, I struggled to find positions that would afford me everything I needed plus a small cushion. Eventually, I was injured on the job while pregnant, could not perform my duties, and took the downtime to find a remote job that would help us keep us afloat while being able to remain home with my child. As it stands, I cannot even afford to put my child in any kind of childcare. My husband and I both work. I work full-time and he works 3 jobs and is out of the house more often than not, yet we are still in the red every month. I work remotely at home with my son and it's a tough balancing act, but I really have no other choice. We make 99% of our food at home, grow veggies in the spring, make our own bread, make coffee at home, all the things that are supposed to save us money. But between student loans, credit cards, inflation, we are really struggling and there seems to be no end in sight. The Connecticut Child Tax Credit is vital for so many families like mine. In a recent poll, 73% of residents in Connecticut supported establishing a state-level child tax credit, even if they aren't currently raising children. If I received $600 for my child, I would use it for his medical bills, childcare while I am doing things like going to the gym to make sure I keep taking care of myself, and groceries, which would make a real difference for my family. It's not a good feeling to be working so hard and still unable to make ends meet, having late fees for bills pile up and living paycheck to paycheck. This tax credit won't fix all our problems, but it will certainly go a long way toward helping us catch up and afford some of the basics for our family and boosting our local economy, because we will use the funds right away. Our children are our future, and we need to invest in them to make the world better for them. Thank you for listening to my story, and I hope that you'll consider helping families like mine in our community who could really benefit from this credit.
Thank you very much. Questions for Mr. Studensky? Thank you. Representative Steinberg. Bree Deity. Deity.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chair Horn, members of the committee. My name is Bree Deatley. I am a consultant in Somerville, Massachusetts. I am here today representing the American Beverage Association, which is the national trade association that represents the manufacturers and distributors of non-alcoholic beverages, including the members of that industry in Connecticut, who employ about 2,700 Connecticut residents in the beverage industry. I'm here to speak in opposition to Senate Bill 921, the proposed sugar sweetened beverage tax. It's, I think, important to realize that, as you've heard today, a limited number of jurisdictions around the country have such taxes. And I want to get a couple of key points across to you, and thank you for your endurance today through the hearing. First of all, it's critical to understand that the magnitude of this tax, and I'm assuming a 2-cent tax because that's what's been referenced by the proponents, despite the fact that it's not stipulated in the bill as raised. That's a significant tax. You'll see in my written testimony, I went through the Stop and Shop circular for the state and just rolled down through the specials for the week and found the first 4 beverages or first 6 beverages and just checked what the tax impact of that would be. And you'll see in my testimony that ranged from a low of a 17% increase in price to an eye-popping 144% increase in price on some of the items that were listed in the specials for Stop and Shop. As you've heard, the average price impact is likely to be on the order of about 25% increase across the state. Now, that is a dramatic price increase and is going to lead to, as proponents have said, significant reductions in sales. If you put a dollar amount to that, you spread it across the restaurants and coffee shops and grocery stores and convenience stores in Connecticut, that's about a $370 million loss of sales to Connecticut businesses. That's simply based on the quantity of the tax without taking into account the cross-border effects. That is, people leaving the state or shopping outside the state in order to avoid the tax, which is something we know is pretty common. So that $370 million in lost revenue and lost sales tax revenue that accompanies it doesn't count for the people leaving the state. And we've seen a pretty good example in the last year of the impact of folks leaving the state to buy products, and that is the increase in the beverage container deposit from 5 cents to 10 cents. Connecticut experienced a pretty dramatic drop in the sales of deposit containers in 2024 after the deposit went up a nickel. And no other state in the region and no other state in the country experienced a drop in sales of the magnitude that Connecticut did. So people are willing to move to buy products. Again, there's an example in my testimony. It shows that if you look at what a consumer could save by going to Rhode Island to buy a beverage, avoiding the deposit and avoiding this new proposed tax, they could cover 82% of the cost of the beverage just by shopping out of state. And that 82% is represented by public policy in terms of the
Bree, just a heads
deposit
up, your
and in
3
terms of
minutes.
the
Could you please
tax.
summarize?
Yep, I will. The last thing I want to leave you with is the importance of the regressiveness of this tax. If you look again in my testimony, you'll see that something like a third of this tax would be paid by households who earn less than $40,000 a year. So do consider the impact this would have on consumers, on businesses, and on the competitiveness of the state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Bree Deatley? Seeing none, thank you. Nancy Fink?
Hi, I'm Nancy Fink. I live in Stamford. I'm a concerned citizen, a mother, and a food and nutrition policy consultant since 2002. And I really appreciate you allowing me to testify, and thanks for staying late. I'm here to talk about the sugar sweetened beverage tax. I want to use my time to highlight some beverage industry misinformation that I often hear about the tax. First of all, I think as this measure proceeds, please don't be fooled by beverage industry funded front groups that will emerge in Connecticut to oppose this tax. They purport to be led by local businesses, but they are not organic. They are industry created, led and managed. They pop up everywhere, and SSB tax is introduced and disseminate the same arguments. Second, there is no evidence that SSB taxes cause job losses. Recent evaluations of Philadelphia and San Francisco taxes found no net job losses or job losses in industries that produce and sell SSBs. These findings may differ from predictions made by industry-funded simulation studies because they did not take into account consumers buying more untaxed beverages, reallocation of consumer spending, and increased government spending of new tax revenue. Additionally, those results are consistent of what we found with the 2014 Mexico taxes on SSBs and snack food, which found no reduction in employment or increases in the unemployment rate. Third, industry's warnings about cross-border shopping for SSBs are not backed up by the evidence. 2024 study found that SSB taxes in Boulder, Colorado, Philadelphia, Oakland, and San Francisco, California, and Seattle were associated with a 33% reduction in purchase volume, with no evidence of increased cross-border purchases following tax implementation. And finally, please be aware that industry spends heavily to silence potential critics of SSB taxes through donations and charitable contributions. If you find yourself being lobbied by a health or community group that seems like it should be a supporter of an SSB tax, yet is an opponent, please ask them if they are receiving funding or charitable donations from the beverage industry. You have a rare opportunity with this SSB tax. Not only can you fund healthy school meals for all of Connecticut's children, but you can also lower sales of the leading source of added sugar consumption in the state, which is a major risk factor for a variety of deadly chronic diseases. That would be a win for all. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Fink? Representative Claridis Detria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Over here. Hi, how are you? Thank you for being here today. A couple questions. With this sugary bill, would you want to see how narrow or broad would you like to see this? Would this be a percentage of sugar in drinks? Would it be all sugar drinks, added sugar drinks, any fruit juices, coffees, teas? We have Pedialyte, we have Gatorade, those energy drinks that serve, a definite purpose. in our population, especially with our athletes and sometimes children and older adults. So I'd like to just know your thoughts on those.
I'll give you these are my personal thoughts. First of all, and I'm pretty sure all advocates agree, no dairy products, no milk products. They would not be part of this. Same for 100% fruit juice. You know, something like Pedialyte, I don't believe, since that's a medically used drink, I don't think that would be included. But I think the other drinks that are consumed, like soda, you know, sugary teas, sugary coffees, even Gatorade, you know, should be taxed.
Okay, probably on the Gatorade, I would disagree because athletes are using it to get quick energy and electrolytes, and the sugar in that does help them in a certain instance. I appreciate your testimony here today, and I thought I had another question, but I forgot now. But thank you again for being here. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, madam.
Can I make one comment about the Gatorade? I think we're not going after the athletes. I think if you go to any soccer field, and believe me, I was at many soccer fields in my day, you know, you see 5, 6-year-olds with a big bottle of Gatorade, you know, drinking that down. If we want to discourage that kind of sugary drink being used to hydrate children, it's fine to have it on an athletic field. But that's become just a regular sugary drink that people consume and let their children consume, and we're trying to, you know, keep that to a minimum.
Right. And to that point, as an athletic trainer, we always encourage people to drink water instead of sugary drinks, and only use those in an emergency when you really need them. So that's my plug as to why every school should have an athletic trainer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Fink, so, you know, we've taxed cigarettes, not lately, but over 20 years, tax cigarettes increasingly as a means to discourage particularly young people from beginning to smoke. That's the argument. We love the tax dollars, probably as much as we like to deter smoking, but nonetheless, that's been the strategy. And I just looked ChatGPT of how much a 2-liter bottle of Coke is, $2.74 at Walmart. I remember it used to be 99 cents. I'm dating my age here, but I'm wondering if, I mean, I assume that the argument about, I understand that you'll take the money and use it for positive things, but is it also an attempt to discourage? I thought I heard, if not in your testimony, of those many people who testified today in support of this, that it would discourage sales. I wonder if going from 99 cents to 2.74, if that's resulted in discouraging sales at all, just a natural price increase over the last 10 years or whatever it's been.
I don't know about what the current price is. I still see 99-cent liters when I go to the store in Stamford. So I think it varies. It could be high, it could be low. I do know that in communities that have passed a sugar sweetened beverage tax, you know, raising the price of those drinks has brought down sales and consumption. So yes, that is also a goal for this particular measure. It's kind of, it's a twofer. You have a win-win. You bring down consumption of a drink that really raises the risk of so many chronic diseases. You know, public health folks.
I understand the purpose on both ends. I'm wondering if the natural increase that has occurred over the last several years has had that effect.
I have not seen a decrease because of that.
So why would you believe that taxing it would cause that to happen?
Because I don't think the price is raised that much that you're saying. I see the liters at 99 cents.
I've not, but I'm glad you have.
Yeah, maybe I have a store that keeps prices lower. I don't know.
Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the previous folks who testified spoke about how Philadelphia's tax applies to drinks that are sweetened with things other than sugar. Do you have thoughts on that? Whether those should be included if they're artificial sweeteners?
It's something for you as a legislative body to consider. I would suggest that you look at the literature and get schooled on whether you feel artificial sweeteners are dangerous. In my personal opinion, I think some of them are substances that shouldn't be consumed, particularly by children. I don't think they're particularly healthy. But that is something that you as a legislative body are going to have to review yourselves.
And the previous line of questions about the general increase in costs, is your argument more or less that the tax would be additive to everything that's occurred with general inflation and prices, and then that would provoke a reduced demand response?
Yes, and it's been proven. There are 8 locations. Actually, there were 9, but one lost the tax. But all of these locations have seen a reduced rate of sales and consumption. So these taxes work. That's why you keep seeing them proposed, and that's why you see them passed. One recently passed in Santa Cruz, California. It was a pretty big fight between the beverage industry and local advocates, and the local advocates prevailed.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Thank you. Allison, Katie?
Good evening, Chairs Fonfara, Horn, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Allison Cady, and I serve as Chief Communications Officer at Choate Rosemary Hall in Wallingford, Connecticut. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today in strong opposition of House Bill 6804. Supporters of this bill have brought forth a narrative suggesting that schools like ours do not contribute to our communities. That claim is simply false. Let's take Choate Rosemary Hall as an example. Our school is intertwined with the town of Wallingford, a characteristic we deeply value. We don't exist apart from our community, we exist within it as neighbors, partners, and contributors. To ensure that we remain actively engaged, we even employ 2 half-time individuals dedicated solely to community relations. This is because we believe in being present, listening, and responding to the needs of those around us. When our town's local emergency shelter needed help last week, we immediately responded and organized to deliver hot meals for the remainder of the season. When the Wallingford YMCA needed funding for a new pool, we pledged $100,000. When the local playground was burned by vandals, we donated $20,000 to replace the playscape. This year, we supported Wallingford students with $570,000 in financial aid and Connecticut resident students with over $5.3 million in aid. When concerns about pedestrian safety came forth, we improved the public right-of-way, most recently replacing sidewalks, adding ADA ramps at public crosswalks, and repaving portions of town streets. We're repaving more this summer. When the public high school field renovation was delayed the school's start of their season, we shared ours at no cost. The Wallingford Hawks and the Wallingford Symphony Orchestra simply wouldn't exist without subsidized use of our facilities. And we've already enthusiastically agreed to host town-wide events celebrating the country's 250th next summer. These are just a few examples of the countless ways we invest in our community. Every year, the total value of our contributions, cash donations, in-kind support, and facility use far exceeds what this bill might collect in taxes. More importantly, our resources are dedicated where they are needed most, supporting the organizations and initiatives that make a tangible difference in people's lives. This bill and the costs associated with it would jeopardize that. If HB 6804 passes, it will turn what is now a genuine partnership into a transactional relationship. And the consequences will extend far beyond our campuses. They will ripple outward, impacting the towns you represent, the businesses that benefit from our presence, and the families who rely on the opportunities we provide. This bill is not just about independent schools, it's about the communities we call home. It is about the businesses, the families, and the local organizations that are strong and vibrant because of our partnership. Although I speak from our perspective at Choate Rosemary Hall, I know that we are just one example of this robust and symbiotic relationships our towns and schools appreciate. I urge you, do not let HB 6804 move forward. The cost is simply too great, not just for schools like ours, but for Connecticut,
You've reached 3 minutes.
Connecticut's
Please
communities
summarize.
at whole. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Questions for Ms. Katie? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Joyce Rio?
Yes, good evening, members of the Joint Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Joyce Rio, a licensed occupational therapist in Connecticut with extensive experience in school practice. I am currently involved with our National OT Association and serve as co-chair of government affairs for our state OT Association. My colleague and I have submitted written testimony, and tonight I'd like to highlight key concerns about Connecticut's occupational therapy workforce. I am here in support of Senate Bill 1246, sections 39 through 40, which propose eliminating licensing fees for occupational therapists and occupational therapy assistants. Connecticut has the highest licensing fees in the region, creating a financial burden, especially for occupational therapy assistants who earn less yet pay the same fees. Removing these fees would help retain and attract professionals. Beyond these fees, Connecticut has additional unique challenges that impact the workforce. One is the lack of a formal board or advisory council to oversee licensing and regulatory updates. Without it, necessary updates are delayed or worse, never made. Our profession is still governed by a 1978 definition that does not reflect modern practice. Senate Bill 1052 addresses this, but it has not made it to the public health agenda. Outdated scope of practice regulations limit access to critical occupational therapy services in mental health, hand rehabilitation, pelvic health, and wound care. These restrictions combined with low reimbursement rates create financial challenges for providers offering specialized care, making it harder for Connecticut residents to have access to these essential services. In school practice, high caseloads force occupational therapy practitioners to focus on individual services rather than broader systemic needs. Additionally, school occupational therapists are not recognized as certified staff by the Connecticut State Department of Ed, even though our healthcare counterparts are. And this lack of recognition limits our leadership opportunities and contributes to a high turnover in school practice. Supporting Senate Bill 1246 is a crucial step in addressing barriers within our occupational therapy workforce. While it may not provide a complete solution, it is an essential move forward toward easing financial burdens and helping us meet the growing demand for services. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Ms. Rio? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thomas Blackmore. Sitting there very patiently all afternoon.
Good evening, everyone. I am testifying in opposition to SB 1246. Before I begin, I would like to give you a little bit on my background. In 2023, I graduated from Arts at the Capitol Theater, also known as ACT, from Willimantic, and went to continue my education at Connecticut State Community College, getting on the Dean's List, earning an associate's degree in December. And I was able to do this early because of my time in high school. I attended Eastern in dual enrollment. During this time, I created short films, Agent Alpha and Triumph. Most recently, I produced a pilot episode for the web series I'm actively crowdfunding titled Agent Alpha Web of Conspiracy. While I'm dedicated to building my own projects, I'm also seeking employment in the film industry, which is why I'm concerned about this bill. Like many independent filmmakers, there's a lot of challenges with bringing projects to life. One of them stands out the most, which is affording the creation of these projects. Equipment is really expensive, no matter where you're from. And I found that there is no support for that. And making matters worse when it comes to crowdfunding, scammers prey on independent creators like myself, hoping to make a quick buck off of our efforts. Despite my dedication, there are very few resources in Connecticut that I know of that help independent filmmakers finance and develop their work. By cutting this tax incentive by 5%, we are putting ourselves at a competitive disadvantage to other states like New York, New Jersey, and Georgia. These are investing more funds into their film incentives, trying to get more companies to make productions there. It isn't just a film industry issue, it's part of a larger trend. When industries lose support, businesses will leave. And when businesses leave, so do jobs. And this cycle is already happening. If Connecticut weakens its support, productions will just move out. So I heard some things about this just being a little haircut. It is not. Jobs are going to move out because they have no reason to be here in the first place. With this incentive, they do get more of an incentive. They do have more of a reason to come here. But this isn't just about a 5% reduction. It's about the bigger picture. Because in Connecticut, it's already too expensive to live here. People are trying to keep roofs over their head. So a lot of us, it's temporary work. You might be lucky to get a job for 6 months on a film set, but then you're on to finding the next thing. So if these jobs go out of state, it's driving up these people also out of state. And then it will trickle down to restaurants, which get
You've reached
catering.
3 minutes. Please summarize.
In summary, it's already difficult for the film industry to survive in Connecticut. It's already difficult for the people to keep a roof over their head in Connecticut. So I would question, why are we even considering cutting this tax incentive?
Questions, Representative Paletta.
Thomas, thank you. And thank you for your patience. I've seen you sitting there all day. And I think on behalf of this entire committee, I thank you for offering this testimony. I very briefly have a question. I mentioned earlier, I know we still have a few to go. So I'm going to just ask you if you could say it in as briefly as possible. But last night I was out with a couple of folks in New Haven, and they both are freelance videographers. They also film. And as you mentioned, they do a lot of temporary work. So they film maybe for a 2 or 3 month contract and then they leave. If you could just briefly talk about that uncertainty already around the industry and what this might do to those folks that are depending on that freelance work that might just, not be available anymore here in the state of Connecticut.
I'd be happy to. First off, I'm grateful to be supported by my family and also the clients I have worked on who have chose to keep me on as long-term clients, even though those are few. But back to your question, it's really difficult because we all have some financial obligation that we have to make, whether it's car insurance, electrical, if it's rent, mortgage, whatever it is. So when it comes to getting these gigs, it comes to figuring out, all right, this will be 6 months. I can live off of this. What happens after? So instead of just not doing anything for 6 months and just focusing on that gig, some of us might be worried about trying to get the next thing. So then they are not making no money. Or some of us will take a second or even third job to fill that gap, even while we're taking on those other gigs.
Thank you for shedding some light on that, and have a great evening. Be safe getting home.
Have a good night.
Mr. Blackmore, there may be others. I won't make you sit back down.
I don't mind.
Further questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too. Hunter Key.
Thank you, Senator.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Hear you fine.
All right, thank you. Members of the Finance Committee, thank you so much for the time. I know it's a long day, greatly appreciate it. My name is Hunter Kay. I am the head of finance and the chief financial officer of Avelo Airlines, and I'm here today to discuss the merits of extending the jet fuel tax holiday as an economic benefit to the state. We, Avelo, are proud to be the largest airline in Connecticut. This is something we accomplished in only 3 years after our first flight out of New Haven Tweed in November of 21. Since then, we've flown over 3 million customers out of the state, including our most recent launch out of Hartford's Bradley International. We are very proud to offer the lowest fares in the country and the most reliable service in the entire country last year. Operating an airline is not easy these days. As Sean Williams mentioned earlier today, not only are profit margins very thin in our industry, but in most cases, profits don't exist at all, particularly for startup airlines. It takes years for an airline to establish firm footing and run a stable operation. We are still young and fragile, and our company is still very susceptible to changes in fuel prices, which represent 30% of our operating expenses. A higher tax on jet fuel quite simply means higher fares for the consumer. We at Avelo try very hard to keep our fares as low as we can all the time because as a new airline, it requires heavy discounting to get people to try us for the first time. And the only way to get fares low is through low costs. Even a $5 increase in a one-way flight has a significant impact on demand. A $5 increase on one flight is a $40 increase in spend for a family of 4 flying round trip. And that's what the incremental cost to us would be if we're forced to pay 15 cents per gallon in jet fuel tax. Since the last change in the jet fuel policy in 23, 33% of our customers come from economically disadvantaged zip codes in Connecticut, and that's double what it was before the tax change. These are people who simply cannot or will not travel if they can't afford it. We have passed through the tax savings with low fares and high growth in Connecticut. It's impossible to measure the indirect revenue benefit to the state, but it's likely far more than the revenue from a fuel tax over the long term. We are grateful for the support that you have shown our industry. This committee has shown our industry with the July 23 repeal of what was the least competitive tax scheme in the country. Reverting back to 15 cents per gallon would take Connecticut from one of the most competitive states to the 41st competitive state on this jet fuel tax metric. We have delivered our promises to add service in Connecticut, particularly to long haul and new destinations in light of this new cost structure. If the tax returns, we will allocate capacity to places where we need to make money. We simply cannot afford to lose money strategically like big airlines do. And as the head of finance, I can tell you that we factor in route level economics when we make capacity decisions, and fuel is the biggest cost input we have. I'm here to talk on behalf of Avelo, but it is clear that other airlines have noticed this change in policy and they are adding capacity here too, because every penny matters. Avelo and Breeze are the 2 youngest airlines in this country, and no other airlines have dedicated more growth to Connecticut than we have. If you look at schedules,
3 minutes, you've reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
all of the growth in Connecticut from COVID to today is because of 2 airlines, Avelo and Breeze. Without us, Connecticut would be smaller than it was pre-COVID, but instead it's 42% bigger. We need more time to stabilize our business. Pardon me, that's a fire alarm. We need more time to stabilize our business, and this tax will go a long way, and it is working. Thank you.
System is not completed. Any further alarms should be considered irrelevant. Thank you for your cooperation.
I'm sorry about that. The timing was terrible on this fire alarm. My point here is this jet fuel tax over the last 2 years has benefited the consumer and 2 very young, fragile airlines as we're starting up our growth.
Questions for Mr. K? Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your testimony. Avelo flies a lot of flights to Florida. Would you be able to say on a trip from Connecticut to Florida, roughly how many gallons of jet fuel you're looking at and how that with a 15-cent rate would affect a ticket from Connecticut to a destination in Florida?
Yes, sir. On a one trip, on a one-way basis to Florida, we will burn about 2,500 gallons of fuel one way. On a one-way ticket, that would it depends on the cost of jet fuel, really, but it would probably be about $4 to $5 per ticket each way. So again, in a family of 4, you're talking about potentially $40 of incremental expense for the person who charges their credit card, which is a pretty big deal. And we see when we try to raise fares, even by $5, when we try to pass through higher fuel prices, we see an immediate deterioration in our bookings.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Mr. Kay, this committee supported the change from one of the highest, if not the highest in the country to, I don't think you get any lower than 0. And we did so because we learned that in North Carolina, when they went to 0, how it created a real mechanism for low-cost airlines. How, other than increasing opportunities for people to fly at low fares, how has Avelo supported our economy here in Connecticut?
Yes, Senator, thank you. Not only have we added over 400 jobs here in the state, we serve 33 destinations from an airport that was previously dormant. We have added tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars of economic activity through tourism. We have connected families and friends through a service that the other would not have been able to afford. And we are going to continue to add flights to these destinations where the demand warrants it. Immediately after the jet fuel tax was eliminated, we added service to San Juan, Puerto Rico. The longer the flight, the more the fuel tax has an impact. We would not have added that flight had we been paying 9% under the previous tax scheme. And a 15-cent per gallon jet fuel tax is going to make what's a very, very thin profit margin flight possibly flip into a loss. So we'd have to think about the merits of sustaining service to places like that. And I know we employ a lot of Puerto Rican native people at our airport who use our flight to visit their friends and family with their flight benefits they get from working at our company. We see it in the local community, people who tell us that they are able to see their friends and family over the holidays. It's very hard to measure that impact. But San Juan, Puerto Rico, and other destinations in the Caribbean are very good examples, or long-haul destinations, even to Florida or potentially even Texas, are flights that would not exist if we were paying higher jet fuel taxes.
Are you speaking to us from Connecticut right now?
I wish. I'm a former Connecticutian myself of 11 years, but I'm down here in Houston, Texas.
And those 400 folks you mentioned earlier, are they residents of Connecticut?
Yes, most of them are. Most of them are. At least 350 of them are. Yes. We employ pilot bases, flight attendant bases. We have full-time and part-time employees at our airport, many of whom work a few hours in the morning and participate in flight benefits. It's really quite a good system that we've got going on. And then we just added a bunch of jobs up in Hartford. Again, the Bradley International Airport has been a destination, has been a new growth jumping point for us, where we're complementing our service in New Haven, mainly with international destinations as well too.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
Hillary DeSidergio. Is Hillary? No. Esteemed committee clerk says there is no Hillary. Don Howerman. No Don. Adam Goodman.
Adam is online. He's joining now.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hear you fine.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. I'm here to oppose SB 1247 because it does not fund the Open Space and Watershed Land Acquisition Grant Program, known as OSWA. I know you already heard from Amy Patterson and Connie Manis about this, and I wanted to give my point of view. My name is Adam Goodman, and I serve as the Director of Land Protection at the Aspetuck Land Trust. We are a regional land trust with properties in 8 towns throughout Fairfield County. We have 2,200 acres across 147 properties, including 47 trail preserves. I want to start by expressing our extreme appreciation. Since 2017, Aspetuck Land Trust has received 7 OSWA grants totaling $3.7 million, and that's enabled us to conserve 250 acres valued at over $6.5 million. That's a pretty significant achievement in the populous and expensive Fairfield County. We are in a race against time to save these vital open space lands that are disappearing rapidly. Once these lands are lost to development, they're gone forever. And these open space lands, they're critical for mitigating the impacts of climate change, protecting biodiversity, strengthening local economies, and maintaining Connecticut residents' quality of life. I'd like to focus my time on what it's like in the trenches, the hard work that we do to save the last remaining open spaces, including farmland, and specifically why we can't wait until the OSWA funds run dry. Land acquisition is different than many of the other grants you support. Buying land is complicated and it takes a long time. Negotiating with landowners, developing partnerships, conducting surveys, navigating legal hurdles can take years. Without consistent funding, these conservation efforts will stall or fail entirely. Land conservation is not just a transaction, it's an emotional, deeply personal journey. And consistent funding from OSWA has been essential in building trust with landowners, local communities, and stakeholders. Our most significant recent success is the Benedict Farm. It's a 65-acre family farm in Monroe. And last year, the Aspetuck Land Trust and the town of Monroe were awarded a $1.8 million OSWA grant for this $3 million purchase to save this cherished property, which has been in the family since the 1900s. The remarkable property, it embodies the region's rich history and character. Once a thriving dairy farm, it's long been a treasured part of the community where people would gather to buy eggs, veggies, ride horses, go fishing, and skate on the pond. Today, it remains an ecological gem, providing habitat for numerous state-listed species. It's also on the Pequannock Rail Trail that connects Bridgeport to Wolf Park. And the Benedicts, they had a difficult decision. With 11 children and 6 grandchildren, their decision was, do we quickly sell the land to developers who've already made many offers, or do we try to preserve it as open space for future generations? They worried that their beloved farm would become just another statistics, part of the 40 acres of farmland lost every hour in the United States. And that's where OSWA made all the difference. Because of its reliable funding, Aspetuck Land Trust was able to persuade the Benedicts to take the longer but more rewarding path of preservation. This gave us the time to secure a partnership with the town of Monroe, and now after 3 years of hard work, we are closer than ever to permanently protecting these 65 acres. And the demand of OSWA funding, it continues to rise, there's no doubt. Currently, we have 1 OSWA grant pending and are working with 2 additional landowners on applications for this year, totaling 90 acres valued at over $3.25 million. Additionally, on the horizon, our 5-year vision includes a pipeline of 387 acres, representing millions in potential conservation value. But without reliable funding, we cannot pursue these projects.
3 minutes. You've reached 3 minutes. Please
I'm
summarize.
just finishing up. But without reliable funding, we cannot pursue these projects with the confidence landowners need to commit to preservation. Will there be OSWA funds to support these projects? How can we work with landowners in good faith if funding remains uncertain? I urge the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee to include $10 million per year in bond authorizations for OSWA in the new biennial budget to ensure consistent, full funding to meet the growing demand of our program. Thanks for your consideration.
That last sentence would have been sufficient.
Okay.
Thank you,
I had
sir.
to get it in.
Questions for Mr. Goodman? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's Costanza Segovia in our midst.
Hello, everybody. Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Constanza Segovia. I live in Hartford. I'm the organizing director of the Connecticut for All Coalition, which represents hundreds of thousands of working class people across Connecticut from 60 plus community, labor, and faith organizations. We support a few bills today, SB 742 to establish a capital gains surcharge, but we believe that the rate should be 5% and there should be penalties for noncompliance. And we support SB 741 to create a statewide property tax on residential property assessed at more than $3 million of value. And we also support both child tax credit bills, SB 740 and HB 5986, but believe Connecticut parents need this help immediately. So we think the House bill is stronger. Members of our coalition are struggling. They have been testifying all day. You have heard today from teachers, from healthcare workers. Many are looking at years and years of the degradation of our public services and our safety net. And this crisis now is worsened by the current threats of the federal administration and the Republicans in Congress. It is great to see Senator Murphy lead the charge against these harmful policies and our Attorney General stand out as a leader in the critical legal challenges against the unconstitutional orders that we're seeing coming through. But please know that our state legislature also has a key role in how to respond. The House Republican budget that passed yesterday calls for massive cuts in health coverage, food assistance, help paying for college and other areas. These cuts are a direct result of huge tax giveaways for wealthy households and businesses. The Center on Budget and Policy Priorities shares that the cost of extending these tax cuts for households with incomes in the top 1% equals roughly the same amount as the proposed cuts or potential cuts to health coverage under Medicaid and the SNAP program. We're talking about a tax cut of about $62,000 per year for those who make $743,000 a year. These tax cuts to millionaires add up to more than many of our members of our organizations make in a year. I know this legislature is aware of the impact that these cuts will have on our state and our local governments, which are already under a lot of pressure because of the state fiscal guardrails and our regressive tax system. Some of the proposed cuts in Medicaid and SNAP will mean that our legislator will have to spend more to support our residents, which will require determination, flexibility, and moral clarity. In reality, even our rainy day fund cannot account for the potential billions in federal cuts, and families will lose health coverage and food assistance.
You've reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
If our approach is inaction, we can mitigate these impacts by creating progressive revenue policies like capital gains and a mansion tax. And we must modify the fiscal guardrails if we want to spend that money to address inequities in our state and help our communities have a shot in life. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Segovia? Thank you much. Frank Forzano. Callie Heilman.
Hi, good evening. Good evening to all the members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Callie Heilman. I live in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and I am the founder, president, and co-director of Bridgeport Generation Now. We are a grassroots organization in Bridgeport that works to strengthen civic engagement. I'm testifying tonight on behalf of our members in support of SB 741, SB 742, and HB 6752, an act adjusting the fiscal guardrails. I think we all feel, especially in Bridgeport, the gaps that have consistently widened here in Connecticut. You know, those in our state who own assets like stocks, real estate, fancy paintings have seen their wealth increase dramatically since the financial crisis of 2008. And a lot of people that you've heard from today, you know, have felt the effects of wages stagnating and the cost of inflation. What's really frustrating is, and to no fault of this legislative body, but what's frustrating is that over that period of time, due to our pension debt and then the fiscal controls that were put in place, Connecticut has actually cut funding for essential services like public education, health services, and more. And so has been systematically creating the haves and the have-nots in our state. And it's actually this issue of extreme inequality that we believe is the primary obstacle to sustainable, inclusive economic growth in our state. So SB 742 is both an acknowledgement and a remedy for that fact. The other thing I want to talk about is public education funding. So our members have testified every year for the past 9 years at our municipal budget hearings to advocate for more money for drastically underfunded public schools. And they do this despite every year the fact that we don't receive the tens of millions of dollars that we need. And, you know, now that the COVID federal money has run out, Bridgeport is looking at a $39 million deficit for this year and a $40 to $50 million deficit for next year. And this is despite the fact that residents know that the state has been taking in historic surpluses. I think the question for the people of Bridgeport and, you know, where I grew up, the people of Hartford, is when will the people be granted peace and sustainability and happiness? And also, aren't the families in Bridgeport, the residents of Bridgeport, the very family state by continuing to subsidize wealth?
You've reached 3 minutes. You've reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Thank you. I'll just end on saying, like, on a personal note, I am a high wealth individual, and I own a high value home, and my husband's earnings come from the financial sector. So I would personally be affected by bills like SB 741 and 742, and I would happily pay more if we are to take seriously the issue of racial and economic segregation in our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Heilman? Thank you. Nick Teeling, joined by Patrick O'Brien.
Good evening, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Fazio, Representative Paletta, and esteemed members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Nick Teeling, and I am joined tonight virtually by Dr. Patrick O'Brien, who will be available to answer any questions. We're testifying tonight on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children, a research and advocacy organization working to ensure that one day Connecticut is a thriving and equitable state where all children achieve their full potential. CT Voices is testifying in support of Senate Bills 127, 128, 740, 741, 921, 1246, and House Bill 5986, and in opposition to House Bill 5549. For the purpose of time, I'm reading a condensed version of our testimony with a focus on the creation of a Connecticut Child Tax Credit and policy options to help Connecticut generate the revenue it needs to help pay for the increasing cost of childcare, housing needs, special education, and more. Senate Bill 740 and House Bill 5986 both propose to establish a refundable Connecticut Child Tax Credit against the personal income tax for up to 3 children per family and a maximum of $600 per child. CT Voices supports these proposals because research shows that a well-designed CTC could provide support for up to more than 600,000 Connecticut children, and more than 84,000 Connecticut children currently living in poverty are equal to 100% of children in Connecticut in poverty. Connecticut's tax system and economy places an unfair burden on families with children, making it hard for them to make ends meet, especially families with children living in poverty. Although low-income families are struggling the most to offset the nationwide inflation that's impacting household expenses and high rents, middle-income families are also greatly affected. Connecticut's hardworking families need help, especially with the cost of living. If we're going to make our state a place where children can thrive, a well-designed child tax credit can provide either a lifeline or make life more affordable, both of which are good things. Here in Connecticut, we've already seen the potential CTC has on lifting children and families out of poverty. Using the most accurate measure of poverty from the federal government, the Supplemental Poverty Measure, which incorporates essential expenses such as food, clothing, shelter, utilities, taxes, medical costs, and work-related expenses, we measure that the child poverty rate in 2022 was 11.6%, up from a low of 6.8% in 2021. This is due largely to the sunsetting of federal child and dependent tax credit expansions. A CTC has the ability to make a huge difference in the lives of families with children and potentially lift them out of poverty. A Connecticut CTC would also make Connecticut's tax system more aligned with other states. Included in our written testimony, we provide a 50-state analysis of tax systems in 2023, and Connecticut is the only high cost of living state for the broad-based personal income tax that does not adjust for the number of children or childcare expenses. This is a competitive disadvantage we have compared to neighboring states in trying to attract new families to call Connecticut home. If we want to attract more taxpayers to root and grow here in Connecticut, the Connecticut Child Tax Credit is a smart policy. CT Voices also supports Senate Bills 741, 742, and 1246, sections 2, 3, 9, and 12, because these proposals would make Connecticut's tax system fairer by raising revenue from high income and wealthy families, many of whom receive beneficial tax credit or tax treatment at the federal level. Policymakers could use this revenue to equitably fund early childcare and growing special education costs, support affordable healthcare options and housing development, as well as reduce energy costs and more. Even when the 2023 tax reforms are applied, Connecticut's tax system unfairly burdens low and middle income tax filers, which exacerbates the high level of income inequality. Our tax system will be fairer and resource all the critical investments needed for children to live free of poverty and for families to live with economic security through the enactment of these proposals. Our written testimony also provides a detailed analysis on these proposals and the bills named at the start of the testimony, including tax incidence report adjustments, eliminating the unitary liability cap, adjusting the volatility cap, and improving the property tax credit. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Was that the royal we, or were you including anyone else in that?
Dr. Patrick O'Brien is on Zoom.
Since we don't see him, you're it.
Then it's the royal we.
Questions? Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, nice to have you all with us this late hour. 2 quick questions. I know you referenced some further recommendations around the tax incidence study specifically. Is that referenced in your testimony? And is there anything specific that we should be aware of?
Hi, so thank you for the question. Can you hear me now and see me?
There he is. Okay. Yes,
Okay. So I've been here. So yeah, so we addressed both the tax incidence questions. One of the bills talked about including public assistance benefits. We gave a policy recommendation essentially of including those into an improved measure of income. And so we went into that. Part of the problem with the existing tax incidence report is that it does not include some public assistance benefits. It does not include some Social Security, retirement benefits, things like that are excluded from adjusted gross income. So that can distort the measure of the tax incidence. We also talk about the exclusion of non-tax filers is a problem as well. And one of the other bills addresses some issues with measuring the property tax burden. So we addressed all of those really with the aim of improving the measurement so that we can have a better sense of exactly how the disproportionate burden is spread across different income groups.
Thank you. We'll look closely at those then to make sure, as you said, that we're continuing to improve this report on our behalf. The second question I had was particularly on this proposal that's in front of us around eliminating the unitary liability cap and just having a greater understanding on your all's point about the potential ways that that could make our tax system fairer. But I'd also appreciate if you could explain how that relates to even further consideration of something like a system of worldwide combined reporting.
Yeah, so thank you. It's a great question. The unitary liability cap is rather complicated. So we try to give a little bit of a write-up in that in our testimony for anybody who wants to look. It's on page 15. Just at a high level, it limits how much more a multi-state or multinational corporation must pay under unitary combined reporting compared to separate reporting. We give a paragraph example and we just go over it so people can understand. So you can consider a large national company operating in multiple states, including Connecticut and states with a lower or no corporate income tax. And so to reduce its Connecticut's tax bill, the company creates a subsidiary in a low tax state that holds its patents and or trademarks. The Connecticut subsidiary then pays fees to the out-of-state subsidiary for the right to use these assets, which artificially lowers its taxable income in Connecticut, while the profits remain minimally taxed or untaxed in the other state. So, for example, you can suppose that under separate reporting, the company would have paid $8 million in Connecticut taxes, but under combined reporting without a cap, it would have had to pay $20 million due to its national profits. But instead of paying the full amount determined by combined reporting, the cap limits the company's tax liability to just $10.5 million, which would be the $8 million under separate reporting, plus the $2.5 million based on the capped increase under combined reporting. So what this really does is it shifts a greater tax burden onto low and middle income residents and also small businesses. It really advantages large businesses compared to small businesses in the state. And that would be, so that's the proposal in the governor's bill. And that would be, it's over $100 million in fiscal year 2026, but each year thereafter, they estimate it at $83 million in revenue. And then if you were to build onto that and basically expand the same logic from Water's Edge combined reporting to worldwide combined reporting, the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy estimates that that would bring in $310 million a year. And so that includes the $83 million estimate from the removal of our cap, which would essentially be necessary in order to move to a full worldwide combined reporting system.
Thank you, Patrick. I'll leave it at that. Certainly follow up further about that greater analysis so it can best inform our decisions moving forward as we look closely at this corporation tax structure and how everyone is paying their fair share. So thanks so much, Patrick. Thank you to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to CT Voices for your testimony. I always find it very interesting. Thank you for the testimony you submitted on the tax incidence report. I'll make sure to read that because it's good to get a more accurate picture. I was wondering on your testimony regarding the CTC. Obviously, you know, there's a desire to put more cash into the targeted families' hands. There's also a lot of literature, including a study from the University of Chicago a couple of years ago that said extending the child tax credit on a national level permanently would probably result in 1.5 million people leaving the workforce entirely. And obviously we know the importance and the value of a job in alleviating long-term poverty and bringing people into the middle class. So I'm wondering if you have a concern that a large refundable credit is going to result in more people leaving the workforce, which will make it more difficult for those families to have upward mobility in the long term and join the middle class in the long term.
So thank you for the question. It is not a major concern of ours, as we saw most states have some sort of adjustment for children. So I think the bigger concern from our perspective is that we are such an outlier in not having some sort of adjustment within our income tax. So we often focus on the tax incidence report showing that we have an unfair burden for low and middle income families compared to higher income families. But what the child tax credit, the omission of having a child tax credit or some sort of adjustment basically shows that even for middle income families, there's an unfair burden don't have children. It also just focus on the fact that the design of the credit is really going to matter in large part. And so in our testimony as well, we modeled several different designs that would be on page 8, table 5. So using the details available in the proposed bills, we modeled out options 1A, 1B, 2, 3, and 4. So you all can look over that. I'm happy to answer any questions, but you will see that how the design works really does have a major impact. So for some of these, for some of the child tax credits, it basically phases in as your income increases. And so you would see, for example, that the amount of the credit that you're going to get really requires having a certain level of income to begin with. And so it's operated in part like the EITC, but there are some credits that can be fully refundable and don't have an income base phased in. And so you'd get a larger amount at lower income levels. So again, we don't think that's a major concern. We think it's a bigger concern that we're an outlier, but also the impact of the credit and especially its ability to reduce poverty and go to children in poverty are going to depend in large part on the design features of the child tax credit. We're happy to talk about those in any detail if people have questions on them.
Thank you for that point. And I'll take a look at the long testimony and analysis. To your point, there's a lot of states that have some sort of accommodation, and I've supported a child tax deduction in the past because I think the accommodation is totally reasonable. But as you say, the design is going to matter. And I do worry, again, the full refundability could lead to people exiting the workforce, which I think is a major concern for long-term poverty alleviation and creating a bigger and bigger middle class. So I'm going to take a look at your testimony on the different designs. I appreciate your time and your answers. Thank you, Madam Chair or Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Horn.
I just have a public service announcement that the final score of the UConn Georgetown game is 93-79 UConn.
Hey. All right. Thank you for that.
Well, we have passed the standing time by half an hour.
I think
I'm not cheering.
I will accede to that wish. Yes. Herbie, take a break for a minute. Okay.
Yeah.
Back to business. Rebecca McGray.
Is it on?
Yes, you're good.
Hello. It's nice to see you all again today.
See you. Thank you.
I was here last year. Unfortunately, I do wish it was under better circumstances. Today, I will be testifying in opposition to Bill number 1246 regarding the film tax credit and the reduction from 30% to 25%. I know that you've heard a lot of numbers today, and a lot of logistics, and I greatly appreciate everybody who's come here to testify with that information, but I do want to speak more about the personal impact. So I've been working in this industry for about 2 years now. It's the bulk of what I do. I've met a lot of very fantastic people. There are some colleagues who I've worked with in the past who I still talk with on a daily basis. And there's a personal story that I was thinking about today that I think applies to how this reduction in the tax credit would affect me personally. During the summer, I was working and my mother had a medical emergency. And because she could not get in contact with my stepfather, who was in the United States Army, he was in Louisiana for annual training, I had to be the one to make the 15-minute drive to Charlotte Hungerford while also calling the Red Cross in an attempt to try to get in contact with him and bring him home on an emergency flight. Today I was thinking about if I had to go across state lines for production work and that were to happen in that scenario, I wouldn't have been there for my mom. I wouldn't have been there to call Red Cross and get a hold of my stepfather. I was afraid. I didn't know what was happening to her. And the unfortunate side effect of this bill is that a lot of people who work in this industry who live in Connecticut are going to have to work across state lines. They're going to have to go to New Jersey. They're going to have to go to New York. A lot of them are going to move, and that is something that I see myself doing. 5% seems small, but it is a devastating blow to anybody who works in this industry. There's not going to be work here anymore for any of us. And that's my personal story. And I don't have much else to say, but I do want to say that I really appreciate the continued support of the Finance Committee. I appreciate you guys staying here so late. I'm sure you're all so tired, but you guys were here for us last year, and I know you're going to be here for us again.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you for staying throughout the day to share your story with us. Is your seatmate signed up to speak? No, just support. Very good. We all need support. Thank you very much. Questions? Thank you. Paul Larson.
Just a second, bear with you here. There we go. Good evening. All right. Co-chairs Fanfara and Representative Horn, and ranking members of the committee, and the rest of the Finance and Revenue Bonding Committee, thank you for hanging in there on this long day. I have, oh gosh, excuse me just a second. There we go. I'm here to speak in opposition of Bill 921. You heard testimony from our Connecticut Farm Bureau Executive Director earlier today, Tracy McDougall, and I'm here as president of Connecticut Farm Bureau, expressing similar sentiments. While the details of this proposed tax are evidently not available at this time, nor is any information as to how it would be implemented or what exactly would be included, we wanted to take this opportunity to speak in opposition to this bill as it is, if it does include the flavored milks, particularly chocolate milk and strawberry milk. I've heard testimony that during this hearing that that's not likely, that those two products, sweet flavored milks, are not likely to be included. So that's very encouraging. So basically, when I submitted the testimony and when I agreed to come on here to speak to you verbally, that is our main opposition of the bill, is we wanted to make sure that farmers were not going to be dealing with a restricted market for their milk in our state. And, you know, I'm very encouraged to hear that that looks like that's not going to be the case. Certainly, Connecticut dairy farmers take a lot of pride in the quality product they produce, and they rely on Connecticut consumers for that market. This proposal, if it did include that, would have the unlikely impact, or the likely impact rather, of reducing that market opportunity for Connecticut's dairy farmers, and be a very negative impact on them. So I feel that a common sense solution to this, a possible unintended consequence of this bill, would be to amend it to specifically exclude flavored milk products. And I urge the committee to consider that change to make this proposal better for Connecticut agriculture. And that's really all I had to tell you today.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Have a good evening.
You too. Thomas Connolly.
Hi, everybody. Senator Ferrara and the committee members of Finance, Revenue, and Bonding. Thank you for having this hearing tonight. My name is Tom Connolly. I live in West Hartford. I represent the New Haven People's Center, which provides statewide services and is a proud member of Connecticut for All Coalition. We strongly support HB number 742, an act establishing capital gains surcharge, SB 740, an act establishing refundable child credit, and SB 5986, an act establishing refundable child credit against personal income tax. The capital gains surcharge proposal is not a radical measure. It is a modest yet necessary step towards tax fairness. The reality is that Connecticut residents are suffering under a system of overwhelming benefits to the ultra-wealthy while leaving the working class families behind. Under the Republican Eisenhower administration, the wealthiest Americans were taxed at 92%. Back then, it was recognized that the wealth is created by workers, those who drive our economy forward, and they deserve a fair share of that prosperity. Unfortunately, the rich quickly learned how to manipulate the system, influence legislators, and exploit loopholes to avoid paying a fair share. Today, that burden falls unfairly on the rest of us. Take Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, who was a vocal opponent of democracy, who paid zero federal income tax last year. He is not alone. Mega corporations and billionaires have mastered the art of tax avoidance, shifting the financial burden onto everyday Americans who struggle to make ends meet. While we pay our fair share, they exploit loopholes and escape their responsibilities. This is unjust, unsustainable, and unacceptable. Even those wealthy individuals who do pay taxes do not do so at a significantly lower rate than the average working class person in Connecticut. This small capital gains surcharge will not harm them in the slightest. In fact, it will only affect the two highest income brackets of our state, those who can afford the most to pay. Meanwhile, cities like Darien, New Canaan, Westport, and Greenwich continue to amass extraordinary wealth. Consider this, the average household income in Greenwich is $357,112, while in Hartford is merely $29,000. This glaring discrepancy demands action. Passing the capital gains surcharge is a necessary step toward economic justice. Establishing a permanent Connecticut child tax credit will reduce poverty, mitigate income wealth disparity, particularly among racial and ethnic groups, and boost the economic stability of families with children, all of which helps our economy. Beyond passing these bills, we must also address the so-called guardrails that hinder meaningful reform. These artificial barriers prevent legislators from
Excuse me,
making.
Thomas, just a heads up, you get the 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Yes, I will. Budgetary decisions that directly impact residents in their lives. It is time to eliminate or adjust these roadblocks so that lawmakers can fulfill the responsibility to create a fair and more equitable Connecticut. Thank you for the time.
Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Tom. I just wanted to thank you for being here and for always using your voice. Really appreciate it. Great seeing you.
Thank you. Great seeing you too, Kate. And thank you for all of you who are doing your best to what we got here, especially what's going on at the national scene. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Reverend Bailey. Reverend Bailey.
I do not see him.
Krista Estrada.
I'm here. Hello, can you hear me okay?
Hear you fine.
Thank you. Thank you so much for good evening, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I know it's been a long day for you all, so I appreciate you being here and listening to all of the stories and the narratives we're sharing with you. My name is Krista Estrada Perez, and I live in Hartford. I am the Executive Director of the Student Loan Fund and a member of the Connecticut for All Coalition. SLF is a Connecticut borrower-led grassroots nonprofit organization fighting for racial and economic justice. And we are committed to restructuring the predatory lending systems and practices negatively impacting us, our families, and our communities. We work to cancel student debt, make colleges and universities free, and fight for student loan borrowers' rights to access free and reliable resources. I am here to provide testimony to support SB 742, an act establishing a capital gains surcharge, which should be at 5% with penalties for non-compliance, SB 741, an act concerning a statewide property tax on certain residential property, and HB 5986, an act establishing a refundable child tax credit against personal income tax. We keep talking about saving for a rainy day in the state like it is important in the state and in the nation. Our borrowers are parents struggling to have access to childcare and the financial resources to provide for their children. Some are parents paying off their student debt while helping to pay for their kids' higher education. Some people are retiring with enormous amounts of student debt and facing potential homelessness in their elder years. Some are struggling to pay their rent, getting priced out of their apartments, and having liens put on their homes by lenders. Some can't afford to pay their utilities, and many struggle with access to healthcare, and they struggle to put food on the table. People were already making decisions between paying their bills and putting food on the table for their families, and now they face even more as the federal government looks to cut needed programs to pay for their tax cut for the wealthy. As the wealthiest state in the country, Connecticut should be a shining example for the nation, a place where every family has what we need to live a good life. But instead, we have a state where hundreds of thousands of working people are struggling to raise families, while a handful of wealthy corporations and residents are getting even wealthier. But I want to remind all of us here today that it is the working class that keeps this state going. We are the people who teach our kids, nurse us back to health when we are sick, the people who drive the trucks that deliver our produce, and much, much more. Yet they can't afford to live here in the state, right? Adding something like SB 742, establishing that capital gains tax with penalties for noncompliance, would be a tax on individuals' unearned income, such as profits from investments, dividends, and a sale of vacation property. It would only tax unearned income for those ultra wealthy individuals in the two highest income tax brackets. HB 5986, establishing a child tax credit. We know that raising a child in Connecticut costs at least $18,000 a year, and families are
Excuse me, 3 minutes, if you could please summarize.
Absolutely. And families are facing the largest 3-year cost of living increase since the 1980s. A well-designed Connecticut child tax credit could benefit up to 81% of Connecticut children. And I'll leave you with this. Raising revenue is necessary to meet the needs of hundreds of thousands of people in Connecticut in an equitable and sustainable manner. If we seek to replace some of the federal investments with a new revenue source, we must be able to spend it. We must raise revenue and reform the fiscal guardrails in order to prepare for the attacks to our safety net from the federal administration. Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Estrada? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
The Chair is going to exercise the prerogative in terms of the order of those signed up and extend an opportunity for those here in the room. Everyone who wants to speak that has signed up will get a chance to, but for those here in the room, could you identify yourself with a hand? Okay, I don't know how I'm going to do this. But why don't we start over here? We're going to have you come up and identify yourself so we can cross you off, and we're going to give priority to the folks who are in the room since they've been here all day and they've been waiting, and folks at home have an opportunity to take a break more than someone who's sitting in the room. So it's not our common practice, I assure you, but if anybody's mad, you can send the rocks at me.
All right. Hello. My name is Dakota Voice. I'm here to talk about, I think it's
Could you-
1,
could
2,
you
4,
hold on a minute,
6.
just so we can.
Yep. I should be the very last one on the list.
Very last. Good for you.
213, if I'm correct. I was going to be here a lot longer, so I appreciate what's going on right now.
You hit the lottery, my friend.
I did. Am I ready to go?
2 minutes.
Let's
2 minutes is
go.
the deal.
All right. So I'm here to talk about the film tax credit. I work as a production assistant here in Connecticut. I've been working since 2022. And I've kind of ping-ponged between New York and Connecticut. I went to college in New York. I was born and raised in Cromwell, Connecticut. I continue to live in Cromwell, Connecticut. And when I moved back to New York after I graduated, it was to try to find more consistent work in the film industry. I happened to move right before a major strike. So that basically shut down a lot of the opportunities I had in New York. And even as that was going on, a lot of my work came from Connecticut. And by the time my lease was up in Brooklyn, moving back to Connecticut was the only thing that made sense. And since moving back to Connecticut, I've been on something like 9 feature film productions. And this state has been huge for helping me get by the past couple of years, helping me grow as a professional. And the thing with this tax credit is within the film industry, I want to be an assistant director. So to actually join the DGA, I need something like 300 days of call sheets and PRs reports on a union job. These union jobs are not guaranteed to be around here. There's a lot of stuff even in the state right now that's independent. I've been lucky enough to be on 3 union shows in this state. And quite frankly, the budget needed to support a job where the unions are attracted to shooting here. That doesn't happen without the tax credit being at least at 30. So my major thing and why I wanted to show up and why I wanted to testify is if this does go back down to 25, I will have to choose between the place I consider my home and the success of my career, which is not a choice I would like to have to make. But if it comes down to it, I will be forced to, as with many other professionals in the state who work in the entertainment industry.
Student Dakota, if you could please summarize. your time.
That is my point.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Questions? Thank you. If you can give us your number, if you know it.
Walkie check,
You know what your number is on the list?
136, John Imus Clark.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Newish resident of Bridgeport, family from Southport. I am a freelance scenic designer. Work primarily in New York, been trying to get more work in Connecticut. Scenic shops, we quote a lot of work for free in order to get jobs, basically. And I was really surprised in the last month when I did my kind of monthly call around and heard that a lot of jobs had just kind of disappeared off people's radars. I'd love to work in Connecticut. I love it here. I think it's beautiful, and I'm against 1246 because it will basically reduce the amount of work I can get here. I have to travel and basically live on sets whenever I want to work. So, yeah.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. Clark? Thank you, sir. Yep, you're. Who first?
165, and we've combined that with 206. We're going together. I checked that out.
Excellent. Anyone else want to join them?
We can all come up here right now if you want.
Laugh.
Get 30 seconds. Yeah.
Just tell us your name, please.
My name is Bob Dio.
And I'm George Lombardo.
To the esteemed legislators present today, and specifically to co-chairs Representative Maria Horn and Senator John Fonfara, thank you for the opportunity of addressing this critical issue concerning Governor's Bill SB number 1246, Section 3, which addresses the film tax credit and which I oppose. Again, my name is Bob Dio, a Newington resident and a longtime Screen Actors Guild actor member, director, screenwriter, and occasional producer. And I'm here for the third consecutive year, advocating on behalf of the filmmakers of Connecticut. As co-founder and active member of the Connecticut Film and TV Alliance, we represent over 14,000 individuals within our state's entertainment industry, which includes full-time filmmakers, part-time workers, gig workers, and independent contractors. In fact, when considering the wider network of industries that support film, it's evident that approximately 45,000 individuals benefit from this sector. For years, we have championed the idea of attracting more major film productions to our state, thereby generating job opportunities across all areas of the film industry. We have consistently proposed an increase in the film tax credit incentive program from the current 30% to possibly 35%, enhancing our appeal to high-budget film productions. Yet, we are now facing a proposed reduction of this tax credit to 25% for production expenses exceeding $1 million. This proposed cut is not only counterproductive, but detrimental to our state and the film industry. Reducing the tax credit will likely deter production companies from considering Connecticut as a viable location. Instead, they will aggregate, as you've heard many times today, towards other states with a more attractive tax incentive program, thereby bringing their money with them. It feels as though we are being compelled to undermine our state's financial interests. As you are all aware by now, the influx of film production into our state spurs economic growth. Each production leads to increased tax revenue from the wages of workers, virtually all of them who reside in Connecticut, as well as taxes generated through hotels, transportation, rentals, and various ancillary services provided to the industry. To be succinct, reducing the film tax incentive from 30% to 25% for high-budget projects with an intended trickle-down effect on lower budget films will result in the decline of film production in Connecticut. Without film productions, we lose not only the economic benefits, but also the potential for future growth in our state's entertainment landscape. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Q, Mr. Lombardo.
Hi, yeah, I'm on. Thanks so much for letting me speak here tonight. I'm an actor who's lived in Connecticut for most of my life. I've seen how the state has progressed from the 1960s to today. I've seen how tax incentives have generated long-term commerce and revenue for the state, and those that have been dangerous boondoggles. But one thing I have seen firsthand is how the state's film industry has benefited from the 30% tax credit. It's been asserted that for every dollar lost to the tax credit, it's more than made up for by the increased commerce and tax revenues that commerce creates. Some may be skeptical about this, but if one just works on one film set, TV show, commercial, or sporting event, the cascading effect already discussed here many times just becomes obvious. We're creating a healthy, sustainable momentum in Connecticut regarding Connecticut's film industry. We've just created the Connecticut Film Trail, showcasing all of the state has to offer when it comes to locating productions in our state. In a few short years, the Connecticut Film and TV Alliance has done much to not only bring productions to the state, but they're also working toward creating a permanent film and TV infrastructure, including established studios, production facilities, so we will no longer be a, quote, flyover state, but a destination in its own right. And the 30% tax credit is a major contributing factor to maintaining this momentum by giving us an edge over the competition. Reducing it by 5% will destroy this edge. Now is not the time to stall the momentum by reducing the tax credit. My personal experience.
You've reached 5 minutes for a panel. Please summarize.
Just my own experience. In the past year, working in Connecticut, for the first time ever, I've done more work in Connecticut than I have in New York. Now, how's that for momentum? I have more to say, but much has been said tonight. And please continue increasing the momentum we have here, increasing the revenues in this state, increasing this industry and making it a strong, permanent, viable industry will do so much to help all these other problems we're talking about as far as Oak Hill, child's tax credits. We would have less of a need for that if we had more businesses and industries like this.
Thank you both.
Thank you very much.
Who's next? You moved over here. No, you're good.
Good evening. Thank you so much for this revision to the order. I'm number 179. My name is Paul Pescatello. I'm senior counsel at the CBIA. I'm also executive director of its Bioscience Growth Council and chair of We Work for Health Connecticut. All these organizations are aligned with established biotech companies, established biopharma companies, and research institutions to grow the biotech sector. I'm here today to speak in support of SB 1246, an act concerning revenue items to implement the governor's budget, specifically 1246's increase in the refundable R&D tax credit applicable to biotech companies. I'm also here to speak in opposition to SB 742, an act establishing a capital gains surcharge. It's been a long day, so I'll summarize my comments. SB 1246's increase in the refundable R&D tax credit rate from 65 to 90% is wise economic development policy and a wise competitive stance to take in relation to the states with which we compete for biotech companies and jobs, Massachusetts and New York. The refundable R&D tax credit was a Connecticut innovation, But now New York and Massachusetts have copied it and exceeded its refund rate. New York is at 100% and Massachusetts is at 90%. Let me just remind all of us that the unique R&D profile of biotech companies. It takes $2.7 billion investment and 10 to 12 years before a product is on the market earning money. Biotech is all about R&D spending more than any other industry. The ability of biotech companies to use R&D tax credits early rather than at the end of the research cycle is a powerful incentive to set up shop here and stay here. The R&D tax credit exchange refund money is money companies don't have to raise from investors, money they can put right back into work in research and development. I'd also like to underscore that the R&D tax credit is a credit against money already spent in Connecticut by biotech companies. Biotech companies earn R&D tax credits only after spending and investing money in Connecticut on jobs, labs, equipment, clinical trials. Moving on, let me just make a quick comment about our wholehearted support for acceleration of the phase out of the corporate minimum tax, AKA the capital stock tax. The corporate capital stock tax is essentially a tax on cash, on hard-raised capital sitting in money market savings accounts for deployment for huge R&D spends. Most states have done away with this tax. It disproportionately hurts biotechs because of the huge amounts of capital they must raise and hold to do their R&D. The capital stock tax is unfair, counterproductive to our efforts to build and nurture a biotech sector and makes us less competitive with other states. Finally, let me just make a few comments on SB 742, which would graft onto Connecticut's tax structure, a capital gains surcharge. We want people and companies to make long-term capital investments. This bill would—
Excuse me, sir, you have 3 minutes. If you could please summarize.
I will, thank you. This bill would disincentivize such investment. As I mentioned in my written comments, two things drive thriving biotech sectors: the strength of local research institutions and venture capital. We are not likely to recruit another Yale or UConn to Connecticut, but we can recruit more venture capital firms to Connecticut. One way not to recruit venture capital firms here, for firms not to make their investments here, is to add a capital gains.
Sir, once again, if you could please summarize.
Sure. All the capital gains surcharge will do is incentivize VCs to arrange their lives and businesses and operations to spend 6 months in a day outside Connecticut.
Thank you very much.
And I'm happy to take any questions.
Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
What do we have next? Number, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm a great follow-up to CBIA. I'm going to mention them, so I just want their counsel to know that. My name is Brian Anderson.
Brian, do you know your number?
144.
Thank you.
As I said, I'm Brian Anderson. I'm Legislative Director for Council for AFSCME. Our union strongly supports Senate Bill 742. This bill urges a small increase in the capital gains tax on high-income earners who have received massive state and federal tax breaks over the last 40 years. This is not just a matter of generating revenue, but of creating a fair tax system. Connecticut taxes capital gains at the same rate as ordinary income, but the richest residents benefit disproportionately from investment income, while working families pay taxes on every dollar of their wages. Those with substantial portfolios enjoy huge federal tax breaks that aren't available to regular wage earners. An increase in the capital gains tax does three helpful things. First, it would generate revenue to fund education, infrastructure, and healthcare that benefit all Connecticut residents. Second, it would reduce the growing inequality in our state. We face a dangerous shift of wealth from working families to the ultra-rich. The Hartford Courant recently reported that 40% of Connecticut's working families are in financial distress. The Washington Post reported that 60% of the January 6th insurrectionists were financially underwater. Aristotle wrote 2,300 years ago that poverty begets revolution. You should worry about that. As Justice Brandeis said, we can have democracy in this country, or we can have great wealth concentrated in the hands of the few, but we cannot have both. Third, small capital gains tax increases on the rich don't reduce investment. They don't cause the rich to flee. A capital gains tax increase would also be used, could be used to give workers a break on property tax. Our neighboring states have recognized this. New York and Massachusetts have progressive taxes and ask more from their highest earners. Connecticut should join them in creating a tax system that is fair and brings prosperity. Often we hear CBIA or the Connecticut Yankee Institute say that increasing taxes on the rich is redistributing wealth. But the greatest redistribution of wealth is from workers to the ultra-rich. You can draw a direct line from when Cigna's CEO took away pensions from his workers in 2009 to when he paid himself $93 million in calendar 2021 for a corporate caretaker job. It's not like the man invented insurance. Funny how we hear so many complaints about public employees seeking a fair wage, but none about CEOs engorging their pay by plundering the pensions of workers. Let's reverse the massive redistribution of wealth from the working class to the rich. It is destabilizing our society. Thanks for your time. Thanks for staying so long. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Brian. Questions? Thank you, sir. Who do we have next? Your name and number, please.
Mark Schaefer, 133.
Thank you.
Good evening, Representative Horn, Senator Fonfara, Representative Plato, and Senator Fazio, and members of the committee. I'm Mark Schaefer, the Vice President of System Innovation and Financing for the Connecticut Hospital Association. Appreciate the opportunity to testify in Senate Bill 1246, an act concerning revenue items to implement the governor's budget. CHA opposes sections 16 to 18, which are the tax and supplemental payment provisions of this bill, which provide following the hospital settlement agreement, they provide for an annual increase in the tax and corresponding increases in supplemental payments beginning July 1, 2026. The proposal is unsound and will cause irreparable harm to hospitals, patients, employers, and the insured, and it does so by adopting the narrow aim of using the hospital tax solely as a means to balance the state budget. What these provisions fail to do is to address the accelerating growth in the Medicaid shortfall, which was a staggering $1.4 billion in FY 2023, and according to the Office of Health Strategy is 79% higher than the national average. It also undermines our shared interest in promoting commercial affordability because the burden of the hospital underpayment must be borne by employers and employees, and it jeopardizes access to care for low-income, uninsured, and underinsured patients. We also have serious concerns that this bill ends the supplemental payment distribution established under the settlement and leaves the state with unchecked authority to modify supplemental payments to individual hospitals, thereby upending 7 years of financial predictability and stability that was enabled by the settlement. Finally, the proposal misses an opportunity to advance the public policy goals that were established in Section 17 of Public Act 23-171 to improve the long-term health and well-being of individuals enrolled in the Medicaid program in their communities. That is the role that the hospital tax should be playing in Connecticut, and it is the role that hospital taxes play in numerous other states across the nation. We have spent a lot of time thinking about another framework for Medicaid and the use of the hospital tax program. And we believe that the hospital tax could be used to substantially mitigate the Medicaid shortfall, to provide for annual increases. And we think that the distribution formula should be established by the legislature. Second, we believe that we need to be focusing on improving the well-being of Medicaid by moving beyond clinical care and engaging the multi-sector health partnerships in our communities that have the ability to drive impact on social, economic, and environmental contributors to poor health. And third and finally, we're proposing a regional financing and accountability framework where hospitals and their multi-sector health partners are held accountable for achieving certain cost and health outcomes, and where the savings are shared back with those communities for reinvestment. That we would welcome the opportunity to engage further on a comprehensive solution for Medicaid redesign and appreciate your considering my comments.
Thank you, sir. Senator Fazio.
So obviously, when the hospital tax has been proposed and is proposed currently, it's justified that it's really an arbitrage. We get more federal dollars in it, and those go to the hospitals in exchange for raising the hospital tax. Are you saying that you think under this proposal, the hospitals in Connecticut will be paying more and higher taxes than they're going to be getting back in whatever supplemental payments?
It's not so much that hospitals will be paying more than they're getting back. It is the fact that they're not getting any real improvement in the reimbursement that they get for providing care to Medicaid beneficiaries. So they're paying $1 to the state pays the hospitals $2 back. One of those dollars is for clinical care. The other is a return on the tax. They're only left with 50% of what it takes to actually provide the care for Medicaid beneficiaries.
Sorry, so if they're getting $2 back and they're paying $1 more, why would they be upset at that?
Well, and put it another way. Hospitals pay $1 in taxes. They provide $2 worth of clinical care services to Medicaid. And when the state pays them that $2, one of those dollars is to pay them back for the tax. So they're really only getting 50% cost coverage. The actual number is closer to 58% in the most recent year. But the bottom line is that's not real reimbursement. That is simply doing what you said, Senator Fazio, which is it's taking advantage of the fact that there's federal match available. So currently, we pay taxes of $850 million a year, and about $300 million is used to pay hospitals back, and you draw down $600 million in federal revenue. The state keeps roughly $550 million worth, and that arrangement's continuing, but it's not helping hospitals cover the cost of care. And the further behind we get in that, $1.4 billion, again, we are 79% higher in terms of our Medicaid shortfall than the rest of the nation. That burden is borne by the commercially insured, by employers and employees. That's the only way that hospitals can cover the operating expenses that are not otherwise covered through the reimbursement.
So your argument is that it's a net tax increase on the hospitals, on the medical system?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Who's next? Show of hands, how many more that are? 3 more after this gentleman. Name and number, please.
My name is Bob Murdoch, also known as 196.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So good evening. Thank you for this opportunity today to address SB 739 on the distribution of the sales and use tax imposed on meals. My name is Bob Murdoch. I'm the president of the Connecticut Convention and Sports Bureau, also known as CT Meetings. CT Meetings is Connecticut's only statewide meetings and sports event sales and marketing organization. Our mission is to attract conventions, meetings, and sports events to Connecticut that generate revenue for the state. I am in favor of SB 739, but with a modification. Along with the tax going back to the municipalities, I ask that a portion of the tax generated by the restaurant industry be reinvested in that industry in the form of the workforce development and also to fund tourism. Tourism is an economic driver for Connecticut. Multiple studies have shown that for every $1 spent to fund tourism, $8 in tax revenue is returned to the state within a year to a year and a half. Tourism does not compete with other priority projects, but instead could help to pay for these state initiatives if there is further investment in this economic driver. Again, $8 is returned for every dollar invested in tourism. The group that I represent, CT Meetings, was established in 2012 by the Connecticut state government to generate business to the state and the state's convention and hospitality industry. Our primary funding comes from the DECD. In this fiscal year, 2025, we received $550,000 from the state, and we raised an additional $180,000 in private funding. We have an existential interest in additional funding for tourism. It was told to us that if the budget is not at least $5 million for statewide marketing, which is $500,000 more than the governor's budget, that the Office of Tourism will be unable to fund us, and we will effectively go out of business on July 1st, 2025. So again, we are looking for legislative action to increase statewide marketing, the tourism line item, by $500,000 a year. Again, otherwise there will be no dedicated statewide team to provide services to current clients and to sell and secure future meetings and events business to Connecticut. So in fiscal year 2024, we helped bring in 260 definite events that had $72.7 million in total sales revenues for our venues, hotels, restaurants, and attractions. And a few of those events that we helped to bring to Connecticut in 2024 included the USA Gymnastics Core Hydration Classic that was at the XL Center, broadcast live 2 days on NBC TV nationwide and featuring Simone Biles.
You've reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Okay. The 2024 National Governors Association Workforce Symposium that was at the Hilton Mystic, 2024 Lockheed Martin Blackhawk Operators Conference at the Omni New Haven, and another event, the 2024 Northeast Regional Urgent Care Association Conference at Foxwoods Resort Casino. So wide variety of types of events that we help bring in. Again, we're asking for part of SB 739 go back to fund tourism. Thank you very much.
Questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Michael Shea, number 139. Thank you. Good evening, distinguished members of the committee. Again, my name is Michael Shea. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Airport Authority. I submitted detailed written testimony regarding 2 bills, but I will summarize here. First, I'm testifying regarding Senate Bill 1247, the Governor's Bond Bill, respectfully requesting that the committee include a new $15 million bond authorization for the DECD to offer a revenue guarantee incentive to an airline that provides nonstop service between Bradley International Airport and London Heathrow Airport. CAA data shows that there are already 250 passengers daily each way traveling between London and the total Bradley service area. Recapturing that economic activity from Boston and New York airports will benefit the state's economy as well as our state's corporate and leisure travelers. The UK is an important trading partner for the state, and a nonstop route would only help further our economic ties. The Metro Hartford Alliance has also worked hard to nurture an InsurTech corridor between London and Connecticut, already helping bring at least 12 UK-based businesses to Connecticut. A similar incentive was used to successfully attract nonstop Dublin, Ireland service. This type of incentive has become more commonplace for high-profile routes across the country, and airports are federally prohibited from providing revenue guarantees to airlines ourselves. States instead offer them to help their airports stand out in the competition for limited airline assets. A recent study showed that a targeted incentive for London service would be a wise investment, generating nearly $390 million of economic output over 5 years. Second, I am testifying regarding Senate Bill 1246, the Governor's Revenue Bill, respectfully requesting that the committee reject efforts to amend the bill and extend the suspension of the state's aviation fuel user fee. The CAA's general aviation airport system is an important economic driver. The system generates 2,500 jobs supporting military and state emergency operations, flight schools, aircraft mechanic training, business travel, and many other related businesses. Most importantly, it draws general aviation activity away from our commercial service airports, reducing congestion at those airports and enhancing safety for commercial air traffic in the state. In 2023, the state aviation system user fee, which provided a reliable funding stream for the GA airports, was suspended for 2 years. It is scheduled to return in fiscal 26 as a 15 cents per gallon flat fee, which is estimated to return less than 2/3 of the revenues that it previously collected. CAA understands that a few airlines are lobbying naturally to have that already reduced fee suspended further or eliminated entirely. This is already a low-cost state for the airlines to operate, and eliminating this fee is unnecessary to drive growth. We very much encourage growth. And just to state a few facts, when you look at 2013, when the CAA took over Bradley Airport, to 2019, passenger numbers grew 28%. That was all while the more onerous 8.1% driven tax was in place. You can also look at 21 to 23, 134% growth. That is also before the suspension happened in fiscal 24. If the aviation fuel user fee does not return, the CAA will be forced to continue deferring important capital projects as well as take other unpalatable cost savings measures. The CAA strongly encourages the committee to reject efforts that threaten this vital funding stream. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Paletta.
Thank you so much. And we did have a pretty good conversation prior, and both sides of this, argument have been pretty compelling. I do have a quick question. So I know that there's some other states, I've done some research that have, like little or no aviation fuel tax, but they also have good general, general aviation airports that are actually operating and they're pretty robust. How do other states accomplish that without this tax?
Well, first off, some other states do, in fact, the data can be misleading. So for example, Massachusetts, our neighbor, you can say there is no state aviation fuel tax. However, they do allow municipalities to impose said tax. So take Boston as an example. There's a 5% sales tax on aviation fuel. Vermont's another good example. They don't technically have an aviation fuel tax, but they impose their general sales and use tax on aviation, and that's 6%. But other states generally subsidize their GA airports in a lot of cases. Here in Connecticut, we don't. That aviation fuel user fee, if you will, call it a user fee because it applies only to aviation fuel sales. But a tax sometimes gets represented as a tax on the public, which this is not. And we feel it's more appropriate to have an aviation fuel revenue stream fund aviation. But other states generally have either they do have an aviation fuel tax, the sales tax, environmental inspection fees that get applied to airports, or a general subsidy.
Great. And I think through my discussions with you and others, I think that the expenditure amount was around 8 to 10 million a year, right? For the general aviation airports. Is that correct? For
So
operating?
the amount the tax generates or the
No, the amount to operate them.
So we have operated at about a $3.5 million operating deficit combined with our capital needs. You're in the $5.5 to $6 million range.
Okay. And your recommendation is to recoup those funds through this tax?
Through the aviation fuel user fees, yes. And in 2023, when a compromise was arrived at,
right,
I converted it from a percentage driven to a cents per gallon. It gave some stability and assurance, right? Because as a percentage driven tax goes, it goes as the price of aviation fuel goes up or down.
And if we did not have that tax, do you have a recommendation of where those funds could come from to support those general aviation airports? I mean, you're saying $6 million. I mean, do we know? Obviously, it would come from the general fund, but is there bonding? Is there something else that we could? Because I'd hate to levy a tax and see folks that are using these commercial airlines pay more to subsidize the smaller airports. I think we can. Sounds like a relatively low amount in our $28 billion budget.
Yeah, definitely hear your question. The tricky part about that is we used to get a subsidy from the STF, and through the 2010s, it kept getting chipped away at, so much so that we had to face some really tough decisions, had to defer capital projects, had to investigate, lift up the couch cushions, look for every penny, and really try to get some solutions in place. Thankfully, the FAA came in fiscal 18 and ruled that if you're going to charge an aviation fuel tax, it has to be used for aviation. So it was a natural progression to develop and maintain a stable funding stream. But were it not for that moment, we would have had to look at some drastic measures, including contracting out private labor just to save on overhead costs. So we don't want to be there again. So an appropriation could be welcomed, but it is at the risk. It's only as good as the 2-year biennium that is awarded.
So the bottom line is you need the money to operate, and you don't necessarily have a strong opinion on where to get it. This is one recommendation, but perhaps we can put our heads together and find those funds to keep these airports operational, because they are vital to Connecticut. I agree.
Yeah, they generate over 400 million in economic activity, and the key is a stable funding stream. We're kind of agnostic where it comes from, but opinions about the stability of a funding stream certainly are important, and that's our strong opinion that it needs to be stable.
Questions? Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your testimony. Could you provide some examples of capital projects that would be deferred if you can't find a revenue source like this one?
Sure, I'll use Groton New London Airport as an example. We have a terminal building there that's in disrepair. And when the tax holiday began, we basically had to stop the design of terminal refurbishment until we have assurance that the stable funding stream returns. There's an apron project there with some ponding and drainage issues. Again, we had to do the design and then hold off on construction until such time as we knew there was a stable funding stream coming in. The automobile parking lot there at that airport is in disrepair, so much so having to cone off certain sections until it can be repaired in good measure. Those are a few examples.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again for testifying today, and very much enjoyed our earlier meeting, just learning about obviously the impact to some of these GA airports, airports such as Groton New London in my district. Very concerned about the potential loss of capital dollars. And so can you also explain, kind of provide some of the insights with respect to the kind of the tax and the evolution of the tax over the last few years, and specifically why a fee per gallon approach would be I think a more compromising approach as opposed to a tax that's based off of the percentage?
Sure. The tax, it really stemmed from the petroleum products gross earnings tax, and aviation fuel was never exempted. So it effectively, the PGET applied to it. It was 8.1%. Because of the evolution of the FAA ruling about aviation fuel tax needing to be used for aviation. In fact, 2 percentage points actually just rolled into the general fund, and 6% about went to airports starting in fiscal 18. But as the compromise came in fiscal 23, tax holiday, so all 8%, 8.1% went away for 2 years, but it did typically generate $10 to $12 million. And about 8 million of that would come to the airports, and a quarter of that, 2 to 3 to 4 million, would go into the general fund. So right away, the tax holiday happened, and the compromise to go to a cents per gallon tax, it gives you some stability. As aviation fuel prices rise, a percentage-driven tax is going to have more of an impact to the cost of an airline. Whereas if you know it's a cents per gallon tax, they know how much fuel they're burning, right? So it gives you that stability. But 15 cents a gallon really would bring in overall for both the component that comes to the airports, but also the component that went formally into the general fund. It will be about half of what it used to be. So it does already, if it comes back as planned for the compromise in 23, it will yield about half savings of what they used to pay as an airline industry. And, you know, prior to 2023, we had tremendous growth, a lot of new airlines, a lot of new routes, passenger numbers increasing, and we had never heard any airline complain about it prior to 2023. So we love growth, we invite growth, we promote growth, encourage it. We just don't think that this is the main driver of that growth.
Thank you again, and congratulations on your new role.
Oh, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I think we're down to our last couple in the room.
Good evening and thank you. My name is David Griggs. I'm the president and CEO of the Metro Hartford Alliance. I'm here today to
Your number, David.
175.
Thank you.
Bingo. I'm here to testify on Senate Bill 1247, which is the governor's bond bill. Specifically, I'd like to testify in support of the Connecticut Airport Authority's request for a $15 million bond to support a daily nonstop direct flight between Hartford and London. The London incentive was not included in the governor's proposal, so we are respectfully requesting that the committee add a new bond authorization as proposed by the CAA. This flight would be in direct support of our state's business community, and as a leading business group representing the Hartford region, I would like to offer a few supporting facts for your consideration. As mentioned, in 2022, Metro Hartford Alliance, along with our partners at DECD, signed a first-of-its-kind corridor agreement between the UK government and Hartford in support of our shared insurtech industry. This corridor has seen 12 UK-based companies set up their US headquarters here in Hartford to date. We are currently working with 25 additional companies to set up operations here in Hartford. But this represents only 10% of the UK insurtech market. This connection would undoubtedly accelerate our already strong pipeline of insurtech companies looking to invest in our state. I would be remiss to not point out that this flight would support the thousands of employees shared between the UK and Connecticut and our insurance, advanced manufacturing, and defense industries. Finally, let me reiterate what our friends at the CAA have already said. A $15 million bond would see a return to the state of Connecticut's economy of over 1,500%. Thank you for your consideration of this request and your assistance in growing our economy.
Thank you, Mr. Griggs. Thank you for your patience in staying today. Questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And I think our final in-room witness lock the doors.
Glad to be the last one. Good evening, Chair Fanfara and distinguished members of the Finance and Bonding Committee, Revenue and Bonding Committee. My name is Jose Miranda. I am number 155. I am stepping in for Rochelle Palachi, Connecticut State Director and Vice President for 32BJ. She had an out-of-state commitment and wasn't able to be herself to provide this. As I'm submitting testimony written for her, I will be very brief, as I know it's been a long day for all of us. And I also have a 1-year-old at home waiting for me, so hopefully asleep, but we'll see. 32BJ represents over 4,500 members of the state in the state of Connecticut and over 175,000 property service workers up and down the East Coast. With our dedicated members, we fight to make life better for all working families in our state and strive for communities where all people are treated with fundamental dignity and respect. We also are part of the Recovery for All Coalition. And as many of my colleagues in the coalition have stated and supported earlier as well, for SB 740, an act establishing a refundable child tax credit, HB 5986, an act establishing a refundable tax credit against personal income tax, and of course, as well as Senate Bill 742, an act establishing a capital gain surcharge. I'm sure it comes to no surprise that these bills are coming at a crucial time for our state and our residents, with the backdrop of what is playing out at the federal level in the presidential administration, where they are poised to continue slashing critical funding streams for the states like Connecticut, and which our members and the residents of the state depend on. With the backdrop as well that we live in a society where income inequality has never been greater, and that divide keeps increasing. We even see this as many other folks have said, we're seeing ratios of wealthy families to working families of 137 to 1, which is just outstanding numbers. The new tax revenue generated by this bill will allow us to brace for expected cuts that we know will be coming from the federal government. And in speaking with 432BJ members who work hard every day to deliver quality services to the people and the state of Connecticut, Connecticut should also deliver for them, rather than consolidating wealth for the top 1%. It can reform its tax system to expand opportunities for low and middle income workers and create a state where all of its residents prosper. This legislation can help us ensure that the services, infrastructure, and agencies our state prides itself on can withstand the federal tax and continue to provide for our communities.
You've reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Thank you. I urge the Assembly to pass this legislation. Thank you for your time and for your patience, and for all the great work that you do on behalf of the residents and your constituents in your districts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Miranda. Get home to your 1-year-old. I think we've exhausted those in the room. Thank you all. Now we'll return to the folks online. Max Rissman. Max Rissman. Keith Ballou.
Hello? Just checking, you can hear me?
Hear you, yes.
Excellent. Thank you for your time tonight. I know it's been a very long day. I was looking forward to get jumping on, but things changed up a little bit. But here we go. I'm here tonight to speak against SB 921. My name is Keith Bollier, and I am the owner of the Main Pub in Manchester. And I had the privilege also of serving as the chairman of the Connecticut Restaurant Association. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Over 40 years ago, my parents opened the Main Pub, and it has been an honor to continue their legacy in what is now the longest running family-owned restaurant in Manchester. Our employees, our customers, and the neighborhood in which we operate are like family to me, and I know the kind of community that our local businesses create and bring to Connecticut and its residents. I have put my passion for the Main Pub into ensuring that other local restaurant owners across the state are able to keep their doors open, provide for their families like my parents did before me, and thrive. Our local restaurants are so crucial to the communities we live in, providing jobs, a vibrant culture, and a joy for our families, friends, and neighbors, and we should be doing everything we can to support them. Owning and operating a business is no easy job. We work long hours, face tough decisions, and deal with the challenging financial situations. The past few years have been exactly that. We've seen prices for everything increase and have had to navigate changing regulations since the times of COVID, among other things. These things make it even harder to stay afloat, harder to provide living wages and adequate job hours for our employees, and hard to keep prices low for our families. Now is not the time for more challenges like a beverage tax. A beverage tax would also increase prices for families at the grocery store and local markets across town. This is unfair to them, as they, too, are already struggling to deal with our state's high cost of living that continues to increase. This also means that they'll have less disposable income that would allow them to order takeout, take their families to a Friday night dinner at a local restaurant, or go out for a date night. Our local restaurants cannot afford both higher costs and fewer customers, and I'm concerned about how many of us would survive. I stand with working families and local businesses across the state and the Connecticut Restaurant Association in opposition to any beverage tax, and I ask that you join me and do the same. We look forward to working with you to find a different and better solution. I thank you for your time this evening, and I encourage any questions should you have any.
Questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Jeffrey Kennard. Have Catherine and Mariana accepted the invite? Madam Clerk, no?
Mariana has accepted.
Okay. Mariano Trujillo. Ms. Trujillo. There you are.
Like a second, but I'm here. Hello, Chairman Fanfara, Madam Chair Horn, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on Governor's Bill 1246. My name is Mariana Trujillo. I am a policy analyst with the Reason Foundation Pension Integrity Project, which has played a key technical assistance role in dozens of bipartisan pension reforms across the country. I recently authored a report called The Case for Connecticut's Fiscal Guardrails in partnership with the Genki Institute, which analyzed the effectiveness of Connecticut's recent fiscal reforms, particularly regarding pension debt reduction. Governor's Bill 1246 changes the threshold of the Budget Reserve Fund, which is expected to limit the availability of excess funds flowing into your underfunded retirement funds. Colleagues of yours have introduced other bills which propose even more radical alterations to fiscal guardrails, and as a consequence, further reductions to additional contributions that are now flowing into your funds. I came here to speak on the importance of continuing those additional contributions and consequences that could come for your state if those additional contributions are phased out or slowed down. Despite recent notable progress, Connecticut is still faces the highest per capita pension debt in the nation, totaling $40 billion, with an additional $20 billion in unfunded retiree healthcare benefits, which are rarely considered. Pension debt is Connecticut's largest and most expensive debt. And unlike other budgetary obligations, unfunded retirement liabilities grow rapidly if left unaddressed, compounding annually at 6.9%, which is primarily why careful consideration should be given to any policies that may affect the pace of debt reduction. According to the paper that I authored, if Connecticut continues making additional contributions at the recent pace, both the state teacher and the state employee fund could reach full funding nearly a decade ahead of schedule. And this accelerated debt repayment could save the state about $6.7 billion in interest. These are billions of dollars of interest savings that would be better used by catering to the critical needs of your constituents, many of which we heard about today, or by preventing the need of future tax increases. And there are many cases of states and local governments which have postponed their reckoning with their pension obligations and have faced severe consequences. For that, I think the most notable recent example is the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago, which are facing many troubles due to their postponing of their pension payments, having been forced even to reduce their public safety budgets. And many other cities have been faced to make parks and recreation cuts, education cuts, and even infrastructure maintenance cuts to reckon with their pension debt. And not until very recently, your state was going on a similar direction. Procrastinating pension contributions means that more contributions will be required overall to fulfill the same retirement benefits. Slowing down the pace of that reduction would be, in a sense, slowing down the reclaiming of your state's budgetary sovereignty.
You have reached 3 minutes. You have reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Just to conclude, it would threaten your ability to serve your constituents and further delaying and increasing costs for your state. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much. Catherine Arroyo is not.
She has joined now.
Okay. Ms. Arroyo?
Hello, good evening. My name is Catherine Arroyo. Thank you for allowing all of us the opportunity to speak today. I apologize if there's any background noise. I had to switch locations. My name is Catherine Arroyo. I'm here to testify in support of HB 5986, SB 740 for the child tax credit, and also SB 742 for a capital gain surcharge and the mansion tax, SB 741. I'm speaking as a mother, as an educator, and as an advocate against domestic violence. I volunteer with Connecticut Coalition Against Domestic Violence, She Leads Justice, and the Connecticut for All Coalition. Connecticut is one of the wealthiest states in the country, but at least 40% of families are struggling to meet basic needs. Meanwhile, the current tax system is basically widening the gap of inequalities between the rich and poor. In Connecticut, the wealthiest 1% earning $3.4 million a year pay an effective tax rate of 7.3%, while the bottom 10% pay nearly 39.9%. This means the hardworking, low-income, struggling families are the ones bearing this very disproportionate tax burden. As a teacher in Connecticut, I've seen students struggle beyond academics. How do you teach science to a student who's hungry, or to a student being bullied for wearing the same ripped or dirty clothes? I began bringing in extra snacks and extra clothes, but there's one example of how the child tax credit could help stock those shelves and purchase basic needs. I had to take time off from teaching when I became a mother myself, and my whole world changed. My son is my whole world. In addition to inflated costs of everything like groceries, in Connecticut, the annual cost of infant care exceeds $14,000, and nearly 60% of mothers struggle, forcing many to abandon their careers, and that's what exactly happened to me. My personal struggle really began when I had to leave a suddenly abusive relationship when my son was born. When he became of school age and I finally regained my footing and returned to teaching, that's when my abuser suddenly came back. One day he violently took my son from my vehicle and said, if I don't move back in, I'll never see my son again. Through his manipulative and calculated steps and a severely flawed family court system, I've been fighting for my son ever since, draining everything I saved as a single mother. $25,000 housing deposit, my entire savings, and my stability. At least 40,000 defending against false allegations, securing a restraining order, and I soon could no longer afford an attorney for my custody trial or my current appeal, let alone my own very basic needs. According to the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence, 75% of survivors face further abuse through the courts and often lose custody related to financial drain. 63% of women stay in dangerous relationships because they can't afford to leave. In conclusion, there are several reasons and ways that the child tax credit, capital gains surcharge, and mansion tax could all help close the wealth gap. Reallocating funds towards programs in education, childcare, and domestic violence, therefore funding our communities toward a more equitable future and literally saving lives in the present. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you much. Tatiana Adoreva.
Good evening, senators and representatives, Chairman Fonfara, and members of the committee. Thank you for your patience. My name is Tatiana Andreeva, Associate Professor of Agricultural and Resource Economics at UConn, and I'm testifying today in support of SB 921, a tax on sugar sweetened beverages, or SSBs, to fund universal school meals. As a member of the Red Center, I have worked on this topic for about 19 years, and I will focus on 3 points. First, SSB taxes are no longer a theoretical debate. We have now these taxes in 81 countries and 16 subnational locations, including 8 in the US. And I led a review of evidence on the impact for the World Health Organization that recommended implementing SSB taxes to promote healthy diets. There's clear evidence that these taxes discourage consumption. Despite industry claims, there's no evidence that they lead to any job losses or cross-border shopping. For example, in Connecticut, nobody is going to drive to New York or Massachusetts, where prices are high due to their higher cost of living, and they have, high highway tolls. So there's no evidence from Philadelphia or from Seattle. There's so many papers now published of any cross-border shopping, as well as employment losses. There's also a question earlier, Senator, you asked about why, prices increased, but what happened to sales? The problem is that prices increased for all products, for all food. We have inflation of 24% over the last several years. When we're talking about the tax, the changes in relative prices, so these unhealthy products become more expensive compared to water. My second point is about revenue. Philadelphia, with their 1.5 cent per ounce tax on sweetened beverages, generated $75 million per year over the last 5 years, and they funded their universal pre-K and community programs. At the Red Center, we have developed a calculator, and the estimate for our state is $125 million to $150 million, depending on the rate, by taxing only SSBs, meaning not including any dairy, no juice, 100% juice, no diet beverages or water, just beverages sweetened with caloric sugars. Finally, my last point is that unlike previous proposals, this bill dedicates revenue to a critical need, universal school meals. And Connecticut is, along with Rhode Island and New Hampshire, there's only 3 states in New England without a state-funded program for universal school meals. The projected revenue is sufficient to fully fund this program, even if we go with the lowest rate of 1.5 cents per ounce. I appreciate this opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions? Representative Constantine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ma'am, you detailed what kind of drinks were covered, and you actually mentioned that sugar-free sugar drinks, I guess, the aspartames, artificial sweetener drinks were excluded. Is there a reason for that?
So the revenue numbers that I have mentioned, the reason is that the title of the bill was SSBs. So I assumed that diet beverages were not included. And the model that I have developed, it provides estimates for both SSBs only and as well as beverages that include diet. So again, in my testimony, I provided estimates just for SSBs. It is up to you whether to include diet beverages or not, as well as the rate.
Thank you.
No, I'm not a doctor. I cannot answer the questions about the safety of diet beverages. And again, we have evidence from Philadelphia where diet beverages are included, but we also have evidence from a lot of locations where the diet beverages are not included. So there's a lot of debate about whether to include diet beverages or not. And I'd like not to engage in it for a lot of reasons, but I can just talk about revenue estimates as an economist.
Thank you. I just want to know how many bills or how many areas had included diet beverages and how many hadn't. So it's good to
So
know.
like I said, in the US, only one, which is Philadelphia. There are proposals in other states, but currently we have Philadelphia only. In other countries, most countries don't have diet beverages. In some countries, such as the UK, I didn't talk about it, but they have a tiered tax where the rate depends on the amount of sugar, and diet beverages are also excluded. And lower sugar beverages, for example, sports drinks were discussed earlier. They have less sugar per container and per whatever ounce. So those are taxed at a lower rate. And there's a lot of reformulation in the UK and some other countries. But, again, the design and what beverages are included or excluded, that varies. In all sort of proposals, milk or dairy is never included. So I just want to highlight because that was mentioned earlier.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thanks.
Thank you.
Rick Branson.
Good evening. Good evening, chairs and committee members. My name is Rick Branson. I'm Executive Director of the Connecticut Association of Independent Schools. I represent 6,000 employees, 30,000 students, and 90 schools who regard HB 6804 as a threat to their sustainability and as a larger incursion into the tax-exempt status of Connecticut nonprofits. CEIS serves a diverse mix of independent schools pre-K to 12 that include day schools, boarding schools, single-gender schools, Catholic and Jewish schools, schools that serve unique learners, Montessori and Waldorf schools, and schools that are approved special education providers, and tuition-free schools. While Bill 6804 seems to originate from concerns about one school in one town, independent schools are found across the state in many other small towns and larger cities where they're an integral part of the community. The diversity of CIS schools in terms of enrollment and resources, including schools with a total population of fewer than 50 students and schools without any endowment, means that HB 6804 would impact schools in different, detrimental, and disproportionate ways. Faculty members at independent schools, boarding schools in particular, have responsibilities that extend far beyond traditional school day, as faculty supervise meals, serve as dorm parents, teachers, coaches, mentors, advisors, all roles required by their schools. This level of dedication is enabled by the proximity that on-campus housing provides, ensuring that schools meet their commitment in serving local parentis. Further, independent schools are good neighbors and routinely offer their facilities to nonprofit organizations, municipalities, and civic groups, whether to host a town event, offer up their swimming pool, hockey rink, or fields for recreational teams and camps, and even host clinics such as Choate did during COVID. And not all of their gifts are simply in kind, as many schools give generously directly to the local community organizations, often of a greater total amount than the estimated tax revenue would provide. Independent schools offer admission to children whose parents can afford the tuition and to those families who cannot. In fact, at the 30 boarding schools within Connecticut, a portion of this financial aid is reserved explicitly for day students who make up 25% of a boarding school's population. Independent schools are an important part of the Connecticut economy. Parents and visitors to boarding schools stay in local hotels, shop in local stores, eat in local restaurants. The schools contract with local businesses for a vast array of services, from facilities to supplies. In many of the smaller towns in which an independent school exists, particularly boarding schools, the school is often the primary or second largest employer in the town. Independent schools bring great value to the state of Connecticut, to its economy, to their communities, and to their families. HB 6804 threatens their ability to fulfill their community mission, and this incursion into their tax exempt status is a threat to their sustainability. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Representative Mashinsky.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I had a discussion with the witness this morning, long time ago. But I wanted, a long time ago, but I wanted to ask if I narrow this up to go after those situations where, in my case, 70 houses were purchased from private owners and turned into school houses, taking them off the property tax rolls. But the school still uses services that most taxpayers pay for. For example, when one of the large buildings at the school caught fire, our fire department came and put it out using their ladder trucks for a multi-story building. And when faculty have children that go to public school, most other taxpayers in Wallingford, in this case, pay to have their kid educated in public school, but these parents do not. So, there are services being used, and yet people and buildings affiliated with the school staff are not paying the same toward public services that the other taxpayers are paying. So that's really where this bill comes from. And I know that some of the schools you represent don't buy houses in the downtown area from private owners. Some of them aren't even in the downtown. It's not really the same situation for every one of the private schools. So if I narrowed this bill to focus on the cases where large numbers of buildings are being taken off the tax rolls, while services are still provided to the school, what would your thinking be about that, the narrowing of the bill?
Thank you for the question. I think there's still a question, Representative, about the value and the importance within an economy for nonprofits that have tax exempt status. And I think there's a reason for that, because these schools fulfill a mission that is not dollar-based. I also think that when you think about the houses that you're talking about, there's a reason that for, especially for a boarding school, the necessity of faculty being proximate to students is so very important. Again, their days are 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's where their homes are, and that's the access they need to students. And again, we often refer to the triple amount of work that boarding school faculty do. They are coaches, they are dorm parents, they are teachers, they are present there. And there's a reason why we recognize that proximity. I would also suggest that boarding schools are an industry that is very valuable to the Connecticut economy. And you would put boarding schools at a competitive disadvantage compared to other boarding schools throughout New England. So I'm not sure that you can rework this bill to make it better. I also believe that when you look at what schools do, and in each municipality, these relationships are idiosyncratic in terms of how they relate to one another. And again, I think the bill is too broad to address all that.
No, I agree. It may be too broad. And what I'm trying to do is pay for police and fire protection, which does come to the school when needed. And I'm trying to pay for public education when families affiliated with the school use our public education. Everyone else is trying to pay for this, but these people are exempt. And that's really where the bill comes from. People see the declining tax base, they're worried about it. They know we have to provide services. We're not going to say, don't put out that fire because it's at a private school. The firefighters are going to go and put out the fire. So that's really the question, how to do the services when there's a tax exemption.
And there are a number of our schools that donate directly to the fire department, directly for that specific reason. But in the nature of students, if you do the quick math, take 30,000 students who who are in independent schools in Connecticut. And at $25,000 it costs to educate one of those students at a public school, that's $1.2 billion. And so I think there's another way to look at this, and there's a lot of local Connecticut students attending the local independent school, paying tuition dollars for that, and not being enrolled in that school, in their local public school. So I think those numbers go both ways.
Okay, well, we're going to do some math and see how this turns out. I know, if to educate a kid in the public school, that may be 20,000 right there. So, it may be a wash, but I guess we'll do some math and see where we are.
Tomorrow, Mary.
We'll do the math tomorrow. Mr. Chairman, you are correct. And I apologize. I just got worked up there for a minute, but I know everyone wants to rest. So I will behave, Mr. Chairman.
But I do appreciate your question, and I thank you for asking it.
Thank you.
Me too. Thank you very much. Esther Gibolo, B.O. No. Giancarlo Casa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Giancarlo Casa. I'm President and CEO of the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance. I'm here to testify on Bills 1246, which includes the governor's proposals concerning the state's fiscal controls. We believe adjusting the guardrails is the only way to adequately fund programs provided by nonprofits to Connecticut's most vulnerable residents. And we thank the governor for opening up the discussion. I do want to make a couple points, though. First of all, as the senator knows, in 2011, I was at OPM when Governor Malloy took office and faced an 18% state budget deficit and an empty rainy day fund. So I know, as well as anybody, the difficulties that can occur when the state is not being fiscally responsible for a long stretch of time. So I don't take this position lightly. But nonprofits are in a crisis situation, and it's not an either or choice. We can and we should pay down pension debt, but we should also invest in the people who depend on nonprofits for their services, because both affect the future. We know that nonprofits are having trouble. We know because we asked them, and in a survey of 126 respondents, here are some of the things we found. More than 80% say they struggle to recruit and retain staff, and that's due to uncompetitive wages that they can't provide. More than 70% have seen an increase in demand. Nearly 2/3 have waiting lists. Almost half have been forced to cut programs or turn people away. And this one always catches my eye because it's very important. And that is that 54% said that they've seen an increase in violent or dangerous incidents involving clients. And that is a direct result of understaffing and a lack of resources. The state needs to provide the resources to take on that challenge. Like you, we see the threat of federal budget cuts, but rather than go super cautious, now more than ever, we need state leaders to step forward and ensure that vital programs continue. Cutting or flat funding now would essentially be acquiescing in advance to the threat of cuts. Changes to the fiscal constraints can make it possible to make Connecticut a model on how states should respond to the federal threats in the federal landscape. We urge you to do that. We urge you to make that choice. Please stand for and with the employees of nonprofits and the people they serve. Connecticut has the money. Connecticut has the heart. And we're asking for your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Giancarlo. Anyone? Thank you much. Obed Sierra.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Hello. Dear Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, and members of the Finance and Revenue and Bonding Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Obed Sierra. I live in Stamford, and I'm an organizer with Connecticut for All Coalition. I'm here today to support SB 741, SB 742, SB 740, and HB 5986. The effects of establishing a refundable tax credit are overwhelmingly positive, reducing child poverty, hunger, and allowing families to have a break. It is time to enact legislation that is going to have an impact on families across the state. According to the Center of Budget and Policy Priorities, in the first year, the proposal would lift as many as 400,000 children above the poverty line and make additional 3 million children less poor as their incomes rise closer to the poverty line. This would be the impact if this law were to be implemented nationally, but with the agenda of the federal government aiming to provide tax breaks and cuts to the top earners and corporations, it is necessary for the Connecticut state to balance the tax scale. According to the Institute of Taxation and Economic Policy, just give me 1 second, the top earners, average working families paid about 25% of their incomes into taxes. And this is something that it's echoed nationally. Yes, it's also present in Washington State, where this a child tax credit took place, which is that almost 18% of their annual incomes of the lowest income earners go to local taxes, while the wealthiest only chip in 3%. And causation is not correlation. Progressive tax policy, it does not equal lowering number of population of wealthy individuals in the state. We need a state tax system that raises more revenue from wealthy people and corporations. In the current political climate, this is not only the right thing to do to give working folks a break, but it's the only way that we'd be able to protect Connecticut residents from devastating crisis. I hope this committee will meet our current moment and take this important step forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions? Thank you. David Schwartzer? Sophie Morgenstern? Georgina Fuentes? We're on a roll. Mike Furman, that was earlier.
We have, the next number we have is 156. We have Pam Colleo, but she has not accepted the panelist invite. So we do have 157 is ready to go.
Sandra Carbonari.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Carbonari, and I'm a member of the Executive Board of the Connecticut chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. And on behalf of our over 600 pediatrician members, I'm speaking in support of SB 921, an act imposing a tax on sugar-sweetened beverages and dedicating the revenue generated to fund school breakfast and lunch programs. The American Academy of Pediatrics has been advocating for decreased consumption of added sugars for a very long time and for very good reason. Excess consumption of added sugars, especially from sugary drinks, poses a grave health threat to our children and adolescents and disproportionately affects children of minority and low-income communities. This excess consumption contributes to the high prevalence of childhood obesity, dental decay, heart disease, high blood pressure, elevated cholesterol, type 2 diabetes, and fatty liver disease. So how would a tax on sugary drinks help with these problems? Both evidence-based studies and the experience with tobacco and alcohol have shown that increases in price are associated with a decrease in consumption. Research has shown that the most cost-effective strategy to reduce childhood obesity is the implementation of a sugary drink tax. The research also shows that when kids consume fewer sugary drinks, they drink more milk and water. Although people of lower socioeconomic status often bear a greater burden from taxation, they can also disproportionately experience improved health and economic outcomes from the prevention of things such as heart disease and type 2 diabetes. And if the tax revenue is allocated to decrease health disparities or provide other services that promote health in these specific groups, the tax ultimately may be progressive. This proposed tax would not only protect the health of children and adolescents, but it also has the added benefit of reducing the burden of hunger in our children by funding school breakfast and lunch programs. Anyone who volunteers in a food bank or a soup kitchen can tell you that childhood hunger is a very real problem. 1 in 6 children in Connecticut experience hunger. Children who experience food insecurity, defined as a lack of consistent access to enough food or nutritious food, are at an increased risk of multiple negative health outcomes. Children who are food insecure are more likely to become ill, develop chronic diseases, and have nutritional deficiencies. They're also more likely to become hospitalized and have increased medical costs. Children who experience hunger have impaired learning in school, are at increased risk of developmental delays, and are more likely to experience emotional and behavioral challenges. A vote in support of this bill will have 2 good outcomes: improving the health of children as well as adults, and decreasing hunger in children. Certainly the best win-win situation. And I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, thank you. Pam Colello?
She's in the Zoom, but she hasn't unmuted or turned her camera on.
Simon Wells?
Good evening, committee members. Hope you're all doing well and hanging in there. It's been a long one. I'm reaching out. My name is Simon Wells. I am Chief of Staff at Horizons, a nonprofit in South Windham, Connecticut that serves folks with intellectual and developmental disabilities where they live, learn, work, and play. I was at the Capitol on Friday, and there was some pretty uplifting and very disturbing testimony given. And I'm here to talk about the adjustment to the guardrails, because I feel like that's the only solution to our plight. Nonprofits continue to do the majority of the state's critical services, and for many years now, we've been underpaid and underfunded. And it really, you know, we've come and testified year after year, and I thought last year really hopeful because we had the money, and it really, the message we heard was the guardrails. That was the issue, and that's why they need to be adjusted. The state has the money, and basically there's a body of workers across the state in nonprofits who are essentially the working poor. They are earning little more than minimum wage, and we are experiencing critical staff shortages across the board. At Horizons and many other agencies, it's not uncommon for employees to have to work 80 hours in a week, 180, 190 hours in a 2-week period. You know, they're essentially working 2 full-time jobs for us. It's not sustainable for them, for us, or the people that we serve. So I'm really pleading with this group to, as we pled with the Health Services Committee, we really need some action. We can't go on like this. This is a really difficult moment, and people who do this incredible work need to be treated with more dignity and respect and be paid a living wage. So I implore you to speak with your colleagues and try and make changes to the guardrails.
Thank you. Anyone? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Pam Colello? Your time's a charm. Okay.
She just needs to unmute.
Patrick Rogers?
Patrick is on. He just needs to become a panelist.
Steve Weir? Nope. Chelsea Ross?
Good evening. Can you hear me? It's Patrick Rogers.
Okay.
Good evening, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Thank you for having me. My name is Patrick Rogers, and I'm the CFO of Rings End. Rings End is a locally owned and operated lumber and building materials retailer. We've been headquartered in Connecticut since 1902, and we employ well over 600 people. I appreciate the opportunity to submit verbal testimony in support of House Bill 5680. Excuse me, which seeks to exempt machinery and equipment used in the process of coloring or mixing paint from sales and use taxes because it should be deemed manufacturing equipment. This issue is not new to the committee. On March 17th, 2017, I testified in person in support of Senate Bill 1013, which attempted to rectify the inconsistencies in how Connecticut taxes manufacturing equipment, specifically paint mixing equipment, when it's located in retail stores such as Rings End. For those who are unaware, any manufacturing equipment housed in a retail setting is not allowed to be classified as manufacturing equipment and therefore is not entitled to special tax treatment without a special exemption. During my previous testimony in 2017, I provided a detailed explanation of the specialized equipment used in the paint mixing process. I will not bore you with the details today, but this equipment is essential for transforming base paint into saleable, usable product through precise formulas and technology-driven processes. While the legislature ultimately approved Senate Bill 1013, it was only added as an exemption in the property tax section of the Connecticut General Statutes. Therefore, I urge the committee to extend this exemption to the sales and use tax section as well, so that the tax treatment on this equipment is consistent. In the interest of time, I would like to conclude and respectfully urge the committee to support House Bill 5680. By doing so, this measure will ensure consistency in the state tax code and support retailers who rely on this essential equipment to manufacture paint to their customer specifications. Thank you for your time and consideration, and thank you to Representative Tracy Mara for sponsoring this bill. With that said, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
For the fourth time, Pam Colello.
She is there. She's speaking. She just needs to unmute. Pam, can you unmute?
Chelsea Ross. Bruce Stovall.
I'm here. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Good evening, panel members. It's been a long day, so I'm going to be brief. My name is Bruce Stovall. I represent Oak Hill. Oak Hill was established in 1893 and is the largest provider of disability services in Connecticut. We provide a wide continuum of programs and services. We operate 65 group homes, an accredited special education school, several camps, and an assistive technology center, as well as specialized clinical programs. We employ approximately 1,600 workers. We operate in 50-plus towns across Connecticut. Again, I'm going to echo some of the things Simon Wells said at 159. The nonprofit sector of the state is in crisis, and the root cause of that is a critical staff shortage. Oak Hill has 1,000 direct care positions. Of those 1,400 are currently vacant. And the root cause of why it's vacant is DDS, our primary contractor from the state, reimburses us at $17.25 an hour for direct care. Oak Hill fundraises and throws in another buck. So you come to Oak Hill, you're going to make about $18.45 to start. Again, I think many of you are aware, minimum wage has been indexed recently, which we think is a good thing. As of January, it's going to be $17. So essentially, we're funded. I think Senator Gilchrist put it nicely last session. You're basically funding the working poor for us. Many of our staff do have second jobs, sometimes even third jobs. Our turnover is incredible. Oak Hill hired just about 500 people last calendar year and lost 500 people. So we are living in a merry-go-round. We've closed or shuttered 20 programs over the last 10 years. We have vacant homes. We have 47 open beds right now, with literally 900 people on a waiting list for services. If we could attract staff, if we could retain staff and give them the dignity of a living wage, we could open those homes. We could open those beds and fill them. And again, help out the state. The state 40 years ago said, listen, nonprofits, you can do this stuff well. You can do it cheaper than we can. So we're going to take care of you. That has not happened. We have not had a significant raise since 2007. So again, I'm just going to plead with you to do the right thing and touch the guardrails. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you. Backwards we go. John O'Connor.
Good evening, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and all the members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I know it's been a long and tiring day for you all. My name is John O'Connor. I teach at Central Connecticut State University, and I'm a member of the faculty union there, CSU AUP. My union is a member of the Connecticut for All Coalition, and I'm here tonight to speak in support of 4 bills. SB 742, an act establishing a capital gains surcharge. SB 741, an act concerning a statewide property tax on certain residential real estate property. SB 740 and HB 5986, 2 acts that would establish a refundable child tax credit. On January 14th of this year, Connecticut for All presented its equity agenda. The equity agenda was an appeal to the governor and to all the politicians in the LOB.
Are you able to turn the camera?
To adopt a budget that works for the people of Connecticut, a budget that invests in the public services our communities need. Connecticut for All estimated that our state needed $2.6 billion in total funding to meet Connecticut's unmet need. We all have a responsibility to ensure that the residents of our states are taken care of. That means that Husky be expanded for immigrants age 15 and older, that ECS funding is increased to K through 12 schools, and that healthcare workers in group homes have a living wage. Yes, we believe that the fiscal guardrails need to be adjusted, but the governor's response to the bill trying to increase funding for special education was disappointing. And given the lunacy coming out of Washington, our state needs to prepare to replace lost federal funding. One way to do that would be to implement a capital gains surtax, as SB 742 does. In generating more revenue, this tax would target our state's ultra-wealthy individuals in the 2 highest income brackets, capturing additional capital gain revenue to ensure that we avoid painful cuts down the road. A capital gain surtax potentially could raise our revenues by $650 million a year. A strong Connecticut has an economy that works for everyone, and it must contain a strong social safety net. That is why the bills that would establish a refundable child tax credit are desperately needed. A permanent Connecticut child tax credit will reduce child poverty and mitigate our state's income and wealth disparities. A well-designed Connecticut child tax could benefit up to 81% of our state's children. On that fact alone, we should pass these 2 acts.
You've reached 3 minutes. You've reached
Sure.
3 minutes.
When we put our neighbors first, we all win. We need to use tax policy to change our state for the better. Passing these 4 acts will help do that. Thank you all for allowing me to appear before you tonight.
Thank you. Okay, Pam Clello.
Am I in? Can you hear me? Hello?
You, yes,
You can hear me?
please proceed.
Oh, thank you. Sorry about that. Good evening, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and honorable members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Pam Colello. I live in Canterbury, and I am a dental hygienist at the Department of Developmental Services. I come before you today to testify in support of Senate Bill 740 and House Bill 5986 to provide relief for Connecticut families. I am also in support of Senate Bill 742 to help raise the necessary revenue to provide critical funding to agencies across our state, including the Department of Developmental Services. I have been at this position for 15 years, and it's been an absolute pleasure to bring healthy smiles to the individuals I serve. Our dental clinic provides comprehensive, critical, and very specialized dental and dental hygiene services that cannot be met in our community dental offices. Understaffing has meant that my colleagues and I have had to take on work outside our purview. Our clinic has a dentist, a dental assistant, and 2 dental hygienists. We do not have a receptionist, so it is our responsibility to take care of the overwhelming administrative tasks that are necessary to treat the 1,000 plus patients that we currently serve. The administrative tasks include answering phones, retrieving and returning phone messages, data entry into the patient's digital records of all the calls, confirming appointments, ordering supplies, many, many things. And we also, on top of that, must manage the multitude of IT issues. As you can see, I had trouble with tonight. All these extra tasks take away from our primary focus, which are the patients. Addressing these issues requires funding, and we need your help. Year after year, we seek to make do with less, but by passing Bill SB 742, we could raise hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue to fund these critical services. However, it's not enough to raise revenue because under our fiscal roadblocks, we are limited to how much we can spend. So despite having a flush rainy day fund and billions of dollars in surplus in recent years, Connecticut has not been able to invest in the critical services like those that we provide. Some of our state's most vulnerable continue to suffer because of it. Please increase revenue by passing SB 742 and adjusting the fiscal roadblocks so we can invest in vital services. Additionally, I just want to add, please pass SB 740 and HB 5986 because Connecticut families need our help now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I wanted to be there tonight, but I had to leave and Zoom was not my thing,
You
apparently.
really didn't want to be here tonight.
I stayed as long as I could today listening, but I got my grandkids tonight, so I had to leave.
Thank you very much. Stephanie Deason. Stephanie Deason, okay. Paul Palmer.
Hello.
Paul, you're on.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer? We'll come back to you. Scott Dolch?
Hello.
There you go.
I'm here if you guys can hear me.
We do.
Good evening, Senator Fonfara, Representative Warren, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Scott Dolch. I'm the president and CEO of the Connecticut Restaurant Association. I'm here tonight to voice our support of Senate Bill 739, an act concerning the distribution of the sales and use tax. Not going to go probably through my whole testimony. I know you guys have heard me talk about this before, but on behalf of 9,100 restaurants around the state, we propose that the legislature consider using the 1% meals and beverage tax to create a Connecticut Hospitality Fund. This fund would reinvest those dollars not only into our municipalities, but also the state's Office of Tourism and Hospitality Workforce Development. Just some quick facts and numbers for you guys. I think we know this, but since the 1% increase back in 2019, which raised the rate from 6.35% for meals and beverage tax up to 7.35%, that additional tax increase has generated over $415 million for the state's general fund. In fiscal year 2024 alone, as we just got the report from DRS, it generated more than $107 million, just the 1% increase. We were asked this committee to reinvest these funds back into the hospitality industry in 3 key areas. Obviously, with this fund, the first 50% would go back to the municipalities. I know the way the bill is written now, it's all at the municipalities, but with our plan and making sure that we're also supporting the Office of Tourism and Hospitality Workforce Development, we are the 10% of the state's workforce is hospitality employees. We need to continue about our future. So the first 50% would go back to the towns based on their 1% generation. The next 30% would go to the Office of Tourism for the team there under DECD and under the leadership of Anthony. And then obviously the 20% to workforce development, grants, training programs, talking to different universities around the state, ways to reinvest, helping grow hospitality like the University of New Haven or the University of Connecticut, or so many other training and opportunities for working with the Department of Corrections on pathway programs and such. So that's kind of the plan. This proposal is a common sense approach to support state tourism, local economies, small businesses, and the hospitality workforce. It would help strengthen small business owners and their employees while stimulating local economies across Connecticut. We hope everyone on this committee, I know earlier in the day with Senator Looney being the first to go to talk about this and obviously feeling his support. We hope that everyone on this committee sees that as well, but also how important, the Office of Tourism, those dollars, so everyone knows it was 12.1 million a year ago. This year it's 7.5 million, and currently it is on a path to go down to $4.5 million. And it's just not competitive in our state. So hoping you guys look is using these dollars as a way to reinvest into our cities and towns, but also into the Office of Tourism. So I appreciate the time tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I know you guys have been there late. Happy birthday to Max, Maria, and sorry that I couldn't stay for later in the night. But thank you.
Representative
Oh, boy. Senator, don't get
Horn,
mad at me.
Representative Horn.
Yeah, I just want to take judicial notice of the pandering to my son. Thank you, Scott. I will wish him a happy birthday.
Representative Paletta.
More of a comment, 10 seconds. Scott, thank you so much. One of our only growing industries in the state. You've done a phenomenal job supporting our hospitality industry, especially throughout the pandemic. A lot of these restaurants faced uncertainty, and they've been able to come back some stronger than before. So thank you for your advocacy. Have a good night.
Thank you.
My left or my right? At 10:34. Thank you, Mr. Dopes. Stephanie Deason.
She might be frozen. Good
Paletta, and the esteemed members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name's Stephanie Deason. I'm the Food Service Director of Stonington Public Schools, a resident of Uncasville, which is a section of Montville, and the School Nutrition Association of Connecticut school year 24-25 president-elect. I'd like to thank you all for being here again. I'm here in support for Senate Bill 921, imposing a tax on sugar sweetened beverages and dedicating that revenue to free school breakfast and lunch for all. I've been a Connecticut Public School Food Service Director for 9 years and a registered dietitian for 12. Prior to working in the school system, I was a dietitian at a developmentally disabled group home agency where I oversaw the diets of about 85 residents. Sugary beverages were often the debate when it came to our residents going on recreation trips to Dunkin' Donuts or choices during lunch out on Fridays that were often at fast food establishments. When looking at the amount of added sugar in some of these drinks at popular locations, a lot of education was needed both for the residents and the staff who looked after them, who often indulged in those types of beverages, also making it harder for the residents to withstand. Aside from those staff members bringing in items like energy drinks to work their lengthy shifts. Fast forwarding to the present, in my current role as a school food service director, sugary beverages continue to dominate the marketing and advertising landscape and now seem to be more than ever marketed to children and young adults. Music and movie entertainment superstars have gained signature drink or meal deals at many coffee and fast food establishments, deepening the impression made on young people and their desires to consume these beverages. I see more and more parents treating their young children to Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks, students as young as elementary school bringing those types of beverages into the school in the morning. Some of the time, this high sugar, high calorie beverage
Try Paul Palmer. Leon Ford. Cynthia Stretch.
Good evening, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Cynthia Stretch. I live in New Haven, and I'm the chair of the English department at Southern Connecticut State University, where I have worked for 26 years.
I'm not sure what just happened.
Do you want to finish, Stephanie, and I'll wait?
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened.
You froze.
Okay. I'm not sure where I left off.
In progress. Well, okay, I'm just going to go ahead and then you can figure it out. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, thanks. So I'm a proud member of CSU AAUP, my faculty union, and a part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I support all of the bills before you tonight that align with the Connecticut for All's equity agenda, but tonight I'll focus on SB 742, an act establishing a capital gains surcharge. As the wealthiest state in the country, Connecticut